Red Sky Dawning. The Mako Saga. Book 2.
Written by Ian J. Malone. Narrated by Andrew B. Werlin. Prologue. Subspace Relay Buoy, 512.2. Spec feed, 15.25.77. Time index, 22:21 hours. Video transmission begins. The image of a man fills the screen. He is middle-aged, with visible flecks of gray in his dark, disheveled hair and prominent lines across much of his complexion. There are deep circles under his eyes, but the rest of his face is hidden behind a week's worth of stubble and grime. Behind him, a blood-red sky fills the rearview port of his shuttle as black armored fists pound at the transparent covering. "Can't you red-skinned demons give me a damn minute?" he grumbles, then slumps back into his seat amid the jungle of network cables, components, and piecemeal instruments strewn about the cockpit. Most of the space is shrouded in shadow, but the overhead cabin light illuminates his face, and the light of a display at his right palm blinks a single word in red letters. Armed. He studies the light for a long moment. "Fort Manning Control, this is Inferno 1, he says over the racket. "As of just past 2200 hours on the above spectral date, I have successfully located and infiltrated the Beyonder homeworld, using the alien shuttle we took from them at Raton. I have uploaded all relevant data regarding its location into this data stream: spectral coordinates, atmospheric scans, topography, even my initial sweep of a caldersite reservoir that I swear to you is 1,000 square kilometers wide at least. It's all in here, and by my count it should reach you in the next 12 to 18 months. That's assuming, of course, that our new subspace relay network holds, and none of the buoys drifts too far out of alignment." He snorts his apparent lack of faith in the latter before continuing. "Every last one of my personal logs is also in this stream. So if by some miracle you do receive it, I'd be grateful if you get those to my family as soon as possible. Redact what you will, but I'd like them to have closure on my end, as well as the assurance that they alone filled my thoughts when I met it. I think we can agree that they've earned that, and frankly, by virtue of the fact that I volunteered for this, so have I." The ruckus outside intensifies, and the man snaps back at his would-be captors with a teeth-bared snarl, then recoils. He shakes his head as if disgusted by his own response. "Make our people strong again, Manning," he says, almost pleading. "But do it the right way, not that of General Zier and his pack of warmongering thugs. When this conflict is finally over and the scholars of tomorrow look back on Aura 1,000 years from now, let them remember us for who we were as a people, and who we can be yet again, not the unholy monsters we're forced to be today." From there, the man pulls a tattered photograph from the pocket of his grimy flight suit, kisses it, and then places it on the dash out of the camera's view. He reaches for the display. "This is Thomas Rayner signing off. Operation World Scorch is officially a go." Part 1. Roughly 103 years later. Chapter 1. Evac. "Fire in the hole!" the blond sergeant shouted past the barrel of his rocket-propelled grenade launcher. Beside him, Command Sergeant Major Keith Knoll crouched and covered his ears amid the chaos of zipping bullets, thundering artillery, and screaming men. A violent boom later, the incoming Alisterian attack drone plowed nose first into the dune ahead, consumed in a billowing plume of orange and black. "Sergeant!" Knoll barked. "Take a squad of our people and get to the bottom of this hill. Echo Company took one hell of a beating on the way up here, and the captain's going to need every gun he can get in Zone 5 when our boys inside hit the open field. Rua! Rua, sir!" The sergeant executed a crisp salute, then turned to the pair of corporals next to him. "You two, grab your gear. You're with me." "Right behind you, Top," the female corporal said, before the three ran off. Wiping the sweat and grit from his glistening face with the sleeve of his desert camo uniform. "Man, how I hate this heat." Knoll spat his latest mouthful of sand onto the ground and queued up the Scout 6 recon feed in his helmet's retractable heads-up display. He counted 2, 3, 4 more enemy platoons circling back in defense of the target, a major Alisterian mining facility built deep in the eastern hills. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me." The tenor voice broke the static in Knoll's earpiece. "Sandman, this is Rainmaker. Go secure." Noel keyed his authorization into the HUD, then waited for the indicator to flash green. "Channel secure, Colonel. How's life upstairs aboard the Keystone?" "We'll get to that," Colonel Raymond Rollins said. "For starters, how about a status report?" "We're hanging tough, sir. I won't lie to you. Things got a little hairier out of the chute than we planned on, but it's nothing we haven't dealt with before." "I sense that's not why you're calling, though." "That's why I love you, Keith. You always cut the crap." "Never had time for it, sir." Noel signaled 2 more units east into Zone 5 to help out Echo Company. "So what's going on anyway? Orbital security get you wrapped up?" "Nah," Rollins said. "We took a bump or two from that cruiser after our initial jump into the system, but once she was down, our birds made pretty quick work of theirs." Noel wrinkled his nose. "Okay, what's the problem then?" "It seems our friends on the cruiser weren't prepared to go quietly into that great beyond because they managed to ping off a distress beacon before we put them down." "How long was it active?" "Long enough. Our long-range sensor system says we've got 3 Alasterian destroyers inbound from the Galt system. ETA just under 30 mics. "Damn Greys!" Noel snapped. 30 minutes isn't nearly enough time. "Any chance Loras is off at all?" "Negative. As much as I hate to do this, Keith, I'm going to need you to start pulling your people out of there." "Colonel, if we fall back now, our people in the field should make dust-off without much problem. But we've got guys in that facility, and you and I both know there's no way they'll reach their designated LZ in time, not under these conditions." "When was the last time your boy checked in anyway?" "Just under 8 mics ago," Noel said. "They went dark as soon as they hit the perimeter, and if I know their squad leader, they're halfway to the CIC by now." "Damn, that boy's good." Rollins breathed a sigh. "Sorry, Keith, but I've got no answers for you on this one. All I can say is you need to get word to your people to get out, and I mean now. We'll buy you as much time as we can up here." "Air support?" "As much as we can," Rollins reiterated, "but I'm already recalling the bulk of my birds for an emergency jump out of here. If your team can find a safe haven long enough for an impromptu pickup, then I'll send someone to them, but that's about all I can guarantee." "Colonel, that's not—" "It's the best I've got, Keith. Believe me, I don't want to leave anyone behind either, but I've got 1,200 crewmen up here to think about, plus all of your folks on the dropships. We're 1 battleship. A C-100 series or not, the Greys are 3. You do the math." "And the mines, sir? You and I both know the Alasterians really need this place, particularly with our growing presence in the Thalon and Findall systems." Silence filled the calm before Rollins eventually responded. "Listen, I know blowing this thing was our first choice, but we've crippled this place as is, so I'm inclined to get us out of here minus an orbital whipping while I still can. Besides, if recent deployment trends hold true, we'll be back here soon enough." "Hurrah, sir," Noel said. "I can tell you right now, though, our boy inside, he's not going to be real thrilled with this decision, given everything he and his team had to do to get inside." "You're not telling me anything I don't already know, Sergeant Major. But it's still my call. Tell your people to get a move on. Last ride off this rock is in 28 mics, with whoever is on it. Understood?" Noel chewed his lip. "Yes, sir." "Good," Rollins said. "Keystone out." Hearing the channel disconnect, Noel turned his HUD telemetry to the south, where the brunt of the action now seemed to be focused. A good thing, too, given that the cliffs in that area would make for solid cover once he gave the evac order. The guys in Zones 7, 8, and 9, however, the ones in the wide-open sandbox, would need more time. Never to plan. The age lines of Noel's dark-skinned face tightened with stress. Then, tracing a finger past his graying mustache and route back to his earpiece, he tapped the device to an all-hands channel and rekeyed the mic. "House fire! House fire! House fire!" he called, alerting every Orange soldier on the ground to abandon his or her post and fall back to the drop zone with their platoon leaders. "Echo, Foxtrot, and Golf companies, you're at bat. Victor, Whiskey, and Zulu companies, you're on deck. Execute." Another quick tap, and the channel relocked secure. "Hurricane, this is Sandman. You got a copy?" No response. "Hurricane, Sandman, I need a copy now if you can." The guard in the corner lunged for his rifle as 3 muted shots zipped down the corridor into his body, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, crumpling to the carpet atop a blood-soaked Alasterian seal. Around the room, a quartet of similar exchanges took place, and within seconds, the guard was joined by 2 of his gray-clad cohorts, an aide, and a pudgy valet who had been told to show his hands but was apparently too stupid to listen. "Don't even think about it," Staff Sergeant Danny Tucker snarled past the butt of his A-90 assault rifle, freezing the gray-haired Alasterian minister in mid-reach for his sidearm. Danny slid in and tossed the weapon aside. "Clear," Corporal Drager called from across the room. Corporal Giovaro called the same from the corridor outside. Zeke? Danny called through the archway to the next room. CIC secure and on lockdown, sir, Sergeant Anders barked back. Reed, you got the comm officer? Danny asked. Good to go, Top, shouted Corporal Regan, who was outside with Anders. Me and Lance Corporal Wiggins here were just getting acquainted. Good, Danny said. Tell Corporal Wiggins as long as he keeps the chatter business as usual while we're here, and he doesn't try anything stupid, he's got my word. We'll leave him alive when we clear out. A pause. Corporal Wiggins thinks that's a fantastic deal, sir, Regan said. I thought he might, Danny said. Now get started on their core. On it, Regan said. You won't kill me, the minister said with a snort, palms raised in response to Danny's rifle in his face. The rules of the Zeller Treaty clearly state that any political You have the gall to quote Zeller regs to me? Danny scowled. You, who cast the deciding vote to let Masterson walk, scot-free, after what he did to the Canaan? The color drained from the old man's face. That's right, Minister Keene, Danny said. I know exactly who you are. And just so you know, I had friends on that ship, friends who had already been beaten and disarmed when your bloodthirsty bastard of a commandant opened fire on their lifeboats. Beads of sweat pooled at Keene's temple. The Canaan wasn't my call. We had no idea that... Commandant Masterson was very specific that... Stow it, Danny said. I don't give a damn about you, your commandant, or your excuses. Just sit there and shut up while I figure out what to do with you. Glancing around the chamber, a 12 by 15 meter study that was built as a private nest above the base's command information center, Danny noted the space's posh decor, reserved exclusively for imperial diplomats and the political bigwigs of the Alastirian parliament who endured the occasional slum assignment here. The space stood in stark contrast to the steel and concrete confines of the rest of the interior, with its gold-finished amenities, plush carpet, and ivory crown-molded walls covered in thick, gaudy drapes and loud art. Man, you people are tacky. Danny slapped a fresh zip tie on Keene, then signaled Corporals Giovaro and Drager to get into defensive posts at the study's back door. Anders and Regan held their positions downstairs in the main CIC. Hurricane, you got a copy. Danny's comm squawked again, and now free to respond to his CO, Danny keyed his earpiece and waited for the secure alert in his HUD to flash green. Go secure for Hurricane, Danny said. You're early, sir. What's up? In a sec, Noel said. What's your status? CIC is secure, and Regan's already in their data network. We should have what we need in... Danny stepped to the archway and peered over the steel railing to Regan, who flashed 5 fingers. 5 mics, sir. That puts us a solid 6 ahead of schedule. Security? Noel asked. Neutralized. Quietly, I presume. Like church mice, sir, Danny said. Intel getting in here was dead on, so we ought to hit rendezvous for dust-off with time to spare. Yeah, about that, Noel said. The Keystone's long-range sensor system has 3 Alastirian destroyers on approach, ETA in 27. Danny felt his stomach twist. Sir, that's not enough time. I hear you, but even in a C-100, Rawlins still isn't a fan of those odds. He wants us out of here ASAP. He's already issued an emergency evac of all personnel. Spotting a small alcove near a bookshelf, Danny stepped out of earshot of the others. Sir, our LZ is in Zone 37. Even if we bug out now, there's no way we make that. Not with our cover guys already out. I know, Noel said. Rawlins assured me, though, that if we can get you someplace safe long enough for a pickup, he'd send somebody. That's why I've got Lieutenant Kang and the Niner boys carving out a makeshift LZ in Zone 23, which, if you hurry, should be doable. What about the mine? Danny asked. Rawlins says leave it, Noel said. He's convinced we've done enough damage to put it out of commission, at least for the time being. Please, Danny scoffed. With all due respect to the Colonel and his orbital scans, I'm down here on the ground, and I'm telling you, this place will be back up and running in a month if we let it stand. Come on, sir, we've got these guys on the mat. Let's keep them there. I hear what you're saying, son, Noel said. But we've got our orders. Now, get your people the hell out of there and come home. Danny ruffled the back of his regulation blonde crew cut, then cued his HUD telemetry for a digital survey of the scene outside. At present, he and his unit were holed up roughly 600 meters north of the entrance to the mine, and while Zone 23 was definitely within reach from here if they took off now, Danny still hated the notion of leaving a job unfinished, particularly one with this much potential for coming back to bite them. There's got to be a way to pull this off. Seeing the smug look on Keene's face, he made his decision. Tucker, you still with me? Noel asked over the comm. Yes, sir, Danny said. Tell Kang and his people we appreciate them holding the door for us. Just give us another minute to tie off some loose ends here, and we'll start heading his way. Hurricane out. Ordering Regan to wrap up his work in the data core, Danny signaled Anders, his husky second-in-command, to join him in the study. "What's going on, Top?" Anders asked, once they were alone in the alcove. "Keystone Loras has 3 Alisterian destroyers on approach," Danny said. "They'll be here in just over 25 minutes, and Rollins is ordering an emergency evac of the system." Anders rested his rifle on a burly shoulder. "So, we're just leaving the mine intact for the Greys? That could come back to haunt us down the line." "Yes, it could. That's why I've got no intention of leaving it. Not intact, anyway." Anders arched an eyebrow. "If you don't mind me asking, sir, you got a plan for that?" "I'll figure it out," Danny said. "Right now, though, I just need you to take our guys and get to Zone 23. Noel's got us an alternative right out of here, if we can get there on time." "Excuse me for saying so, sir, but Regan can handle that just fine on his own. If it's all the same, I'd prefer to hang back with you." "I appreciate that, Zeke, but all due respect, sir, but unless you blatantly order me otherwise, I didn't intend that as a choice." Danny gave him a grateful look. "They don't make 'em much better than Anders," Noel had said last year, when assigning the seasoned non-com to cover Danny's butt in his first-ever field command. "As you and your friends put it, he's old school and loyal as they come." "Damn if he weren't spot on, too, Noel." "I'll take that as a yes," Anders said. "By the way, I don't suppose the Sergeant Major bothered to fill you in on who's picking us up, assuming we pull this off." Danny bit his lip and glanced back to the others. "I've got my suspicions." "What's the holdup, Sergeant?" Keene called from his seat across the room. "Encountering problems making your escape, I presume?" Corporal Drager stepped forward, the blade of his 6-inch field knife glinting in his grasp. "Oh, I think not," Keene said snidely. "The Zealot Treaty, remember?" "Sir, do we really need to leave this puke breathing?" Drager moaned. "He'll give away our position in a heartbeat." "No doubt about it, Corporal," Danny agreed. "Combine that with the fact that he'll almost certainly land us a king's ransom in trade with Alistair, and that's exactly why he's coming with us." Keene bellowed a laugh, causing the flesh roll beneath his shirt to jiggle. So I'm valuable as a hostage now. How disappointing for you, Sergeant, that you would have to table your disdain for me in the name of honoring the bigger picture. If only your friends from the Canaan could see you now." "Alas," he hissed, with a click of his tongue while raising his zip-tied hands in a mock salute. "Such is the burden of leadership." Danny cocked his head. "My dad always told me I'd be a shitty leader." A blood-curdling scream pierced the air when a round from his A-90 tore through the minister's palm. Maybe that prick was onto something after all. Chapter 2. Airborne. "This sucks, Top. I hate this idea," Regan said as he bounded up the steps to the study. Behind him, Corporal Wiggins sat firmly zip-tied to his chair with a fresh mask of duct tape. "We're totally not just going to up and leave you guys here, and besides, we've got your big comeback at the bombshell in 2 weeks." Anders' forehead made a V. "Comeback? Aren't you supposed to be on leave with—" "Relax, Reed. Your fight card will be fine," Danny said, inspecting his confiscated uniform for bloodstains. "You guys just worry about making the LZ on time and getting back to the Keystone. Trust me, we've got this." Drager grunted from the back. "Damn, Mims, you all think you're invincible." "I'm sorry, Corporal, were you saying something?" Danny snapped. "No, sir," Drager said, jerking upright. "No, sir?" Danny pressed, craning his neck to lean in tight. "You sure? 'Cause I could swear I just heard something that sounded an awful like insubordinate smartassery come pouring out of that buck-toothed mouth of yours. I don't have time for insubordinate smartassery right now, Corporal. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," Drager announced. "Understood, and good, sir. Won't happen again. Just tell me where you need me, sir." "Glad to hear that," Danny said, brow furrowed at the younger man who'd only just joined his unit 2 weeks ago. As the group's CO, he didn't have time for a debate, much less ignorant occupational stereotyping. "All right, everybody. Per our scouts outside, your best bet on getting out of here is to cut back to the southeast wing, dip down to the lower level, and bail out through the mess exit. Resistance should be fairly light there, given the hour and everything else that's happening. So skirt the buildings, watch your feeds, and keep your formations steady and tight. Do that, and you'll make it to Kang and his boys just fine. Roo-ah! Roo-ah!" the others said in unison. "What about him?" Regan said, pointing to Keene. "He might opt to get stupid and make a scene once we're out." Danny shrugged. "Well, if that happens, then he's effectively blown any need you have to stay silent, in which case you have my permission to put a hole in his other hand. Fair enough?" "Done," Regan said with zero hesitation. "All right, guys." Danny glanced at his watch. Clocks at 20 mics to dust off. Time to split. Once the group had gone, Danny leaned over the dead guard who'd so graciously donated his uniform and retrieved the man's rifle, along with someone else's helmet that fortunately wasn't soaked in blood. Danny glared at the weapon. What a piece of junk. He hated the Gray's standard-issue assault rifles. They used a heavier caliber round, which gave them more punch, plus their triple-stack magazines holding 30% more ammo were a nice bonus. But he'd always found them clumsy and awkward compared to the lightweight precision of the Orin A90, the one he'd carried earlier in particular. It was the rifle he'd been issued 5 years ago, on day one of his maiden tour with the Orin Star Corps' Starborn Infantry Force. The one he'd shaken down, ripped apart, stripped clean, and reassembled more times than he could remember. Sadly, though, 2 tours, 86 drops, a staff sergeant's stripe, and countless discharges later, the weapon would henceforth be the one he'd abandoned for the sake of a disguise. "Top, you ready to head out?" Anders asked. He, too, wore Alasterian gray BDUs and was piling his gear into an enemy rucksack. Danny nodded, then took a moment to remove his rifle's firing pin as a sign of respect for the weapon's service. Damn shame. "Yeah, let's roll." Negotiating the halls of the modestly populated CIC building, Danny and Anders held their composure on their way to the main stairwell, avoiding any undue eye contact that might draw attention to them. With all the activity in the area, most people were far more concerned with their own tasks than those of 2 ordinary guys in friendly garb, though Danny wondered just how long it would be until someone went to ask Comm Officer Wiggins why he'd suddenly gone mute. As they turned the next corner, the alarm sounded, and he had his answer. Pushing through the steel exit at the bottom of the stairwell, Danny and Anders emerged into a main yard on the southern side to find dozens of Alasterian soldiers rushing to their respective deployments. Fuel tankers and troop haulers skirted one another amid plumes of dust and sand on the base's roadways. Behind it all stood the mine itself, a massive mound of stone between smoldering pillars of black smoke. Stalactite teeth hung above the gaping entrance that measured some 30 meters high by 60 meters wide. Heaven only knew how many kilometers deep the mine itself was. "That's a big hole." Anders whistled as scores of rig hands poured free of the opening to extinguish fires and save whatever they could of the rail line equipment outside. The actual mine, however, remained intact. "Any clue how we're going to close it for good?" Danny shook his head. "No idea, but maybe." His ears caught a low, glugging rumble, and Danny turned to spot a fuel tanker lumbering toward their position. "Sir?" Anders asked. "Zeke, if you had to guess, how much fuel would you say that thing is hauling?" Anders shrugged and eyed the gargantuan gray egg on treads. "I don't know, 5, maybe 6,000 gallons. And it looks to be the conventional stuff, too, not the caldersite blend they normally use." "Gotta hate a resource crisis. Good thing our side doesn't have that problem. Plus, the old stuff tends to go boom when you light it, which works for us. Follow?" Anders pursed his lips. "I follow. But getting it is one thing. Igniting it is another. If their tankers are anything like ours used to be, they'll have all kinds of fail-safes to prevent that very thing. Hell, you could lob a grenade down the chute, and it still wouldn't light. One thing at a time, bro. One thing at a time." Waiting for a group of soldiers to jog past them, the pair headed left, past a cluster of warehouses, and waited for a modest break in the traffic before approaching the slow-moving vehicle. "Whoa, hold up!" Danny called, halting in front of the tanker and waving his arms. The machine ground to a stop, with a loud, air-compressed shudder of treads. "You idiot, are you out of your slaring mind?" the driver protested. "My CEO is going to kill me if I don't—" He stopped short when the passenger side door swung open behind him. Turning to see why, the driver froze at the sight of Anders' gun, held low on the bench seat, and pointed right at him. "Slide over," Danny ordered. The man complied, and was joined in the passenger cab by his 2 hijackers. "Okay, Zeke, what am I doing here?" Danny asked, staring at the array of knobs, shifters, and switches before him. "You guys are so dead," the driver grumbled. "I don't know who you are, or what you—" His face, smashing against the dashboard, silenced him instantly. "You were saying, sir?" Anders released his fingers from the driver's hair. "Yeah, how do I drive this thing?" Danny asked. "The panel sight on your left controls your speed. Steer left and right with the hand grips in front of you." "All right, here goes." Danny flipped the bright green switch on the dash, and the machine sputtered back to life. "Sweet. Now if I can—" "Freeze!" shouted a guard from the nearest warehouses. "And here we go." Danny grabbed the accelerator slide and shoved it forward as the bullets began to fly. "Now what?" Anders shouted. heaving the unconscious driver out the door, then slamming it shut and returning fire. "We got a plan for this?" "First things first, we get this rolling tub to the mine." Danny fought with the accelerator. "Can we make it go any faster?" "Sorry, Top, but these things weren't exactly built for that Sebring place you keep telling me about." Anders recoiled when a blast of ricochets staccatoed near his head. "Just lean on it and go. But if it's all the same to you, I'd really like to get off this thing before we send it headlong into a fiery doom." "Copy that." Danny tapped his earpiece. "Bandit, this is Hurricane. You make dust off yet?" Regan answered after a moment of static. "Roger that, Hurricane. Just now. Rainmaker is breathing down our necks to bail off this rock. So where are you guys?" "Just outside the CIC, heading south toward the mine in an Alisterian fuel tanker." "A frickin' fuel tanker?" A familiar gruff voice invaded the comm. "Subtle, Crockett. Real subtle." "Good to hear you too, Jester," Danny said, grinning at the sound of his longtime friend Link Baxter's voice. "Your better half with you?" "Layla here, Hurricane," Shannon Baxter said. "Somehow, I figured when the time came for our favorite CO to send somebody down, you two would be the only ones crazy enough to accept." "Tell me about it," Link said. "I'd like to state for the record, though, that when we agreed to do this, it was with the understanding that I'd swoop in, scoop up you and your boys, then beat it back to my cushy spot in the Keystone Drop Bay. Nobody said jack about this little hornet's nest. Where do you come up with this crap anyway? The Death Wish movies?" "Sorry, bro, but it had to be done," Danny said. "For what it's worth, I would have used Lee's little blow-the-target-from-the-inside-out trick had the Greys not cracked it after Dulliston." "Yeah, whatever," Link said. "Save your excuses for your old lady. I'd suggest, however, breaking them to her over a box of French chocolates and a good bottle of California Red when you do, lest your balls end up in one of her beakers. Then again," he said with a laugh, "that might be a foregone conclusion when she finds out about your bombshell gig." "Not a good time for this right now." Danny buried his face in his arm as another wave of ricochets pelted the cab's exterior. "Hey, man, you know how pissed she gets when— Can you get us or not, Jester?" "I need a minute, Tool. Even with Layla on my wing, I still got creamed in 23 when I touched down for your crew. I had to circle clear back to 47 just to get free of it." "Fine," Danny snarled, looking up to see the cavernous entrance to the mine looming dead ahead. "How long?" "5 mics, give or take." "You've got 3, Danny said. Dumbass," Link remarked. Where do you propose I pick you up? In case you haven't noticed, you've got Greys crawling up your crack from damn near every direction." Anders checked his HUD and slapped a fresh mag into his rifle. "He's right, Top. We've got no less than a dozen enemy platoons heading right for us, plus another 8 dug in on most of the inner zones." Danny cursed under his breath and thought hard. They couldn't do a 180 back to the north because of the CIC, which was now swarming with personnel. But heading east meant running into a wide-open sandbox with no support and nowhere to hide. That left west, which might have been a viable option were it not for the 4,000-meter swan dive awaiting them beyond the cliffs. "Come on. There's got to be—" Danny's eyes went wide. "Zeke, did you pack your harness?" "What?" Anders asked over the butt of his gun. "Your drop harness. Did you pack it when you swapped your gear into that rucksack?" "Yeah, why?" "Pull it out and strap in." Danny spied a makeshift barricade of troops and vehicles forming at the mouth of the mine. "Once you're done, I need you to grab mine out of my bag, then pull your smoke and get ready." Anders' expression said that he clearly wasn't following, but he did it anyway. "Chester, Layla, ETA?" Danny asked. 60 seconds out, Crockett," Link said. "Good, because we're bailing out of here in 40, Danny said. "And when we do, we're popping red smoke. Chester, that's our cover to break loose for pickup. Layla, that's your marker to fire. When you see it, wait 15 seconds for us to clear the blast zone, then unload on the entrance of that mine with both of your devastators. That ought to be enough to blow the tanker and seal the mine." "Easy, brother," Link said. "How exactly do you plan on clearing a blast that size in 15 seconds on foot?" "We're headed east, toward the canyon," Danny said. "The canyon?" Link asked. "What do you honestly expect?" "E36, back home," Danny said. "Remember how we got out?" Link didn't respond at first. "Whoa, you want to go spearfishing? Are you freaking high?" 30 seconds, Top, Anders said. "I expect those lines to be there, Jester. Otherwise, you get to deal with my old lady. Hurricane out." Danny jerked back to Anders, who had the canisters out and ready. "Get ready to pop on my mark. Once that's done, I want you to bail out and run as fast as you can for that bluff, and get ready to jump." "What?" Trust me, Zeke, Danny said. In 3, 2, 1. Pop 'em! Snapping the caps on both canisters, Anders tossed them into the road outside. Within seconds, the air surrounding the tanker filled with a dense fog of red smoke. Dropping the steering grips and snatching up his harness, Danny bailed out of the driver's side and tucked hard into a roll. Then, launching to his feet, he dove into an all-out sprint through the sand ahead of Anders. Behind them, the sounds of crunching metal, collapsing rock, and screaming men were heard when the tanker careened through the barricade. But as Danny had expected, no explosion followed. "What am I looking for?" Anders shouted on the run, just as an SB-40 Tuscan Star Bomber dropped hard in behind them, its slider cannons drawn tight for the kill as the Prodigy's fire starter blared from the external speakers. "That!" Danny yelled past a barrage of fire. Both cannons ignited, and the handful of soldiers trailing Danny and Anders vanished in a mushroom of dirt and gravel, but still no explosion. The Tuscan soared by overhead, its rear cargo bay ramp already dropped, and fired 2 tethers on harpoons into the dirt ahead of them. "Take left!" Danny ordered. Then, dashing for the cable on his right, he popped the carabiners free of the harpoon, clipped them to the back of his drop harness, and cinched the rig tight around his torso. "Zeke, you ready?" "Hell no, but it beats the alternative." Scared out of their minds and running on pure adrenaline, both men dove headfirst over the cliff just in time to hear an SF-13 Mako starfighter scream into the fray. The earth around them shook with a massive thunderclap as a thick gust of heat whooshed over their heads. For the next few moments, Danny felt almost like he was flying and not falling at a terminal velocity of 60 meters per second. Still, that knowledge did little to dampen his euphoria. The wild thing about being up that high was that falling never actually looked like falling, since nothing on the very distant ground seemed poised to rush up and meet or obliterate, as it were, the one doing the falling. That's probably why Danny loved skydiving so much. Extending his body into the proper arch for a controlled free fall, the fabric of his fatigues rippling in the wind, his eyes shielded with the helmet's visor, he stared down at the magnificent scene below in awe. All the breathtaking browns, yellows, and reds swirled and collided together in a giant rocky splash of natural color. That marvelous sense of wonder ended abruptly with a single violent jerk. Danny's harness snapped tight against his torso, jarring the air from his lungs and drawing a zipping nylon yelp from the rig's absorption system. He choked hard, then looked up as, in a swift rush of momentum, the gorgeous mosaic of the Earth's tones below gave way to the bright blue hues of open sky. "Whoa!" he shouted after catching his breath. Way off to the side, Anders was swinging on his tether, his face a sickly shade of green and his eyes darting everywhere but down. Poor old Zeke. You never were cut out for airborne, were you, buddy? Danny smiled at him, then returned his gaze to the rear of the Tuscan, where Regan and Geo were standing in the open cargo bay, each running a manual launcher winch typically used for hauling in dead stick probes and other salvage objects in space. "Ladies and gentlemen," Link said over the comm, "we'd like to thank you for flying Jester Air, where, by the way, we don't sweat an arms and legs inside the vehicle policy. Now, if you'd be so kind as to hang out for a minute, we'll have you aboard in no time." "You just couldn't help yourself, could you, Link?" Danny asked. "It's what I do. Seriously, you guys doing okay back there?" Danny rubbed his neck. "You mean outside of the whiplash?" "Oof," Link said. "Yeah, that looked like it sucked all right. I know those harnesses are built to take a beating on a drop, but damn!" Danny chuckled as Layla's Mako circled back into her familiar escort position on Link's wing. "Yeah, well, to borrow one from Sergeant Anders, it beats the alternative. We just appreciate you coming back for us." "Trust me, brother, I don't want to see my balls on a beaker any more than you do," Link said. "Hey, you pick up your dress blues for the ceremony yet?" "Yeah, last week. Why?" "Dude, I can't tell you how happy I am we get to wear our uniforms instead of tuxes. I kid you not, man. If those seafoam blue bridesmaid dresses are any indication, our suits would have looked like something out of the Dennis Rodman collection. Talk about hideous." "Really, Link?" Danny said, seeing the mouth of the cargo bay drawing closer. This from the guy who dressed his groomsmen in pinstriped zoot suits with matching fedoras? "Don't hate on my fedoras, douchebag. Those were some sweet-ass duds, and you know it." Danny rolled his eyes. "I'm not hating on the fedoras, Short Round. All I'm saying is that the bridal party picks the attire, and if they want us in RuPaul blue cummerbunds, then that's what we wear. End of discussion." "You always were the pro of the bunch where style and etiquette were concerned, Hurricane," the Lady Baxter said with a chortle. "But, just for the record, it's not that bad of a color." "Thank you, Layla, for your kind bit of support," Danny said. "Oh, and for the cover fire downstairs. That, too, is always appreciated." "Any time, Hurricane. Jester, the Colonel still wants to debrief me as soon as we get back. That's going to put me even later than I already am in grabbing the two stooges. Think you could cover, and I'll meet you at the port?" "I already made the call," Link said. "Your dad's got him picked up and ready to go." "Thanks, baby. Now, if you boys will excuse me, I've got to reform with my squadron before we jump. Fly safe, don't dally, and I'll see you both on deck." Sweeping back the wings of her Mako, Layla blasted into the stratosphere and was gone. "Later, babe," Link said. "Okay, Crockett. So I'll concede that hideous might have been a bit strong, but even you've got to admit, man, it does kind of look like a baby mermaid peed on those dresses." "Seriously, Jester," Danny groaned as his and Anders' feet grazed the ramp. "FYI, Wyatt just shot me a communique that said our ride home is ready as soon as we report in. And just so you know, I'm totally kicking your ass under the bus for making you, me, and the missus late to this thing." "So nice to know you've got my back, bro," Danny exhaled with relief when his boots met the solidity of the bay floor. "Hey, in combat. Always," Link said. "Against a pissed-off bride with a A90? Sorry, Captain America, but you're on your own." Yeah, Danny said, raising his arm so Regan could unhook him. Geo did the same for Anders, and Draeger sealed the hatch. "Now, if there's nothing else, how about you button us up and we hit the road? We've got a church to get to." Chapter 3. Chance Encounters. Feeling the warm morning sun on her face through the window, the moist, albeit slightly stale, Detron City air filling her nose, Kimmy Cicero rolled over in bed and traced her fingers over the silk pillowcase to her right. There, they eventually found their way into the thick head of hair resting on it. "Aye," Darren murmured, brushing a wayward strand from Kimmy's face, then meeting her fingers with his. "Hi," Kimmy said, failing to stifle a giggle. "How'd you sleep?" he asked in a warm voice. "Better than I have in weeks," she said, her mind still spinning with ecstasy over the events of last night's birthday celebration. Her 39th, and without a doubt, the best of her life. "It's crazy, though. It always seems to work out that way when you're here." Darren gave a low, raspy laugh. Kimmy leaned up onto an elbow and ran her other hand across the contours of his face. It felt slender and sharp in her palm, yet soft and warm with its thick, bearded surface. The litany of distinguishing lines also weren't lost on her. Not that the extra years they represented had ever bothered her. As it turned out, she liked older men. "What an amazing soul you are, Darren," she thought, wondering how she could have ever gotten so lucky. From day one of their 4-month relationship, he'd been the perfect gentleman, something her life had been dreadfully lacking for years. Sure, there'd been the occasional decent guy here and there, but for the most part, even those had been few and far between. Not that she'd had much time for dating lately anyway, what with her 80-hour-a-week job with the Bureau. Coupled with her naturally introverted personality, her ever-expanding desk job waistline, and the added pressure of the inevitable, "So how do you feel about dating a blind chick?" talk. And it shouldn't have been a shock to anyone that men weren't exactly beating down her door. Even so, she hadn't always been cynical when it came to the opposite sex. In her early 20s, Kimmy had waved her "there's somebody special out there for me" flag with the best of them. She'd fervently believed that, too. Next had come her mid-20s, followed by her late 20s, which preceded the loathsome bore of her early 30s. Then, before she knew it, she was celebrating her 38th birthday, alone in her apartment, in a pathetically inebriated haze of ice cream, wine, and those wonderful little pills that make everything feel floaty and happy for a while, when taken at 3 times the prescribed dosage. As it turned out, they'd been decidedly less wonderful when taken by the handful, or so she had been told by the EMT who'd restarted her heart. 3 months later, Oren CIB senior analyst and intelligence rising star Kimian Arla Cicero, MID, emerged from substance recovery as a staunch career woman, and come hellfire or the apocalypse, lack of a man would never take that from her again. No man was worth it. No man. Except maybe Darren. Was he perfect? Of course not. But who was? As a self-made business owner, Darren's job kept him on the road a lot, which Kimmy hated. In addition to his age, a major issue with her mom, he battled a borderline agoraphobic fear of crowds, which was odd. But in the end, none of that mattered. Eccentric as he was at times, the bottom line for Kimmy was that this man loved, supported, and respected her for who she was, and no woman, sighted or otherwise, could have ever hoped for more. "So," Darren began, "what's on your schedule for today?" "Oh, come on," Kimmy whined, her moment of bliss instantly erased by the thought of her 0900 check-in time at work. "You just had to go and crash the mood, didn't you?" This drew a laugh from Darren. "My deepest apologies, dearest. It wasn't my intention to remind you of your immense responsibilities this early in the morning." "It's okay," Kimmy droned, dropping her head back to the pillow. "It's just that I've got this huge briefing with my boss later today, and I'm totally not prepped for it." "Heavy is the head with the Delta 5 clearance," Darren said, earning him a swat from Kimmy. "In all seriousness, dear, and correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you have a briefing with your boss every morning?" Kimmy nodded. "Yeah, but this is different and way bigger. Most of the President's Defense Cabinet is flying in from Aura to be there, plus the Fleet Admiral, I think." "Indeed. That's quite a list of attendees." "I know, right? And I haven't even done so much as print up the dossier. I shudder to think what my inbox looks like." "Why all of the VIPs, do you suppose? Another policy discussion?" Kimmy rolled onto her back and yawned through a stretch. "Nah. Stuff that mundane is usually handled via subspace telecom. All of these guys are going to be on site, including Catal. It's something a lot bigger, but I won't know until I get back to the office and vet the data." Then, feeling the mattress quake beside her as he climbed out of bed, Kimmy propped herself back up on her elbow. "Hey, where are you going?" "Unfortunately, darling, I have an early morning today myself," Darren said, the buckle of his belt jingling. "But not before we conclude your birthday celebration with a proper breakfast." Kimmy shot upright against the headboard. "Pancakes? Please tell me you're making pancakes." "However did you guess?" he said, with that same warm inflection that always made her giddy. "Now take your time, dear. I'll start the coffee." "Oh, wait a second, I have something for you." Rising to her feet, brimming with anticipation, Kimmy shuffled the 6 steps to her dresser and rifled through the top drawer before feeling the leather. "Close your eyes. They closed?" "Closed." Kimmy pulled the aged, hardbound book free of the drawer, then shuffled back toward him until her hand found his chest. "Okay, you can open them now." "Oh, my word." Kimmy bounced with excitement. "Malcolm Laszlo's The Midnight Exaltation," Darren said. "And a first edition, no less. My dear Kimmy, where did you find such a treasure?" Kimmy played coy. "I know a girl who knows a girl who made a few calls." "Kimmy, this must have cost you a fortune. You really shouldn't have—" She shushed him. "It was nothing, really. It reminded me of the first night we met and our conversation on Zephlinian-era poetry. If nothing else, I thought you might like to have it for your trip." Kimmy tried in vain to conceal her disappointment. He'd be gone for a full month this time. Darren must have seen it because he raised her face to his. "Kimmy, I have no words for this, save to say that you're entirely too good to me." Kimmy pushed up on her toes to kiss him. "I love you, Darren Reese. Thanks for the greatest birthday ever." Stepping into the street outside of Kimmy's apartment building, the early morning sun still cresting the Detron City's skyline ahead, Alec Masterson pulled the cowl of his jacket over his head, and with a blank stare, he studied the Laszlo book he'd just been given. Existential nonsense. He lofted the book into a nearby trash bin, where it splatted into a fresh pile of food wrappers and bird droppings, then pulled a data card from his coat pocket and inspected it. The device contained the entire contents of Kimmy's tablet, which Masterson had copied while she slept last night. "What are you up to, Catal?" He hoped that the meeting she'd spoken of was covered in the stolen files. The Orange Star Corps' Fleet Admiral didn't come out this far without serious ASC business, so the knowledge had Alistair's commandant very curious. On a related note, Masterson thought with a final glance to the 9th floor windows. Intel like this was the only reason he'd bothered coming here at all. Gods knew it wasn't for that pathetic mount of a woman upstairs. Masterson tucked the data card back into his pocket and checked his timepiece. 07:52. Damn it! He shouldn't have stayed for breakfast. Cover or not, that had put him a solid 45 minutes behind. Worse yet, He couldn't take the public rail at this time of morning for fear of being recognized. He'd have to walk. Rounding the back of Kimmy's building onto the district's main thoroughfare, Masterson slid a pair of sunglasses over his eyes, and as he walked he stared out over the sprawling gray remains of the once great metroplex before him. A half-century ago, Detron City had been the center of regional commerce, mostly for its proximity to several of Aura's earliest deep space colonies. On any given day back then, one could see dozens of ships flowing in and out of its ports, each platform abuzz with activity and home to many of Aura's most affluent traders. That was particularly true for those in ship construction, which had been a thriving field here for a time. Esther Industries, the Riser Group, Vechlin Star Drives, they'd all operated factories in or near the city, and collectively they'd been the lifeblood of the local economy. But then came the declaration of war with Alastair, and after that, nothing had ever been the same. Because it was critical to Auran commerce in the system, Marlin III had been among the first worlds to fall. And in the 18 years following its occupation by the Alastairian Empire, Detron City had deteriorated to a shell of its former self. As the locals told it, corrupt leadership, a bloated imperial bureaucracy, and a crippling influx of new regulations, namely those of the hated Doring Bill, had seen to that. By the time the Orans did manage to retake Marlin III 4 years ago at the Battle of Hierostis, Detron City had devolved into little more than a crime-ridden hellhole in most respects. All the better, Masterson thought. Steely eyes narrowed at the vast metropolitan graveyard of broken buildings and dilapidated structural husks ahead. Losing this world had been a pity, and all too avoidable if he'd had his way. Still, the Orans were nothing if not resilient. Their resurgence in the war over the last 5 years was a testament to that. And they'd managed just enough momentum in this pit to make it almost viable again. Case in point, the steady stream of new companies that were now trickling into the marketplace, courtesy of Detron's new business-friendly environment and minimal levy burden. Companies like Reese Freight and Supply, Masterson's quaint little self-serve shipping boutique, and the front for most of his clandestine affairs. Hurrying past a trio of old government buildings en route to his final destination, a mostly abandoned storefront strip on the city's west side, Masterson paused and felt his pulse quicken at the sight of the damaged open sign above the cantina on the strip's far end. The bar, of course, meant nothing to him, dingy as it was. It was the man inside who held his interest, the man with the device that, if still operable, could change everything. Giving a brief side-to-side appraisal of the streets around him, Masterson pulled the hood low over his head to shadow his face and headed in. Pushing through the entrance into the dim, cramped space inside, Masterson's nostrils filled with the savory scent of breakfast meat as something sizzled in the back. From the foyer, he counted 6 patrons scattered about the room, all hunched over plates of the morning special, looking exhausted. Each of them had leathery skin and wore credentials from the new Riser plant on their sweat-stained shirts. Probably the last of the night shift. Seeing the aproned bartender returning through the swinging doors in the back, coffee pot in hand, Masterson descended to the concrete floor and walked toward one of the booths in back, where another man sat, hands clasped around a blood-red cocktail. Tall and slender, his 50 years showed in his wrinkled skin, his long, scraggly hair, and his thin jaw covered in salt and pepper stubble. It was his clothing, however, rumpled cargo pants, a pit-stained shirt, scuffed captain's boots, and a plainly visible sidearm that betrayed his smuggler's occupation. "Mr. Reese, I presume?" the man said, in a high, scratchy voice. Mindful of the shadows cast by his hood from the lamplight overhead, Masterson sat opposite the man and waved off the bartender who was already coming to take his order. "Captain Timmins, I'm pleased you could meet with me this morning." "Yeah, well, it ain't every day a man in my profession gets a call from one of you high-society legit shipping boys, particularly one who rarely shows his face to his own customers." The aging smuggler regarded Masterson's cowl with curiosity, but didn't try to look under it. "Word around the yards is, you don't deal personally with top-level earners, much less somebody like me. Ordinarily, I'd ask, to what do I owe the honor? But I figure you'd only give me a load of crap, so why bother?" "That's quite astute of you, Captain," Masterson said. "Anonymity has its benefits, though I'm sure you, of all people, can appreciate that." Timmins nodded. "Now," Masterson said, "do you have what I asked for?" Timmins drummed a set of skeletal fingers on the table, as if contemplating whether or not to say something else. He didn't. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and produced a small rectangular object that was roughly the size of a large matchbox. Masterson felt his blood rush at the mere sight of it. The device was an old-style RN data drive, and by the look of it, weathered scarring across much of its outer casing with most of its corresponding buoy numbers worn off, this particular drive had been exposed to open space for a very, very long time. Timmins tucked the device back into his pocket and steepled his fingers. "So, shall we talk price?" Once their business had concluded, the smuggler all but skipped out of the cantina, visibly ecstatic over his markedly fattened account. "Safe travels, Captain Timmins," Masterson thought with a grim smile. The thing about Detron City was that, for all of the publicity surrounding its recent economic uptick, it was still home to scores of people in dire need of a paycheck. People like the thousands of engineers and mechanics left out of work when the factories closed, some of whom were just desperate enough that they'd plant a detonator on anything without question for the right amount. Masterson reached into his satchel and pulled out the portable power supply and monitor he'd brought with him and connected the drive he'd just purchased. From there, he watched through wide eyes as the power light atop the device flickered once, then twice, then stayed a solid green. "Fort Manning Control, this is Inferno 1, the man in the video feed said. "As of just past 2200 hours on the above spectral date, I have successfully located and infiltrated the Beyonder homeworld." Finally. Chapter 4. Homecoming. "Dr. Summerston," a tiny flower girl called from the bride's fitting room down the hall. "Yeah?" Katie said, breaking from her chat with the florist and photographer. "Everything all right?" The flower girl made a face. "Yes, ma'am, I think so, but she says she really needs you, like right now." Pausing for a quick check of her long blonde hair and makeup, both professionally done earlier this morning and holding up remarkably well given Tallahassee's notorious humidity this time of year, Katie headed for the door to the bride's dressing room. Once inside, she rounded a corner to find Evelyn McKenzie, radiant as ever with her long auburn hair and strapless white wedding gown. She was standing in front of a mirror and cursing like a sailor. "Sorry, it's not jeans and a Yankee cap, hun," Katie said. That earned her a fresh glare from the bride. "Totally not helping," Max said, all but toppling over on her 3-inch heels. "Won't even lie. A little help from the maid of honor would be kind of awesome right now." Katie snickered, then stepped closer to help. "Relax, everything's going to be fine. The dress looks great. The flowers look great. The photographer says he's—" I know, Max said, with a roll of her emerald eyes. "It's great. Just bear with me, okay? Bridal jitters and all that." Katie flashed a grin. "I'd be worried at anything less. I mean, this is only my little brother you're finally marrying." Max stared at the ceiling. "You know, everybody says that about us. But do you recall that I was stuck in L.A. for 5 years while your brother was married to Psycho Red Sox girl, right?" Katie winced. "Yeah, we don't talk about her at Thanksgiving." "Not really something I like to relive either, but I digress." Max started to say something, but hesitated before doing it. "So, it's officially Dr. Summerston again, huh?" Katie's joviality vanished. Less than a year ago, she'd worn a big sparkly rock of her own on her left hand plus a badge on her lab coat lapel with the name Caitlin Ferris, M.D. But that was before the call, after which had come the confession. That had led to the fight, then to his moving out, then to a break. After that came counseling, followed by phone chats, then a handful of very awkward date nights, which inevitably led to a second confession that he was still sleeping with the tramp. From there came the temporary injunction, followed by a brutal custody battle, then even more fights, and finally, after countless hours of bickering, thousands of dollars in legal fees, and 9 years of a rotten marriage, a court date with a King County judge to settle it all. On the bright side, Katie thought, at least that cute little coffee girl waitress downtown had gotten hers before it was all over, a keyed car, an I Heart Married Guys banner on her social media page, and one seriously dotted I, compliments of the good old Summerston Right Cross. Bitch. "Yeah," Katie said, remembering that Mac had really done her a solid by hacking Coffee Girl's account for the banner post. "Divorce paperwork was final 2 weeks ago. It's all good, though, right?" she said with a clumsy laugh. "I always hated Ferris anyway. Made me sound like a friggin' carnival ride." Mac's expression warmed.
Kind of fond of Somerston myself. I would hope so. You're kind of stuck with it after today.
They laughed.
How's Oliver doing with all of this? Mac asked.
Katie shrugged.
How does any 3-year-old deal with this kind of crap? All he knows is that his dad only comes around once every other weekend now, and that's if he's lucky. The way I hear it, Dan's already shacked up with Coffee Girl, and they stay pretty busy out on the road. She's an aspiring singer-songwriter, you know.
Mac pretended to gag.
I know, right?
The two sniggered for a moment at Coffee Girl's expense.
So, any plans from here?
Mac asked.
I mean, now that the divorce is filed, you could even leave Seattle if you wanted, right?
Katie tilted her head and pulled up a chair.
Yeah, I got sole custody, so I can take off if I want. And I've thought about it. I just don't know where I'd go that's better than where I am. You know? For me, and for Ollie. Sure, part of me loves the idea of moving closer to home, but so do your folks, I'd add.
I know, Katie said.
But the reality is, they're not getting any younger, Mac. They've agreed to take Ollie for the next 2 weeks to give me some time alone, but even that's a stretch for them now. Come on, Mac said. Give your old man a little credit. That guy's tough as nails. Sure he is, but you know what else he is? 73 years old in September, and while that man would do anything in the world for his grandson, he just doesn't have the energy he used to. And believe me, energy is not something Ollie is short on, Katie sighed. At least in Seattle, I've got a smidge of regular help. Yeah, but Seattle's a bummer, Mac said with a dismissive wave. It rains all the time, and their musicians wear too much flannel. Besides, with your cred at the hospital and NIH, I think you could write your ticket to any med facility in the country, right?
Katie pulled out her smartphone and checked the time.
Maybe if there's a job open. Heaven knows if it were only me, I'd punch out just to get a fresh start away from my ex. But it's not just me, Mac.
She paused and glanced down at the blue-eyed boy in the fully costumed Superman pose on her home screen.
Not anymore, it's not. Add it all up, and Seattle just feels like the safest option right now.
Mac wobbled over and placed a hand on Katie's shoulder.
Listen, you know we support whatever decision you make. That said, as your soon-to-be sister-in-law and Ollie's only aunt, I'd be remiss if I didn't add at least one caveat. Yeah, what's that? Don't let money sway your decision. I don't know what the divorce did to your finances, what with you being a single mom now and all, but Lee and I have you covered if you need. You just worry about doing what's best for you, your career, and your son. Cool?
Katie gave her friend a hug, mindful of the bride's hair and makeup.
All right. Enough of my sad soap opera madness already. This is your wedding day, so how about we get on with the happy? Tell me about the honeymoon. Where are you guys going?
Mac's face lit up.
Oh, it's going to be awesome! We ship out first thing tomorrow morning, and with any luck, we'll hit our resort on Hindale 3 at... Hindale what?
Mac froze.
Why? 'Cause that's where we're going, on our honeymoon. And stuff.
A moment of awkward silence passed before someone knocked on the door.
Yeah, who is it?
Mac called out, visibly grateful for the interruption.
Oh, no one special,
a deep voice responded with its familiar Scottish charm.
Just an old friend hoping to pay his respects to the bride ahead of the masses.
Come on in, sweetie,
Mac said. Stepping inside and closing the door behind him, Hamish Lunley squared his massive shoulders, offered a bow of his dark-skinned head, then swept his old friend into the gentlest of embraces.
Oh, love, never in the history of the world has there ever been a bride as majestic as you. Truly a vision, yar.
Mac blushed.
Oh, thanks so much, Hamish. How's it going out there? Everybody here?
Aye, your parents are here, as are Liz and Link and Layla just got here a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and where's Danny? Mac asked,
a hint of fresh panic in her voice.
He came in with the Baxters, right?
Aye,
Hamish said.
They told me he's on his way.
Katie checked the time.
Best man's cutting it a bit close, isn't he? It's bad enough he missed the rehearsal dinner last night, but now he's going to cruise through the door a half an hour before the ceremony? That's nice.
Hamish waved her off.
Worry not, Katie. All groomsmen, including the groom himself, will be present and accounted for at the designated time.
Yeah, about the groomsmen, Katie said, taking a step back and regarding his uniform.
Oran Star Corps military dress blues, complete with Assistant Chief Engineer stripes on his right sleeve, the Scottish national flag on his left, and a full spectrum of pins on his broad chest.
I love you guys. Really, I do. And I know you're all hardcore gamers, which is totally fine. Everybody has their thing in life they geek about. Katie's expression went flat. But a cosplay wedding? Seriously? Mac traded wry grins with Hamish. Yeah, we're just nerdy that way, I guess.
Chapter 5. Wedding Bells. Fidgeting with the hair gel he hadn't worn in years, Danny glared into his rearview mirror, then hung a left onto South Monroe Street towards the Summit Church of Tallahassee. There, in less than 30 minutes, the Summerston-Mackenzie wedding was set to begin. "Damn it," he muttered at his watch. It was bad enough that he, Link, and Layla hadn't touched down at the Phoenix Game Company's new eastern facility in nearby Wakulla until an hour ago. But then, like a moron, he'd gotten sidetracked, talking shop with Lieutenant Hoyer in the PGC hangar bay. Translation: if he wasn't late before, he sure was now. Mac is so gonna kill me. Peering through the windshield as his gray 1970 Camaro rumbled down the highway, Danny spied the Florida Capitol building in the distance and felt a familiar pang of dread wash over him. Was he thrilled to be here for his friends? Sure. But on any other day, he hated coming back to Earth, and had pretty much from the day he'd left it behind to join Lee, Mac, Link, and Hamish on the original Mimic project. There was just nothing here for him. On Aura, he had people who mattered to him, like Zeke Anders and the guys from his unit, or Noel and the rest of the 102. They were his community now, his circle, and alongside them he'd found a sense of meaning, of purpose. Here, he was just an out-of-work cop in a piss-poor economy, with mountains of debt, a hidden drinking problem, and a worldview so jaded that it made most civilians cringe. Danny could still remember the day, 5 years ago, when it all changed. He'd been stuck here in his tally apartment, poring over his latest stack of job rejections, with his third finger of Black Label Nikolai, when, somewhere around 1:30 in the afternoon, his cell phone had rung. It had been Lee on the other end, saying that some rich guy named Reiser wanted to talk to them about Mako Assault, the game they'd beaten the night before online. The funny thing was, Danny had wanted no part of the Orans in the beginning. As far as he'd been concerned, their problem, legit or not, had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, what idiot in his right mind, on the heels of finding out that he's not alone in the universe, through a video game no less, agreed to run off with a crackpot alien doctor, posing as a corporate PGC bigwig, to a galaxy far, far away where, oh, by the way, their people were facing annihilation in a war. Crazy, idealistic country boy obsessed with doing the right thing, Danny recalled with a chuckle. But that was Lee. Always had been. Always would be. And Danny wasn't about to let him and the others run off to face it without him. Then, as if things hadn't been confusing enough at the time, Danny had met her. That brilliant and beautiful, infuriatingly stubborn and egotistical genius of a woman who'd pissed him off to the point of near insanity, while simultaneously shearing through every emotional, psychological, and sociological wall he'd ever built to leave him completely and utterly captivated. If only his mom could have been there to meet her. Danny sighed, then swung left onto West Gaines. These days, he didn't even keep a condo on his homeworld. Why would he? Everything that made his life worth living anymore was on Aura. His job, his unit, his girlfriend. Even Lee and the others were there, all having settled into their new lives as enlisted members of the Oran Star Corps. Still, Danny thought as Doak Campbell Stadium loomed before him, Earth hadn't been a total wash. He, Lee, and the others really had enjoyed some sweet times during their days at Florida State. And it was those relationships that had inevitably led him to everything that made his life worth living today. So, with that in mind, and given the wonderful significance of the ceremony he'd soon get to witness, ASC Staff Sergeant Daniel Rhett Tucker swallowed his melancholy, gave a final fix to his hair, and told himself that, just for today, it was good to be home. Pulling into the church's parking lot, Danny eased the Camaro to rest near the back row of spaces in time to see a visibly perturbed redhead, stunning as ever in a blue silk cross-neck cocktail dress, clicking across the pavement in a skillfully yet hastened march, despite her 3-inch heels. "Where the hell have you been, Danny?" Madison Reynolds fumed, halting before him and cramming the garment bag containing his uniform against his chest. "You're an hour late, and you still have to get dressed." "Hey, it's not my fault. Captain Weldon had us behind schedule ever since the Lauren broke orbit around Aura." "Oh, that explains it then," Madison said with a hand on her hip. "Except for the part where Link and Layla got here 30 minutes ahead of you after arriving on the exact same ship." Danny raised his hands in surrender.
Uh-huh. Skip the shop talk with Hoyer and these things don't happen. Relax, we'll make it already.
You say that now, Danny, Madison scoffed, giving a quick inspection of his hair. But Mac would kick a puppy right now to get to your throat, and don't even go near Lee's sister.
Danny's expression flattened. Yeah, Katie's never really been a big fan of me anyway, so I'd expect as much. Newsflash, sweetie. They now have to take the groom's photos after the ceremony because of you, which puts the entire wedding party late to the reception. FYI, I'd be a little pissed too.
Danny shrugged apologetically.
Now,
Madison said, stepping aside.
Get your butt in there so you can suit up in time to run through things with Lee and the coordinator. You have the rings, right?
Danny slapped frantically at his pockets.
You didn't.
Chill out, Mom. I'm just screwing with you.
Danny tapped the box outline in his jacket pocket. They're right here.
Madison looked unamused.
Groom's dressing space is next to the pastor's office. Use the side entrance, third door on the right.
Danny kissed her on the cheek, then slung the garment bag over his shoulder to go.
Hey, he called from the door. You know you look fantastic, right?
Madison blushed.
Move your ass, soldier. That's an order.
Well, would you look at that, Lee said, in his usual southern twang while adjusting the cuffs of his uniform. If it ain't my best man finally decided to join us. That was right generous of him, wouldn't you say, fellows? Link and Hamish, both likewise already dressed, gave matching, "Don't drag me into this" looks from across the room.
Sorry I'm late, bro,
Danny said, closing the door behind him.
I wish I had a better excuse, but I just lost track of time once our shuttle docked in Wakulla. It's my bad, man.
Yeah, Lee said, because the Baxters peeling out of the PGC East parking garage to get here on time shouldn't have been a flag to get moving. Danny gave him a lopsided smirk.
In my defense, Link peels out on his way to daycare.
Guilty, Link raised his hand. That may be true, Lee said, but at the very least, you might have thought about hitching a lift with him rather than taking your own car, you know, for the sake of time. Don't mind me, though. I'm just thinking out loud here. Danny was offended.
Hey, man, if I've got to come back to this planet, to go to church no less, I'm at least pulling the cover off my ride while I'm here. That's just the way it is.
You and that car. Lee ran a hand through his sandy brown brush cut, then glanced at his silver dive watch. It's whatever. Outside of the photos, I think we're still good on time, providing that you hurry up and get dressed. A word to the wise, though. Steer clear of Mac and Katie when you... I know, Danny said on his way to the changing space in the corner. I was read the riot act by Madison when I came in. Oh, you have no idea, lad, Hamish said, rising to his feet and checking his collar. That's real, Crockett, Link said. Me and Layla passed Katie in the hall on our way in, and when she saw you weren't with us, I swear, I thought her head would explode.
Not helping, guys, Danny called over the wall, buckling his trousers and tossing his unbuttoned white shirt over his shoulders. He scooped up his shoes and headed back out into the open.
You tell Madison about the bombshell gig next week? Link asked.
Bombshell what? Lee asked. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you take leave for your trip with Madison next week?
Danny shrugged.
Yeah, but the bombshell's on the way.
Yeah, no, it's really not, Lee said.
Listen, it's no sweat, Danny said. Regan's got it all worked out where I won't have to lose any of my time with Madison to make it happen. Really, it'll be fine.
Lee looked unconvinced.
Your funeral, brother. So Link tells me Vendale 2 went well? Says your team even nabbed a fat little bonus in the process.
Danny grinned and found a chair.
Minister Ralph H. Keene, in the blubber.
Nice, Lee said. Who took lead on the interrogation?
It was supposed to be Noel, Danny said. But the Chancellor cut a deal to get him back before the good Sergeant Major had time to do his thing.
Typical, Link scoffed to Hamish. Tell me about it, Lee said. What'd we get from him anyway?
All 96 survivors from the Ferrymore, Danny said.
Wow, that's almost the entire expedition, Lee said with wide eyes. I'm glad to hear that. We thought they'd all been lost with the ship.
Yeah, I remember, Danny said, lacing up his shoes and turning a curious eye back to Lee. Hey, you're command now. What's up with all the attention we've been paying to the border anyway?
How do you figure? Lee asked.
Vendale 2 was our third drop this month in that section of the rim, and our sixth in the last 11 weeks, Danny said. Tie that in with everything else that's been happening lately in the region, namely all of those troop movements in the Thalon and Findal systems, and it smells to a lot of us like Catal and the brass have something cooking in the old strategy kitchen. Something big.
Lee folded his arms.
Sorry, brother, but my command access doesn't kick in until I get back to the Chemics to report for lead pilot duty. And even then, questions like that are still above my pay grade.
Danny shook his head and rose to tuck in his shirt. I'll tell you what I do know. On our way out, we caught sight of that new Horizon-class carrier they just let loose. The one everybody's been talking about. He whistled. Dude, that's an absolute beast of a machine. Whoa, you guys saw the Harkins? Lee brightened. How does she look? In 2 words, Link said. Bad ass. We flew in on the AS Lauren, and the Harkins was moored next to us in orbital dock. Man, she's got to be what? He looked at Danny. 19, 20 meters longer than the Praetorian? Minimum. And 4 decks taller, Danny said. Plus, double the hull plating, a 40% boost in payload capacity, a Gen 3 C-100 power plant. And don't even get me started on her armaments, Link said. Danny, did you see all those new 5.32 series slider cannons on her bow? The other guys in my squad are all calling them slammers now, and I kid you not, man, I plump wood just thinking about those things. Wow, bro. Gracious for that little bit of imagery, Danny grumbled. Any word on who's going to command her? Last I heard, Colonel Erb from the Davis had the inside track on that job. Nah, Hamish said. Erb is a fine commander, to be sure, but he's a wee bit green yet for a post like the Harkins. They'll want someone with a longer resume, someone from the President's defense staff. Lee dismissed both suggestions with a gesture. Nope and nope. Mark my words, it'll be Vince Ryan, hands down. Ever since he made colonel, they've been grooming that guy for the big time, and I'd bet credits to cocktails that the Harkins is it. Makes sense, Danny said with a final twist, flip, and pull of his tie before smoothing it out. Having a guy with Ryan's popularity in the big chair of the ASC's shiniest new toy is a slam dunk for morale. A knock came from the door, followed by a call of 5 minutes from the wedding coordinator. Lee turned to the others. Everybody set? Beautifully decorated, in a vibrant tropical theme of palms, ferns, and spring floral arrangements, most lining the stage in front of the main pulpit, the sanctuary had a warm, delicate glow that accentuated the scene's natural color and gave photographers a solid level from which to work. There were candles, of course, along with an arbor coated in ivy, and bows around sunflowers on all the family pews. The speakers overhead, meanwhile, played the likes of Billy Joel, Frank Sinatra, and Jack Johnson. Breathtaking but simple, Danny thought, noting the crowd of maybe 75 attendees seated in folding chairs before him. To an unaware bystander, this probably looked like any other middle-class wedding, modest and frugal, not that of 2 millionaires, which, technically, Lee and Mac were. In exchange for their participation in the Mimic project, everyone, Danny included, had been given controlling shares of the Phoenix Gaming Company. And while that would have certainly financed a posh fairy tale wedding in some exotic part of the world, that just wasn't Lee and Mac. It never had been, even before the money. But a quaint, private ceremony with close friends and family in the same small-town church the Mackenzies had attended for years? Yeah, that was more like it. Add in the sure-to-be-rockin' open-bar reception back at the PGC East Barroom in Wakulla, and Danny wondered if this event could be any more appropriate for those it celebrated. Hey, man, Danny said to Lee once they'd lined up before the stage. You guys knocked this thing out of the park. It's perfect. Appreciate that, brother, Lee said. I'm glad you can make it. Seriously, it just wouldn't have been right without you here. He leaned forward to address the whole trio. Any of you losers. In classic Renegades form, Danny and Hamish responded with looks of sincere gratitude, while Link pretended to fart, thus earning him a not-so-subtle ahem from the tall, raven-haired woman in the deep purple dress in the front row. Sorry, baby, Link mouthed to his wife, who sat caramel-colored legs crossed next to their 2 toddlers, Donald and Franklin. Mostly. Layla frowned back at her husband. Busted, Danny whispered. You got that too, huh? Lee whispered back. This time it was Madison sitting next to Layla, and both men fell silent. Meanwhile, Hamish grinned with an expression that seemed to say, See, this is why I'm their favorite. Hearing the opening bars of Pachelbel's Cannon mixed with Temptation's Earth Angel fill the speakers, all 4 men shot up straight, assumed formal postures, and watched as the doors in back swung open to reveal the bridesmaids, then Katie, and finally, Evelyn Mackenzie. Their bartender, squad mate, hacker extraordinaire, and one of the best damn friends any of them had ever known, in all her wedding day splendor. Rough, bro, Danny said, chuckling. He was referring to that night long ago on the Praetorian when he'd warned Lee that until he fessed up about his true feelings for Mac, He had no right to play alpha dog over who she dated.
Granted, that had been far from the first time Danny had given that speech. But in the end, it had been the time that had shaken Lee into listening, and Danny, for one, having seen the duo's relationship evolve from the start, was glad he had.
"Dearly beloved," the pastor began, "we are gathered here today." Chapter 6. Identified. "Damn it, Alec!" roared Alastirian High Chancellor Lucius Zaire from his throne in the Imperial Alcazar. His thick gray eyebrows pulled tight in anger over a face marked by age and mounting stress. Commandant Alec Masterson, having returned to Alastir's capital city of Uriel earlier that morning from a 48-hour absence, rose from his knees on the chamber floor below with his best facade of reverence. "Vendale 2 was supposed to be a secure operation," Zaire spat. "So can you please explain to me just how in the name of the gods it now stands in ruin?" Masterson bowed his head, though he was only too happy to respond. "Sadly, sire, I have no answers for you," he said, "except to say that perhaps our decision to reassign the Tenston and the Delaphon elsewhere to the Ramonian mission appears to have been a misstep on our part." "A misstep on our part?" Zaire asked, looking amazed. "Alec, that decision was based solely on your assurance to me that our line would hold without those ships, if attacked. Had I known this outcome were possible, I'd have never authorized their redeployment to Ramonia, no matter how important we deem those talks to be." "Sire, with all due deference, are we sure the Ramonians are the answer here? Surely there's another way to—" "There is no other way. Not with the ASC encroaching on our rim territories. Need I remind you, Commandant, that when we lost the Thalon system, we also forfeited 3 of our central supply lines to Kresna province? And a Ramonian agreement for safe passage through their space would go a long way in quelling the sting of that hit. But negotiation takes time. They're cautious people and don't trust easily, which means it'll take some effort to gain their acceptance of our proposal. Losses like Vendale, not to mention the garbage headlines that come with them these days, negate my ability to do that." Masterson stifled a proud smirk at that one. The morning's headlines had been perfect. "For what it's worth, Highness, Vendale 2 wasn't a total wash. My people did manage to halt the ASC's incursion eventually." "Yes, eventually. But eventually isn't good enough anymore, Alec. Not with the ASC's growing number of C-100 ships. 2 vessels should have never left that much of a gap in our Vendale defenses, but given the speed with which C-100s get in and out of a hot zone, it was all the Orans needed." "Indeed, sire, but let us not forget they didn't entirely fulfill their objective before jumping away. Our surveyors maintain that at least part of the mine may yet be salvageable. That would at least solve part of our fuel crisis." "It solves nothing!" Zaire snapped, launching to his feet with a silken swirl of red, black, and gold robes. "Even if we can salvage part of this mess, how long will that take? And for what? A 10, maybe 15% mineral yield? Our enemies sit back on Kandara with superior technology and a near-limitless supply of caldersite that we could have had a stake in had diplomacy been allowed to run its course." Choosing to hold his tongue, Masterson responded with another bow as the Chancellor, looking like a man with his head in a noose, began pacing the marble platform around the throne. "We're stretched too thin," Zaire murmured, as if alone. "Not a decade ago, our ships outnumbered theirs 2-1. Now they match us man for man on account of this mimic training program, and with a resolve that would have been unheard of 4 years ago." He rubbed his weary eyes. "This war should have ended before it began. I should have ended it." The old man halted at the edge of the platform and aimed a tired look at the portrait above his throne. The one of his father, Clayton Zaire, Alastir's inaugural chancellor, and the legendary general who led the Alastirian secession from Aura 80 years ago. "He'd be ashamed of you," Masterson wanted to say to the current chancellor. The elder Zaire would have never let things deteriorate to this point, and he certainly wouldn't have wasted time haggling for rights with a race of people who would have been lucky to last a day versus the Imperial fleet. No. He would have taken the space by force, installed whatever infrastructure he needed to run it, then moved on to the next target, because that was what had to be done in war. Fighting. Not talking enemies to death with useless negotiations and foolish diplomacy. Clayton had understood this, and anyone requiring assurance of that need only ask the Beyonder hordes of Aura 110 years ago. Clayton had known after years of fighting for his life as an insurrectionist that it wasn't enough to simply beat his foes once he gained the upper hand. He had to break them, and that's exactly what he'd done by ordering the eradication of their homeworld. Cross us and be erased from creation. That had been the defiant message of one great man to an entire race of enslavers, and the Beyonders, whoever they were, had apparently gotten it loud and clear, because they'd never returned. "Has Tarsus made any headway with his research?" Zaire asked. "Sire," Masterson said, snapping from thought. "Our own C-100 program. Has there been any progress?" Masterson shook his head. "None to speak of, sire. Dr. Tarsus says that unless we can provide him with additional caldersite samples for a more robust testing throughput, he still believes we're a year away from our first fully functional beta drive." Zaire grunted. Miles Tarsus. Can someone please tell me how a man with 4 years of experience in aerospace research and development receives the team lead on a project of this magnitude? Why not someone like Sam Russell? He oversaw our Phantom project, and he's got 10 times the field experience. That may be true, Masterson said. But in fairness to Dr. Tarsus, the science directorate did unanimously select him for the role. As I understand it, he's also worked closely with the contractor given the task of building the actual test drive. Zaire's face contorted. Yes, and I'm sure Firefall Industries had absolutely no hand at all in Tarsus's appointment. I can't say, sire. I would point out, however, that it's likely that almost anyone in Tarsus's position would encounter problems. But with the caldersite shortage, that's making it tough on all of us. The fleet seems to be managing. Yes, sir, but barely. At present, 65% of our active vessels are running on max blended rations, leaving the command ships and a handful of advanced recon scouts the only ones operating at peak efficiency. Under those conditions, we're scarcely managing an 85.6% coverage rating for most of our major deployments, and that's with little or no margin for retasking. Zaire chewed his lip for a long moment. What if we close the spread to 84.3? I know that might create a handful of extra gaps in our security net, but assuming they could be managed properly, would that free up enough mineral for Tarsus's needs? And again, the fearless leader falls back. Perhaps, sire, but I'll need logistics to run the numbers before I can give you a definitive answer on that. Do it, and keep me apprised of the results. Caldersite shortage or not, we need C-100 tech, Alec, or the size of our security net may soon be a moot issue. Let's give the man what he needs, understood? Masterson snapped a salute. Clearly, sire. Very good, Zaire said, with a curt nod before returning to his throne. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a briefing in 20 minutes with Ministers Moyer and Sima to prep for. Report back to your ship, and we'll speak again later. Dismissed. Masterson offered a final bow, then turned to go. Oh, Alec? Zaire added. I understand your executive officer is retiring. Masterson halted in his tracks. Yes, sire, that's correct. Last week, actually. I'm in the process of vetting possible replacements now. For the time being, I'm reassigning Raoul Angela to that post. Masterson felt his blood pressure spike. But, Highness, my selection is final. Besides, the Major is a fine officer, and he would benefit from spending some time on the Camure before assuming a command of his own. No, you would from having a spy on my staff. Masterson clenched a fist out of sight from the throne. No matter. With any luck, this whole charade between him and the Chancellor would soon be over anyway. Very good, sire. I'll let the quartermaster know to be expecting him. An hour later, having returned to his office aboard the Alasterian flagship Camure, Masterson traced a pale, wrinkled hand through his silvery black hair and stared in delight at this morning's Ural sun on his tablet. Zaire administration reels in wake of Vendale II disaster, the headline read. Perfect. Unlike Zaire, whose dealings with the Sun had teetered on adversarial at times, Masterson took no issue with the staff or reporting of Alastair's public news service. Outwardly, he'd enjoyed quite the mutual beneficial relationship with them, partly because he'd always made time for their cameras, but mostly for the explosion of fleet access he'd allowed them since becoming commandant. Privately, they'd never know just how indebted to him they really were. Through the anonymous source tells the Sun status of Darren Reese and his network of intermediaries. Leaning back in his seat, Masterson scanned the article and was pleased to see much of his original language still intact. What made this particular story all the more rewarding, however, was that, unlike past instances where he'd had to embellish the facts a bit to tie them to Zaire, Masterson had needed to do no such thing to pin the guilt on him for Vendale. The old man had known full well the risks associated with pulling ships from the mine's security detail, or, at least, those risks that Masterson had chosen to share with him. And yet he'd still elected to do so. As such, when the ASC had attacked, Zaire had effectively tripled the Empire's response time. And for what? Continued talks with a backwoods race of farmers like the Ramonians? How absurd. Swiping the story off the tablet's home screen, Masterson set the device on his desk and directed a pensive stare out his office porthole. Certain as he was that his motives were just, that still hadn't kept him from the occasional pang of regret. After all, his loyalty had always been, and forever would be, to the Empire and his men, neither of whom would see his actions as anything but treason without the proper context. At the same time, though, he took solace in the certainty that everything he was doing, the leaks, the compromises, the unilateral decisions, and the lies, had all been for the long-term good of the Empire. Even on those rare instances when he'd had no choice but to leave his own people in harm's way for the sake of Zaire's continued lampooning in the press, he'd known it had to be done.
A swift return to traditional Alistarian ideals would never transpire otherwise, and the Empire's very survival rested on that happening.
Besides, it wasn't Masterson's policies that were denying his people the tools they needed to wage a proper war. If it were up to him, the fleet would invade Ramonia and a dozen other systems to get more resources and indentured recruits. Still, Masterson mused, not every leak had elicited a guilty response. In the years since his adoption of the Darren Reese persona, he'd unleashed a journalistic treasure trove of government scandal through his network.
It'd begun with Zaire's involvement in the botched Dulliston mission to seize Kandera,
and it had then run the gamut from backroom political dealings to the undercover sexcapades of 4 Zaire staffers. Each story neatly packaged with ironclad verifiable facts, corresponding photos where possible, and a printer-friendly rip-and-read format that could go straight onto the page if the reporter needed. The backlash those had caused. Then, of course, there was Reese's magnum opus, a very public and borderline pornographic feature story involving Zaire's daughter, Kara, Masterson's wife of 16 years, and the young stud, Captain Ratner. No divorce in Imperial history had ever been so highly publicized and so weakly contested.
Ultimately, though, Masterson knew that the root of his disdain for Alistair's chancellor ran far deeper than that of political ideology. In point of fact, this couldn't have been more personal. Alas, he didn't expect anyone to understand that, for no one else could. No one, save for a forbidden wife and son, had either been left alive.
Knitting his fingers at his chest, Masterson exhaled, then returned his attention to the matter at hand. The tattered Aura data drive lying peacefully on the zero wood desk before him. Finally, his lips formed a grim smile. Finally, I've found you. Commandant, sir? A voice asked through the desktop terminal. Recognizing it, Masterson swiveled in his chair and tapped a key. Lieutenant Commander Briggs, what is it? Sir, I received the security feed you asked for, said Briggs, the Chimera's head of security. The Vendale 2 CIC footage. Excellent work as always, Commander, Masterson said, reactivating his tablet. Upload the files to my personal server at once. I'll review them here. Sending them through now, sir. Oh, and sir, Mr. Larson from the Ural Sun called to confirm tomorrow's appointment about the next-gen Phantom expose he's working on. Do you still plan to attend? Masterson grinned at the terminal. Of course. Anything for our good friends at the Sun. Now, the security files, please. Right away, sir. A few seconds later, Masterson toggled into his inbox where he found a message marked Vendale 2 Security AC. Figuring the C file to be the one with the actual breach footage, he selected it and began skipping through the various camera angles for each time code, watching for anything significant.
As expected, everything was perfectly routine. There was a morning briefing with Major Harrison, the base's commander, followed by a handful of arbitrary exchanges among the senior staff. Then came a closed-door production meeting between Harrison and Minister Keene, followed by a vid conference with the shipping authority, after which came a second closed-door meeting, this time between Keene and a modestly attractive female private who, by the look of her, was half the minister's age and very eager for promotion. "Sloppy old fool," Masterson mumbled, rolling his eyes at the skin-heavy footage before copying it to a ghost folder for safekeeping. Surefire votes, after all, were precious things in a bind, especially when they came from someone as well-connected as Keene. Next was lunch, then the afternoon briefing, then more talking, and then finally the main event. Slowing the feed to real time, Masterson adjusted the image to a split-screen view of both the CIC itself and the ministerial study upstairs. Excellent precision, he thought, admiring the techniques used by the 5 Oran soldiers as they stormed the room, then methodically cleared it of all opposition, starting first with the CIC's lower level and ending in the study, where the ASC squad leader put a gun to Keene's head. "You!" Masterson snapped, launching upright in his seat with wide eyes at the man in the frozen image. It couldn't be. His heart now in his throat, Masterson raced his fingers over the tablet's options to clean the image for cross-referencing through facial recognition. It has to be you. His pulse was racing. It has to be. Slowly, frame by frame and pixel by pixel, the image came into focus. Fairly tall, with a solid build, he looked different from the last time Masterson had seen him, long ago in a security feed much like this one. New lines aged the man's face. He was also more muscular, more defined, and his spiky blonde hair, the likes of which Masterson had never seen before on a soldier, had been cut down to a standard-issue crew cut. The chief difference, however, showed in the man's deep hazel eyes, which now held a level of determination and confidence that hadn't been there 5 years ago on Myrick 4, when he and his friends, backed by absolutely no support from the ASC, had executed a near-flawless extraction of one of their own from Allisterian custody. Masterson could feel the rage welling in him as it did when he recalled these most heinous of events. It was during that same op that his only son had been gunned down by this soldier's CO, a man named Lee, Masterson had later learned. Lee Summerston. He'd cashed in a lot of favors to get that name. Though, strangely, it, along with those of Summerston's unit, was all he'd been able to find. Nothing in the way of a past had been unearthed for any of them. Not service records, nor enlistment papers, nor med files, not even birth certificates. Nothing. Until now. Laying the tablet back down on the desk, Masterson steepled his hands and grinned wickedly at the image before him. This man, Danny Tucker, a member of the 102nd Infantry, apparently, was ultimately not the one he wanted. That honor went to Summerston. But Tucker would do for now, if he could be caught. Masterson swiveled back to his comm. "Commander Briggs, get me Colonel Reardon on the Lanceter at once." "Opening the channel now, sir." The Lanceter had been the first to arrive on the scene at Vendale 2 once the AS Keystone had fled the system, and according to protocol, her LORAS scans would have tracked the Oran's last known course. It wasn't much, but it was a lead, and the best one he'd had in years. Masterson drummed anxious fingers on the desk as the signal went through. Finally, after all this time, those who'd robbed him of his son were almost in hand. And oh, how they'd pay once that happened. But first, he had to find them. Chapter 7. Reception. Seated at a reception table with Hamish and Link, Katie sipped her glass of Pinot Noir as the swarm of guests descended on the 40-foot buffet and open bar. "Man, I gotta hand it to Lee and Mac," Link said, washing down his second helping of oysters Rockefeller. "They might have kept this thing small, but they sure as hell didn't skimp on the victuals." "Aye," Hamish agreed over a glass of 30-year-old scotch. "As I understand it, they flew the lobster in from Maine first thing this morning, though I still opted for the prime rib myself." "Nope, not this guy," Link said. "Our cook on the Keystone can whip up a fairly decent strip whenever I want steak. Fresh lobster, steamed to perfection and served up with grilled asparagus, a dry white, and some of that savory garlic and herb butter cream sauce." Link's eyes rolled back. "Sorry, big man,
but you can keep the moo cow.
Listen to you, Mr. Foodie, Katie laughed. You run off, strike it rich, get married, and pop out a couple kids. Next thing you know, you'll be voting Republican.
Eat me, Link belched.
And there's the shorty I remember, Katie said.
She missed the little troll.
Seriously, though, I met your wife before the ceremony, and oh my God, what a sweetheart. I totally love the fact that she's like a foot taller than you, too.
Yeah, we're pretty adorable that way, Link said, through another mouthful of oysters. Katie took another sip of her wine.
So, what's your story these days, Hamish? You got a little Scottish lass running around here somewhere?
Hamish chuckled. No, love. Unlike my distinguished colleague here, I stay pretty busy with work, which takes up the bulk of my time.
And that is? Katie asked. I mean, I know Lee and Mac fly over the world for this Phoenix gaming company you all work for, and Shorty runs legal.
Right. Legal, because I'm a lawyer, Link said, as if he'd momentarily forgotten his own occupation. Hamish shot his friend a sideways look. To answer your question, Katie, I handle a good deal of PGC's operational logistics.
Meaning what, exactly? Katie asked.
I make sure things get where they need to go, and on time, so to speak.
Katie wrinkled her nose, fairly certain she was missing something. All right. I think I get it, sort of. What about Danny? What's his role in all of this?
Her expression twisted.
And how on earth did he ever land that redhead he's with? Isn't she a doctor?
Oh, yeah, Link said. She's actually a geneticist, and a pretty damn good one, too.
Really? Katie said, incredulous. Her last name's Reynolds, right?
They nodded.
Huh.
She mused into her wineglass.
Wonder if her stuff's on PubMed.
I'm thinking no, Link said under his breath. Another thud rumbled the table.
I'll say this for her, Katie smirked. Her research notwithstanding, she can't be that smart if she's hooked up with Danny. I mean, really, what's the longest that guy's ever been faithful in a relationship anyway? Like 3 minutes?
Easy, love, Hamish said. That may have been the Danny of old, but I think you'll find he's changed quite a bit in the last few years. We all have.
He's right, Katie, Link said. Danny's happy with her. Happier than I've ever seen him, and Hamish and I ought to know. We've seen that guy plow through a butt-ton of chicks over the years that... 3 of whom happen to live in my dorm, I'd add.
Katie narrowed her eyes.
But please, do continue.
Listen, has Crockett committed his fair share of past transgressions? Link asked. Sure, who among us hasn't? But from where I sit, he's a different guy nowadays, and Madison's a lot of the reason why. I kid you not, Katie. He'd just as soon take a beating as hurt that girl. You can believe it or not, but it's true.
Uh-huh, Katie wanted to say. Once a man whore, always a man whore. Instead, she just rolled her eyes. Whatever. For her sake, I hope you're right about Danny, but I'll believe it when I see it.
The trio looked up when the bride and groom strolled over. Man, that's a whole lot of trouble sitting at one table, Lee joked to his wife. Mac didn't respond. She just collapsed into the seat next to Katie, looking completely spent.
That bad, huh?
Katie gestured at her sister-in-law's shoes.
You have no idea, Mac said. Heaven willing, I've got one more hour in these torture traps. Tops, and then it's back to my flips. Oh, come on, sis, Katie said. This is supposed to be the happiest day of your life, remember? Don't let a little foot soreness get you down.
Mac threw Katie a less-than-thrilled look, then waved to Danny, Madison, and Layla at the bar. So this is where you're hiding out, Danny said, once he reached the table.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you guys still have a first dance to do?
Oh, Mac whimpered.
I hate to say I told you so, Madison said, but I did warn you to skip the heels for the reception.
Mac smirked at the ceiling.
Yeah, I know, but I learned a long time ago to choose my battles carefully when it comes to mom and etiquette.
Here, here, Lee muttered.
Hey, I don't think we've actually met. Katie rose from her chair and extended a hand to Madison. Katie Summerston. Madison Reynolds. It's nice to finally meet you, Katie. I've heard a lot about you. All glowing, I'm sure, Katie said, turning a skeptical eye to Danny, who shrank into his seat.
So, Katie, what's the plan for the rest of your sabbatical? Lee asked. That won him a grateful look from Danny.
Dunno, I hadn't really made any plans. Katie returned to her chair. Officially, I'm off for another 2 weeks, but my boss told me to take all the time I need to get my house in order after, well, you know.
Yeah, I heard about that, Link grunted. Say the word and me and Hamish will totally fly to Seattle and neuter your ex. Hell, we've got a private jet. We can do it tonight if you want.
Katie grinned and saluted him with her glass. Thanks, Shorty, but I'm fine.
Honestly, it's been a long few months, and all I really want to do right now is kick back on a beach with a book and a glass of fresh sangria and just chill for a while.
Katie saw Mac give her husband a nudge and look. Lee responded with a shrug, his expression mixed. Mac rebutted with sad puppy eyes.
Guys, Katie waved at them. We're sitting right here. Care to share with the table?
Lee sighed as if considering something. Then, after a few seconds, he nodded.
Hey, Katie, Mac asked, suddenly upbeat, just for the sake of discussion, how married are you to your beach plans?
Katie regarded her sister-in-law with bewilderment.
I hadn't put much thought into any other option, honestly. Why?
That was Hamish, Link, and Danny who exchanged looks.
Okay, seriously, guys, Katie said. I hate it when you pull this inner circle Jedi mind trick crap, because it usually means I'm going to have to cover for you at some point. Case in point, she aimed a finger at her brother. Spring break of sophomore year, you told me you were going to Panama City, only it wasn't PC Beach, now was it? It was friggin' Vegas.
Oh, good times, Danny murmured over his glass.
It was, Lee and Mac echoed. You totally still owe me for lying to Mom and Dad about that, Katie said. To this day, they still think you losers were living it up in La Villa.
In any case, Lee said, Mac's offer stands. If you opt to hang around here and stick close to home, I understand that. On the other hand, he leaned back in his chair and flashed a grin. If by some chance you've got a hankering to venture a bit further off the beaten path than St. George Island, well, Danny and the guys can get you accommodated.
Plus, it'd give Lee and me a chance to see you a few more days once we get back from the honeymoon, Mac said. Really give it some thought.
Katie eyed the crab cake on her plate and considered the offer.
So, just out of curiosity, since you guys have been so forthcoming with the details here, how far off the beaten path are we talking about? San Diego? Napa Valley? 'Cause I've kind of done those.
Before anyone could respond, the band's lead singer stepped forward and called the bride and groom to the dance floor as the opening bars of Please Call Home by the Allman Brothers played from the piano. Mac grimaced at her feet again.
Once more into the breach, dear friends.
Lee laughed and rose from his chair, then helped his wife from hers. Hey, Mac, Hamish said. Be sure to catch up with us later. Link, Chris, and I have a very special wedding present to give you. Though, we'll have to take a brief trip to the basement to see it.
The basement? Katie asked.
Aye, Hamish said, with a devilish smile. It's a wee bit big for the gift table. Standing in the lift alongside Madison, Link, Hamish, and the two newlyweds, Danny felt the lift slow to a crawl before reaching PGC East's bottom level. No peeking until I tell you, Hamish said to Lee and Mac.
Come on, Hamish, Mac protested, eyes still closed. You know I hate surprises.
Oh, bloody well, get over it, Hamish said, once the steel lift doors swooshed open. Our present, our rules. Now, shut it already, and take 4 steps forward.
Yeah,
Mac muttered, then did as instructed. The 6 emerged in the facility's primary docking bay. Okay, that's far enough, Hamish said. Go ahead and open them up. Peering through her fingers, Mac's previous look of irritation vanished.
Oh, my God! Is that?
Aye, the very same one we rescued you in. Hamish gestured toward the once decrepit, now completely refurbished Newburn-class freighter, parked on the nearest platform. Mr. and Mrs. Summerston, please allow me to introduce you to your very own luxurious honeymoon cruise liner.
Dude, it's totally not a piece of crap anymore,
Mac said, springing from her feet into Hamish's arms, though never once averting her eyes from the vessel's shiny new replated hull.
Still looks like a giant UPS truck, though,
Danny said, noting the ship's tall, boxy fuselage and short, stubby wings. Lee gave him a look.
What? Danny asked. Tell me she doesn't.
I presume you like her, then? Hamish said, with a chuckle as he set Mac down.
Are you kidding? She's absolutely amazing.
She really is, Hamish, Lee said.
That's some impressive wrench work you guys put in on this thing. Really, I'd have never known that this is the same ship from the Myrick mission. He paused for a closer look at the ship's engine nacelles.
Holy crap. Is this thing running on an Esther 172? A scaled-down version of sorts, but aye, same drive. Hamish folded his arms over his chest. The 172s were built for our new cruisers, and that's a bit too much power for a Newburn, even one as overhauled as this one. So Chris and I came up with the 172 Beta engine, which is what you've got here. To date, it's the only one of its kind, actually.
Nice,
Danny said next to Madison. Any performance lag from the original line? Negligible, Hamish said. She still boasts a top cruising speed of 40 million kilometers per second, with a max burn capacity of 90,000 revolutions per decigram of caldersite.
Now, is she the Harkins? Heavens, no. But she'll get you where you need to go, and I might add, in a fraction of the time she used to.
Mac gave a whistle. This is unreal, Hamish, really. I don't even know what to say except, nicely done, man.
Hamish shrugged. In fairness, Admiral Catal deserves a lot of the credit. Our old friend here had been rotting away in dry dock for over a year since her decommissioning, and she was well on her way to becoming scrap for some of our new ships. But the Admiral pulled some strings to have her turned over to Link, Chris, and me for privatization. Threw in a few favors from some engineering friends, plus a wee bit of TLC, and she was back on her feet. Back on her feet, Lee laughed. Man, that homey tub never looked so good.
She is rather lovely, isn't she? Hamish turned to regard his handiwork. Propulsion, armor, defensive systems, bridge avionics. All updated to the new 3.1 series specs, and that's not even taking into account the new amenities.
Amenities, you say? Mac asked.
Indeed, Hamish said. In light of the nature of her maiden voyage, we took the liberty of equipping the old girl with a king-size bed in the master suite, 60-inch flat screen with full media library, and a jacuzzi tub. The tub's all me, Link said with a grin. FYI, I pushed for a waterbed, but I got outvoted.
Thanks anyway, Link, Mac said. As long as there's a wet bar, I'm sure we'll manage. Stocked it myself, Madison said. Red wine for you both, bourbon for Lee, plus I took the liberty of throwing in a few extras for the sake of variety.
Mac smiled with approval. And now we come to the best part. Hamish directed the group towards the catwalk stairs across the bay while he stayed below. Once they'd reached the top of the platform, he grabbed a corner of the sheet covering the ship's bow and went on. Given the ship's new status as a private vessel, and the fact that no one but me ever really cared for the name Enterprise... But awful, Link coughed. Hamish turned a deadpan look to his friend. Jar Jar Binks. Ever the Star Wars purist, Link hung his head in shame. As I was saying, Hamish said, given all that's happened, what with the ship's makeover and all, we thought a name change was in order. Now, please know that many probabilities were considered here by all parties involved. However, as I won out in a draw for final say, he turned to Lee, and I hope you don't mind, brother, but I opted to score one with the bride on this one. Then, without further ado, Hamish tugged on the curtain, which fluttered to the deck below, revealing the freighter's new registry number and name. NCF 385-P, CS Mattingly. A high-pitched shriek ripped through the air as Mac clutched her cheeks in excitement.
I don't get it, Madison said. What's a Mattingly?
Not what, who? Mac lowered her hands from her face, which practically glowed.
And not just any who. He's the greatest ball player of my generation.
Wasn't he a little before your time? Danny asked. Dude, Lee said. Her first onesie had pinstripes. No kidding, her mom's still got it. He leaned around to Madison, who still looked confused. Don Mattingly was a really good baseball player for the New York Yankees that Mac and her brothers pretty much idolized growing up. They even named the family dog after him.
Really good baseball player?
Mac scoffed, tracing the ship's frame with her eyes before coming right back to the name.
Sorry, dear husband, but when you're a 6-time All-Star with 9 Golden Gloves, 3 Silver Slugger Awards, and a league MVP, that pretty much certifies you as a badass. Just saying.
Several minutes later, once Hamish had finished his tour of the Mattingly's newly refitted exterior, the group started up the freighter's rear boarding ramp to check out the interior. Hey, fellas, I'm going to skip the rest of the tour and get back upstairs to help out my old lady, Link said. Don and Frank were starting to get a little rambunctious. Danny made a whipping sound. Suck it, Crockett, Link said. Once Link was gone, Lee started for the ramp and Danny halted him by the arm. Hey, bro, hold up a sec. Lee turned back to face him. Listen, once we close down your reception later, I'm going to duck out and make the drive down south. Lee gave a slow nod, and Danny could see in his friend's face that he understood. After all, Lee had ridden shotgun on more than one occasion over the years for the annual pilgrimage back to Miami Springs, and he knew better than anyone what awaited Danny there. You going to be all right? Lee asked. Yeah, I'll be fine. Then he looked at the floor. I just haven't been home in a while is all, and well, since I'm here, I kind of want to go see her. Lee opened his mouth to respond, but in classic Summerston form, he paused to collect his thoughts before doing so.
Good old Lee, Danny thought. Always the thinking man. Listen, brother, I'm sorry I can't go with you this time, Lee said. But I've got... Please, no explanations needed, bro. Believe me, I get it. I'll be fine. You just worry about enjoying your honeymoon when you get out of here, all right? That should be your only concern right now. Lee raised an eyebrow. You know who is free to go, though? Oh, come on, man, Danny groaned. Not this again. Sucks when somebody else has the lecture stick, don't it? Lee said, only partially in jest. Really, brother, I ain't trying to jump your business. I know you've got to take that step when it's right for you. But Danny, he paused and set a hand on his best man's shoulder. You've been with Madison for almost 5 years now, and the fact is, this is part of who you are. And if you're going to stay with her, you've got to let her in, man. And I mean all the way. I know that ain't an easy thing for you, and I know that better than most. But it's got to happen at some point. Danny felt his expression go solemn. I know, Lee, I know. And next time, I'll take her with me. But for now, he paused and glanced up the ramp in time to see Madison's bright red hair vanish through the back of the cargo hold. For now, I just need her to hang back and give me some time to work a few things out first. It's not a big deal, trust me. And besides, his look turned sly. Given how long it took somebody to step up to the plate with Mac, I figured you, of all people, would understand that. Lee rolled his eyes. Heisman-worthy convo deflection there, sport. It's what I do, amigo. Now, come on. You've really got to see the rest of this crazy-ass deep space RV that Hamish and his cronies built for your trip. Chapter 8. Dark Horizon. Having concluded his meeting with the Ural Sun's Max Larson a few minutes early, Masterson escorted the thin newsman to his shuttle in Docking Bay 13, where the pair exchanged farewells. Masterson liked Larson. He always had. As reliable sources of favorable spin went, the Sun's editor-in-chief had been a good one for years, dating all the way back to his days as a beat writer for the war. Masterson would need that, too, when he returned from his next mission, hence the early tip Larson had just received. Once the shuttle was away, Masterson headed for the lift that would take him back to the Chimera's bridge, his mind still churning through the details of the order he was about to give. The crew wouldn't take it lightly, nor should they. This was a dangerous part of space he'd be asking them to broach, one from which few ships ever returned. Captain Timmins had said as much during their meeting in Detron City, when he had explained where he'd found the smashed network buoy containing the Orin data drive. Yet for all the vessels that had gone missing in that region, Masterson was only interested in one of them. A single shuttle launched 103 years ago, under the command of a Thomas Rayner, never to be heard from again. Masterson had to know what was out there. For if his intuition about that part of space was correct, and according to drive files, he had every reason to believe it was, then the region may be home to an ally far more powerful than a news reporter. The lift eased to a stop, and Masterson stepped out into the dim red light of the Chimera's command center. "Come down on the bridge," Lieutenant Commander Briggs announced from his upper-level post at Tactical. A physically fit man in his late 30s, Briggs wore his walnut-brown hair in the same regulation high and tight that a lot of the men did. His sharp jaw was clean-shaven, and under his left uniform sleeve was an ornate tattoo of Artisan, the Alastirian god of temperance, on his forearm. He was a good soldier, Masterson had always thought. He was loyal and committed, but not to the point of sycophantism like some of the others on board. In short, Briggs knew when to ask questions and when to keep his head down. Plus, there was a certain quiet strength about the man that Masterson had long since seen as intrinsic to good officers. "As you were," Masterson said, descending the steps to his command chair in the center. "Report." "The last of our resupplies are complete, sir," Major Raoul Langela said in a casual, almost carefree tone. "Orbital security says we're clear to disembark. As always, sir, the crew awaits your order." Masterson regarded his XO with a frozen stare. "By gods, you even look like a slaring rodent." He wondered how such a puny man could ever develop such a swagger. Then again, sons of Alastirian ministers didn't typically have to develop much of anything. "Very well, Major." Masterson rose from his seat and assumed a formal stance to address the whole crew. "Helm, prepare to break orbit, and lay on a course for Sector 285.76. Execute on my mark." As expected, a collective gasp rose from the bridge. "Excuse me, sir," Langella blurted. "Last I checked, those coordinates put us squarely at the heart of the Reinzer expanse." Masterson scanned the unnerved faces around him and relayed his explanation. He'd need to be delicate, yes, but he'd waited an eternity for this opportunity, and he'd be damned if he'd see it all undone by ghost stories and senseless paranoia. "Indeed, they do, Major," Masterson said in a cool voice. "That is precisely where I intend to take this ship and her crew." Langella scratched his head, then punched up the command log on the terminal in front of him. "Sir, are we not to proceed to Belathon 4 as previously instructed? To my knowledge, and according to the last update from Uriel, those are still our orders." "Those were our orders," Masterson said. "However, in light of our loss at Vendale 2, and given our ever-pressing need for Caldrasite, our priorities have changed." Langella wrinkled his beak nose. "I wasn't informed of this. Nor, for that matter, has there been any alteration to our mission status on the fleet net." He pointed to the terminal. "I'm looking at it right here. As of 0752, it still has us bound for Belathon." "I would certainly hope so." Masterson folded his arms over his chest. "You'll recall, Major, that the Vendale 2 development was also fleet knowledge, and that didn't end so well for us now, did it?" Langella's expression twisted, but he didn't speak. Masterson rose to his full height and brandished his tablet. "As of last night, it was brought to my attention that a possible solution to our Caldrasite shortage may exist in the Expanse, and not just any solution, but perhaps the ultimate one where our fuel issues are concerned." Langella leaned forward slightly. "Brought to your attention by whom?" "The initial discovery came by way of a deep space probe we dispatched to the Expanse border 6 months ago," Masterson said. "The data from which goes directly via daily subspace stream to Dr. Miles Tarsus, head of our C-100 program. Once he reviewed and authenticated the data, he felt compelled to bring it to me at 0300 this morning, at which time I immediately took it before the Chancellor." Masterson paused for a moment, stifling a look of pride that he didn't dare show the crew. After all, while everything he'd just said was true and completely traceable, no one could know that it'd been Darren Reese who hacked the probe and planted the data, knowing full well the process such information would trigger, and where that process would end. Right back on his own desk. "And what exactly was in this mysterious data?" Langella asked. "The location of a planet," Masterson said. "A planet that, according to the probe's preliminary scans, is home to an 1,100 square kilometer reservoir of untapped Caldrasite." Every eye in the room went wide, save for those of Lieutenant Commander Briggs. The Khmer's head of security wore the same calm and composed expression that he always did. "If memory serves, sir," Briggs said, "that's almost 3 times the size of the Oran's mine on Kendera." Masterson nodded. "That is correct, Commander. In addition, the Caldrasite in this mine registered an impressive 91.7%, making it by far the purest deposit of mineral on record." The room began to stir, and Masterson could sense them beginning to understand. "Gentlemen," he said, holding the tablet aloft, "if these findings are accurate, even remotely so, then we have no choice but to investigate. A point, I might add, that the Chancellor and I are in full agreement on. This fuel shortage, in concert with our lack of C-100 technology, has handcuffed us for far too long in this war, and we must do something to change that. Make no mistake, pure Caldrasite technology is the future, and we must have it. But what good are C-100 ships if we have no fuel with which to power them? That is why we must undertake this mission." Masterson stepped down from his command chair and began to pace the room, mindful to make direct eye contact with every member of his crew. "Hear me, brothers. The Orans have their Kendara. Now it's up to us to find ours, and by us I mean this crew. We are the warship Khmer, gentlemen, flagship of the Empire, beacon of the fleet, and tip of the Alastirian spear. We have a history, a legacy to uphold, and, if I may say, no other crew in all of the Empire could have ever borne that mantle with the level of valor and integrity that you have, one of the myriad reasons I am proud to be your commander. Your strength, your courage, and your conviction are known throughout the fleet, and that's precisely why the burden of this mission must fall on our shoulders, for no one else's are fit to bear it. To hell with the ghosts, let them run back to their beloved Expanse and cower like the rest of our adversaries.
Their resources, however, their secrets are ours, for they may well be our salvation." Masterson fell silent for a moment while his words sank in. "Now, when our glorious empire needs us most, who among you will answer the call and go with me?"
A long minute of silence ensued while the crew considered what had been said. In the end, though, it was Langella who spoke up first. "And the Chancellor signed off on this?"
"Immediately."
Masterson handed him the tablet containing Zaire's seal of approval. "You see, Major, he too understands the importance of this mission." Langella studied the document. Then, apparently satisfied, he handed it back to the Commandant. "Excellent," Masterson thought, returning to his chair as the crew assumed their posts. Was this a perfect scenario? No, but it was all just a means to a very worthy end. "Helm, lay in a course for the Reinzer expanse, and prepare to break orbit." Chapter 9. Conversations. Turning right onto Redbird Drive and easing off the Camaro's gas, Danny cranked down his window and surveyed for the first time in years his old Miami Springs neighborhood. His heart sank. A lot had changed in the 2 decades plus since Danny, his father, and his mother had moved to Tampa for his dad's psychology practice. Most of those not for the better, either. This had always been an older subdivision, sure, but the folks of his time had always taken pride in their homes. Unfortunately, Danny thought, the same couldn't be said for the sloppy low-income tenants of today. Take the Petersons' old place on the cul-de-sac, for instance. Built in the early 60s, as most of these houses were, this classic Spanish-style South Florida ranch had once stood as the crown jewel of the neighborhood. Its sweeping stone exterior devoid of any blemish, its lush Bermuda lawn manicured to perfection, alongside a palm-shaded driveway, and Mrs. Peterson's citrus garden. Danny had sampled his first tangelo out of that garden. Now the house was in shambles, a hulking mess of a property with peeling sun-bleached shingles and grime-covered walls, and Mrs. Peterson would be spinning in her grave if she could see her lawn had long since been devoured by sawed webworms. The rest of the street wasn't any better. The old Boatwright place, the Johnson's house, the Freeman place, all trashed. Even the old farm store where Danny and his mom used to go for ice cream was gone, boarded up years ago and covered in graffiti. Damn punks, Danny thought, eyes narrowed at the vandalized structure. Then, wanting no more of it, he stepped on the gas and sped toward his final destination, the San Martes Memorial Cemetery. Bringing the Camaro to rest beneath a huge magnolia at the back of the gravel lot, Danny got out of the car, crossed the courtyard, and started past the first row of plots toward the one he'd come to see. 8th row in, 5th from the front, Celtic cross on the tombstone. He took a seat in the grass beside it, folded his legs, and gave a long, heartfelt sigh. "Hi, Mom," Danny said, clasping his hands in his lap. "I hope you're doing okay up there." He paused with an awkward laugh. Who am I kidding? Of course you are, right? You, Papa Warren, and Mama Nan. Man, you guys are probably up there right now, kicked back at a picnic table someplace watching Larry Zonka and the 72 Dolphins wreak havoc on the Jets. Absolutely living it up with all the bake-offs, crafts, and canasta you can handle. All the stuff you used to live for down here before you just... Danny broke off and swallowed. Well, before you just couldn't anymore. Seeing a small rock beside his foot, Danny picked it up and examined it, then lobbed it across the grounds. "So, I know it's been a while since my last visit. I'm really sorry about that, Mom, but I'm sure you know I've had my reasons. A lot of stuff's changed, and for the most part, for the better. That's way more than I can say for our old neighborhood. Anyway, I'm not exactly around much these days, but I suppose you knew that already. I gotta tell you, Mom, I really like it up there. I mean, I just feel like I fit, you know? And you of all people understand what a big deal it is. Lord knows I couldn't do it here or in Tampa with Dad's business." Danny felt his lip curl at the thought of his old man. "Outside of Lee and the others, I never really found it in Tally either. But up there? Crazy as it sounds, Mom, it just makes sense to me. I mean, they really took us in, right from the start. And we've come a hell of a long way since. All of us. Lee's got his own command, which, now that I think about it, probably doesn't surprise you much. You always did like him, and for good reason. He's a good guy. And sharp. Really sharp. which is why he's bolted up rank as quick as he has. You know, that fool finally got off his duff and married Mac. Took him long enough. Oh, speaking of Mac, she's good too. Like Lee, she's a pilot. Shocker, I know. But in fairness, she's still a freaking genius with a computer. Lately, though, she's had to take a leave of absence from the fleet to help her brother through some pretty nasty health issues. He's better now, I think. Danny shifted on his legs. Link's good. He runs a bomber squadron assigned to the AS Keystone. Got a wife and a pair of kids, too, if you can believe it. That pretty much leaves Hamish as the last single guy on our crew. Still, most of us agree he married the Corps years ago. Fitting, I think, given his family legacy in the military and all. Danny glanced up to see a blot of gray clouds forming overhead. There was a storm coming. Guess that leaves just me. I enlisted too. Got sergeant's stripes and my own unit and everything now. But just so we're clear, he waggled a finger. I totally could have been an LT by now if I'd sold out and gone officer. But I just couldn't do it. Chalk it up to whatever you want. Dad's pretentious sense of elitism, maybe, but there's just something about being one of the guys on the ground, a man in the mud, that got to me. Oh, and FYI, I've got a fantastic group around me in case you were worried. My CO, Sergeant Major Knoll, Anders, Regan, all of them, first-class guys, who totally look out for me. Danny leaned back on his hands. That, I suppose, brings me to the last part of my life, which, if I know you, is probably what you want to hear me talk about. You'd really like her, Rom. I mean it. You really would. She's smart. Way smarter than I'll ever be, not to mention classy and thoughtful and kind and selfless. His eyes met the ground in a momentary twinge of guilt. Well, I guess to frame it another way, she's everything that all of the others weren't. Listen, I know you couldn't have been proud of me after you were gone. I mean, let's face it, I was pretty much an idiot when it came to women and relationships. Hell, throw in a psych degree and I could have been dad. Danny cringed. But Madison wasn't having any of that. Not one bit. From the moment we met, she made it abundantly clear that she took crap from no one. Not me or anybody else. It took a while, but in time, she was just the kick in the ass I needed to straighten up and fly right. Oh, and her family really likes me too. Her dad, Rick, is a phenomenal guy. We don't get to hang out much because he stays pretty busy. He's kind of the RN president, but he's a retired soldier and a single parent himself, which is to say he's got a lot in common with us. Seriously, Mom, any time we're together, he goes out of his way to make sure I'm included in stuff. You know, to make me feel like part of the family. Different worlds and last names or not. Hearing a crack of thunder roll in the distance, Danny stood up, dusted himself off, and fished a small black flocked jewelry box from his pocket. He opened it and faced it toward the headstone. I can't do much about the different worlds part, but the name thing, that I can change. She's the one, Mom. She's the one you always hoped I'd find, and I wanted you to be the first person I told about this. He looked up at the sky and then back to the grave. I just wish you could have been here for her to meet when I finally did. Then tucking the box back into his pocket, he leaned over and kissed the headstone as the first trickles of rain slid down the marble. Next time I come down, I promise to bring her with me, okay? In the meantime, say hi to Mom and Nan for me, and tell Papa Warren the Finns still need a frickin' quarterback. Oh, and Mom, he said, turning to go. Wish me luck, till she says yes. Love you, and see you soon. Chapter 10. Reality Check. Oh, my Katie couldn't even finish. She just stared dumbfounded at the first deep space shuttlecraft she'd ever seen in the hangar bay under PTC East. Beats the crap out of flying commercial, huh? Max said, standing next to Lee and Madison. Katie didn't move a muscle. Wow, Max said. She's really going to freak out when the Laren hits hyperspace. Hyperspace? Katie managed, her gaze still locked on the sleek-looking craft on the platform ahead. Like, to another planet? Another galaxy, actually, Lee said. Another galaxy? Katie gulped and turned to face them. Oh, little brother, what on earth have you gotten yourself into now? Lee laughed and dropped his arm around his wife's shoulder. Do you remember that video game thing a while back? The one that got us the original trip to San Diego with the Phoenix Gaming Company? Katie nodded. Well, Lee said, turns out PGC wasn't so much a video game company as it was a front for a training outfit. And the actual game, Mako Assault, more like a job interview. So what? You guys aren't video game consultants? Lee cocked his head. No, we consult sometimes, too. To be honest, sis, it's all a little complicated, but Danny can fill you in on all of that when he gets back from Miami. For now, though, me and Mac have to jet. We launch for our honeymoon in 3 hours, and Mac'll need at least 2 hours to make sure she's packed all her flip-flops. Mac slugged him in the arm. So says the jerk with 6 pairs of cowboy boots in his duffel. Katie blinked at the two of them. You guys are totally not going to Hawaii, are you? Mac shook her head and grinned. Not even close, sweetie, but don't worry. We'll take lots of pictures. 5 hours later, Katie marveled at the view as the shuttle carrying her and Madison passed Jupiter and made its final approach to the A.S. Lauren, hiding on the far side of the planet. The cruiser itself was incredible, Katie saw. But spectacular as the ship was, she could hardly tear her eyes away from the enormous gas giant below. I'm in orbit around frickin' Jupiter, she kept repeating in her mind. En route to another frickin' galaxy. Unreal. A few minutes later, the shuttle docked in one of the Lauren's 3 aft cargo bays, and the two women were heading for the lift that would take them to their guest quarters on B deck. You okay? Madison asked once the lift began its ascent. What? Katie said, snapping out of it. Who, me? Oh, yeah, I'll be fine. Just a lot to process, that's all. Understandable, Madison said. For what it's worth, your brother and his friends had similar responses when they made this trip for the first time. Only with a bit more bravado, right? Madison grinned. Do you know your family well? If memory serves, Elton John was sung. Rocket Man? Madison nodded. Nice. The wall terminal's bell rang 5 times before the lift eased to a stop on their level. So, Katie began, grabbing her roller suitcase by the handle and stepping out. You're Oren? I am, Madison said. I was the lead geneticist on the original expedition that came to Earth 6 years ago. Katie couldn't help chuckling. Wow. Of all the nerds in all the towns in all the world, it's a riot that you'd end up with my dorky kid brother and his merry band of barflies for your grand intergalactic experiment. Oh, Madison paused for the right word. Eccentricities were not lost on us during those first few encounters. That's one way to put it, Katie snickered. Madison tilted her head. Jokes aside, I don't know that we could have ever hoped for better than we got out of the 8-2. But they managed to achieve in the span of a mere 3 months was... She shrugged. Well, it was unbelievable, even by our standards. 8-2? Yes, the 82nd Logistical Squadron, or the Renegades, as most know them. Renegades? Kathy said, amused. Those clowns always did take school spirit to the nth degree. Madison looked confused. Oh, sorry. I'm kind of the black sheep of our family, in that I opted to bolt town for med school at North Carolina Chapel Hill, rather than stay home and go to Florida State, so I never exactly joined Seminole Nation. Yes, I think Danny mentioned that, Madison said. And now you're in Seattle, correct? Yeah, I've been the head of cardiothoracics at King County Hospital for going on 9 years now. You've got a research background too, yes? That's right. Prior to Seattle, I did a 2-year postdoc with the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute in Bethesda, Maryland. Katie looked back at Madison. That's part of the National Institutes of Health. I'm aware. I actually referenced some of NIH's work from the Human Genome Project when I wrote the original MIMIC protocol for the 8-2. This drew a laugh from Katie. Not even gonna lie, I'd kill to see the faces of some of those researchers when they learned their stuff was being cited by scientists from another galaxy. Ah, yes, Madison said. Pity they'll never know. Rounding the final corridor into a steel-walled pod leading to 4 sets of rooms, Madison directed Katie to the second unit on the right. A modest space in terms of size, the room consisted of the same metallic decor as the rest of the ship, along with a double bed, desk space, private bathroom, and a computer access terminal on the far wall between 2 portholes. All right, Dr. Summerston, these are your quarters for now, Madison said, examining the terminal to make sure everything was in order. You can access anyone, me included, from here, along with maps of the ship's interior and pretty much anything else you might need to know. Ship's itinerary, mess hall schedule, menus, that sort of thing. If you have any questions, please do let any one of us know. Call me Katie. Only my patients call me Dr. Summerston. And besides,
I'm sure by now you're on a first-name basis with my brother and everyone else, right? It depends on the setting, Madison said. In our free time, yes, I call him Lee. In front of other soldiers or our superiors, however, it's Lieutenant Commander Summerston. Katie made a face. Okay, just so you know, I'm so not calling him that. Madison chuckled and started for the door. Very well, Katie. The Larn is one of our newer cruisers, which means we'll arrive on Aura in roughly 5 days. I'm sure we'll be seeing quite a bit of each other between now and then. Thanks, Madison. I really appreciate it. Hey, listen, can I ask you something? It's kind of personal. Madison turned back to face her. Certainly. Katie shifted uncomfortably. Why, Danny? I mean, don't get me wrong, he's as loyal as they come to Lee and the others, but when it comes to women, she winced. You've got to admit, his track record is pretty shady. Madison's expression turned thoughtful as she leaned against the dresser. A lot happened in the first 3 months of the Mimic Project. Not just with Danny, but all of them. It was like once they got here, something clicked for each of them. Like they found something they were looking for. She refocused on Katie. And how much do you know about Danny's family? Katie shook her head. Not much, really. I know he doesn't have any siblings or cousins to speak of, and that his relationship with his dad isn't that great. Why do you ask? What do you know of his mother? Katie shrugged. I know she passed away quite a few years ago. Not sure of what. She died of ALS when Danny was 19. And he has no relationship with his father because Dr. Tucker was in the midst of an affair with one of his psych patients when his wife turned for the worse. That left Danny as both her sole caregiver in her final days, which got pretty bad, I'd add, and the manager of her estate when she passed. Kitty cringed. Lee had never told her that story. Danny disowned his father's entire side of the family after that, Madison said. And given that no one remained on his mother's side, that pretty much left him an orphan. With the exception of your brother and his friends, that is. Madison straightened. I never knew my mother. She died, giving birth to me. Plus I, like Danny, had been through a pretty nasty divorce by the time we met, which is to say that, on a lot of levels, he and I sort of got each other in ways that some of the others really couldn't. Now, regarding his history with women,
she tried in vain to stifle a frown.
Honestly, I don't know about that. What I can say, however, is that we all deal with pain, grief, and loss in our own ways. For some of us, it's to seek out affection from anyone who'll give it to us. For others, she waved a guilty hand, we retreat into ourselves and vow never to trust anyone again. Neither is healthy, nor at the end of the day does either offender have any room to judge the other. It just is what it is. You deal with it. You put it behind you and you move on, content with who you both are in the here and now. Madison stood back and folded her arms. Anyhow, you asked why Danny. Well, that's about the best answer I can give you. Katie considered the tan line on her own ring finger, then studied Madison with a look of understanding. I will admit this, though, Madison said with a wry smile. I really did just want to slap the hell out of him when I first met him. Wow, was he full of himself. You know, Katie said with a smile of her own, I kind of get that. Dr. Reynolds, a male voice called through the computer terminal's comm speaker. Dr. Reynolds, please respond. You have an incoming message from John Reiser on subspace. Excuse me for just a moment. Madison walked to the terminal and tapped a key. Reynolds here. I'll take it in my quarters. Acknowledged, the voice said. Then the channel disconnected. Sorry, Katie, but I've got to take this, Madison said. Go, believe me, I understand. Stepping through the door, Madison waved goodbye, then paused. I'm glad you're coming with us, Katie. While it's no secret that your brother and his friends are remarkable people, I'm glad you'll now get to see just how true that really is. In any case, I look forward to seeing you around the ship. Katie waved back. Likewise, Madison. Thanks for the tour and, well, everything else. Don't mention it. Now make yourself at home. And welcome aboard.
Chapter 11. Encounter.
Commandant, sir, Lieutenant Commander Briggs said from Tactical. We'll be entering Reinzer space in approximately 30 seconds. Shall I place the ship on yellow alert? Masterson broke out of his pensive stare at hyperspace in the main viewer. That won't be necessary, Commander. We're only here to investigate, and besides, if there is something out here, we don't want to provoke them just yet. He then turned in his command chair to address the Commuter's communication officer. Lieutenant, You'll find a subfolder in the primary COM directory named SSR 512.2. It contains a very specific transmission code, which I'd like you to queue up at once and broadcast on an all-channels hail as soon as we exit hyperspace. The young officer looked confused, but did it anyway.
Just out of curiosity, sir, Langella said, would you care to elaborate on exactly who it is we're hailing?
Anyone who might be listening, Major, Masterson said in a cool yet increasingly eager voice. He returned his attention to the main viewer in time to see the tunnel outside dissolve to stars as the bridge instruments around him chirped to life.
Nav recall complete, sir, the helmsman said. Artificial horizon has been successfully established and synchronized to all fighter wings. We can move out on your order.
Stand by. Masterson turned to the console on his chair arm and glanced over the influx of sensor data. According to the ship's initial scans, these were indeed the coordinates he dug from the RN data drive. Astronomist confirmed that. A typical Y-class system, it consisted of 8 planets and a nebula around an otherwise insignificant yellow dwarf so far away that it rendered most of the worlds uninhabitable for humans. Then again, Masterson recalled, signaling Loras for a fresh sweep of the system's outer edge. It wasn't human life he was here to find.
Awaiting your order, sir,
Langella said. Masterson ignored the statement and dug further into the data. It has to be here. From planet to planet he swiped, searching for the one that would either validate his theory or send him straight back to square one with his research. It has to be. 8th planet. 7th planet. Nothing.
Commandant Masterson, sir,
Langella said. 5th planet. 4th planet. Come on.
Awaiting your order, sir.
3rd planet. 2nd planet. Masterson's eyes flashed. Helm, adjust heading 42 degrees to port and lay in a course for the 2nd planet in the system, just beyond the nebula. Maximum sublight.
Heading confirmed, the helmsman said, fingers racing.
Seconds later, the camera view ahead refocused on a massive light red sphere directly off the port bow. Apparently curious as to why his CO had taken an interest in this planet over the others, Langella crossed the bridge to the science station and nudged Lieutenant Ovias out of the way.
Reading trace amounts of thetylon and oxygen in the atmosphere, also nitrogen, bernethol, methane, benzene, dichloride
The XO shot to his feet, his face filled with grim understanding.
That's Kirahar fallout from a detonated engine core. But how in God's name is one this big even possible?
Ovius resumed his station and surveyed the information for himself.
He's right, sir. This world saw a massively destructive event on a global scale, and by the looks of things, I'd say it happened about a century ago.
Masterson felt a renewed sense of purpose flood over him.
I don't understand, Langella said to Masterson. If the calcite reservoir was here, it would have been wiped out in the blast along with everything else. How could the probe have found something that hasn't existed for 100 years?
His look turned suspicious.
That begs the question, sir. What exactly did you expect to find here?
All in good time, Major, Masterson said. All in good time.
Arriving in orbit around the 2nd planet now, the helmsman said.
Surface conditions? Masterson asked Ovius.
Not favorable at all, sir.
The science officer slid his spectacles up the bridge of his slender nose and turned to Briggs.
As a matter of fact, given the chemical composition, I'd say they're hostile.
How's the air? Briggs asked.
Breathable, but only in short doses, Ovius said. There's quite a bit of oxygen left in the atmosphere, which is good. However, it's mixed with heavy amounts of thetylon and benzene, neither of which will hit you at first. But 20 minutes outside of an envirosuit and you'll feel it.
Meaning? Briggs asked.
Off the top of my head? Ovius asked. Dizziness, headaches, stomach irritation, irregular heartbeat? And those are just the short-term exposure symptoms. God forbid you were trapped down there for any amount of time. Your blood and immune system would be fried in a month. And the air's just the start of your problems.
Elaborate, Briggs said.
Light down there is extremely limited. Plus you're looking at sub-freezing temperatures at night and gale-force winds with heavy particulate density in most active zones. That's going to make landing a shuttle pretty difficult, especially given the rocky terrain. Bottom line, sir, I wouldn't recommend staying on that planet any longer than 2-3 hours tops. Otherwise, you run the risk of having your suits compromised by all of the Kirahar radiation. And that's assuming the particulates don't do it first.
But a shuttle landing is possible, Masterson pressed. Yes, sir, Ovius said. I still don't advise it if the commander— Thank you, Lieutenant, but I'll be leading the sight mission, Masterson declared, already reaching for his chair's comm button. Langella's jaw fell open. I'm sorry, what? Flight, this is the Commandant. Masterson ignored his XO. Prep a shuttle for immediate departure, along with 2 Enviro suits. Lieutenant Commander Briggs and I are en route to you now. Major Langella has the con. Langella stood up straight. Sir, I must protest. Fleet protocol clearly restricts any commanding officer from leading a sight mission, much less one this dangerous. Your overwhelming concern for my well-being is duly noted, Major, Masterson said, crossing the bridge and entering the lift with Briggs. Alas, we'll have to discuss this later. Racing up the steps after them, Langella shoved a hand into the lift, blocking the doors. Listen, how about we cut the charade, he said, in a voice low enough for only the men inside to hear. Masterson cocked his head at his XO. Perhaps not so spineless after all. You don't like me because you think I'm Zaire's boy, and that's fine, Langella said. Frankly, I don't want to be here either, not like this. But none of that changes the fact that you've had an agenda for this mission ever since we left Alistair, and as the executive officer chosen by you or not, I'm entitled to know what it is. Now either you tell me, or so help me gods, I'll use the full weight of my authority to have you relieved of command. So what'll it be, sir? Masterson regarded Langella's fiery gaze with glacial ease, as an uneasy Briggs shifted in the lift beside him. My humblest apologies, Major, if I've given you cause to doubt me. Please know that was not my intention. To prove it, he gestured the XO onto the lift. I invite you to join my sight team. His ardent objections temporarily stymied, Langella gave a final flare of his nostrils and stepped inside. Lieutenant Ovius, Masterson called to his science officer. The ship is yours. Several minutes after its launch from the Khmur, the Alistarian shuttle cut through the final swath of stormy cloud cover toward the planet's surface, its maneuvering thrusters fully ablaze against the shearing winds and heavy debris that Ovius had spoken of. Adjusting course by 23 degrees to compensate, Briggs shouted over the roar of wind and engines. Moments later, the violence began to settle, and seizing the opening, Briggs guided the shuttle through its final descent to the surface, a barren wasteland of bright red sand and rock due to the remaining Fedalon in the planet's atmosphere. Breathtaking. Masterson studied the horizon's fiery color in his nav display and imagined this planet's true brilliance during its heyday before the bomb. Tracking to Geozone 68.5 in the northern mountains, Masterson said, cross-checking the coordinates he'd pulled from the Orin drive with the topography below, then entering them into the navcom for Briggs access. There should be adequate field space in that region to allow us to land the shuttle. From there, we're on foot. Out of the corner of his eye, Masterson saw Langella make a face in the back seat, as if weighing a protest, but he remained quiet. Vector laid in, sir, Briggs said. We're starting our final descent. Masterson's pulse quickened as the shuttle slowed to a steady cruise over what had once been a thriving urban center, and an enormous one at that. Built at the foot of a mountain range 80 kilometers inland from a long, dry river delta, the city had covered 90 square kilometers and was bordered by hills to the east and plains to the west, though, according to the initial scans, it appeared totally devoid of life signs. Masterson noted the architecture of the ancient stone and mud brick slopes of the area's inner city as compared to the crumbled, multi-spired towers of latter-day expansion. It was all in keeping with what the Orin data had told him he'd find. What is this place? Langella asked, but he got no response from Masterson, who was focused on the ground as they skimmed over. Taxiing past what might have been a temple or government building, a massive round structure of stone walls, multiple columns, and a fractured steel dome, Masterson found his gaze fixed on the one defining landmark he'd seen in Rayner's notes. The Lestuza, he thought, completely in awe of the 80-meter Acropolis that even now, after all that happened, still held its shape, its jagged edges jutting up through its base beneath a ghoulish summit that appeared more animal's head in shape than rock, right where you're supposed to be. What is that? Langella asked, his earlier skepticism temporarily muted by curiosity. That, my dear Major, Masterson said, may well be why we're here. Arriving at the designated coordinates, sir, Briggs announced over another buck of turbulence as the cabin lights shifted from yellow to red. Touchdown in 30 seconds. Hearing the light, airy hiss of his helmet as it sealed into place, Masterson gave a quick check of his EnviroSuit's oxygen reserves via the HUD on his left sleeve gauntlet before gesturing to Briggs that he was ready to move out. The trio emerged through the portside hatch only to be slammed back against the shuttle's hull by a sudden intense gust of sand and debris.
"Commandant, sir, are you all right?" Briggs asked over the comm.
"Fine, Commander," Masterson said, throwing an arm over his visor when another sandblast ripped through.
"Hell of a place to dig for caldersite,"
Langella growled from down on one knee. He rose and added,
"Just where exactly do you expect us to go in this?"
"Roughly half a click that way," Masterson pointed toward the dome. "And I suggest we get moving. It'll be nightfall soon, and I have no intention of getting caught out here. Commander Briggs, you're on point." Masterson followed Briggs onto what he guessed had been the city's main thoroughfare, a meters-wide stretch that cut through the heart of the ruins. The three men trudged through the harsh conditions, past the rubble of ancient buildings and what may have been statues, before eventually arriving at the enormous stone structure Masterson had spotted from the air.
"Well then,"
Langella panted, halting at a series of elaborately carved steps leading up to a vault-like steel door.
"what do you suppose the odds are that someone left that unlocked?"
Masterson said nothing. Rather, he ascended the steps to the entrance and again reached for his HUD, this time to access the Orin data he'd uploaded before leaving the shuttle. Soon, the 5 enormous locks released and the door creaked open. Langella narrowed his eyes.
"How did you do that?"
"Lucky guess." Masterson stepped aside to allow Briggs back onto point for the move inside.
"After you, Major."
Langella snorted and fell in behind Briggs. Making their way up the steps and through the foyer, they were soon looking straight up through the atrium of a cavernous 8-level rotunda.
"Incredible,"
Masterson said, surveying the building's stone and steel interior, which, all things considered, had held up remarkably well. The lone exception was the cracked dome overhead that had left some of the chambers exposed to the elements.
"Whoever built this really knew what they were doing,"
Briggs said, tracing the great hall with the flashlight on his rifle barrel.
"Judging by the level of damage to most of the other buildings outside, this place must have been a structural fortress by comparison."
"Agreed." Masterson spied several rows of risers and seating sections leading up to the main stairwell. "This must have been some sort of mass congregational room."
"Hey, what's that spiked decor?"
Langella gestured to a cluster of meter-long stalactites protruding from a nearby overhang.
"I didn't think they got that big in 1 century."
"They don't." Masterson counted no fewer than 40 more formations like it around the room. The telazine and the fallout must have bonded with the calcium carbonate in the rock to accelerate the growth process. Langella shrugged and attached a signal booster to the wall beside him. That would keep their team connected to the shuttle's primary systems by remote and thus keep them in contact with the Commuer in orbit.
"Commandant, sir,"
Briggs called from an adjoining corridor.
"You're going to want to see this."
Breaking from his study of a glyph pattern he'd found on one of the walls in the main rotunda, Masterson headed for the passage where he found Briggs hunched over something. A body.
"Whoa, what is that?"
Langella asked over the Commandant's shoulder. Briggs rose to his feet and stood back. There, clad from head to toe, in hulking, albeit weather-aged black armor, were the skeletal remains of a humanoid sprawled out on the ground.
"What the God's name is that?"
Langella repeated, pointing to the armor itself, which was splayed open at the torso to reveal a tangled web of wires and needle-tipped interface cables.
"A native, I'd venture," Masterson said, "and a remarkably well-preserved one at that."
Then, searching the rest of the tunnel with his light, he saw what looked like another chamber entrance ahead.
"Dear lords!"
Langella leaned in for a closer look at the corpse, the joints and spinal column of which were riddled through the bone with needles.
Was this thing physically connected to its suit somehow? Who were these people, and what was this place?
This was their Capitol building. Masterson chewed his lip, his mind and his light still locked on the unexplored chamber. "That an educated guess, sir?" Briggs asked. Curious as to his meaning, Masterson shifted his light to Lieutenant Commander's visor, only to find the man wearing the same unreadable look of stoicism that he usually wore.
Has Briggs figured it out?
"Of sorts," Masterson finally said.
"Yeah, well, this might have been a capital at one time," Langella said, "but now all I see is a tomb. This place is bad news. We should leave, and now."
"Calm yourself, Major." Masterson returned his attention to the corridor's far end. "We'll leave when we're finished, For now, however, we press on. Soon after, the three men arrived at the tunnel's mouth, which, as Masterson had guessed, led out into a second stone chamber much like that of the main cavern they just left. This one, however, appeared more operational than social in nature, given the myriad trash consoles, battle stations, and age-worn panels that surrounded the central command deck. "This looks like some sort of operations deck or CIC," Briggs said, stepping to one of the terminals and sliding a corpse aside to inspect the controls. Unlike the armored guard outside, though, this one wore a basic black cloth uniform, as did the 9 others like him who were scattered around the chamber. "Officers," Masterson guessed before addressing Briggs aloud. "Can you make any sense of it?" Briggs shook his head. "The glyphs on these instruments are the same as those from the atrium walls outside. Ovius could maybe decipher them if he were here, but this is beyond me." Masterson nodded, continuing to look around as the edges of his mouth creased into a proud smile that, try as he might, he could no longer hide. After all these years of waiting, after all the research and the planning, and the endless late nights in the back-alley slums of Detron City, he'd finally found it. Now, if he could only find... "Commandant Masterson!" Briggs sounded alarmed at his station. "Sir, I've got activity on this panel." Masterson snapped alert and hurried to Briggs' side, where a small trio of lights blinked in the terminal. "Was that station active when we entered the room?" Briggs shook his head. "I can't be sure, sir, but I don't think so." Masterson's pulse jumped as the rest of Briggs' panel activated. The panel beside it followed, then another after that, and within seconds all 3 men stepped back as the previously dormant chamber groaned to life. Unnerved, Langella jumped back, but Masterson and Briggs held their ground. "Sir!" Lieutenant Ovius's voice erupted in Masterson's earpiece. "Sir, we've got contact!" "Report. What kind of ship is it? Make, nationality, configuration? What is it?" "Sir, Ovius hesitated. "Sir, I honestly have no idea. It must have been hiding in the nebula because it literally just appeared right in front of us." "Have you gone to red alert?" Masterson asked quickly. "Yes, sir. Per protocol." "Stand down now." "What?" Langella exploded beside the Commandant. "Have you lost your mind?" Across the room, Briggs took a step toward his CO. "Sir, are you sure about that order?" Ovius asked. "Lieutenant, listen to me," Masterson said. "If this is who I think it is, then that ship has the capability to blow the Chimera away with barely a fraction of its ordnance. Now do it." A moment later, Ovius returned. "It's done, sir. We are defenseless." Masterson chuckled. "Lieutenant, you were defenseless the minute that ship dropped out of hyperspace. All you've done is tell them we're willing to talk. Now, I presume they've already scanned our hull?" "Yes, sir, as soon as they entered the system." "Good," Masterson said. "I want you to scan theirs and stream the data to my suit's HUD." Langella huffed in the background. "How do you know that won't provoke them, whoever they are?" Masterson gave him a curt look and keyed the hollow emitter in his left glove using the controls on his gauntlet. After that, he flipped his palm up and waited while the emitter rendered a small-scale, 3-dimensional mock-up of the Chimera's aggressor. "Magnificent," Masterson mumbled, studying the tiny vessel suspended in green light above his palm. Long and lean, with the sleek configuration of a cruiser, albeit a very large cruiser, the ship's hull plating and firepower alone were beyond anything he'd ever seen. 1,500 microns, Briggs said, having accessed the ship's specs in his own HUD. "That's roughly 3 times the density of conventional armor. It'd take the full force of at least a dozen of our ships to even get through it." His expression turned grave. "And I shudder to think what her weapons would do to us in a fight." "Beautiful, isn't she?" Masterson said. Still impressed as he was with the ship's defenses, there was yet one more reading that he had to marvel at. The ship's energy signature, shown in his HUD with a bright red 100. Pure caldrasite. Finally. De-resing the image back into his suit's palm emitter, Masterson rekeyed his comm. "Lieutenant Ovius, I want you to hail that ship." Apparently done asking questions, Ovius was silent a moment, then said, "You're on." "Alien vessel, this is Alec Masterson, Commandant of the Alistirian Imperial Fleet and commanding officer of the flagship Chimera before you. I request an audience with your commander." No response. "Alien vessel," Masterson went on, "we have no wish for conflict, as evidenced by my ship's present green status. We only wish a dialogue. Over." A low, baritone voice, blurred by a digital haze, shook the room via speakers on the wall. "This is the Krugorian warbird Vanxus. Why have you returned to Krugorian space?"
Krugorians. Masterson acknowledged the species name. Then, with a quick double tap of his gauntlet, he cut the comm to the commure to keep the conversation private. "As specified, we've come to seek an audience with your people."
"You double-crossing bastard!" Langella growled under his breath.
Briggs, meanwhile, stood quietly at his terminal and listened.
"You would dare call for an audience with us?" the voice said. "After the atrocity your people committed against us so long ago? We should destroy you where you stand."
"If you meant to destroy me, you would have done so already," Masterson thought. "I'm sorry, but you have us confused with another people," he said. "Those you speak of, the ones who destroyed your world, they are called the Orans, and our people have been at war with them for more than 2 decades.
"We scanned your ship when it crossed our border," the voice said. "While slightly different in configuration, the basic text signature still matches that of our enemies from a century ago. Prepare to die."
"Wait!" Masterson thrust out his hands. "The Orans are our ancestors, yes, but the Empire stands apart. Once the war with your people ended, we cast off their heritage to build a society of our own, free of their antiquated laws and close-minded policies. Policies, I might add, which deprived us of the chance of peace with your people. But that doesn't have to be the case now." Langella's face turned to stone as the revelation of the voice's true identity sank in. Briggs, however, stayed calm.
"Providing that all you say is true," the voice said, "what then do you propose?"
Masterson straightened to his full height. "I propose an alliance. As mentioned, Alistair has been at war with Aura for some time now, the latter part of which has been spent in a deadlock due to power. At present, though, and as much as it pains me to say this, the Aurans are breaking that deadlock. An alliance with your people, with your technology, could change all of that."
"You have nothing we require."
Masterson's face sharpened in expectant delight. "Oh, I would very much beg to differ. You see, I offer the one thing you crave most. Revenge." Masterson paused for a moment to let his point resonate. "The Orans are not to be underestimated. They've grown strong in recent years, developing weapons and tech that rivals even yours, though they lack your numbers. I can provide you with everything you need to know about them: strengths, weaknesses, troop deployments, tactical stats, resource intelligence. I have access to all of it."
"And in exchange?"
"In exchange, you will provide me with the science I require to perfect pure caldersite technology and the means to implement it throughout my fleet by year's end." A long pause followed.
"Do you have the authority to make such a proposition on the part of your people?" the voice asked, and Langella flushed a silent snarl from the corner.
"I do," Masterson lied. "The question is, do you?"
"You'll have our answer within the hour. At that time, the Korgian Guard will either agree to your terms or terminate your entire crew. Vanxus out."
"You stupid son of a bitch!" Langella erupted. "What the hell have you done?"
Masterson turned to face his XO, his expression firm and resolute. "I just won the war, Major Langella."
"You don't know that!" Langella snapped back. "For all you know, they'll come back in an hour and slaughter every one of us, which, from the sound of it, won't be that difficult."
Masterson pursed his lips and began moving casually toward his XO. "Please, Major, try to contain your overwhelming need for drama. If the Kogorians meant to kill us, they'd have done so before they ever heard the sound of my voice. They were curious."
"Kogorians?" Langella spat out. "Why don't you call them what they are? They are slaring beyond us. And you just put us right back on their radar."
"No." Masterson came nose to nose with Langella's visor. "I just put the Orans right back on their radar, and in the process fast-tracked the Empire to total dominance of the quadrant." Langella's expression twisted.
Chancellor Zaya will never stand for this. The fact that you deliberately circumvented his authority to come on this mission is a dischargeable offense as it is, but—"
He laughed, clearly beside himself.
I mean, was there ever even a caldrasite reservoir here to find?
But of course there was, Masterson said in a frosty tone. Just beneath where you're standing right now. About 103 years ago. As for the Chancellor's learning of what has transpired here, well, I'm afraid it'll be some time before that happens.
We'll just see about that, Langella spat. As soon as the Chimera exits the Expanse, I fully plan on—
A loud plastic thwack echoed through the chamber when the stalagmite in Masterson's hand plunged itself into the Exo's visor. A wet, syrupy, gurgling noise ensued as Langella's corpse fell, twitching, to the ground. Masterson sneered down at the body and allowed himself a celebratory moment. Then, satisfied, he returned his attention to the lone witness to the slaying. "So, Commander," Masterson reached down and used Langella's pant leg to wipe the blood from his gloves. "What say you to all of this?" Briggs seemed to consider the question. "I think it's all a horrible tragedy, sir." Masterson frowned. "Is that so?" "Yes, sir." Briggs fished a shape charge from his envirosuit and pointed to a large stalactite cluster under a nearby archway. "The way I see it, if the Exo hadn't been standing in that corner over there when the truss gave way, none of this would have happened. I guess some of these tunnels weren't as structurally sound as we thought." Masterson smiled at the commander's meaning. "You always were a sharp one, Briggs." Chapter 12. Departure. A sandy-haired petty officer greeted Danny on the deck of the Larn with an information tablet and a quick salute before jogging off. "So how was the car?" Madison asked, strolling through the hangar's rear entrance. Danny blew out a long sigh. "Missing her already, are we?" "You have no idea." Danny tossed his duffel bag over his shoulder and fell into step beside her. "Listen, I get that, technologically speaking, Aura trumps Earth in pretty much every way. But trust me when I say, Madison, that when it comes to transportation, you guys just don't make a ride like my baby." Madison rolled her eyes. "You in that car? Hey, cut me a little slack, will you? I mean, she's only the second most beautiful thing I've ever laid eyes on." That won him a smile. "Nice save." Danny leaned in and kissed her cheek. "I do what I can. So, how'd things go with Katie? She make the trip up okay?" "Her response was as expected," Madison said, "though a bit more tempered than yours was that first time. She is, after all, a talented scientist in her own right." She snapped her fingers. "Oh, speaking of, we're having dinner with her in the Officers Club tonight." Danny winced. "You realize Katie Summerston pretty much hates me, right?" "Relax, Danny. We had a chat on our way up." "Great," Danny muttered. "That's all I need." "It'll be fine. Let's just say that I think her perspective on things has changed a bit now that she knows what you guys have really been up to these last few years." "Fine. Whatever. Just be prepared for some awkwardness in the early going. That's all I'll say." Danny gestured Madison through a junction ahead of him, then rubbed his hands in anticipation. "So, you all set for our trip to Finley Springs next week?" This time it was his girlfriend who winced. "Yeah, about our trip." Danny stopped cold. "Whoa, you're not bailing on me, are you?" "Come on, Madison, we've been planning this for months. And besides, it's the first real leave I've had in more than a year." "Take it easy, Danny. I'm not canceling. It's just that, well, John called me." "Surprise, surprise," Danny grumbled. "What'd he want?" Madison's shoulders sagged. "Remember the Biomed conference next week on Kellen 3? The one where we're rolling out the new mimic medical protocol for spinal research?" "You mean the one Reiser graciously agreed to cover so we could go on this trip?" "Yeah, it rings a bell." "In fairness," Madison said, "he's not entirely backing out. He's still covering the Tuesday and Wednesday sessions." "Which leaves Monday," Danny continued toward his quarters. "You know, that day 2 days after we're supposed to be leaving." Madison tossed her hands in the air. "I'm sorry, Danny, really, I am. But outside of John, nobody knows mimic tech like I do, and they're expecting a huge turnout at this thing. That means a ton of questions, so one of us has to be there." Danny knit his eyebrows. He'd been climbing the walls for weeks in anticipation of this trip. Partly because he needed the break, though mostly because he'd been dying for some quality time alone with his always-in-demand genetics rockstar girlfriend. And yet, here came John Reiser, sweeping in, like always, with a last-minute request for her time. Give her a break already, John. Then Danny remembered the bombshell. You know what? You're absolutely right. Reiser needs you, and given all the time you've invested in this project and all the people it could help, you should totally go. Madison froze, her face a mask of suspicion. How very considerate of you. And yet, why do I sense there's a catch? No catch whatsoever, Danny said. As a matter of fact, the Larn is bound for that region on Sunday, but I bet I can talk Captain Weldon into keeping my name on the passenger manifest so we can hitch a ride. That'll save us a good 12 hours. Plus, I'll even make a call to your dad's office to set up your security detail. Wow, you've clearly thought of everything, Madison said. Uh-huh. Danny? Yeah? Out with it? Danny grimaced. Well, I was just thinking. Since we're going to be on Aura anyway, Saturday night, I might pick up a... Madison's look turned quizzical, then anvil flat, as his implication set in. You didn't. No, technically, Reach did. You have got to be kidding me, Danny. What? It'll be fine. Madison snapped up straight to glare at him. Okay, let's just skip right past the fact that you told me you'd retired. Because, silly me, I thought I could trust that. But now you go off and agree to this, the weekend of our trip? I don't recall ever retiring, Danny said. Taking a hiatus from competition, maybe, but not retiring. What's the big deal anyway? I mean, the Larn doesn't break orbit until Sunday, and we both know you'll need the extra time to prep for your talk, right? So it's not like I'm cutting our trip any shorter than we already have for your conference. Oh, don't you even turn this back on me, you ass. Have you somehow forgotten how your last fight ended? Danny raised his palms. So I got a little dinged up. That's the exception in these matches, not the rule. Call it whatever you want, Madison fired back. Personally, I call it 6 weeks in rehab with busted ribs and a shattered left fibula. Noel is still livid about that, by the way. Hey, in my defense, we got bad intel on that guy before I fought him. Regan was told he was a level 5 combatant, no higher. And he turned out to be an 11. That said, I still would have handed that kid his lunch had I not tweaked his shoulder the week before on a drop. The humility of defeat. Listen, Danny, I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but there's going to come a day when you're going to have to accept that Katuro fighting, good as you are at it, is a younger man's sport. And you, she gestured to some gray in his chin stubble, not as young as you used to be. Give me a break, Madison. You act like I've been doing this for 20 years, and it's barely been 4. That's true, but you were 33 years old in your first fight. And while the Mimic Project went a long way in kickstarting your skills, that still makes you a solid decade older than most of your opponents, minimum. It's going to catch up with you, Danny. That's just the reality of it. And besides, her expression turned rueful. If it's all the same with you, I'd rather not have my boyfriend on crutches or worse when I get my first real vacation with him in years. Danny dropped his head. Every fight took its toll on the body in some fashion. It was the nature of the beast, and she was right about that. Sure as he was of his own abilities, Danny also knew that, being honest with himself, he couldn't expect them to last forever. Nor, for that matter, could he expect Madison to stick around if things got bad. That made it as good a day as any for a compromise. You're right, Danny said, looking up. You've got my word that once this one's over, I'm out. Madison chewed her lip. But why even do this one, Danny? Why take the risk? He shrugged. Okay, I'll admit, my last fight didn't exactly go as planned, but that wasn't entirely the other guy. I just let my ego get the best of me. Kinda like right now? No, not like right now. This time, I'm 100%, and I know exactly who I'm fighting because I faced him before. Madison's jaw dropped. You mean this is a rematch? Yes, it's a rematch, but it'll be different this time. You've got to trust me on that. She opened her mouth for another protest, but Danny muted her lips with a finger. I know you don't like this, Madison, and I'm not asking you to. What I'm asking is that you trust my judgment one more time. Petty as this sounds, I just don't want to be defined by my last fight. Don't misunderstand me. This is not about something as stupid as my leaving a legacy in an amateur sport, but it is about leaving people with a certain image of what I'm made of as a person. An image that, as it stands, looks an awful lot like an overconfident has-been getting crushed by a younger guy, then crawling off into retirement. But if I do this fight, even if I lose, then they have to remember me as the guy who, yes, got beat, but still had it in him to climb back off the mat, dust himself off, and come back for more. That's how I want them to remember me. Madison shot a frustrated look at the ceiling. I swear, Danny, I'll never understand why you... Not asking you to understand. I'm just asking you to let me finish what I started. That's it. Madison rubbed her temples. Fine. Whatever. But so help me. If that credit-grubbing little punk Regan books you for another one of these, you'd better damn well consider him told. After Saturday, Reach can find someone else to manage. Promise me, Danny. He raised his right hand as if under oath. Madison Reynolds, you have my word as a soldier and a gentleman, for whatever that's worth, that after this weekend I, Daniel Tucker, will never again set foot in a Cacharo ring, or take part in any similarly related and or associated middle-aged, oat-sowing shenanigans of the sort. Period. End of story. We good? Madison held her glare at him for a second longer before relenting with a nod. All right, then. Danny halted at the entrance to his quarters. But time's dinner with Katie. 1900. I'll see you there once I'm done in the lab. Got it. I'll catch you in the OC. Good. Oh, and Danny? Yeah? Try to be on time, okay? I know you're not thrilled about this, but a lot has changed for you guys and Katie. Give her a chance. If for no other reason, then she's your best friend's sister. Madison wrinkled her nose. Come to think of it, how about you just do it on the grounds that you owe me right now? Danny raised his hand again. My word as a soldier and a gentleman. Blah, blah, blah. Now, if there's nothing else, I'm soaked in Florida summer funk and really craving a shower right now. Once she'd gone, Danny stepped inside his room and tossed his duffel onto the lower bunk. Dinner with Katie Summerston, he droned aloud. Fantastic. Incoming message, the comm terminal announced in standard monotone. Staff Sergeant Tucker, Daniel R., priority clearance required. Happy for the distraction, Danny moved to the desk and pressed his thumb to the ID pad beside the screen. Tucker, Daniel R., he said, seeing the tiny sliver of green light scan his thumbprint. Authorization code 786-25-Bravo. Seconds later, the icons on the terminal's desktop vanished into the dark-skinned face of Danny's commanding officer. Welcome back, Sergeant, Command Sergeant Major Null said. How was Earth? Danny's look turned lopsided. A mixed bag as usual, sir. You know how it goes. Null's expression showed he understood. In addition to being his CO, Null had also become a mentor of sorts over the years, both on and off the field, though it certainly hadn't started that way. He'd been part of the original Mimic project from the beginning, serving as the group's lead instructor for their ground training, and initially, he'd been among their most vocal critics. In time, though, even he had come around, so much so that when Danny finally enlisted, the sergeant major had fought to have him assigned to his command. Half a decade and 56 successful drops later, the pair had shared everything from foxholes to coffee and a slew of life stories. How was the wedding? Noel asked. Now that was nice, sir, Danny brightened. No doubt about it. Decent-sized crowd, but not a mob. An intimate ceremony, but not stuffy or cliché. Fantastic food, a tiramisu wedding cake, and, of course, open bar. Noel chuckled. Sorry I had to miss it. Don't suppose you'll tell me why this time? Only that it's classified, like the last 3 times you asked. Come on, sir. Ever since we set up our base in Findal, rumors have been swirling around the fleet that something big's coming down the pike. Throw me a bone here. You know I can't, Danny. All I can say is that the Admiral needed me here. That's it. Now, speaking of covert things, how'd I do on a wedding present? Quite well, actually, Danny said coyly. I dare say yours was the highlight of the gift table. Noel furrowed his brow. You didn't go with a waffle iron, did you? Let's just say, sir, that Mac now has an entirely new respect for your taste in wine, and rightfully so. The 83 was a fabulous vintage, after all. Wonderful, Noel grumbled. So much for last week's poker night winnings. You're a generous man, sir, Danny said before turning serious. So how'd it go with Keene? He give anything up before we cut him loose? Nothing to speak of, but we didn't actually have access to him for long, which is too bad. Keene struck me as the sort that would have had lots to say if properly motivated. I know, right? Part of me still hates that I had to forego another shot at that old geezer to light out for Earth. The hand wasn't enough, huh? Danny winced. And here we go again.
Got to take it easy, son, Knowles said.
I get it. Keene was a self-entitled, corrupt scumbag, but that's not how he operated. You know that.
He was being an asshole, sir.
And let's be honest, a splintered paw is the least that guy deserves after what his people did to the Canaan. That's not your call, Danny, nor is it mine, Knowles said, a bit firmer this time. I had friends on that crew too, remember? That still doesn't give us the right to seek our own vengeance, much as we like to sometimes.
Danny shrugged, but got his CO's point.
Understood, sir. Now, if there's nothing else, I've got to jet and get cleaned up for dinner later with Madison and Katie Summerston.
Knowles' gaze widened slightly.
Lee's sister, huh? You were juggling, 3 of her friends at one point?
Yep, Danny muttered.
And you blew them all off by...
Uh-huh.
Noel made a face. I have to say, Tucker, that was kind of a jerk move on your part.
Don't really want to talk about it, sir. Danny hovered a finger over the end transmission key.
Fair enough. Well, good luck with that. I'll see you back at Manning for our debriefing.
Copy that, sir, Danny said.
Tucker out.
Chapter 13. Agenda.
After his meeting with the Kogorian commander, Masterson emerged on the Khmer's flight deck. He tossed his breather mask to a deckhand and headed for the lift that would take him to his office on the bridge. What a strange vessel the alien ship had been, unlike anything he'd ever seen. On the outside, it appeared to be almost exclusively made of steel, or metasteel, they called it, with only the occasional viewport to break up its otherwise slate exterior. Further adding to the ship's aesthetic oddity had been the thousands of quill-like spires that blanketed much of its hull from bow to stern. By contrast, however, the vessel's interior had looked almost organic in many aspects, and dark. Very dark. Then again, Masterson thought, the Kogorians' appearance alone, once he'd seen them out of their armor, should have been a sign that little about them was ordinary. Crossing the threshold into his office, Masterson took a seat at his desk to read the file awaiting his review, Major Langella's autopsy report. Wasting no time, he opened it and began reading. Victim suffered massive trauma to the torso, chest, shoulders, and head as the direct result of an apparent cave-in. Eyewitness accounts from 2 high-ranking officers, both present at the time of the accident, would seem to corroborate this finding, evidenced by the nature and severity of the victim's injuries, particularly those to the face that ultimately proved fatal. Masterson eyed the corresponding photos with grim satisfaction. Tricky things, those ancient buildings. Major, though one could hardly imagine a more fitting end for a rat. Sweeping the report off of his screen, Masterson tossed the device onto his desk and slumped back into his chair, his mind on the web of details he'd now need to remember from here on in. The Khmer was due back in Allisterian space in less than a day, at which time Zaire would almost certainly demand answers for the former Exo's fate, among other things. There would be explanations to give, reports to file, inquiries to follow up. All strands of an intricate and well-certified lie that, if tugged, could unravel it all. He would need to be cautious. Knock came at the office door. Yes, Masterson swiveled in his chair to see the Khmer's newest Exo enter the room. Ah, Captain Briggs, come in. I trust all goes well with your transmission to second-in-command. Yes, sir, Briggs said, taking the seat in front of Masterson's desk. Thank you for the opportunity. You've long since earned it, Captain, even before you came on this mission. Unfortunately, though, our celebration of your promotion will have to wait for another time as we have business to discuss. Briggs clasped his hands in his lap. Very good, sir. Might I inquire how your meeting with the aliens went? Well, Masterson said, it appears that I piqued their interest, after all, with my mention of the Orans, and they are prepared to discuss terms for a treaty with the Empire. In the meantime, they have agreed to supply us with one of their smaller C-100 vessels for study, a transaction I'd like you to personally oversee. That's outstanding news, sir. Briggs shifted in his chair. However, might I ask that in future meetings you allow me to pair you with an armed security escort? It is procedure, after all, and I think it'd make the crew feel a touch more at ease. Their rules, not mine, but your suggestion is noted. Briggs nodded. With regard to the ship they're providing, would it not be simpler to forego the cargo bay and fly it home? Perhaps, but keeping it in the bay maximizes the number of personnel we can assign to its study. In 12 hours we touch down in Ural, at which time the Chancellor will no doubt want full control of the vessel. Until then, it's all ours, and I want to learn everything I can about its technology before my access to it is restricted, if not revoked altogether. Sir, at the risk of sounding ignorant, Briggs leaned forward in his seat. You're the supreme commander of the Allisterian fleet. Is the friction between you and the Chancellor so intense that he'd honestly consider cutting you out of the loop? I mean, for God's sake, you led the negotiations to procure the ship from the Beyonders in the first place. Masterson raised a finger. Call them Gregorians, Captain, not Beyonders. No one, and I mean no one, is to know their true identity. Not anyone on the crew, nor anyone in the chain of command until the time is right. Even after a century of absence, the public response to these people is, and always will be, one of fear and disdain for what they did to our ancestors on Aura. Could that change in time if their aid proves the deciding factor in our war with the ASC? Perhaps, but why risk having the public turned against us if we don't have to? Understood, Briggs said. What should I say of them in the official report?
Nothing more than exactly what they are.
The native inhabitants of the Rhinzer Expanse. We know little else about them at this time, which makes them no different from any other race we've encountered on first contact. And the other ships, sir? The ones that have gone missing over the years? Masterson thought about it. Chalk them up to erratic space anomalies, native to the region. Studies are ongoing. And the supporting LORAS data. You'll have it by the time you file the report. Very good, sir, Briggs said. Commandant, you do realize that the Chancellor will never agree to an alliance with these people. Not quickly, anyway. He'll want to take his time and meet them first, explore them a bit. Then, if he's satisfied with their intentions, maybe he'll back a motion to Parliament. But not before. Masterson pursed his lips. Oh, I'm quite aware of our Chancellor's overinflated need for due diligence, though I highly doubt he has the political capital left to enforce things anymore. He's simply lost too much ground in recent years, and the ministers of Parliament know that. As for the friction you spoke of before, Masterson snorted. Well, let's just say that the bad blood between Zaire and me runs far deeper than you or anyone else knows, and for good reason. Briggs studied the wall, as if deliberating whether or not to say something. I know of your wife, sir. Not the Chancellor's daughter, mind you, but the other one. The one nobody knows about. Masterson raised an eyebrow. Colonel Troy was my DI way back in boot camp, and he and I went out for drinks the night before I transferred to the Commure. He told me about what happened with Delarla and the boy. He also said your son found his way back to you as a soldier years later, only to fall in battle. Sir, I am truly sorry. Masterson regarded Briggs with a mixture of interest and betrayal at the mention of his retired XO. That man never could hold his liquor, or his tongue for that matter, once he'd had too much of the first. In fairness, sir, he never breathed a word of that story to anyone else. So, why then you, Captain? Masterson asked, angry that his darkest of personal stories had been outed to someone without his consent. Briggs raised his shoulders. I don't know, sir. That's a question you'd have to ask him. But, if I may, I think it's because he has a pretty solid eye for what you like in an officer, and he thought I fit the bill. That and, well, Troy also knew that I lost my family too. When I was 16, my parents served together on the Rolstoy. Things connected in a flash. Your father was Kenneth Briggs? The Kenneth Briggs? The Hammer of Santee? Briggs nodded, and suddenly Masterson knew where the young man's talent had come from. 22 years ago, Lieutenant Commander Kenneth Briggs had served at tactical aboard the Allisterian warship Rolstoy when the vessel had been rushed into an emergency defensive redeployment to Santee, a planet just inside the Allisterian Oran border. By all accounts, the battle had been a rout in favor of the ASC. However, most historians agree that had it not been for the actions of the elder Briggs, the Imperial death toll that day would have been substantially higher. In the face of his ship's imminent demise, and seeing most of his fellow bridge officers dead around him, Briggs had assumed command, and in doing so, gods knew how, he bought his crew the time they needed to abandon ship and get clear of the kill zone. From there, the man, posthumously dubbed the Hammer, had set the Rolstoy on a nose-first collision course with the Oran's lead ship, and the rest, as they say, was history. That's an impressive pedigree you have there, Captain, Masterson said, noting the man's visible unease. I appreciate it, Commandant. But if it's all the same to you, I'd like to keep that fact under wraps. I spent my entire career getting people to take me on my own merits, and not my name. I'd rather this commission not be any different. A reasonable request. Masterson returned to the matter at hand. Very well, then. The Kogorians will turn over the C-100 ship within the hour, and I want you to be there when they do. Once it's in our possession, I want it quarantined in Cargo Bay 4 for immediate analysis. Lieutenant Ovius will take it from there. Understood, sir. Briggs straightened and saluted. Will there be anything else? Masterson drummed his fingers on the desk, considering the question, then reactivated his tablet. As a matter of fact, yes. I'm sending you a segment of security footage from the Vendale 2 incursion last week. The one where Minister Keene was taken. The very same. The section of footage I'm sending you contains images of an orange staff sergeant. His name is Danny Tucker, and he's apparently a member of the 102nd Infantry. I want you to find him for me. Briggs looked puzzled. All right, but what's his significance? This isn't the first time I've seen him. Masterson cut a glare at his device. The first was 5 years ago, at our outpost on Myrick 4. Briggs started. That's where Captain Horn, your son was. That's correct. Needless to say, I'd very much like to meet Sergeant Tucker in person for a chat. Was he the one who... No, Captain, he was not, Masterson said curtly. That was his CO, a man named Lee Summerston. At present, though, I know nothing else about him. Hence my interest in Tucker. Masterson pulled up a small shot of Danny's face and showed it to Briggs. Find this man, Captain, and when you do, bring his location to me. I'll decide how we proceed from there. Yes, sir, Briggs announced. One more thing. This is a private assignment, not for the books. You report to me, and me alone. Is that clear? Crystal, sir. Briggs turned for the door. I'll make it a top priority as soon as the Kogorian ship is aboard. Excellent, Captain. All of my contacts and resources are at your disposal. Dismissed. Chapter 14. Olive Branch. More than an hour after entering hyperspace from her own galaxy, Katie still found herself sitting cross-legged on her bunk, staring in total awe at the blue-tunneled view beyond her cabin's portholes. Talk about surreal. In spite of Madison's plain and wonderfully rational explanation of how all this worked, part of Katie still couldn't believe that any of it was happening. Intergalactic travel, humans from other worlds, genetic enhancement programs designed to fast-track physical performance. It was all like something out of a futuristic summer blockbuster. Not real life in the 21st century. And yet here she was. Caitlin K. Summerston, M.D., Ph.D., recipient of the NIH Fellows Award for Research Excellence and honorary chair of the Campbell Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences in Baltimore. Sitting on a starship, watching the cosmos go by on her way to another planet. So alien life really exists, she mumbled to no one. And my doofus kid brother found it with a stinking video game. Go figure. The door alert to her quarters chimed. Yeah? Katie's cabin doors swooshed open to reveal Danny Tucker. This a bad time? He asked. Huh? Katie said, somewhat taken aback by his appearance. Navy blue fatigues, black duty boots, and snug black t-shirt topped with silver dog tags. Wow, Danny, that's quite the downgrade from your usual designer look, isn't it? Katie, you with me here? Danny snapped his fingers. Oh, yeah, sorry. Guess I'm still kind of dealing with the whole space thing. Ah, no worries. That's a pretty natural response, honestly. I think so. Katie glanced at her watch. I didn't think I was supposed to see you for another 45 minutes. What's up? Danny shrugged. I know Lee and Mac had to bolt pretty quickly after bringing you aboard, and Madison's slammed getting ready for this conference thing, so since we've got some time, I thought you might like the nickel tour of the ship to give you a taste of what we're all doing out here. He chuckled awkwardly. That's assuming, of course, that you don't mind putting up with me solo for a few minutes. Kitty's first impulse was to cringe at the thought. Then, remembering her promise to Madison, and seeing him genuinely making an effort to play nice, she decided to table her usual distaste for Danny and accept his olive branch. You know, that sounds great. So how does this work anyway? Katie asked, seeing a uniformed private salute Danny in the hall on their way to the lift. How do you mean? Danny asked. Well, I've spent the last 20 years calling you Danny, but I still want to give you the proper respect around your peers, just like Madison does. So am I supposed to call you Sergeant Tucker while we're out in public, or Staff Sergeant Tucker, or Sergeant Danny, or what? Danny laughed. You're a guest on holiday, Katie, and a civilian at that, so I wouldn't sweat the ceremony. Besides, Madison's job with Riser Industries requires her to spend a lot of time in formal briefings where that sort of thing is SOP. Somehow I don't see you venturing into too many of those while you're here. Katie nodded. I've got to hand it to you, Danny. That's one impressive lady you've got there. Very classy, and sharp, too. I read over some of her work after they shot me up with a nano-translator. She twitched at the recollection. Talk about a weird experience, by the way, being able to suddenly read and write in somebody else's language. You think? Danny grimaced. I just hated the frickin' delivery. You remember my thing with injections. Katie giggled. You mean the time when you were 16 and you passed out in a clinic from a tiny little allergy shot? Yeah, I remember. Laugh it up all you want, but when a nutbar pediatrician harpoons your ass with an immunization at 6 years old, it sticks with you. No pun intended. Katie lifted her shoulders. Fair enough. They are handy little tools, though, Danny said. The translators, not the shots. They've come a long way, too, even since we arrived. Cultural slang, humor, syntax, even your more esoteric stuff like medical or engineering. It's pretty much all tracks now. Man, that's wild, especially the medical stuff. Oh, yeah, but you can thank Madison for that. She had to fast-track the med database for mimic integration when the original expedition hit Earth, so it's one of the more comprehensive archives on file. That, and, well, the one for Yo Mama jokes. Link, they said in unison. Speaking of Madison's mimic protocol, Katie said, that's some crazy radical stuff. Fascinating, though. I've got friends back in Bethesda who'd kill for a look at it. Danny gave her a look as they reached the lift. Sorry, Katie, but that's privileged information for your eyes only. Madison gave you access as a favor to Lee and Mac, and because you're a fellow scientist, not because you're supposed to have it. That stuff is just now being released to the public back home on Aura, and most of them aren't even ready to read it. What do you think that says about the medical world back on Earth? That can't even agree on a healthcare system. I know, Katie said with a modicum of disappointment. Mum's the word. I promise. Still, the whole notion of a gene therapy to expedite advanced muscle memory is amazing in and of itself. But couple that with the suit that she and this Riser guy developed for the actual training process, and that's the kind of stuff that changes lives, Danny. Not just those of soldiers, either. We're talking about quadriplegic kids in wheelchairs and seniors who've suffered strokes, or people with neurodegenerative diseases like Lou Gehrig. She broke off and looked down at the deck. Believe me, Katie, I know better than most how Madison's research can help people on both of our worlds. It's one of the reasons why some of us chose to stick around on Aura rather than return to Florida. Then he paused as the lift ascended past E-Deck, his expression turning almost happy. One of a lot of reasons, actually. Katie's eyes bulged. No freaking way! I was totally on the fence about whether I believed it, but it's actually true. You really like this girl. You're not, like, amused by her or infatuated with her like all your troll bags at home. You really, honest to God, genuinely like this girl. Danny rolled his eyes. Ha! Kitty clapped her hands in delight. Danny's got a girlfriend! Danny's got a girlfriend! Okay, seriously. What are we, 12 here? Hey, man, I'm so not hating on this. I mean it, Danny. Madison's a great girl, and I'm thrilled to see you with her. But more than that, I'm thrilled to see you thrilled to be with her. I've known you for a lot of years, and in all that time, I never, ever thought I'd live to see Danny Tucker, the great ladies' man himself, ditch his Nautica threads and swinging single lifestyle for BDUs and a real adult relationship. Katie slugged him in the arm. Good for you, dude. I'm proud of you. Funny you should mention single people, Danny shot back, because Private Aikman back there is totally available, and he's a really swell guy. Loves kids, too. Katie raised her palms. Not interested. With all due respect to Private Aikman, who I'm sure is a perfect gentleman, this single girl is all about the space right now. We clear? Danny grinned. If I had a nickel for every time I've heard that out of a Summerston. Katie started to respond, but stopped when the lift halted on G-Deck and opened into another corridor, where she was met by the clamor of voices, turbines, and power tools in the distance, along with Creedence Clearwater Revival? Her bemusement gave way to astonishment, however, when she rounded the corner with Danny and found herself on the Lawrence flight deck. Wow, she breathed, stepping forward into the hangar and seeing the collection of ships, vehicles, and personnel in gold coveralls moving about the chamber. What is all this? Off the top of my head, I'd call it 2 fighter squadrons, 4 surface-to-air dropships, 3 refueling carts, 2 shuttles, and 8 sand tigers. Danny pointed to one of the armored ground vehicles. That's those things.
Got it, Katie said.
Meanwhile, John Fogarty lamented being stuck in Lodi again from an 80s-style boombox in the motor pool.
I don't know what to say, Danny, other than this is amazing. It's not bad. The Lorne is actually one of the smaller light cruisers in the ASC fleet. So, by comparison, she gets dwarfed a lot by the others, like the Praetorian. The Praetorian's the ASC flagship, right? Katie asked, soaking up all of the sights, sounds, and smells of the industrial scene around her. Somebody was paying attention in class. Hey, what's up with the music anyway? Kenny pointed to the motor pool. Since when do they listen to the best of Nam on an alien ship? Danny looked amused. You can thank your brother for the credence. That's all him, right down to the novelty boomer, which is where some of the other guys got it from. Me personally, I was always more of an OAR guy myself. Frat rock, Katie scoffed. Whatever. Katie, love! A baritone voice boomed in a familiar Scottish accent, causing the pair to turn and see Hamish roll out on a sled from beneath a fighter. Like most everyone around, he too wore gold coveralls that were covered in grease, though his were tied off at the waist, exposing his brawny tank-topped shoulders and an array of Celtic tattoos. Hi, Hamish, Katie said, as he hopped to his feet and ambled over. What have they got you working on? Oh, nothing in particular. I've never been one to kill time in my bunk, so I thought I'd come down here and tinker for a while.
Hamish touched a grimy finger to the bill of his New Zealand all-blacks cap.
How about you two? What brings you down here?
Danny's giving me the tour, Katie said. Is he now? Hamish shot Danny a look of mild surprise.
How wonderfully diplomatic of him.
So, Hamish, Danny said after clearing his throat. You ready for the big trip? And don't tell me you haven't been counting down for it. The Scot shrugged.
I am ready. I'll admit, though, that I don't exactly relish the thought of leaving everyone behind for 2 years.
Yeah, but you get breaks to come back home, right? Danny asked.
Aye, we get a break.
Hamish raised a single finger.
1 week holiday in 3rd semester. That's it until graduation.
Danny turned back to Katie. Hamish here was recently called up by the Orne Corps of Engineers for the Mardola School. It's like SEAL training for wrench guys.
In fairness, Hamish said, I'm one of several lads to go, so it's not like it's just me.
Oh, cut the modesty already, Hamish, Danny said. More than 1,000 ACs put in for that assignment, and you're one of 6 to get it. That pretty much places you among the best of the engineering badasses, bro. I don't care how you slice it. ACs? Katie asked. Assistant Chief, Danny said. It's the last stop on the engineering chain of command before you make Chief, and Hamish here landed the AC slot on the Praetorian last year when John Simpson made Chief of the AS Bakersmith. Hey, Hamish, another voice called from the fighter's far side. Do me a favor, check the bin for the 3/8, will you?
Speaking of the Chief,
Hamish said to Katie and Danny before calling back.
Hey, Chris, take a break for a second and come meet someone.
Katie watched the owner of the voice roll out from under the fighter, get to his feet, and run a quick rag over his glistening hands and face before approaching.
Katie Somerston, allow me to introduce Christopher Wyatt, Chief Engineer of the AS Praetorian and a friend of the family.
Hamish gestured to the lean, yet rock-solid mechanic in his mid-40s with sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. Hi, Wyatt said with a warm smile. Then, inspecting his hands, he offered her the less filthy of the two. It's really nice to meet you. Yeah, you too. Katie felt the rugged skin of his palm scrape against hers as they shook. I think I saw you in the crowd at the reception, but we never really had the chance to be introduced. Oh, that's all right, Wyatt said. You were the maid of honor, plus Hamish said you had a heavy hand in the coordinating, so we knew you were busy. You might say that, yeah, Katie laughed, admittedly a bit curious as to how she'd come up in conversation. You ladies looked real nice, by the way, Wyatt said. Stunning, even. Katie blushed, causing Danny and Hamish to trade looks beside her. Thanks, Katie said. Well, you know, Mac, she never wants to do anything conventional, so we just went with it. Awkwardly clearing her throat, she stepped toward the fighter they'd been working on. This is like the one in the video game on Earth, right? Yes, ma'am, it sure is. Wyatt followed her over. This here is the SF-13 Mako Interceptor, and, I might add, a personal favorite of your brother's. She's the first fighter ever created with the new C-100 series power plant, which means she's capable of entering hyperspace without the aid of a carrier. Huh? Katie said, admiring the machine's flat-bodied shape and retractable wings. Looks kind of like an F-14 from back home. What's C-100 mean anyway? The C stands for caldersite, which is the mineral we derive our fuel from, Wyatt said. The 100 means 100% pure or unblended. If I may, though, her engines are only part of what makes her unique. With the other part being? Katie asked. Her body configuration, Wyatt said. The Mako has a wider, flatter fuselage than her predecessors. That, along with her variable sweep wings and twin dorsal fin tail, allows her to serve as both a short-range, air superiority fighter and a long-range interceptor. Why does she need fans? Katie pointed to the massive turbines ahead of the port and starboard nacelles. Those would seem to be pretty useless in a void, right? For that matter, so would wings. Wyatt looked impressed. Good question. In layperson's terms, this is what we typically refer to as a stellar fan engine. It combines a Z201 series ion propulsion system with our version of a turbofan to allow the fighter access to both intra- and extra-atmospheric theaters. The same goes for the body design and the wings, neither of which mean anything in zero-G, but make all the difference over a coastline. A jet fighter and a spaceship in one, Katie mused, running her eyes down the machine's sleek silvery frame. Precisely, Wyatt said. All right, that's enough tech talk for one session. Danny stepped in and took Katie by the arm. Madison's expecting us in the OC in 20 minutes, and Chief Wyatt here will talk your ear off about this stuff if you let him. Designer's privilege, Emma said with a toothy grin. Wow, you designed this? Katie darted her eyes back to Wyatt, who tucked his hands in his pockets. Yes, ma'am, I did. Danny's right, though. You guys have plans, and we're keeping you. Again, it was real nice meeting you. Yeah, Katie said, falling in line behind Danny for the exit, but not without a final glance back at the Mako, then at Wyatt, who was already elbow-deep in his tool bin. Yeah, nice meeting you, too. Chapter 15. Conflicted. Damn him! Lucius Zaire snarled, closing his channel to the commure, then storming from his study into the Imperial Alcazar's main common area. Across the room, Zaire's wife, Charlotte, an elegant woman of 62 years, sat in a silk robe on the sofa with her legs folded, a book in one hand and a wine-glass in the other. Masterson again, I presume? She asked, with a flat indifference and a toss of her silver hair. Zaire glared back at her, but said nothing. Don't act so surprised, husband. The Commandant has seized every opportunity to cross you since you sent that woman of his to Praelin. What happened to her was not my fault, Zaire protested. Her affair with Masterson was an embarrassment to this family's name, to say nothing of our daughter's reputation, and she had to go. If I could change the circumstances, I would, but that doesn't change the fact that Delilah Reese's death on that frigate was an accident. He paused and huffed. As for our darling little girl's reputation, well, she sullied that all by herself. Yes, because God's forbid our daughter actually finds a little happiness in this life, Charlotte muttered behind her book. So says the narcissist of another, Zaire wanted to say. And you ungrateful nag of a drunken shrew, you wonder where she gets it from. Zaire turned away and rubbed a weary palm over his wrinkled forehead. The Commure would hit orbit in less than 2 hours, and if the information he'd just received was any indication, there would be plenty to discuss when it did. Assuming, of course, that anyone would actually want to discuss it. A tall order given the circumstances. Whispers were already swirling around Parliament about Masterson's triumphant return from the Reisner Expanse, having made some sort of major discovery. Beyond that, though, little else was known. Once word got out that said discovery was in fact a fully functional piece of C-100 technology given to the Commure by an alien race ready to share its entire arsenal in exchange for an alliance with the Empire, well, that's when the spin machine would kick in and everything would change. Fastest ships, indestructible armor, and weapons befitting a god, the Sun's coverage would herald. All free to the Empire and just in time to win the war, thanks to Alistair's new friends, the Kogorians. After that, the pressure on Parliament to ratify a treaty with these people, whoever they were, would be such that no minister wanting to keep his seat would dare vote against it. And therein, Zaire thought, lies the root of most of Alistair's problems. So, Charlotte chirped from the sofa, tipping the wine bottle over her glass. Once Masterson has returned to Uriel, what are your intentions? Zaire gave her a look but didn't answer. I know of the aliens he met in the Expanse. I overheard part of the communique from your office. I also know of the ship he's bringing back with him, the C-100.
You and I both know how things will play out once word spreads of this. You have to respond to that, Lucius. You have to. And how exactly would you have me respond? Zaire asked, dripping with sarcasm. By falling onto my face and praising the hallowed name of Alistair's heroic commandant for usurping my authority to gain access to it? Worth considering. Say what you will of his methods, the truth remains that, yet again, Masterson has succeeded when the Empire needed it most. He's brought our scientists a fully operational C-100 ship for study, something you've been unable to do since the ASC launched its Mako platform and subsequently retook control of the war. And what lesson should we take from that, my dear? Zaire shot back. That my inability to steal our enemy's technology makes me an inept leader? Or that our developers' inability to match it makes us inept as a fighting force? Charlotte gave him a twisted smirk. Oh, please, don't start with this nonsense again. Dismiss it all you like, but our lack of C-100 technology is not the fault of my administration. Nor, for that matter, is it the fault of our scientists, who, frankly, are every bit as capable as their Auran counterparts. It's because we, as an empire, refuse to get out of their way and let them do what they do best. Innovate! We suffocate them in a bureaucratic stranglehold of rules, regulations, and corrupt oversight, but then we expect them to outpace Auran R&D with half the resources and triple the red tape. Real progress doesn't occur under these kinds of restrictions. Not socially, technologically, nor scientifically. It simply can't. It's how we've always operated, Lucius. Whether they're scientists, soldiers, doctors, or civilians, people need order, or else there's chaos. Establishing that order requires leadership, and it's the role of Parliament to give them that leadership and guide their efforts to fruition, for the good of the collective. It's been that way from the beginning. Zaire raised a concessionary hand. Indeed, and in the early days it had to be. We were a fledgling nation on a hostile alien world, with no infrastructure or support, and it was up to the leaders of that expedition to give our people direction and purpose, if for no other reason than to keep spirits up and keep our people safe. But that's not the case anymore, is it? We've grown, more so than the founders could have ever dreamed possible. Only the Parliament we've built in response has become so abhorrently unwieldy that it's not nurturing that development at all. It's choking it. Charlotte's wizened expression crinkled even further. I still don't see what this has to do with solving our Keldersite problem. We should be making more of an effort to include industry from the outer systems. Think about it, Charlotte. We've brought countless new societies under our banner in the last half-century. Societies filled with new minds and fresh ideas. Ideas that could propel us into the next millennium if we'd stop treating their owners like second-class citizens and allow them into the market. But we don't. We call them part of the Empire, but when push comes to shove, we alienate them with brutish levies and bastardized legislation like that damned Doring Bill. Then we wonder why our ships still float about the cosmos on 40-year-old specs. Zaire's look turned rueful. For God's sake, look at what we did to Detron City on Marlin 3. Do you realize what kind of an asset that city could have been for us had we actually supported it, rather than cutting its legs out from under it? Talk about failed leadership. Charlotte snorted. You speak of leadership as if you even know what the word means. Need I remind you that this war may have well been over by now if you'd done the right thing by our people and supported it from the outset? Then Parliament wouldn't have had to force you into a corner for its official declaration. Please, Zaire snorted. You and I both know that this war was never about doing right by our people. Not those without parliamentary bank accounts, anyway. Whatever. Charlotte threw her hands up. The only legs I see being cut anymore are Masterson's. The man does everything in his power to defeat our enemies. And yet you, in your infinite wisdom as leader, deny him what he needs to get the job done. Now, here he comes again, with another tool to change things, and you'd strike him down because of the means by which he procured it? Hear me, husband, and hear me well. If you value your position as Chancellor, you'll set aside these senseless and, some might say, treasonous ideals of yours, and work with the Commandant to use this technology for our benefit. If you do not, don't be surprised when 2/3 of Parliament backs him as your replacement. Zaire glared at his wife. I make no promises. We'll investigate the situation as we always do. We'll find out who these Kugorians are, what they want in exchange for their aid, and then I'll render my decision, but not before. Nothing is free, Charlotte. You know that as well as I.
These people want something, and until I know what it is, I will not, as Chancellor, move us into an alliance with them.
Then neither you, the Uriel son, nor those power-hungry vultures of Parliament will change that.
Charlotte's head fell back in laughter, a shrill, mocking chortle that, once upon a time, Zaya recalled had actually been rather pleasant to hear, before she'd grown old and bitter.
So hurry up and wait is your message, Charlotte crowed. Typical. And you wonder why the people of this empire have turned against you. They want a man of action to lead them, noble husband. A man of courage and conviction. Not a man who cringes at the thought of conflict, then cowers behind a curtain of inaction disguised as due diligence to avoid it. Masterson gives them that action, Lucius, and that's why they adore him so.
He gives them rhetoric, nothing more.
Maybe, Charlotte said, her words coming like acid now. But that doesn't make his message any less true. As Alasterians, we pander to no one, and it's high time you remember that. We take what we need, and if what these aliens offer will win us victory over Aura, then, by gods, we accept it. Cost be damned, because in the end, that's all that matters. Alec Masterson knows this. She raised a single skeletal finger and aimed it at him. Your father knew this. And there it is, Zaya thought, her favorite go-to swipe in her long-standing arsenal of emasculation, invoking the sacred name of the great Clayton Zire, hero of the Beyonder War, visionary founder of the Empire, and for Lucius, sole conjurer of one hell of a shadow. Still, the Alasterian Chancellor remained calm. Times change, Zire said. Our people deserve strong leadership, yes, but they also deserve our respect. They're not fools. Consider that, my darling wife, the next time you care to lecture me from atop your radical fundamentalist soapbox. Then, with a final glare, he turned for the door. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll leave you to your wine. Chapter 16. Return. Sitting next to Katie and Madison on the Lawrence Bridge, Danny shifted anxiously in his seat and returned his attention to the main viewer in time to see the bright blue translucence of hyperspace transition back to stars. Hyperspace exit complete, the helmsman called. Sublight propulsion is engaged and standing by. Danny sucked in a lungful of air and blew it out, his stomach having concluded what he hoped would be its final cartwheel of the 5-day voyage back from Earth. So, I'm going to step out on a limb here and guess that this never really gets old. Katie had apparently noticed his mild shade of green. Danny swallowed and shook out the last of his nerves. No, just a personal phobia thing, I guess. Something about the whole darting between galaxies on a wing and a meticulously calculated NavCom prayer thing never really squared with me. Behold the brave warrior, Madison said, from the seat next to Katie. Guess somebody's still a bit sore about tonight's plans, Danny almost said, but he kept it to himself. The scene in the main viewer swept hard to port and stabilized on a giant blue sphere that looked starkly similar to the one they'd left behind 5 days ago. Ara, I take it? Katie asked. The one and only, Danny said. Katie shook her head in astonishment. Man, it really does look like Earth. Take away a few of the land masses and you'd swear they're the same planet. Oh, don't worry, Danny said. You'll see plenty of differences once we hit the surface later. The comm officer in front reached for his terminal. Praetorian, he said. This is A.S. Lauren requesting permission to dock. Over. Static crackled then. Welcome home, Lauren, a woman replied. Praetorian is standing by for ID code authentication. Proceed when ready. Copy that, the comm officer said. Transmitting IDC now. Holy crap. That's a big ship, Katie gasped, spotting the long gray block that revealed itself as the ASC's legendary flagship as it came closer. Wait till you see the Harkins, Danny said. She's on deep space runs right now to shake out the last of her prototype bugs, so I'm not sure you'll get the chance, but she dwarfs the Praetorian by a solid 30 meters. Watching the Praetorian loom closer in the viewer, Danny saw Katie's eyes begin to drift towards the extensive collection of scars and patches that littered the carrier's hull. Looks like she's been out here a while, Katie said. Oh yeah, Danny said. She's been around the block all right. The Praetorian was the first ever ship to be built under the old Horizon-class specs, and even now with the second generation coming out, she's still the gold standard as far as most of us are concerned. You've seen much of that? Katie asked. Her action, I mean? Some, Danny said, but not much with her. Infantry guys aren't stationed on one ship or another. We tend to bounce around a lot, depending on where we're needed. Hamish and Wyatt, on the other hand, are full-timers on the Praetorian crew, so they'd be the ones to ask, Wyatt especially. Katie nodded, then returned her focus to the massive carrier ahead. The Larn concluded its parallel docking sequence as most of the crew, Danny, Madison, and Katie included, made their way down to the main hatch on sea deck for disembarkation. "Coming through, geniuses," Link's voice announced from somewhere behind them. Turning to look in that direction, Danny saw the butt of a raised suitcase knife through the crowd just in front of Layla's head. "Relax, Short Round. You can cut the whining act. We're home." "Easy for you to say, man. You're not the one carrying his weight and frickin' clothes here." Link labored out a final grunt, then ka-thunked the suitcase onto the deck at his wife's feet. "Baby, you're the mother of my kids, and I love you with all of my heart and soul. But damn it! Will there ever come a day when we touch down in Florida without the need for a door-busting shopping spree at Odell's? I mean, come on!" Layla cocked her head. "That's very funny, love, but you weren't complaining last night when I modeled it for you in our quarters." "Busted!" Danny coughed into his fist. "Suck it, Crockett," Link said. "I'm sorry if this makes me a cheap bastard, but you'll excuse me if I'd rather not see every last cent of my PGC cash sucked down the crapper on evening wear and matching shoes." "Need I remind you that your suit for our wedding came from Odell's?" Layla said with a wink. "And, my oh my, wasn't that money well spent?" Link waggled a finger at his wife. "Hey, don't objectify me." "Okay, so on that note," Madison said, "some of us would really like to get home." Crossing through the final junction onto E-Deck, Danny, Madison, and Katie arrived in one of the Praetorian's 3 auxiliary shuttle bays, where one of the deckhands had prepped a short-range transport to take them down to the surface. "Where are we headed anyway?" Katie asked, climbing through the hatch and into one of the 4 seats behind the cockpit. "We're putting you up at my place in Raton," Madison said. "The Praetorian will be in orbit for another few days if you want to shuttle back up, but trust me, life on a starship can get pretty bland after a while." "Raton?" Katie shifted to a window seat and buckled in. "If I remember my reading right, that's Aura's capital city, isn't it?" "That's right," Madison said from the seat next to her. "Madison keeps an apartment in the Bear District downtown," Danny said from the cockpit, already into his pre-flight sequence. "You'll have no shortage of stuff to do there, and most of it well within walking distance. Food, shopping, museums, and so forth. Everything else is just a quick jaunt west via the ATA. "ATA?" Katie asked. "Auran Transit Authority." Danny brightened. "Oh, if you make it over to the Harbor District, there's the incredible little deli right off the platform that makes the best bread in the city. Seriously, I lived off this place for a week after Madison introduced me to it." "Sounds great," Katie said. "Almost like someplace back home, even." "In some ways," Danny said, relaying their green status to the flight controller upstairs. Soon after, the gray scene of the shuttle bay outside returned to that of stars. "Trust me, though, Raton has more than enough of its own personality to go around, but you'll have the next 2 weeks to explore all that yourself." "That actually reminds me," Katie said. "You guys don't ship out for Madison's conference until tomorrow, right?" "That's right," Madison said. "Got any plans for tonight?" "As a matter of fact," Danny said. That earned him a fresh eye roll from his girlfriend. "I totally just stepped in something, didn't I?" Katie asked. "No, it's nothing," Danny began their descent. "It's just that my guys made some plans for me tonight that I kinda can't break." "Oh, I'm sorry," Katie said. "Hey, look, I totally get it if you guys need to." "Oh, no," Madison said. "Believe me, you couldn't possibly be more invited. For one, I like the company. For another, Danny might need a second doctor by the end of the night." "Yeah, that can't be good," Katie said. "Can I ask where we're going?" "Nothing huge," Danny said. "It's just a little outing with the boys is all." Madison frowned.
If by outing with the boys you mean grown men beating the holy hell out of each other for little more than beer, credits, groupies, and alpha male supremacy among their fellow primates through a pointless exhibition of barbaric violence, then yes, you'd be spot on."
"Gotta admit, though," Danny grinned,
"If I pull this off, that's some sweet travel change we get to take with us to Finley Springs. Regan leveraged my former champ status to get us a 60% cut of the purse on this one."
"Good," Madison said. "Should be just enough to cover your funeral." And after that, she sat back into her chair and began scribbling onto a pad. Katie thought she felt a chill. "Nope, didn't step in anything at all now, did I?" "So, Dr. Summerston," Danny said, "how do you feel about a little pointless barbaric violence after dinner tonight?"
Chapter 17. Manningtown. After re-entry, Katie peered through the window to her right and saw the horizon beyond the glass shift from cottony white cloud cover to the soaring skyline of Raton. The city was absolutely stunning. A sprawling metropolis of high-tech executive steel mixed with centuries-old stone that resembled marble and cobblestone. It was everything Lee had described. Athens, Greece, circa 400 BC meets NYC of the future, he'd said. Man, if you weren't spot on too, Katie thought, catching sight of the Oran Capitol building, which might have passed for a distant cousin to New York's St. Patrick's Cathedral back home. What New York and Athens did not have, however, was a railless public transit system of hundreds of mostly glass cars streaming through their respective skyways. Told you you'd see some differences. Katie turned to see Danny grinning at her in amusement. Once they'd landed, they boarded one of the transit cars, heading in the direction of Madison's apartment. So, this is that transit thing you told me about, Katie said, nervous eyes fixed on the transparent floor under her feet and the web of streets, buildings, and greenways passing some 90 meters below it. This is it, Danny said. It runs kind of like a monorail, only, without the rail. Soon after, the transit car eased to a halt at Platform A of a bar station, and following a brief stroll through the market, they arrived at Madison's loft apartment where Katie would be spending the next 2 weeks of her vacation. Wow, I like your taste, Katie said of the space's stainless steel amenities, hardwood floors, and exposed ventilation. Thanks. Madison dropped her keys onto a table in the foyer. It's home, for now, anyway. Come on, I'll show you the guest room. Following a soft white hallway into a back room off the main common area, Katie dropped her bags beside the queen-size bed and spotted Danny on the sidewalk outside, talking to one of the neighbors. We've got some time before dinner if you want to grab a shower and relax, Madison said. Bathroom's just outside and to the right. Thanks, I may take you up on that. Katie opened her suitcase on the bed and began rifling through her clothes until something occurred to her. Hey, Madison? Yeah? What exactly is the dress code for an Oran boxing match anyway? Madison sighed. Far cry from a night at the MGM Grand, that's for sure. And it's called Kuchoro, by the way, not boxing. Which is what, some kind of mixed martial arts? Something like that, yeah. There's a pro circuit that gets a modest following in some places. But for the most part, everyone around the fleet tends to flock to the amateur fights like the one at the Bombshell tonight. I think that's because they all know each other. So there's a whole my guy kicked your guy's ass machismo thing. Plus, it gives them an excuse to spend a Friday night at the bar, as if any of them needed one. Translation, jeans are fine, Katie said. Sadly, Madison turned to the door. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go crack the whip on my fearsome combatant boyfriend to finalize our dinner reservations. That sounds promising, Katie said. It better be. We may be stuck with jocks, gym shorts, and beer for tonight's entertainment, but I'll be damned if we're not at the very least getting a decent meal out of this. Katie shot Madison a grin. Nice. 3 hours later, having finished an exquisite 5-course meal at a seafood place in the Harbor District, at least Katie thought it was seafood, she found herself riding in the back of a topless utility vehicle with Danny at the wheel and Madison beside him. In the distance ahead, the orange sun sank behind the massive ASC facility, known as Fort Manning. So this is what an Oran military base looks like, Katie said, brushing a wind-blown strand of blonde hair from her face and staring out over the grid of buildings and blacktop beyond the approaching fence line. Yes and no, Danny waved at the checkpoint guard on their way through the gate. This is what Fort Manning looks like. The base was built more than a century ago during the Orange War with an alien race called the Beyonders. So, by comparison, it looks pretty dated when stacked up against a lot of the newer facilities, which were built in the last 30 years. That said, Manning's got more heritage than all the others combined, which is why it's still a cornerstone of ASC operations to this day. As they crested the first hill on their way through the base, Katie could see what Danny meant. While Manning itself was enormous, a lot of it did look fairly antiquated when compared to everything else she'd seen since arriving. Still, there was a familiar vibe that resonated with her. Probably because, crazy as it sounded, it reminded her in many ways of Fort Bragg back home in North Carolina. While a sophomore at UNC, Katie had dated a soldier who'd been stationed there, and she'd made more than her fair share of trips down I-95 from Chapel Hill to Fayetteville, or Vietnam as the locals called it. Fast forward to the present, and Manning, oddly enough, offered the same senescent landscape as Bragg, complete with row after row of fusty brick-and-mortar buildings, an aging post exchange with a grocer, a hospital, an airfield, multiple overgrown recreation fields, and countless blocks of concrete barracks, circa 1932. So,
Is this barnyard place on post or what?
Katie asked, seeing the running lights of a starship cross the dusky orange sky overhead. The bombshell, Danny corrected. No, it's over in Manningtown, just outside of the Cunningham Gate. Cutting through the base was just the quickest way to get there.
Manningtown?
Katie repeated. Sounds very Pleasure Island.
Kinda, but not really, Danny said.
It's a tiny little civilian-owned strip just off post. You know, bars, shops, restaurants, that sort of thing. Anyway, a lot of people like to go there to blow off steam when they're not on duty. And given that the Praetorian is in orbit right now, there should be quite a few familiar faces in the crowd. 20 minutes later, the Jeep ground to a halt in the gravel parking lot of the Bombshell Bar and Grill, a former garage which, according to Danny, had been purchased by the owner some 10 years ago and converted into a tavern. Though subpar pub grub and a mediocre ale selection were hardly its main attraction. That distinction went to the tri-roped, triangular churro ring at the center of the establishment, which served as both its entertainment and its primary source of revenue via a near-criminal bookmaker's cut on all house wagers. Cozy, Katie said, noting the words Fight Night and 2-for-1 call drinks in glowing neon on the sign out front. Inside, the scent of salty air soon gave way to that of stale beer and cheap snack food. Katie was again taken aback by the ruckus familiarity of it all.
Worlds aside, I guess a bar is a bar is a bar, huh? Katie shouted to Madison over the roar of music, clinking glassware, and the jubilant shouts of "Hurrah!" from a group with raised shot glasses near the bar's center taps.
Her sense of déjà vu hit a whole new level, however, when upon searching the back wall for any sign of a wine bottle, Katie's gaze locked on an all-too-familiar face, courtesy of the tackiest 3D beer banner in history. The face was broad, dark-skinned, and sported a pearly white grin, befitting a used car salesman. Below the face were two meaty thumbs up, and a claymore broadsword embossed with the words, New Berwick's Finest, Iron Highland Ale. Get a wee bit of Scott in ye.
Danny, Katie blinked. Why is Hamish's face on a beer ad? Behind a bar, on an alien planet?
Danny laughed. You know Hamish, forever the entrepreneur.
Katie blinked again. It's staring at me.
Top!
A voice shouted from across the room, breaking their attention from the banner as two soldiers bounded over to meet them. One was a skinny man with black hair and glasses, the other a brawny older man with brown hair and a grizzled square jaw.
What's up, Reg? Danny said to the one in glasses.
Katie, let me introduce Corporal Les Regan, we call him Reg, and Sergeant Zeke Anders. They're in my unit.
Good to meet you, Regan said with a cheery greeting. Miss, Anders said with a subtle bow.
Hi, guys, Katie said.
So what'd he say, Top? You all set? Regan rubbed his hands together.
Mason and his goons are already here talking trash, you know.
Par for the course with that crew, Danny scoffed. I see Mason's CO in check-on just about every morning, and that guy never misses a chance to rave about his boy. It's like clockwork. That ends tonight, guys. That belt is coming home where it belongs. Damn straight, Regan said.
Katie leaned into Madison. I take it Danny has a history with the guy he's facing tonight?
Madison nodded.
Fill you in later.
All right, boys, let's do this, Regan announced. Top, if you'll follow me, we'll get you into the back and taped up.
Danny turned to Madison and Katie.
You guys hold down the fort for me and relax. Anders here will take you to ringside when it's time.
Katie shook her head. Have fun. Try not to get yourself killed.
Are you kidding? I've got 2 doctors in my corner, and gorgeous ones at that. I'd stare down Chuck Liddell right now if I could.
That drew a hearty guffaw from Madison, but she leaned in and kissed him anyway. Be safe, all right? I'll see you afterward. He kissed her back, smiled, and vanished into the crowd. Okay, so on that note, I need a drink, Madison said, showing Katie to a table that had just opened and started for the bar. Can I get you something?
Read my mind,
Katie said. Don't suppose they've got a decent Pinot around here. Madison's look went flat. Have you seen this place? Point taken, Katie said. Talk to me. What have we got? Madison thought about it. Hamish's beer isn't bad. Ugh, Katie winced. Sorry. With all due respect to the big guy, I was never much of a craft beer drinker. Fair enough, Madison said. We've got something pretty close to a vodka martini, if you prefer. It was actually Danny's favorite before he gave up drinking. Perfect, Katie said. Extra dirty, if, you guys have olives. I think we can work something out. Madison dropped her purse into an empty chair to hold the spot. Back in a few.
Hunching forward onto her elbows, Katie clasped her hands on the oak tabletop and let out a breath, her eyes inevitably finding their way back to Hamish's oversized 3D head above the bar. Unreal. "Hey, it's Katie, right?" a voice asked from somewhere behind her. Spinning on her seat, Katie turned to see Chris White standing there. No longer covered in grease, he looked downright attractive in his casual slacks and stylish but simple navy blue button-up. "Yeah, that's me. Chief White, right?" "Only on deck. At the bar, it's just Chris." He pointed to a third stool at her table. "Anybody sitting here?" "Apparently you are." Katie gestured him to the stool. "Take a load off." Wyatt placed his mug on the table and scanned the crowd. "Where'd Madison take off to, anyway?" "The bar. She's flagging me down something that's supposed to be like a martini." "Oh, yeah, around here, that's called a Zamanio. Definitely closer to a vodka martini than a gin, though. Or so I'm told. I hope you're okay with that." "Yeah, Madison mentioned that. I hate gin. Smells like pine sol or something." Wyatt looked confused. "Pine what?" "Pine sol," Katie said. "It's a... Oh, never mind. It's not important. Just trust me. It smells really bad, and a lot like gin." Wyatt laughed. "Gotcha. Sorry if I'm a little slow on the uptake, but Lee and Mac's wedding was my first time on Earth, so I've got a lot to learn yet." "My first trip to Aura." Katie raised a hand as if volunteering. "I won't judge if you won't." "Deal. So, how are you liking it so far anyway?" Katie cocked her head. "Well, let's see. So far today, I've traveled through hyperspace between galaxies, visited my first ever alien world, flown in a glass metro car, and now I'm sitting in a bar just off an alien military base, with the face of a guy I've known for years hanging on the wall, no less, waiting on something that's supposed to be like a martini. So, yeah, you might say it's been a big day for me." Wyatt shifted on his stool. "I get how this could all be a bit disorienting." "You think? And about the alien thing? I mean, to hear Madison tell it, you guys are every bit as human as we are. Slight epigenetic differences notwithstanding." "Wow, big word." "What, epigenetic?" Katie felt a sudden sense of guilt for having lost him in the conversation. "It's the study of chemical compounds, both natural and man-made. Stuff in our air, water, medicines, and so forth, that serve to influence gene expression, therefore underscoring a clear bridge between the genome and the environment." Wyatt spouted with ease. "Translation, different planetary environments yield different subspecies of humans. Yeah, I know what it means." Katie tried in vain to mask her surprise. "Really?" "I was on the original Mimic project with Lee, Danny, and the others, and we kinda ran into some issues in the gene therapy phase because of that." Wyatt's face became a mixture of embarrassment and amusement. "What happened?"
"Methylation-induced cannabinentia,"
Wyatt said. "Or at least I think that's what Madison called it. Around here, though, we usually just call it the Funyun effect." "Ha!" Katie giggled. "In other words, your supersized gene therapy gives people from my world the pot munchies." "That would be it. Anyhow, I was in charge of making sure all of our hardware interfaced properly with their M-suits, and that little episode sent me back a week on the flight deck, but we made it work." "So how does that even work anyway?" Katie said, still grappling with the grander question. "Don't get me wrong, I never expected people from other worlds to be Hollywood cliches with green skin and antenna, but live, flesh-and-blood human beings that look exactly like me? I never saw that one coming, and I've built my entire career in science, both as a doctor and a researcher." Wyatt shrugged and sipped his ale. "To be honest, I don't know if there's really an answer to that. And even if there were, it'd be way over my scientific pay grade. That said," he shifted to face her, "the universe is an awfully big place, with a whole lot of space, not to mention an infinite number of worlds that we know to be similar. Therefore, given that as empirical scientific fact, is it so hard to believe, then, that at least two of those worlds, with all of their environmental similarities, might also be home to similar species of life?" Katie shook her head. "Yeah, but technologically speaking, you guys are way ahead of us. We can barely reach Mars by probe, much less travel between galaxies." "You'd have some neat toys, too, if your world had been invaded by aliens," White said with a dark chuckle. "Besides, even with all our deep space capabilities, it was still a total fluke that we happened upon your world. But that's just the draw, I suppose." Katie's lips made a line. "Yeah, I guess. I'd still like a bit more of an explanation as to how it all works, though." "Wouldn't we all?" White fidgeted with his mug. "Listen, can I ask you something?" Katie raised an eyebrow. "Sure, shoot." "You mentioned your research background a minute ago. Hamish says you were pretty big time. Why'd you give that up?" Katie considered the question. "I don't really know. I guess somewhere along the line, something just clicked in my brain that told me
I'm not a sideline person, you know?
Wyatt chuckled.
Yep, you're a Summerston, all right. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed research, and one of the perks of my current job is that it keeps me plugged into that world. But I just... Katie stared at the tabletop and searched for the right words. At the end of the day, if somebody's lying on an operating table, about to bleed out with a pulmonary embolism, I can't be the person who's stuck on a bench somewhere, buried underneath a mountain of data, looking for a solution that might, in theory, save their life. Call it whatever you want, but I just can't. I want to be the person in the OR, saving it. Make sense?
Wyatt nodded with a look of genuine empathy. Katie didn't know how or why. Maybe one day she would. But she was pretty certain he knew exactly where she was coming from. Neither spoke for a moment.
So, Katie said, fumbling for a topic,
where are you from?
Oh, just a sleepy little town in the middle of nowhere called Irwin, Wyatt said. It's about 9 hours south of Raton, on the Lorien Peninsula.
Coastal boy?
Sometimes, yeah. Irwin's about an hour inland, so beach time and a bit of a commute. Anyway, my folks own a farm down there.
Really? How did you go from farm work to being a world-class engineer on a military flagship?
Wyatt wrinkled his nose.
No clue. All I know is that I've just always liked fixing things. Ever since I can remember, I've tinkered with stuff. Toys as a kid, farm equipment as a teenager. You name it, and I've probably pulled it apart and put it back together again. Couple that with a boyhood love of stargazing, and the ASC just felt like the right call when I got older.
Makes sense. You close to your folks?
Oh yeah, they're fantastic. Totally loving life as empty nesters these days, too. I've got 2 younger brothers, and the last of them moved out about a year ago, so Mom and Dad are always on the go.
Katie nodded as the crowd around the triangular Kachuro ring began to grow.
How about you? Wyatt asked. From what Lee says, you guys are all pretty close in your family, too.
Definitely. My dad's an ex-state worker, and my mom spent 30 years in dentistry. They're both retired now, too, and all about the grandkid.
Oh, that's right, Wyatt perked up. Hamish told me you had a son.
Yeah, Katie felt her entire countenance brighten. His name's Oliver.
How old?
He's 3. Right now he's back home in Florida with my parents, who thought I needed a break.
Katie couldn't help but smile.
You know, it's funny. Amazing as all of this is, spaceships, other galaxies, and the like, you'd think that'd be enough to keep my mind pretty well occupied. Nope. It's been 5 days since we left Earth, and crazy as this sounds, I still can't wait to get home to that little munchkin.
Wyatt tilted his head.
I don't think that's crazy at all. Not even a bit. As a matter of fact, I'd say that's probably just the mark of a good mom.
Katie blushed.
Thanks. I appreciate that. How about you? You got kids?
Wyatt's eyes plummeted, and Katie knew right away she should have never asked that question. She just didn't know why.
No,
Wyatt managed through a cracked voice.
No kids. Hey, Chris, I didn't know you were out tonight. Madison emerged from the crowd, clasping 2 Zamanio glasses by their zigzag stems.
Katie kept her eyes on Wyatt, who cleared his throat.
Hey, Madison, yeah, he said. Word spread pretty quick that Danny was making his big comeback tonight, so I thought I'd come down and check it out. Madison responded with what had now officially become her "I hate this idea" look, and added, "Yep, good times. Good times."
Chapter 18. Fight Night. Clenching and releasing his fingers in the tape between his gloves, Danny, dressed once more in his signature orange and teal trunks, rolled his neck and shoulders to loosen up as the volume beyond the tunnel exit ahead rose to near critical. "Man, it's good to be back," he murmured, basking in the raucous ebb and flow of the crowd outside, some of whom would spend the next hour in beer-soaked adulation, chanting for his triumph, others for his fall. Still, both would do so with passion and total honesty, which was all any good fighter could really ask for when it came down to it. It was funny the places one could feel at ease. For some guys, it was in a cockpit. For others, an engine room or a research lab. For Danny, however, that place of refuge had always been a ring, triangular or otherwise. There was a simplicity to it that he couldn't escape. A purity. No weapons, no ships, no outside interference save that of a referee, or a medic when needed. Just 2 men trapped in a single confined space with nothing but their skills as fighters and an impartial set of rules to discern the better man. He was clean, lucid, and at certain points in his life when times had been anything but, for him the ring was home. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer boomed in an exaggerated, scooping voice, welcome to tonight's main event. Introducing the challenger. With a final punch of his gloves to stoke himself up, Danny let out a hard breath and trotted up the ramp toward the light. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing in at a rock-solid 195 pounds, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the shell for his first Katuro bout in more than 6 months, the 102nd Zone and your former middleweight champion, Danny the Hurricane Tucker! The crowd of some 300 spectators ignited as Danny climbed into the triangle, house speakers blurring U2's Bullet, the Blue Sky, and raised a glove while the monitors over the bar played a highlight reel of Danny's run as champion. Moments later, Bono subsided, and the announcer returned the mic to his lips. And his opponent, standing tall at 6 feet, 4 inches, with an impressive weight of 229 pounds, he hails from the 17th Cavalry by way of Fort Darrington. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the monster of Manosis, the king of chaos, the undisputed terror of the triangle, your reigning middleweight champion, James the Mauler Mason! Hearing the grungy crunch of Mason's entrance music, Danny watched from his corner as the massive, tattooed Goliath, dressed fittingly in all black, emerged from his tunnel. He was flanked by 2 other men who, judging by their flamboyance toward the crowd, were apparently there as cheerleaders. That's right, boys, stoke it up, Danny thought, seeing all 3 men strut and flail about the floor like peacocks in some sort of weird alien mating ritual. Rally all the troops you can behind your boy. So long as they all place bets on him by bell close, it's all good. Mason was impressive. Of that there was little doubt. Physically, he fell just below the cutoff for the heavyweight division, and that alone gave him a clear power advantage. But added to that was the extended reach of his long, sculpted arms and multifaceted aggressive fighting style, and the 24-year-old monster could inflict some serious damage, and fast. The broad, cocky expression on his stubbly, youthful face said he knew it, too. Close and tight, Danny thought, bouncing from left to right on the balls of his feet to stretch out his legs. Gotta stay in close and tight, or he'll kill me. Once Mason had settled into his corner, the salt-and-pepper-haired announcer called both combatants to the center. All right, guys, both of you know the rules. First man to KO, TKO, or force a submission takes the bout. All pins, falls, and kickouts will be counted and confirmed by me and me alone. I want a good, clean fight here, gentlemen. Now touch gloves and back to your corners till I give the word. Good to see you back up and on your feet, Mason taunted. Honestly, I was a little surprised to hear you'd filed for a rematch, what with the beating I gave you last time and all. Seriously, Mason? Danny said. You didn't really expect me to stay home and lick my wounds forever, did you? You had to know I'd be back at some point, after the only loss of my career. That was an impressive run you had last year. 16-0, right? Shame it had to end, but all good things, blah, blah, blah. Danny flashed a slick smile in response. As was typically the case with best friends, it went without saying that he and Lee had always had a lot in common. However, if there was one area where their personalities differed, it was how they handled competition. That was smack talk. Whereas Lee had always been Mr. Conservative, choosing to hold his tongue in favor of an action-led response, Danny had been bred, born, and raised in Miami, Florida, a place known for 3 things: South Beach, world-class Cuban food, and sports fans who specialize in smack talk. I give you all the credit in the world, Mason, Danny said. You really brought your A game that day. Straight up. And I didn't. The win was yours, fair and square, injury or no. Yeah, I heard about your little shoulder excuse after the fact. Tough being an old-timer. Oh, I dare say that injury had less to do with age and more to do with the wear and tear of field service. Danny tilted his head at the daytime logistics clerk. But you wouldn't know about that now, would you? Mason flared his nostrils. Whatever, old man. Just get to your corner already so I can kick your slaring mim ass back to retirement. Bring the noise, Chico, Danny simpered back. Bring the noise. They touched gloves, and Danny headed for his corner, where Regan stood, at the ready with a towel, water, and a mouthguard. Don't get too far away from this guy, Top, Regan said. Those arms will... I know, Reg, I'm on it. Danny scooped his mouthguard into his glove. Just keep a lookout on his feet for me, will you? Mason tends to get sloppy with his stance when he's overconfident or flustered, and I want a second pair of eyes there to catch it if he does. Copy that,
Regan said with a final spritz of water into Danny's mouth. You own this guy tonight, Top. No doubt about it. Now go bring it on home. Danny nodded, then crammed the rubber guard into his mouth and waited. Soon after, the first bell rang, and the bout was officially underway. As expected, Mason started out hard on the offensive, firing in with a quick series of jab cross-hook combinations before lunging in at Danny's midsection for an early takedown. Instinctively, Danny dropped into a sprawl to counter, then leapt back to his feet, mindful at all times of both his stance, wide but comfortable, weight 50-50 on the balls of his feet, and his hands, up for facial protection, thumbs tucked fist side for support and power. Leading with his usual left shoulder and hip, chest turned inward, Danny responded to Mason's early advance with one of his own. Unlike that of his opponent, however, Danny's first volley of offense was less about points and more about probing Mason's mindset and tenacity level. Jab, 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 cross, jab, jab, cross, hook. Opting to play things close to the vest for now, Danny slipped a wayward Mason knee strike, then slid inside for a quick summer combination. 2 jabs, followed by a cross, then a faux hook to mask an uppercut. All of which the younger man parried with a frantic defense before hurling another cross and retreating to the B ropes with a lead leg push-off kick to Danny's thigh. Very nice, Mason said, mouthguard dangling from his teeth as he skipped along his side of the triangle. I'll admit I expected you to have a bit more rust than this. You're not nervous, are you, Specialist? Danny asked. We can take a break if you need. That way you can go stamp something and think it over. This drew a snort from Mason. Talk it up, old-timer. Maybe this time I'll put your mouthy ass down for a year instead of 6 months. Didn't anyone ever tell you to respect your elders? Danny asked, then raised his lead glove. No? That's okay. We can work on that. Stepping inside Mason's lightning-quick assault, he battled off a sudden onslaught of hooks, crosses, and clinch-hold attempts. But with all his focus concentrated on Mason's upper body, Danny missed the incoming knee strike to his torso by a fraction of a second. Feeling the sudden sting of contact, he pushed off of Mason's forward leg and backpedaled to the ropes. Still waiting for that lesson on respect, the younger man said. Anytime you're ready. Stupid, Danny scolded himself, ribs throbbing. He knew better than to leave his midsection that exposed. Maybe I should have taken Regis' advice on that tune-up bout after all. Regaining his composure, Danny raised his fists and danced back to the center of the triangle. The next 2 rounds brought much of the same, each man charging in with a well-balanced attack before falling back under protective hands, while the other returned his half of the exchange. As the match wore on, though, Danny still managed to stick with his plan of staying close to Mason's body, while keeping his most creative offense in reserve for the fight's end. A probing jab here, a connecting cross there. Then back into a Herney shin block, followed by a tri-cross sweep into a Minter knuckle strike. Then back to sprawl as Mason shot in for another takedown. And on it went. Dude, do you even know what originality means? Danny taunted at the close of round 2, himself a bit winded now at the match's quarter point. Mason, on the other hand, was apparently done talking because as soon as the next bell rang, he bounded across the ring and straight at Danny, who gave him a wink. Another shoot followed by another counter. Both men leapt back to their feet. Mason went full bore at Danny's face, unleashing a thunderous volley of hatchet, arlay, and spiker punch combinations,
culminating with a ferocious uppercut that would have probably ended the match right then and there, had Danny not spotted the telegraph from Mason's shoulder and shifted accordingly.
Still, Danny held his ground, save for the occasional keep-him-honest countershot and a healthy dose of trash talk. Round 3. Round 4. Come on, you obnoxious old bastard, Mason roared. Round 5. Round 6. Come on! The penultimate bell of round 7 rang out like a shot, and both men, sweat-soaked and battle-worn, staggered to their corners for the final 2-minute respite preceding the bout's 8th and final round. How's the chin? Regan asked once Danny had collapsed onto his stool and spit out his mouthguard. It looked like he almost connected something fierce with that last one. You think? Danny panted. His form's slipping, though. He telegraphed it all the way, just like before. He's primed for the fall, bro. I've just got to hang with him. Regan wiped Danny's face with a towel. Yeah, well, you've definitely gotten in his head for sure. I don't mind saying, though, Top, that's a dangerous game you're playing. He almost caught you in a headlock with that last shoot, and prior to that, you let him bait you with a hook into a turn kick. Keep this up, and you can forget Finley Springs because you, my man,
We'll be stuck in an infirmary. Somehow, I don't think Doc Reynolds will be too hot on that either. Danny stared flatly as ComSpec turned to manager. Hey, man, don't get pissed with me, Regan said. Listen, I'm all about a payday, to say nothing of the small fortune I just saw in tonight's ledger. But more than that, I'm about keeping you out of traction to enjoy it. Give me some credit here, Reg. Danny dabbed his right eye with a glove. Minus a shiner and a few cuts and bruises, I think everything's going pretty well so far, don't you? Just hang with me. We're in the last round, and this guy's spent, which means he's vulnerable. Danny ran a towel over his face and rose from his stool. I know what I'm doing, Reg. Now are you with me or not? Regan gave him a resigned look. It's your show, Top. Do what you came here to do, and know I'm here regardless of how it turns out. Danny frowned at his manager. Wow, bro, Herb Brooks has nothing on you for pep talks. Who? Never mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final round. The announcer boomed past the wall of sound from the shell's packed house crowd. Danny paid them no attention. He was too busy plotting his approach for the final 3 rounds of his night. The time for conservatism was at an end, and while he'd been extremely methodical thus far in attacking specific portions of Mason's body, he knew the big man would be aware of that, and he'd defend accordingly. Misdirection, Danny told himself while shaking his limbs loose. All about the misdirection here. Still, given Mason's highly agitated state, manifest in his increasingly uneven stance and sloppy technique, it was all doable. Hey, Mason, Danny shouted, stepping up toward the crowd and raising his arms high into the air, goading them into a frenzy. You hear that? Back where I come from, we've got a name for that sound. It's called Last Call. You ready? Mason shot him a venomous scowl, then squared his shoulders and raised his hands. That's right, big boy. It's closing time, Danny muttered to no one, cramming his mouth guard back against his teeth. Come get some. Ding, ding. Mason roared out of his corner in a blur, closing the gap between them in a breath, then launching into a full-on attack mode. Unlike before, however, when Danny had covered his head, content to ride things out, this time he sidestepped the assault and unloaded a vicious right cross to the side of the big man's face. Visibly dazed, Mason staggered back, but there was no way Danny was letting up. Rushing head-on into Mason's exposed right flank, Danny went to work on the ribs he'd softened up in round 4, then to the abdomen he'd struck in round 5. Then back to the face, which, even through a gloved defense, was beginning to discolor. Now under siege, Mason threw a wild hook in Danny's direction. Then, like an idiot, he stepped forward into a push-off kick to halt the advance rather than stepping back out of reach. Danny didn't miss a beat. He shot in beneath the big man's foot, driving him hard into the mat with a violent mount, then ripped into Mason's head, neck, and trapped muscles with a series of brutal combinations. Fighting and squirming beneath the smaller man's advance, Mason resorted to the only advantage left to him, his strength. In managing a firm hand under Danny's left leg, he tried to roll his opponent over to get clear of the attack and set up a mount of his own. Mason could have never known just how stupid that was, and in some ways, Danny found that disappointing. He'd always loved a big finish, in part because it drove the crowd nuts, though mostly because nothing demoralized an opponent like a high-flying roundhouse to the jaw amid a sea of camera flashes. Alas, Sports Center worthy or not, an opening was an opening, and Danny wasn't about to turn it down. Sensing the momentum beneath him and instantly recognizing the threat, Danny threw his entire body backward in concert with Mason's push, creating a full rotation of movement that resulted in Danny landing back atop his opponent's sternum and just to the side. Then, shoving a leg under Mason's shoulder and ripping back his right wrist, thumb to the sky, Danny buried the big man's arm into his chest, thrust up with his hips, then tore back hard against Mason's clavicle, which let loose the signature snap, crackle, pop of a textbook silverback armbar. A howl, a tug, and 3.2 seconds of joint-locked agony later, a tap. Winner! The crowd around the triangle erupted, and Danny Tucker bounded to his feet, gloves high in the air, hell-bent on soaking up every last adulating second of it. Yeah! He shouted into the wall of sound. Meanwhile, Mason, still clutching his arm, slammed his good fist into the mat before picking himself up and hobbling back to his corner. A corner, Danny noticed, that was suddenly devoid of a cheering section.
Seeing his opponent's look of utter disgust, Danny responded in kind with one of equal amounts of revelry.
"Hey, Mason." The big man glanced up. "Thanks for coming out tonight. Seriously, you were a good sport, and it was a lot of fun."
Mason looked confused. Yeah, sure, but how did you—" Danny shooed him off with his hand.
"Here endeth the lesson, son. You may go now."
Mason snorted a final protest before turning to leave, but Danny ignored it. Instead, the Bombshell's newest middleweight champion stripped off his gloves and began pacing the ropes, high-fiving and fist-bumping everyone he could before heading back to center ring, where the announcer stood clapping alongside the bar's owner, a short, balding man who carried with him the most hallowed of trophies. Gaudy, absurdly huge, and covered from buckle to faux leather strap's end with fake jewels and faux gold plating that remained forever scuffed, the Bombshell's 10-year-old title belt might have been the single ugliest thing Danny had ever seen. But damn it all if that worthless piece of crap isn't gorgeous tonight.
"That is so not going on the trip," Madison said, once he'd been officially declared the champion and awarded the belt. "You know that, right?"
Chuckling, Danny turned to find her standing at ringside next to Anders, Katie, and Wyatt, boasting a flat smirk that was only slightly betrayed by the twitching smile of pride beneath it.
"Never even crossed my mind."
Danny tossed the strap over his shoulder and looked around. "What happened to Reed?"
"He's settling up at the house to get you paid tonight instead of next week," Anders said. "He knew you wanted the cash for your trip."
"That's my boy," Danny said. "So how do you feel?" Madison pointed to the fresh cuts on his face. "I'm sure it looks worse than it is," Danny said. "A couple of stitches here and there, and I'll be good to go for tomorrow." Madison pursed her lips and poked a particularly dark splotch on his right side. Danny grimaced. "Good to go, huh, stud?" He shrugged. "Hey, I'm not on crutches, am I?" Madison rolled her eyes, though Danny didn't doubt for an instant that it was all a front. Whether she liked it or not, she was proud of him. "Come on," Madison said, motioning him out of the ring as the chants of "Speech, speech, speech" began to echo off the walls. "Let's go kick the tires with the med staff and make sure you're all in one piece. Then we'll score up your winnings and get out of here." Danny halted her by the arm. "Not quite yet. Just give me a second." Madison looked perplexed, but returned to Katie's side anyway. Danny signaled for the mic as the crowd began to quiet. "How we doing tonight, Bombshell?" Another surge of cheers. "Awesome!" Danny spotted Regan at ringside with a cloth satchel and an ear-to-ear grin. "I want to thank everyone who came out tonight to show their support of this match. Don't get me wrong, as fighters, we love what we do because we love the competition. But amateurs or not, you guys make us feel like rock stars for it, and we're grateful." "Hurrah!" someone shouted from the back. "I also want to thank my manager, Les Regan, for setting all this up, and the Bombshell for giving me another crack at the title. They didn't know me anything after my last fight, and yet they gave me a rematch anyway, in spite of the mile-long waiting list of younger, more talented guys ahead of me." He tipped a light salute to the Shell's owner, then to Regan, who brandished the satchel with a jubilant thumbs up. From there, Danny returned his gaze to Madison. "Having said all of that, I made a promise to someone when I came in tonight. Someone very special to me. And while I might not be good for much, I am a man of my word." Regan's expression sank when Danny pulled the belt from his bruised shoulder and regarded it. Its scarred, fake gold plating shimmering in the spotlight. "As such, while it is my sincere honor to bring the middleweight title back to the 102, I must announce that the job of keeping it there will fall to someone else. For as of tonight, I am officially retired from Kachuro competition." A mixture of cheers and boos rained down on the ring as Danny gave his final wave to the crowd and descended the steps at his corner to rejoin the others. This time, however, Madison didn't try to hide her smile. "Thank you for that," she said. "You didn't have to do that now. You could have savored this for a few more days, or even weeks if you wanted to. I would have understood." Danny shook his head and smiled back at her. "Everything I want to savor is right here. Now what do you say we bail out of this dump and go home? We've got a trip to pack for." Sitting in his office aboard the Commuer, Alec Masterson was scanning the morning's duty roster when the comm terminal on his desk began to chime. He touched a thumb to the respond key. "What is it, Captain Briggs?" "Sir, it's about that orange staff sergeant you asked me to find. I may have something."
Chapter 19. Deadlock. Descending the last spiral of stairs onto the parliamentary palace's ground floor, Lucius Zaire rushed to collect his thoughts in preparation for the emergency session that, as of 0650 this morning, awaited him.
Gods, this is moving fast.
He wasn't completely surprised. As expected, word of Masterson's findings in the Expanse had spread like wildfire upon the Chimera's return to Alistair last evening. And while the resulting political unrest alone would have warranted a swift response, today's headline in the Ural Sun had pretty much demanded it. Major announcement forthcoming from Parliament in wake of Commandant's return, the front page had read. Of course, the source of the story remained anonymous, as always, but Zaire knew better. Walking past the entrance to Hearth Gallery on his right, Zaire arrived at the main atrium outside of the Chamber of Ministers and crossed the imperial seal in the center to halt, as he usually did before the all-too-familiar statue standing guard over its entrance. Clothed in the tattered rags of an Oran militiaman, the bronze soldier brandished a rifle above his head and wore the rigid, teeth-bared face of a triumphant battle-cry. Zaire regarded his father with hard incredulity. "You always were a bullying son of a bitch," he muttered to the statue, then pushed through the door into the grand hall beyond, where 211 men, all dressed in formal minister's garb, rose to their feet in customary, albeit mostly disingenuous applause. "Be seated," Zaire said on his way to the podium down front. Flanked on each side by 3 flags, all fitted with ornate golden top caps, the podium faced into the chamber, a lavished 3-tiered theater comprised of 6 sections of benches, 4 in the lower levels and 2 in the balcony. As was tradition, Zaire's primary cabinet members filled the first row, while the Alistairian commandant, wearing his usual stoicism, sat on stage beside the Chancellor's throne. The two exchanged looks as Zaire took to the podium. "Gentlemen, as always seems to be the case of late, the issues requiring our attention are myriad. Alas, on this day, we all know there is but one that transcends them all, so let us dispense with the formalities and get down to it." Zaire glanced around the hall at multiple nods of agreement. "By now, you've all had a chance to review the Commandant's report on both his encounter with the aliens while in the Rheinzer Expanse, as well as the ship that encounter produced. A ship, I would note, whose technology remains mostly a mystery to us, much like its creators. Even so, Commandant Masterson feels confident enough in his dealings with these Krugorians to deem them worthy of an alliance with the Empire, a belief he's seen fit to put forth to us by way of a motion to call for a vote. So, brothers of Alistair, what say you?" Minister Saul Doring of Randau Province stood up on his cane in Tier 2, and Zaire felt his stomach turn. "I see no other alternative but to support such a treaty, and I stand ready to lend my vote to it at once," declared the 9-term statesman, creating a stir around him. "We need these aliens' technology. In the span of 5 years, and in spite of the Commandant's best efforts, the Orans have gone from nearly defeated to attacking us in our own space. And all because their scientists beat ours to a C-100 breakthrough. Now we have the chance to rectify that and level the playing field. So I say we trust the Commandant's judgment and seize the chance while we can." The old man snorted. "Honestly, Chancellor, I don't even know why we're discussing this." Insolent old fool. Doring was the parliamentary establishment's unofficial ringleader. Like Ministers Keene, Felling, and others, he'd been among Zaire's most ardent opponents for years, having challenged his position on everything from immigration to his repeal of the Reed Act, that horrific disgrace of legislation that banned non-enlisted women from having children. "Tell me, Minister Doring," Zaire said, "how is Marshal Elliman these days? In good health, I presume, given Firefall Industries' lofty financial record of late?" Doring cocked his head. "What does he have to do with this?" "Quite a bit, actually," Zaire said. "You see, your entire stance on this issue is built upon your belief that Alistair's shortfall in the C-100 arms race gives us no choice but to ratify this treaty, and now." "What's your point?" "My point, Minister, is that I find that stance highly peculiar, since 9 years ago it was you who not only championed, but stamped your name on a bill that effectively barred 2/3 of our outer system interests. The Trans-City comes to mind, from competing for our most lucrative R&D contracts. As such, many of those companies were forced to close their doors,
which then allowed Firefall Industries and a handful of others to control the market and inflate the cost of doing business. An outcome, I'd submit to you, that set our C-100 program back a decade while allowing your friend Elliman to bleed us dry for tens of billions in defense funds. Doring's face turned red. How dare you accuse me of manipulating the market? That bill was about keeping our funding at home where it belongs, not out on the border with a bunch of outworld Aryan sympathizers.
Ah, the patriotism card, Zaire almost said, but didn't.
Furthermore, Doring went on, we gave that task to a special financial advisory committee, and it was their findings that informed our shaping of the bill, not the forecasted profits of an honest businessman, as you suggest. This time Zaire couldn't help himself. An honest businessman, he scoffed, not bothering to hide the condescension in his voice. Remind me again, Minister Doring, how much did Firefall contribute to our re-election campaign again? Another stir of the crowd. Enough, said Roan Tully, a sitting minister from Leadington Province and a respected moderate. Chancellor Zaire, while I haven't historically agreed with Minister Doring on much of anything, I must side with his logic in this instance. No matter how we got here, the hard truth remains that we cannot continue to stand toe-to-toe with the ASC on conventional technology alone. We just can't. In the last 5 years, the Orans have reclaimed nearly every world we'd taken from them prior to Deliston. And that's after we established blocking protocols to keep their Makos out of our carriers. Now, it's our worlds that fall to their forces. Thalon, Findal, Coelia, and, of late, Vendale too, all lost in the last 18 months. There are even whispers of amassing armies in the Thalon and Findal systems as part of an eventual invasion of Krenza province. Tully glanced around the room at the heavy faces of his peers, then back to Zaire. We cannot do this any longer, Chancellor. C-100 technology must be ours if the Empire is to survive. On that, Minister Tully, you and I are in total agreement, but trusting a race of aliens we hardly know is not the way. Zaire returned his focus to the collective. Brothers of Alistair, I beseech you, do not be so quick to give up on our own scientific community, for it is with them that the solution to this crisis may yet still live. With respect, Chancellor, said the always curt Armand Felling, a prominent member of the Science Directorate and another ally of the contracting elite. Your lack of faith in our Dr. Tarsus's work as head of the C-100 program is well documented. Why do you now believe he can succeed? Zaire folded his arms. Frankly, Minister Felling, I don't believe he can. Not alone, anyway. And just for the record, I have nothing personal against Miles Tarsus, though at best I do find him extremely overwhelmed by this assignment, if not altogether unqualified for it. Gentlemen, what I am proposing is that, rather than closing this project off to the public, as if our lack of C-100 technology is somehow a secret, we open it up to them, free of restriction, and let anyone with a viable idea follow it through to fruition, until we arrive at a working beta drive. So you're suggesting what exactly? Tully asked. That we promote some sort of competition among developers? To some degree, Zaire said. What I propose is an entirely open production model whereby anyone with expertise in caldersight, be they engineers, mineralogists, programmers, or what have you, is given universal access via free license to all of our current C-100 data and hyperdrive specs, along with the freedom to alter any aspect as he or she sees fit. From there, any of those new designs can then be redistributed at will throughout the development collective, thus facilitating maximum collaboration and, with any luck, an expedited outcome. Preposterous, Doring spat. Never mind the fact that we'd be in violation of no less than 5 dozen multi-billion credit contracts. What you're proposing flies in the face of everything that Doring Bill stands for, which is to protect our interests at home by keep... The Doring Bill is wrong, Zaire said, and it alone is to blame for our technological stagnancy. It, and, well, men like yourself and Marshal Elliman, who would put their own greed before the good of the Empire. Doring looked as if he were about to explode. Unlike 9 years ago, however, the room wasn't entirely behind him. He must have seen it too because he held his tongue and sat down. Think about it, gentlemen. Zaire seized on the momentum. Now, how many worlds have we added to our ranks in the last half-century? How many worlds with how many minds, capable of producing how many ideas with the potential for benefiting us all, be it technological or otherwise? So why, in our most desperate hour, would we not leverage that for all we can? Here and now, let's correct the mistake we made in this chamber a decade ago and put our fate back where it belongs, not in the hands of politicians, committees, or special interest groups, but with the innovative force that is the Alasterian people. It's the only chance we have at a timely solution. With all due deference, Highness, you don't know that, Masterson said, at last rising to his feet and shooting a quick glance at Max Larson down front. Damn traitor. Zaire fought back a sneer as his eyes met those of the Commandant. How many lives have we lost on account of you and your bloodthirsty media cabal? Masterson strode to the platform. Therein is the rub, you see, Masterson said with an eye on the assembly. Sire, you may well be right in your belief that more minds attacking this problem will yield a faster solution. But you can't know that for sure, and the Empire is out of time. The Kogorians, meanwhile, stand ready and willing to give us the technology now. But at what cost? Zaire asked the increasingly restless Hall. Heed my warning on this, ministers. Do not rush to associate yourselves with these people. Not yet. That is not to say that in time the Kogorians won't prove themselves every bit the allies that Commandant Masterson believes them to be. But for now, let us get to know them. Who are they? What principles do they adhere to? What code do they follow? Zaire shook his head in frustration. For God's sakes, brothers, we are talking about granting them access to our own space. Are these not questions worth asking? So ask them, Masterson said, his expression cool. Zaire studied him. What are you up to, Alec? Masterson pointed to the hollow emitter in the floor at the center of the rostrum. Chancellor, Ministers of Parliament, if I may, the commander of the Kogorian ship thought you might feel this way. So in anticipation of that, he has moved his vessel into transmission range at the end of the expanse. We need only hail him. You slippery son of a bitch, Zaire thought. Realizing he had no choice, though, the Chancellor stepped aside and returned to his throne while Masterson dimmed the lights and queued up the emitter from the podium. Seconds later, the center of the floor spiraled open to release a cylindrical spray of light into the air. It swirled about for a moment, fluctuating in shape, then redirected onto the floor where it converged into a single, solid figure. Tall, thin, and dressed from head to toe in extravagant black robes befitting a high-ranking official, the being appeared mostly humanoid, with the look of a male. The skin of his hands and head, however, told the stark difference in his anatomy. Bright red and covered in scales that seemed to glow like crystal in the light, the man's entire countenance all but radiated fire. Greetings, the alien said with a thick, raspy voice and a formal bow. My name is Zan Kaol. I am Prala, or commander, as you say, of the Kogorian vessel Vanxus, the ship your Commandant Masterson encountered in the Rangser Expanse. I am also a sitting Kusa on the Kogorian High Council. On behalf of my crew and our people, please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for this chance to come before you. We are pleased to make your acquaintance, Prala Kai-ul, Zaire said, fumbling over the pronunciation. We are honored by your presence, as well as your generous gift. Kai-ul stared back at the Chancellor through deep golden eyes. Think nothing of the ship, as I am certain you well know. Allies, particularly those worth having, are a priceless commodity in this part of the galaxy. The ship, therefore, seemed a small price to pay for the chance to meet new ones. Zaire rose from his throne to address the holographic stranger directly. If I may cut to the point, Prala, why Alistair? Given the range capability of your ships by way of their technology, you've no doubt encountered hundreds of other species in your travels, if not thousands. So why us? Kai-ul dismissed the comment with a casual wave. Your modesty is noted but unnecessary, Chancellor, I assure you. We found Commandant Masterson a quite hospitable guest during his stay on the Vanxus, not to mention an extremely capable envoy. Now it was Masterson who bowed. In any case, Kai-ul said, following an extensive dialogue before and since his voyage home, the Commandant and I are in firm agreement that our two peoples could benefit greatly and very much mutually from an alliance. This conclusion is now shared by the Kogorian High Council following my briefing with them yesterday morning.
Zaire felt his jaw go rigid. Never, in all of his years, had he ever trusted Masterson with a diplomatic assignment, and for good reason. The Commandant was hot-headed, ill-tempered, and insanely quick to judge. Case in point, the atrocity he committed against the AS Kanan. Now here he goes again, overstepping his bounds with a crucial third party. Very well. Zaire laced his fingers at his waist. State your terms.
Our terms are simple, Kyle said. We will supply your people with everything they require to replicate our C-100 platform, as well as the means to implement it throughout your fleet in a timely fashion. We will also provide specifications for our metasteel armor and a select few of our weapons.
Define timely, Felling said. Zaire shot him a scowl for speaking out of turn.
By our early estimates, Kyle said, we can have 20% of your fleet fully upgraded and online within 4 of your months, 50% by the end of the year, with a targeted end date for refit completion at 16 to 18 months.
A series of gasps filled the hall, and Zaire could all but hear the proverbial hook set. And why not? Even he had to admit that the prospect of having half his fleet up and operating under full countersite power in mere months instead of years was ridiculously tempting. And what do you expect in return? Zaire asked once the clamor had subsided. Surely you don't plan to give us this technology out of the kindness of your hearts. You must need something. Kyle rose to his full height.
As you've no doubt discovered on your own, caldrasite, while wonderfully effective, is somewhat elusive in quantity. To date, we've been able to sustain our needs with that of the Expanse. However, we fear that long-term even those sources may not be enough.
How long-term? Zaire asked.
Several decades, I can assure you, Kyle said. Nonetheless, we would prefer to solve this problem now, rather than pass it on to future generations, and when Commandant Masterson told us of the Oren mine on Kendara, it caught our attention.
In other words, Zaire said, you'll help us defeat the ASC in exchange for a cut of their countersite. A thin flash of white creased the red alien's mouth, and Zaire caught sight of multiple rows of pointed teeth.
I can see you are a man of few words, Kyle said. That is good, very good. I, too, loathe wasting time with talk. You are correct. We would, in return for our tech and support, expect a share of the victory's spoils, though I would tell you it's a small share. In addition to honing our technology over the centuries for maximum yield, we've also refined our production methods and rationing techniques, all of which we will be willing to provide you as part of our arrangement. All in all, we would require no more than— he paused in search of a figure— 11% for our needs.
Zaire stroked the whiskers on his chin and considered the offer. Per our law, Parliament must call for a parliamentary vote before the Commandant's proposed treaty with you can be put to the floor in a formal motion. You should know, however, that if at least 60% of the ministers in this room do not support that proposal in its current form, then the motion will be tabled for further discussion, which could take some time.
Take all the time you require, Kyle said. Until then, my ship will hold position at the edge of the Expanse to await your answer.
Thank you for your understanding, Zaire concluded. You shall have it soon.
Very well, Kyle said. Thanks us out.
The hollow emitter flickered once before going dark. The chamber lights came up, and Masterson returned to Zaire's side. Unlike before, though, when the Commandant had made it a point to face the crowd, he now had his back to them, free of the microphone, and stared at Zaire through narrowed eyes. Your move, Chancellor. Chapter 20. Little Talks. Tying up the last of their loose ends early the next morning, Danny moved gingerly to the door, his ribcage freshly taped for the trip, and placed his and Madison's bags on the street side for the transport driver to load. All right, you should be all set, Madison said to Katie, handing her the keys along with a piece of paper containing her and Danny's identification codes and a list of local attractions around Raton.
Should you need anything, Misty down the hall is always around, or you can reach us via subspace using these IDCs. Thanks, guys. Katie tucked the paper into the back pocket of her jeans. I appreciate everything. You gonna be okay? Danny asked over Madison's shoulder. Sure, I'll be fine, Katie said. Believe it or not, I've already got a dinner date for tonight. Oh, really? Danny asked. Do tell. Relax, Katie said.
It's just him, as she's coming down from the Praetorian to take me out to some place that serves.
She searched for the word. Trindavalda? I don't know, something like that. Trinavella, Danny corrected. Ever had paella? Katie nodded. It's kind of like that. Seasoned meat, vegetables, and beans, served over a bed of chagri, which is pretty close to rice. Careful, though. It might be a little pungent for your liking. I expect nothing less from our favorite Scot, Katie said. He told me about the haggis incident in college. Danny pretended to gag. Ugh, talk about a rough day. Just go with the veggie Trinavella, and you'll be fine. Madison nudged Danny's arm. Now, if you'll excuse us, King Cacharo and I have a 15:30 shuttle to catch back to the Lauren. Go, get out of here. Katie shooed them off. Have fun and drink some umbrella drinks for me, okay? That is, if you guys do umbrella drinks out here. Copy that, Danny said with a laugh. Opening the door for Madison, he looked back to Katie. Listen, you sure you're all right here? Katie shot an annoyed glance skyward. Seriously, Danny, I appreciate the concern and all, but this isn't high school. I'm a big girl now, remember? I'll be fine. Yeah, Danny said. I hear you, Scraggly. Katie put a hand on her hip. MMA rockstar and not champ, we both know I kicked your ass back in high school when you called me that, and I can totally do it again. Only now, Dr. Adult Me can turn it into an anatomy lesson while I do it. Madison leaned out of the car and tugged on Danny's coat. Just so you know, she has an open invitation to visit any time she wants. Now can we please go? Back aboard the Lauren 2 hours later, Danny tossed the last of their bags into an overhead bin and collapsed onto a bunk to wait for Madison's return from a meeting. 7 hours, he muttered past a yawn, lamenting the fact that even a C-100 like this vessel couldn't get him to KLM-3 any faster. Were he traveling by land, a nap might have been a great option to pass the time, but not here on a starship.
Not unless he wanted to pop one of Doc Stanzik's sleeping pills, in which case he'd spend the first 4 hours after waking stumbling around the ship like a hungover zombie, fresh off a week-long bender on Bourbon Street. Danny rubbed his eyes with his fists. Man, this sucks. After a cursory glance through the portholes at the 2 ASC outcutters next to the Lauren, Madison's usual presidential escort, Danny slumped deeper into his seat and pulled the black felt box from his coat's breast pocket. Flipping it open, he studied the classic but modest round-cut diamond ring inside. It was funny, the way it made him feel to picture himself giving it to Madison. The excitement, the anticipation, the rush of it. Danny had already done this twice before, but neither time had it ever felt like this, one of the many reasons he knew it to be right. For the briefest of moments, he'd actually considered proposing his center ring in the bombshell, when he'd had the energy of the crowd and the heat of the spotlight to set off the moment. But that wasn't his style, and it certainly wasn't Madison's. For her, it was all about the moment, not the hallmark cliché with candles, the wine, and the best of Otis Redding, but a quiet, simple moment alone between two people. That might have seemed mundane or even boring to some, but to Danny and Madison, it was everything because of what it symbolized. Priority, commitment, devotion, and, above all, the conscious adult choice to put another's wants and needs over his own. As for the speech, Danny had that down pat too. In the mirror, anyway. No matter what happens, he'd tell her, or what life throws at us, I will always be here. Through better or worse, sickness or health, sunshine or shadow, because I choose to be. Not out of the wild, youthful emotion that ebbs and flows with time, or some dogmatic obligation to a vow that most people break anyway, but because having made every possible mistake there is to make on this, I now finally get it, and appreciate that my life, that my happiness, is a far more complete thing when yours it's at its center. The wall terminal across the room chimed. All crews, please report to your stations for departure, Captain Weldon announced. Danny snapped the box shut and tucked it into his side pocket just as the door to his cabin slid open and Madison appeared. How'd it go with Shayna? He asked. She amped for the conference? Stressed beyond measure, but yeah, I think so. Madison glanced across the room toward him.
She's been up half the night running assay sims for a talk she's giving tomorrow in one of the early sessions. I told her not to freak out, that she'd be fine, but that's a new graduate for you. Danny made a face. Dude, that girl needs to find a man. Like, stat. Nice medical term there, Hawkeye. Madison slugged his arm. Now are you going to break out our takeout or what? Shortly thereafter, having enjoyed their fill of Escanza herb soup and toasted sandwiches on rye from Hessler's Deli, the two slumped back together on the common area's lounger and bellowed unison sighs of contentment. Okay, so I'll admit it, Madison said, her head cradled on Danny's shoulder. Right about now, I'm totally hating the fact that I'll be in a conference room tomorrow and not on a beach. Funny you should mention that, Danny said, because there's this little word called no that might have made that possible. Madison shot him a look. Smartass. Takes one to know one, sweetheart. Listen, stud, I'm really trying to have a tender moment here, all right? So will you please just let me? Besides, it's not like you didn't get your Couture bout out of this, so stow the guilt trip. Danny gave her his face, but then he sobered. Seriously, Madison, for what it's worth, I hate that you have to work tomorrow, too, but I get it. Really. It's like you and Katie said. This is a huge deal for a lot of people, and nobody knows this stuff like you do, so you've got to be there to answer their questions. Madison smiled, and Danny felt the box in his pocket press deeper into her side. For a second, he thought of giving it to her right then and there, but that was just his excitement trying to get the best of him. He'd put far too much time and energy into planning the perfect scene in Finley Springs, and he wasn't about to blow that now for a cramped passenger cabin aboard a starship. No way. I love you, Madison. He lifted her chin to meet her eyes. I always have, and just so we're clear, I'm very, very proud of you on this. Madison's entire demeanor warmed in the blue glow of hyperspace. I love you too, Danny. Thanks so much for... A violent collision rocked the Lauren's starboard nacelle like a thunderbolt. Leaping to their feet amid the yelping alarm and crimson light of the ship's red alert, Danny and Madison raced to the nearest porthole in time to see both the Lauren's escorts vanish in matching plumes of orange. Each ship obliterated in a single explosive shot that never in a million years could have been absorbed by conventional armor. What the hell? Danny blurted in shock, Madison's white face beside him. All hands, Captain Weldon yelled through the comm. Battle stations! You have got to be kidding me, Mac groaned into her pillow. We're only on our freaking honeymoon here. Startled awake by the buzzing communicator on his nightstand, Lee rolled over in bed, rubbed the sleep from his eyes, and reached a groggy hand for the device. Go for Summerston. Part 2. Chapter 21. Fortunes of the Divine. Furious beyond words, Alec Masterson stormed out of the Chamber of Ministers and ducked out of sight into the first empty alcove he could find. Idiots! For the life of him, Masterson could still not fathom how it had happened, how Zaire had managed to dig out the last 18 votes he needed for a temporary stay on the Gregorian treaty motion. But the old man had done exactly that with his open-source revolution speech. And for what? An in-depth vetting process that could take weeks, even months to finish? And where would the Empire stand in the war then? Masterson thought of the 84 men who'd voted against him. Fools, the entire lot of you. If they only knew what the Gregorians were offering, the sheer power of it, they'd fall on their faces and praise them like the very gods themselves.
No matter. Soon enough, Parliament too would succumb to the change that was coming.
They all would, and nothing could stop that. Feeling a vibration on his left forearm, Masterson pulled the communicator from his pocket and found a message waiting for him in the display. Incoming communique from Scorpion. Authentication required.
After he entered his passcode, the screen flashed.
Channel secure. Then the next line of text. Mission complete. Sedation protocol enacted. Transfer set for 0915. Uriel ETA, 1330. Nicely done, Captain Briggs, Masterson murmured, having expected this news for the last half hour. He started to respond, but was cut short when another line of text appeared on the screen, accompanied by an image. Masterson froze, his jaw falling open as he gaped at the picture in stunned disbelief. Is this even possible? Could it be that the gods favor me this much? It took him a solid 5 seconds to collect himself for a response. Identification?
Another 5 seconds. Identity confirmed. Nearly overwhelmed, Masterson closed his eyes and meditated for a moment on what this meant. He'd long believed that the gods had been with him on his quest to return Alistair to its former glory. But this was validation of that, plain and simple. Thank you, my lords. Thank you for bestowing upon me this most gracious of blessings. You have my solemn vow as a defender of this great empire that I will not fail you. Masterson returned to his communicator. Scorpion, upon Atmo breach, redirect your shuttle to my personal platform and await further instruction.
The Commandant's private bay would give them their best option for cover and crowd control.
From there, however, he'd need to get Briggs and his cargo off the grid and out of sight. But where to do that? Detron City came to mind, but Masterson dismissed it. Marlin 3 was entirely too far from the captain's current location, and besides, depending on how things went with Parliament later, they might need access to the prisoner on the premises. Masterson snapped his fingers. The ground ops training facility at Fort Donner. They were between classes, which meant crews would be light. Plus, the base's CEO was a trusted friend. Correction, Scorpion. Post-touchdown, take arranged transport to secure location. Additional aid will be standing by. Next contact, 1345. Copy that. Scorpion out.
Chapter 22. MIA. C.S. Mattingly, you are cleared for docking in Starboard Bay 12. The Praetorian comm officer said through Lee's earpiece once the Newbern-class freighter had emerged from hyperspace. Copy that, Praetorian. Lee wheeled the ship around. Mattingly is inbound and heading your way. Admiral Catal around? Affirmative, Daredevil. Admiral Catal and Colonel Ryan are standing by to meet you in Flight Briefing Alpha as soon as you're aboard. Lee traded looks with Mac at the nav station beside him. That's good, because we've got plenty of questions. Mattingly is on approach. Bay 12 ETA and 5 mics and closing. Once the hatch had sealed to pressurize the bay, Lee lowered the Mattingly's boarding ramp and descended into the oddly busy hangar below. Think this is all for Danny and Madison? Mac asked, upon seeing the crowd of deckhands and grunts around her. Lee shook his head. As much as I'd like to think so, no. Whatever this is, it's for something a whole lot bigger than a search and rescue op. We'll find out later. Come on, they're expecting us. After 4 decks, 2 corridors, and a slew of ship's personnel, the couple found themselves back in the familiar confines of the Praetorian's primary briefing room on Deck 5. Well, look at what the cat dragged in, Link called from the bottom row of stadium seats. Layla, Hamish, and Wyatt sat with him, and Katie, who rushed up the stairs to hug her brother. What are you doing up here? Lee asked once she pulled away. Aren't you supposed to be at Madison's place on the surface? Katie shook her head. Hamish got the call we were out to dinner, and I caught a shuttle back up with him. I wanted to be here, Lee. Lee nodded reluctantly and descended the steps to the rest of the group. So, how was the honeymoon? Link rose from his seat and hugged his friend. The one day of it we got was fantastic, Lee grunted. Feel you there, Link said. Lee turned to Hamish. Hey, big man. I figured you long gone for the Mardola school by now. Weren't you supposed to ship out first thing this morning? Hamish dismissed the motion. No way, lad. Not till I know what's happening with Danny and Madison. School holding your spot? Lee asked. Don't know. Don't care. Family is family, and that's that. Lee rested a grateful hand on Hamish's shoulder, then turned back to the group. All right. What do we know? Same as you, which isn't much, Link said. Danny and Madison left on the A.S. Lauren yesterday afternoon for her conference on Kellen 3. Less than 2 hours later, the ship went dark and nobody knows why. That's it. The Admiral and Colonel Ryan are briefing President Weiland now. Wyatt stepped forward. Last I heard, scans of the system where they went missing were ongoing, but that was well over 2 hours ago. With any luck, they'll have some of the initial data when they meet with us. Oh, man, poor Weiland, Max said. It's bad enough he's got to answer questions about a missing ship full of civilians, but to know that one of them is his own daughter? She shuddered. Dude, that sucks. He'll be okay, Layla said. President Weiland is ex-ASC and a fighter jock to boot. He knows how this works, and he'll handle it. Layla's right, Colonel Vince Ryan said, entering the room ahead of Fleet Admiral Marcus Catal. The group snapped to attention. As you were, said the towering Catal, regal as ever, with his short-cropped silver hair, neatly pressed uniform, and dark-skinned face, which never missed a shave. Good to see you again, Lee. Ryan extended a hand. Congrats on the wedding. Appreciate that, sir. Lee inspected the new patch on Ryan's sleeve.
From the looks of things, though, I ain't the only one due congrats today. The Harkins, I take it. Ryan nodded, then ran a palm through his jet-black hair. They made it official first thing this morning. That's awesome, sir, Lee said. You've been due your own command for a long time. He turned to Catal. Admiral? Welcome home, Lieutenant Commander Summerston, Catal said. My apologies that the Colonel and I had to miss the wedding. That's all right, sir, Lee said. Word around the fleet is that you fellows have been pretty busy cooking up something lately, so Mac and I figured you had your reasons. Yes, we'll get to that, Catal said. For now, though, take a seat and I'll bring you all up to speed on the Lauren situation. The Admiral's expression sank as he stepped to the podium and queued up the view screen behind him. It showed a standard gridded star chart containing an empty system surrounding a Class 3 orange star. What exactly are we looking at here, sir? Lee asked, taking a seat next to Mac and seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Catal didn't respond right away. Instead, he zoomed in on the 34th zone, then waited as the picture refocused. A dark silence filled the room. Holy shite, is that a ship? Hamish leaned forward in his seat. Spanning the entire frame, with an indicated 200-kilometer diameter, was a scattered debris field that Lee could only surmise had once been a starship. He couldn't be sure, however, because even at the image's current magnification rate there were no fragments of any real size to be seen, just a thick haze of dust. What the hell? Lee hoped like crazy that his initial instincts were wrong. Okay, everybody, let's just slow our roll and jump back a sec, Link said. This could be anything. A probe, maybe, or some backwater prospector that strayed off course and got itself Mike Tyson by an asteroid. Nothing says it's the Lauren. Ryan stepped forward. No probe, Auran or Ralisterian, has the mass to leave a spread that big. It's definitely a ship. Maybe not the Lauren, but it's a vessel of some kind. And you're basing that assumption off what exactly? Mac asked. Because I'm not seeing anything here that would even come close to giving us an ID. Catal's eyes flicked to the podium, then back to the image. We think it's the Lauren. We can't be sure yet, of course, but we're almost certain of it. How? Lee asked. Like Mac said, there's nothing to go on, so how can you be sure? Catal faced the screen. Based on the spread of the field alone, we can deduce that this is most likely the remains of 3 ships. It could be 2, but we think 3. Dr. Reynolds' presence on board mandated a 2-ship escort. Secondly, if they were attacked, and as of now we still don't know if that's the case, protocol would have dictated that both escorts execute a standard Essex pattern defensive formation between the Lauren and her aggressor. He pointed to 2 noticeably larger blots within the overall cloud, which were side by side in Zone 34.7, ahead of a third in Zone 34.8. Again, it fits. Then, finally, the most glaring factor, which is that all of this was found near the edge of the Teleron system, a part of space that falls perfectly in line with the Lauren's last known flight plan to Kellen 3. Our survey teams took particulate samples as soon as they arrived on scene, Ryan said. They're running a chemical analysis now, and if it comes back positive for fossilate, we'll know 1 or all 3 are ours. Fossilate? Katie leaned in to ask Wyatt. It's one of the elements we use to reinforce ordinary steel, Wyatt said. It creates a signature of sorts in the hulls of our ships. Hamish raised a hand. Admiral, you mentioned the possibility of this being an attack earlier. For 1, what is the likelihood of that? And for 2, who could have done this? If this is in fact the Lauren and her escorts, then I'd say it's a near certainty that this was a deliberate act, Catal said, his tone somber. Were we talking about a 1-ship incident, then I wouldn't be so quick to rule out an accidental cause. But not all 3. As for who could have done this, Catal stared at the podium perplexed. I honestly have no idea, son. Not since Dulliston 5 years ago have the Alasterians dared attack us this deep in our own territory, and they don't have anything even remotely capable of inflicting this kind of destruction, much less in the amount of time we think it happened. Why do you say that, sir? Link asked. This time Layla answered. Like the Admiral said, first protocol for the escorts would have been to intercept the threat while the Lauren jumped away to safety. A process that, even in a bind, can be done in 15 seconds. 11, if you've got a helmsman who knows what he's doing. That didn't happen here, which means that whatever did this sliced through those escorts like paper and then disabled the Lauren before she could escape. That's a lot of juice. Indeed, Catal said. Let me be clear, people. Whatever did this leapt in from hyperspace totally unannounced, ambushed the escorts,
and took out the Lauren. And it did all of this in less than 15 seconds. It was clean, it was concise, and it was fast. Surgical. Again, though, this is all conjecture at best until our survey teams get back to us with the initial data. Wyatt raised a hand. Lifeboats? None that we can find, Ryan said, his face grim. Lee felt his fists clench in his lap. This couldn't be happening. With all due deference, Admiral, I ain't buying it. Not yet. Even if all this is true, there would still be a lag time between the fall of the first two ships and the assault on the Lauren. Was it a small lag? Sure. But trust me, give Danny Tucker a window, even a cracked one, and he'll find a way out. Particularly with Madison aboard, Max said. He'd have gone down with the ship himself if it meant getting her off alive, much as any of us hate to think about it. Catal's look remained unconvinced. They're right, Admiral, the voice said from the back, and Lee craned his neck to see Command Sergeant Major Keith Knoll enter the room. If there was any way off that ship before it blew, Sergeant Tucker would have found it. Lee shot a grateful look at Knoll, then returned his eyes to the front of the room. Admiral, sir, I get it that the evidence looks bad because it does, but this is Danny and Madison we're talking about. They're out there, somewhere. I know it, and time is of the essence if we hope to find them. I'm well aware of that, Summerston, but there are bigger things in play right now than our search for the Lauren. Lee rocketed from his chair. Like what? Take a seat, Commander, Catal said. Grudgingly, but knowing full well he'd overstepped his bounds, Lee did as ordered. Returning to the podium, Catal hesitated for a moment at the projector's controls while regarding Katie, the room's lone civilian. She shouldn't have been there. Lee knew, and he was a bit surprised when the Admiral opted to shelve the protocol and press on with the briefing anyway. Seconds later, the view screen image refreshed with that of a new star chart, this time of a system in Allisterian space. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Catal said. All of you.
Once the Admiral had finished, Lee leaned forward in his seat, put his elbows on his knees, and ran his fingers across his forehead.
Holy shit, Link murmured, eyes wide. Talk about throwing your scrot on the table in shock and frickin' awe.
Now you see why the Lauren's disappearance couldn't have come at a worse time. Catal deactivated the screen and leaned against the podium. Lee, you have my word that for the next 24 hours we'll devote everything we can to finding Danny and Madison. By this time tomorrow, though, we'll have no choice but to pack up our tents and redeploy. We'll leave a skeleton crew, but there's just too much at stake with Kaima to not give it the lion's share of our resources, at least for now. Lee kept his face in his palms. I take your meaning, sir, about the bigger picture here. Even so, where we're from, the first 48 hours of any missing persons situation are always the most critical. As such, I'd like to request temporary reassignment to the skeleton crew for me and Mac, so we can help out with the search. Ditto for me and Layla, Link said next to Hamish, who also raised a hand to volunteer. No way in hell we're not there when Danny and Madison come home. Catal's lips formed a line. Lee, I learned a long time ago to never underestimate the lengths which you and your friends will go for each other. It's one of the things I've always admired most about you. But having said that, this is not 5 years ago, and you're not civilians anymore. You're enlisted ASC personnel with all the duties, expectations, and responsibilities thereof. And while I completely empathize with your concern for Sergeant Tucker's whereabouts, the fact still remains, Lieutenant Commander Summerston, that you are now the lead pilot of the AS Kennex, one of the several ships set for deployment on the biggest offensive this fleet has ever launched. But, sir, Lee said, I wasn't even scheduled to be here for this. I was supposed to be on my honeymoon right now, which means Captain Mann is already set to lead the Kennex's flight crew on this mission. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that free me up to go looking for Danny? Catal shook his head. Lee, you booked that leave over a year ago, and I didn't have the heart to cancel it when all of this came down. But you're here, and I need you. These are your men now, remember? Mann passed the torch to you when he made captain. But in the interest of not interfering with your wedding plans, he agreed to stay on while you two were off-world. Now that you're back, I need his experience on the Gordon. I'm sorry, son, but welcome to being a leader. Catal turned to the others. The same goes for all of you. I know the situation is far from ideal, and you don't have to like it. But that's the job sometimes. Lee slumped down into a seat and allowed his head to fall back against his chair. As much as he hated it, he knew Catal was right.
Coincidentally, Lee also guessed from the Admiral's near-flawless recital that this probably hadn't been the first time today he'd been forced into giving the Remember the Mission speech. He'd no doubt done so earlier with President Wylan, and that couldn't have been easy given the history between the two. Bad day all around, Lee thought. All right, sir. I get it. I'll touch base with Captain Mann when I get out of here and let him know I'll be assuming the LP stick early. For what it's worth, Catal said, I do share your belief with regard to Sergeant Tucker. If anyone could have found a way off that ship before it blew, it would have been him. And rest assured, we'll continue to search for him and Dr. Reynolds as long as we can. Rah? Roo-rah, sir, Lee said, with what little enthusiasm he could muster. You'll keep us posted, though, right? On that, son, you have my word, Catal stated with no shortage of conviction. Admiral Catal? Mac asked. If it's all the same with you, I'd rather not be stuck on the sidelines while all of this is going on. So if it's not too much to ask, I'd like to formally request an early reinstatement of my flight status and temporary reassignment to the Kennicks under Lee's command. I thought you might make such a request, Mrs. Summerston, which is why I already pulled your file. I'll have Corporal Forrest process the request at once, along with your name change. I'm also promoting you to First Lieutenant, which puts you second in line behind your husband on the flight crew. I appreciate that, sir, but wouldn't one of Lee's other— It's done, Catal said. I know he's been stationed on that ship for a while now, and lots of those guys know him. But none of them know his style, both in and out of the cockpit, like you do. He'll need that insight in the days ahead. Copy that, Admiral, she said. Oh, and FYI, on the name thing, Mac is still just fine. Catal actually chuckled at that. Understood. All of you are dismissed. Once outside in the hall, Lee felt a hand catch his arm. You got a minute? Katie asked. Lee looked past her shoulder to Mac, Hamish, Wyatt, and the Baxters. I'll meet you guys back on the flight deck. They nodded and headed out. Listen, Katie said. I want to help. Katie, I really don't. She cut him off with a look. I get it that I've only been around for a few days, so I probably don't have a clue what it is that I'm asking. But Lee, this is Danny we're talking about. I know he and I have had our issues over the years, but I want to be a part of finding him and Madison if I can. Lee patted her arm. I appreciate that, sis. Really, I do. I can talk to Colonel Ryan about getting your clearance expanded so you can stay up on current events. But I'll only do that on one condition. Katie studied him. Which is? That you'll do so from Madison's apartment in Raton. Oh, come on, Lee. Don't be Katie. This isn't up for debate. You don't get to play big sister here, okay? Not this time. Both the Kennicks and the Praetorian are headed straight into combat in less than 2 days' time. And I've got no clue what's going to happen beyond that. Now, me, Mac, and the others, we've all trained for this, but you haven't. Add to that the stone-cold fact that Mom and Dad would absolutely kill me if they knew I'd brought you out here, and there's no way in hell I'm putting you in the crosshairs on this. His expression softened. This is war, Katie, and people are going to get hurt. I can't control that, but what I can control is making damn sure that you're not one of them. Katie muttered a curse and looked away. I get what you're trying to do, Lee, and I understand why, but need I remind you that I'm a doctor, which is to say that I know what death looks like? Trust me, I can handle it. Lee ruffled the back of his hair. I know you can, Katie, but that's not the issue here. I want you to be safe, so once in your life would you please ditch the sibling hierarchy card and not fight me on this, just this once? Katie bit her lip. You know, for all of this hoopla about loyalty among family, you're sure being quick to cut my vote out of the loop. Care to tell me why that is? Lee looked her dead in the eye. Because I volunteered for this, and because I don't have a 3-year-old son at home waiting for me to come back. Katie dropped her gaze to the floor and fell silent. I know you want to be there, sis, and I love you for that. But please, stay here on Aura, and try to enjoy your vacation. Fat chance of that, now that I know my kid brother is heading out with all his soldier buddies to get shot at. Lee gave her a warm look. Know this, Katie, and know it well. I've got great people watching my back. Not good, but great. I'll be home when this is all over. Don't you worry. Besides, he said with a forced laugh, I'm due a real honeymoon sometime, right? Katie looked unamused. Yeah, all right. I'll wait it out at Madison's place like you asked, but you better damn well keep your word to loop me in on all of this, okay? I mean it, Lee.
I can't handle a guessing game about how you're doing out there. Same goes for Danny and Madison. If something breaks loose, I want to know about it.
That's totally fair. Lee glanced at his watch. All right, I got a jet. They're going to be expecting me on my own ship here shortly, and I've got a ton to do. You sure we're good here? Katie gave him a weak nod, and Lee leaned in to kiss her cheek. Love you, sis, he said, turning to go. Call you later. Promise. Watching her brother vanish down the hall, Katie waited for the swooshing sound of the lift doors closing before turning to the pair of officers passing through the corridor behind her.
Hey, guys, how do I get down to main engineering?
The two men traded looks. That's a restricted area, miss, one of them said. Civilians typically aren't allowed down there without an escort. Katie waved him off and flashed her best innocent smile.
It's cool, boys. Don't worry. I know the AC.
Chapter 23. Revealed. Trying his best to squint off the last of his double vision, Danny awoke to the throb of 1,000 percussionists thundering in his brain.
Oh, man,
he mumbled, groggy as hell from whatever had been pumped into his system. But he had just enough help from his woozy head to get to his side, then to his stomach, and then to his feet.
Where am I, and how did I get here?
He rubbed his temples. The last thing Danny recalled was the attack on the Lauren, though he still wasn't sure by whom. The aggressor's ship had been nothing like he'd ever seen on Aura or Alistair. Long, lean, and nightmarishly fast, it was plated from bow to stern in some sort of spiked armor that made it all but impenetrable to conventional weaponry. It had also been powerful, blowing each of the Lauren's escort ships to bits in mere seconds. Still, the soldiers who'd boarded the Lauren after disabling its engines had been Alistarian, no doubt about that. They had put a beating on him, too, 8 of them, kicking and punching the daylights out of him. Head, back, ribs, groin, the whole 9 yards, until finally he'd collapsed onto the deck in a bloody heap. They probably would have kept at it had their CO not stepped in. Briggs, Danny thought they'd called him. After that, the man had injected him with something to knock him out for the transport here, wherever here was. Zeller regs my ass. Danny fingered the fresh bruises on his face and aching sides while surveying the cold, dank room around him.
That was when it hit him.
Oh, God, Madison. She'd surrendered along with him, and while Danny was pretty sure Briggs's men hadn't touched her except in restraint, he had no clue what they'd done with her after he'd blacked out. Madison, he called, straining to see whatever he could of his surroundings, which wasn't much considering the dim illumination from the lights overhead. Lots of concrete, iron bars, one door, and a camera. Definitely a brig. But whose brig? And where? Madison, he called again, a little louder this time. A light groan stirred in the shadows at the end of his row of cells. Madison! Sweetie, is that you?
Yeah,
she managed the same groggy voice.
Yeah, it's me.
Danny felt a flood of relief wash over him. Please tell me you're okay. They didn't hurt you, did they?
No, they put me out right after you.
Madison staggered to her feet and approached the bars of her own cell 6 cages down.
Oh, dear God, Danny, what about you? Those soldiers would have beaten you to death if that one guy hadn't stopped them. Are you all right?
Feeling his nerves begin to relax a bit, Danny settled down and found his composure. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Where are we?
Danny shook his head. No idea. We're obviously in a brig somewhere, but for all I know, we're still on that weird ship.
What was that thing? It sliced through 2 Farrier-class outcutters as if they weren't even there.
I know, Danny said, now in full-on scout mode, looking for any means of escape. Whatever it was, I think it was a C-100. It jumped in way too quick to be anything else. Madison's expression turned curious.
Last I heard, the Alistarians were still a year out, minimum, from C-100 tech. You think they somehow figured it out?
I've got no idea. But whatever that thing was, C-100 or not, I know it was tough. I watched 3 Devastator missiles hit it head-on, and they barely left a scratch. Trust me, that's new. Something else dawned on him. Hey, who else did they take away? Captain Walden, the bridge crew? How about your colleagues from the conference? Anybody else make it? Danny could just make out enough of her face in the shadow to see it sink. He felt pretty certain she was thinking of her friend, Shayna. I think we're it. Madison dropped her head. The guy who shot us up? The CO?
I think I heard him give the command to scuttle the Lauren just before I passed out. And honestly, Danny, they didn't seem that interested in anyone else. I think we were it. Specifically me.
Danny could hear the guilt in her voice. In spite of the fact that none of this was in any way her fault, the truth remained that she was the one and only daughter of the sitting Orin president. And that was a big chip to play for an enemy. All those people aboard the Lauren, 326 to be exact, plus another 400 or so between the two escorts, all dead on account of her, or so she would believe. This is not your fault, Madison, you hear me? Danny pressed against the bars to his cell. This is not your fault. I know, Danny, she said with a sniffle. I know it's not. But if I would have just listened... The lock indicator above the door flashed from red to green, and a loud series of clacks reverberated through the room when the latching mechanisms released. A moment later, the door swung open and Briggs entered, trailed closely by the man in black himself, Commandant Alec Masterson. Danny sneered at both of them. My apologies for the lack of quality accommodations. Masterson halted at Danny's cell and clasped his hands behind his back. Originally, Captain Briggs and his men were scheduled to return to the Commure once their mission had been completed. However, we hadn't planned on securing both of you, thus a change in venue was required. Danny remained silent. Standard procedure for detained prisoners everywhere dictated that any questions asked be answered with only name, rank, and serial number. No more, no less. Given the circumstances, however, not to mention who he was dealing with, Danny thought it best to keep his mouth shut altogether. That, and, well, frankly, he just didn't feel like talking to assholes today. What do you want? Madison asked. So much for silence, Danny thought. All in due time, Dr. Reynolds. Masterson stalked toward her cell. But first, please allow me to express my genuine excitement at having you here. The daughter of President Weiland herself, right here on Ural. Who would have ever thought it possible? So we're on Alistair, Danny thought. That's a bold move, Masterson, even for you. I must admit, Masterson said. In the months after Dulliston, I found myself as bemused as anyone over the ASC's sudden rise from the proverbial ashes in this war. How was this possible, I thought? For it wasn't your new ships alone that were beating us, but your newfound surge in troop numbers as well. He paused and stroked his silvery black whiskers. Then I heard of your Mimic project. Fascinating stuff, that program. Absolutely fascinating, particularly your use of RN gene therapy, which I found nothing short of brilliant. You're to be commended, Doctor. Truly, you are a visionary. Always nice to have a fan, Madison said. Danny let slip a wry grin. He probably shouldn't have, given the circumstances and Masterson's reputation. But that was his Madison, the girl who took crap from no one. Listen, Commandant, if I may cut through, he said. I don't know what you had in mind by abducting me and bringing me here, but I can assure you that my father will never negotiate with you as long as you're holding me hostage. It's just not our way. And at the risk of insulting your intelligence, you're foolish to think otherwise. Much to Danny's surprise, the Alistarian Commandant bellowed a long, hearty belly laugh before answering. Oh, my dear Dr. Reynolds, Masterson said between breaths, whatever makes you think that you were the target of this operation? Danny snapped back around to find Masterson's stormy gray eyes drilling a hole straight through him. That's right, Sergeant Tucker, Masterson said through a tight smile. Or, if ceremony is your preference, Staff Sergeant Daniel R. Tucker. He cocked his head. May I call you Danny? A tidal wave of thoughts rushed through Danny's mind. His name was of no importance. That much could have easily been gleaned from his dog tags. It was rather the look on Masterson's face, a twisted expression of sadism mixed with pure hatred, which told Danny that this man knew far more about him than his name and rank. This is personal somehow. I'm just a grunt, Danny said, playing aloof for now. What could you possibly want with me? Not a thing, Masterson said flatly. In point of fact, I couldn't care less about you. Your former commanding officer, Lee Summerston, on the other hand. The Commandant laced his fingers at his chest. Well, let's just say I'm extremely interested in meeting him. Lee? Danny couldn't hide his surprise. What does Lee have to do with any of this? Masterson crossed the floor back to Danny's cell. Tell me, Sergeant, Does the planet Myrick 4 conjure up any memories for you?
Danny furrowed his brow at the question.
Sure, that's where you bastards took Mac when you hijacked her Mako.
Yeah, rings a bell.
There was a man there. A soldier.
Danny rolled his eyes.
Yes, sir. Per the report I read, there were a lot of guys present that day, so you'll have to be more specific.
Masterson's frosty expression was the antithesis of amusement, though he said nothing. He just reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a photograph, and slowly showed it to Danny.
Oh, shit.
Danny hoped like hell that his face wasn't betraying just how utterly screwed he felt right then. Tall and thick-chested, the man in the picture had a shaved head and broad facial features with a pronounced jaw covered in stubble. His eyes ablaze in a striking, unmistakable shade of gold. At least that was how Danny had remembered them looking, right up until the moment when Lee had split them with a .45 caliber round for the man's attempted rape of Mac.
His name, Masterson seethed, was Captain Jensen Horn. And he was my son.
Danny took a step back, any shred of cockiness within him now completely gone.
I'm sorry. That was a bad day for a lot of us, but what's done is done.
Oh, I agree, Sergeant Tucker. Masterson glanced once more at the picture, then tucked it back into his pocket. Nevertheless, you'll understand now when I say that recompense must still be made, hence my interest in your friend Summerston. The fact that I now hold you, in addition to Wyland's daughter—" He broke off and shot a sinister glance at Madison. "Well, I'd say that ups my odds of collecting said recompense a bit sooner than later, wouldn't you?" Danny didn't respond when Masterson turned to leave with Briggs, who, for whatever reason, hadn't looked any of them in the eye. "Now," the Commandant chirped from the exit, "if I could only decide how best to use this little advantage of mine. Well, I'm sure it'll come to me." Once the door had sealed shut and the indicator light flashed back to red, Danny and Madison traded looks.
"We've got to get out of here, Danny," Madison said after a few seconds.
"And I mean now.
There are things in the works that you haven't been privy to, and my dad and the Admiral need to know about these new ships before it's too late."
Danny tapped his bars and looked around again. "I'm all ears if you've got any ideas." Madison hesitated before asking her next question.
"Does Lee have any idea? About Masterson's son, I mean?"
Danny dropped his head.
"Not a frickin' clue."
Chapter 24. Allegiance. Nathan Briggs closed the door to his quarters on the Commuer, unloaded his gun belt onto the dresser next to his bunk, and stared at himself in a nearby mirror.
"What in the God's names are you doing, Nate?"
he asked aloud, seeing the circles under his eyes even darker today than they had been yesterday, or the day before. Sleeping had become quite the chore since his promotion to Masterson's XO, in part for the inherent stress of the job, though mostly for the political snake pit in which he now found himself because of it. As a career soldier of nearly 20 years, he'd always respected the Commandant. Hell, who hadn't? The man was a bona fide war hero. Had Masterson stepped into the gray on a few of his calls over the years? Sure. But this was war, and someone had to make those decisions. Gods knew it hadn't been Zaire. Factor in the Chancellor's hand in Delilah Reese's death on the Praelin, and what self-respecting man wouldn't have thrown his allegiance behind the Commandant? But then had come that strange red planet in the expanse, and then Raoul Angela. Briggs felt a shiver run down his spine as he moved to the chair beside his bunk and collapsed into it. Gods help him. He could still hear those awful sounds when he closed his eyes at night. The sudden crunch of stone into Langela's face, followed by that thick, wet gurgle that might have actually been a scream, had it exited the man's mouth a split second sooner. Son of a bitch, that was brutal. But Briggs wondered what exactly he was supposed to do about it. Raise his hand in protest and end up in a body bag himself? Screw that. And then, as if matters couldn't have gotten any more complicated, he'd been ordered on to the Lauren after this Danny Tucker guy. Briggs slumped deeper into his chair and ran a wary palm over his face. The two ASC outcutters had engaged the Kogorians out of hyperspace. That made them clean kills. But the Lauren had surrendered. That should have been enough. And yet for Masterson, it hadn't been. 326 souls.
Briggs shuddered upon recalling the scuttle order. For God's sakes, why? "Bridge to the XO," a voice called through the wall terminal. Briggs snapped alert and scowled at the device. "Go for the XO." "Sir, Commandant Masterson has just finished his vid-conference with the Gregorian Prala and is requesting your presence in his ready room." Briggs looked at his bunk, then at his gun belt, then back at the terminal, and felt everything in him sink. "On my way." Chapter 25. Reliance. Seated alone in the Kennex's flight briefing room, Lee leaned forward in his seat at the front and cupped his face in his hands. This is not happening, he thought, his mind still reeling as he tried to process the news he'd just learned. It's just not. Danny had deployed on dozens of combat drops since joining the 102, and a lot of those since taking command of his own unit in the last year. So, of all the places Lee's best man could fall, how could it be on a godforsaken transport ship to a science conference with his girlfriend? It just wasn't fair. Nevertheless, Catal's communique an hour ago had left little to interpretation. "Survey analysis complete," the message had read. "Pulse signature confirmed. A.S. Lauren. Search for lifeboat energy signs continues, but KIA status appears likely." Walking through each possible scenario in his mind and tearing them apart piece by piece, Lee fought to think of anything in the report that might have given him cause for disputing its findings. An outlier in the data, or a crack in the timeline, anything that would cast a shred of doubt on the otherwise irrefutable evidence that set his best friend in the world, his brother in every sense but blood, was lost. I should have been there, man, Lee thought, feeling his guts twist around his spine. It should have never gone down like this. If I'd have just... The door behind him swooshed open, and Lee turned to see Mac enter the room. "How's it going?" she asked, descending the steps to meet him. She'd just come back from changing into her flight suit, and Lee felt a surge of mixed emotions upon seeing her in it. "I'm all right," he said after a pause. "How about you? You holding up okay?" Mac took the seat beside him and pointed to her cheek. "Proud as hell of my skills with a makeup kit, that much I can tell you." Lee managed a weak smile, then returned to his thoughts. Mac studied him. "You're doing it again, aren't you?" "Doing what?" "The guilt trip thing you always seem to put on yourself when stuff goes wrong. It's not your fault, Lee. I know that's where your head is right now, and I'm telling you, you can't let it go there. Not today." "I know it ain't my fault, Mac. I mean, we were on our damn honeymoon, for crying out loud. If there was ever a time when I get a pass for not being around, that's kinda it. But that still doesn't stop me from wishing like hell I'd been, you know." Lee turned to face her. "I can't remember a time when Danny wasn't there, watching my back, and yet the only time he needed me, I was nowhere to be found." Lee felt Mac's neck warm and comforting, pressed to his face as she pulled his head to her shoulder. She didn't say anything at first, but then again she didn't have to. He knew she missed Danny as much as he did, as much as any of them did. When it came to their relationship, however, Mac had always been Lee's stabilizing force when he'd needed it, just as he'd been for her. In effect, one kept the other grounded when he or she couldn't do it alone, and it was that sort of mutual "I'm strong for you, you're strong for me" dynamic that had always defined their friendship. "I know how you feel, Lee. Believe me, I get it. Me, Link, Hamish, Wyatt, we all do. But you don't have time for this right now. In the next minute or so, 8 squadrons of pilots are going to come walking through that door, and they're going to expect you, not their buddy from the bar, but their commanding officer, to be cool, even-keeled, and ready with a plan, just like any other LP. That sucks, I know, but it's who you've got to be right now. There'll be plenty of time to grieve for Danny and Madison later, if it comes to that." Mac leaned back to look him in the eye, because the search is still ongoing, you know. For today, though, it's eyes on the prize, all right? Lee forced an exhale, sat up in his seat, and took her hand as the first of the pilots began to file in toward their seats. "I love you, Mac." She smiled back at him. "I know you do, and I love you too. But for now, let's knuckle down and get this done." "All right, everybody, let's get started," Lee ordered from the podium, and the final few whispers in back surrendered their attention. "I know there have been a lot of rumors and chatter floating around the fleet lately about what Command's been cooking up, and we're going to get to all of that. But first,
I'm sure some of you have questions about why I'm leading this mission instead of Captain Man."
"They know, Commander," said the bald Goliath Victor man, in his deep baritone from the back of the room. Apparently he'd come to sit in on Lee's first briefing as LP before shipping out to the Gordon. "Word was already out about the Lauren by the time you came aboard, so I took the liberty of filling them in on Sergeant Tucker." Lee nodded his gratitude to the former LP and one of his original flight instructors on the Mimic project. "We're sorry to hear about Sergeant Tucker, sir," Lieutenant Jason Hicks said from mid-level on the room's right side. "Even aside from his skills in a Kachuro triangle, he was a good guy, and we always liked it when he came around." "He still is." Lee glanced at Mac down front. "But I appreciate the sentiment." Everyone settled in after that, and Lee cued the projection screen behind the podium to the same gridded star chart he'd seen the day before with Catal. "Okay, as everyone in here knows, we've managed to beat the Greys back a fairly decent way into their own space over the last year. True, they're still holding strong in most of the core regions like Santee, Thilmore, and the inner provinces, but they're losing ground in the Rim because, in most instances, the reinforcement ships can't beat our C-100s to the line. With that in mind, the brass has spent the better part of the last year cherry-picking targets around the Rim systems, mostly those in Krenza and Xenia provinces, in an effort to weaken their overall defensive front for an eventual all-out invasion by our own forces." Lee saw several sets of bug eyes gawk back at him. "Yep, that's right. Welcome to Operation Nail Driver, and believe me when I tell you, people, this is the big one. The granddaddy of them all, as we say where I come from. In 12 hours' time, when this ship drops out of hyperspace, it, along with numerous others, will set out as part of the largest offensive this fleet has ever attempted. And, Lord willing, it'll be the last." Lieutenant Hicks raised his hand again. "Sir, does this have anything to do with all those troop movements we've seen in the Thalon and Findal systems?" "Yes and no," Lee said. "It's true that Thalon and Findal are a part of this, hence all the pieces Command has in play there of late. But the actual invasion won't take place anywhere near there. Rather, those two systems are part of Operation Guardian, a deception to divert Alasterian focus from the real staging point, and then delay a vast chunk of the Empire's reinforcements once operations do commence." Hicks' mahogany-brown eyebrows knit as he stared at the chart. "Okay, where then is the actual invasion going down?" Lee zoomed the regional image in on a single system. "Here. A 9-planet cluster around an N-class yellow star located roughly 3 terrasecs inside of Revlin Province, the third and final slice of the Alasterian Rim, and the deepest target to date from Orin space. The invasion will take place here, in the Kaima system." "Excuse me, sir?" asked a pilot from 3 rows back. He looked to be somewhere in his late 20s with a head full of blonde peach fuzz. He was new enough that Lee didn't recognize him. "That system, specifically the planet Kaima 4, is home to one of Alastair's 8 deep space supply hubs. That installation alone serves more than 20% of their operations, from the Revlinian border to Ledgington Province, which means it'll be beyond fortified, in orbit and on the surface. Are we really prepared for a strike that hard, and that far out from our own people?" Lee scanned his roster. "Good question, Lieutenant." "Jones, sir. Most people just call me Jonesy, though. Probably why they made it my call sign." "Good to meet you, Jonesy." Lee adjusted the image to a panoramic view of Kaima and its 3 neighboring systems. "To answer your question, yes, Command is prepared for this. The thing you've got to remember, though, is that this offensive isn't about a strike on a single system or facility, not by a long shot. It's about destabilizing the region. Kaima is just the linchpin to kickstart the process. After that, it's on to the Iglaya system, then to Luzon, then to Farallin. Then before you know it, it's boom. We're all the way through Revlin Province, halfway into Leddington, and knocking on the door of Rondau Province with one tour stop to go. Alastair itself. Granted, a lot of stuff has to fall into place between now and then for all of this to happen, but that's the plan." Jones sat back and whistled in astonishment. "Yeah, that was our response too," Lee said. "It's crazy to think about, I know, especially when you consider that even as recently as 2 years ago, an op like this would have been deemed insane. A, because we lacked the manpower to hit this deep into Alasterian territory, and B, because even if by some miracle we had reached Kaima, it would have taken us a week to do so with conventional ships. That would have given Masterson more than enough time to set his defense. But fast forward to now, with the advent of C-100 drives and Mimic troops, and not only is it doable,
but it's doable in a fraction of the time as long as we keep the element of surprise.
Lieutenant Dana Lindsay ruffled her short copper-red hair, then lifted a hand.
About that, sir, C-100 ships or not, you've got to know we're going to ping the hell out of their defense buoys on our way through their security net. Best guess? That'll still give the Greys a 3 to 6 hour heads up on our course. And regardless of the help we're getting from Operation Guardian, that's a fair bit of time to retask a defense. And then there's our march through the region if we do take Kaima, Jones added. We better be loaded for some serious bear to pull this off.
Lee regarded the screen behind him, imagining how it would look in a day's time.
Oh, you can rest assured, Lieutenant, that is not going to be a problem.
Can you give us a ship count? Hicks asked. Lee pulled up the numbers.
Tax, title, and all, 18 heavy carriers. The Harkins included. 14 light carriers, 24 outcutters, 32 battleships, 35 cruisers, 86 destroyers, and somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 fighters, Mako and Thresher, plus Tuskens.
Roo-ah, someone murmured in awe down front.
Have no illusions, people, Lee said. This mission is all about the long game, and the Admiral and President Weiland know that, which is why they've committed this much of our own fleet to ensuring its success.
How about ground support? Lindsay asked.
Most of Kaima 4's resistance will come in the form of its orbital defenses, but the hub itself is located on the actual planet. That means a surface attack, and given the status of some of these other worlds, it also won't be the only one we'll be asked to make during our march through the region. I'm guessing that means boots on the ground, right? The 7th and 9th Infantry Divisions, along with the 72nd Airborne and 2nd Armored Brigade, will all be locked and loaded for drop as soon as our ships hit the system, Lee said. They'll be followed after that by the 12th, 43rd, and the 102nd Infantries, with the 48th, 52nd, and 61st all hanging back in reserve, alongside the 22nd and 23rd Armored Divisions.
Good night, Hicks gasped. That's gotta be what? 95,000 guys?
It's 111,346, actually, Lee said, his thoughts resting briefly on the 102nd, which included Danny's unit.
So where do we fit into all of this, sir? Jones asked.
Are we looking at a full green pylon as soon as we exit hyperspace, or what?
Lee cleared his throat.
The Kennex will deploy in the opening wave with the Deckler, the Bortless, and the Brindamore. And, just so we're clear, I expect every one of you to be on your A game when we do. This is a major op, folks, far bigger than anything we've ever seen, and it's got to run like clockwork if it's to succeed. That means each of us, me included, has to be ready to hit the ground running as soon as they call our number. Now, I ain't saying there won't be nerves for all of us, but you either find a way to get them out of your system beforehand, or you tuck them away till this thing is over, because there won't be room for them once we're airborne. Lee's expression lowered a bit. I'll be straight with you guys. I may have just lost my oldest friend in the world on the Larn, and if it's all the same with y'all, I'd just as soon not add to the tally tomorrow. As the LP, I know it's naive of me to think that way, and I also know it probably won't happen. But damn it all, if that ain't my goal, understood? I want every one of you back on my flight deck when this thing ends, so hit your marks, stay frosty, watch each other's backs, and do what you've got to do to make that happen. Every head in the room nodded, and Lee deactivated the view screen. Good. Now, if y'all don't have any more questions, I want everybody in here to clear out and go find Chow, then hit the rack early. Pre-drop check-on is slated for 0600. Actual drops at 0630, and I want everybody running on a full night's sleep when we get there. Roo-ah! Roo-ah! The group said in unison. All right, then, Lee concluded. Dismissed. Chapter 26. Grapevine. Watching the blue haze of hyperspace subside to black in the bridge's main viewer, Masterson shifted in the commuter's command chair and returned his attention to the intel report on his tablet. According to the DSR from the warship Lanceter, which was now restationed on the outer edge of the Krenza province, the ASC had added 18 more ships to its growing force in the Thalon system, along with 15,000 additional troops. That was the second such surge Masterson had seen this week, and when combined with the similar reports he'd gotten from the Findal systems, it all added up to one conclusion. Tully was right, Masterson murmured to himself. They are indeed planning to invade. Having seen all he needed to see and done thinking things over, Masterson rose from his seat. Come, get me the Chancellor at once. Helm, lay in a course for— Commandant, sir, the commuter's comm officer said. You have a priority message incoming on your personal channel. It's marked urgent. Masterson cocked his head.
Source?
The comm officer stared at his screen, bewildered. Unknown, sir. The only information provided, oddly enough, is in the subject bar.
Which reads?
The young man blinked. Freight fire, sir? That's it. That's all it says. Masterson whirled to face him. Freight fire was the emergency code phrase that Darren Reese had given only to his most trusted intelligence contacts in Detron City. Someone needed to talk, and now.
Route the message to my ready room.
Masterson bounded down the steps toward his office. Moments later, his eyes narrowed to slits when a round moon face appeared in his terminal. "Oh my God, Darren, you're never going to believe what's happening!" Kimmy shrieked in delight to open her recording. "I'm so sorry to call you at work like this, much less with your emergency term thing, but I just had to tell you. I'm moving to Raton. Isn't that fantastic?" Masterson slumped down into his chair and snorted. He didn't have time for this, though, in light of the fact that she had proved useful on occasion, he kept watching anyway. "So, remember I've been jockeying for that promotion for, ever? The one my boss has been promising to give me for months, but always managed to somehow find a reason why he couldn't? Well, I guess someone in our rinky-dink little office finally told that chauvinistic jerk who's been doing all the heavy lifting. Because I'll be damned if he didn't stump up in yesterday morning's setup meeting and come through. About time, right?" Masterson's gaze rolled skyward. "Yeah, so I apparently turned some major heads with a bunch of the CIB higher-ups over the analytics I did on this last project." Kimmy stopped there, as if catching herself. "Oh, that's right. I forgot you've been out of the loop the last few weeks on business, so I haven't had the chance to bring you up to speed on everything that's happening."
This is absurd.
Masterson reached for the disconnect key. "Okay, so check this out. Remember that meeting I had after breakfast on our last morning together? The big one I totally wasn't prepared for with Admiral Cattell and all of Wyland's defense guys?" Masterson froze in mid-reach. "As it turns out, there's this huge fleet thing that's been in the works for months." Chapter 27. Distracted. Rounding out the last of his instructions at pre-drop, Lee held a moment for any lingering questions before releasing his pilots into the capable hands of their squad leaders for final rundowns. They're nervous, he thought, having seen a fair amount of jitters on many of their youthful faces. Still, he'd spent the last 8 months flying with this crew, so he knew what they were made of. They'd be fine. Navigating the swarm of pilots, deckhands, and engineers, all scurrying about the flight deck amid last-minute assignments, Lee halted under his Mako in drop chute 6 and gave Mac a final kiss before climbing into his cockpit. Once inside, he slid his spear-streaked gold helmet over his head and started into his pre-flight, all the while dreading the static drop that awaited him in less than 10 minutes. Lee hated them, even though he understood why they were necessary. The tactical advantages of being able to push out multiple fighters at once notwithstanding, most ships of the Kenix's size and configuration were simply too small for a carrier-style runway system. That still didn't mean he had to like them. In Lee's mind, as was typical of most pilots who'd been trained on a catapult, those precious few seconds leading up to, then immediately following a rolling launch were sacred, rituals even. First there was the stand, that long, silent moment of focus when a pilot would stare down the nose of his machine, as if steeling himself for what came next. That was the wave, otherwise known as the thunderbolt of force, that would blast a 20-ton craft from 0 to 266 kilometers per hour in less than 2 seconds. Then, finally, came the ride, the exhilarating burst of speed that effectively dropped an anvil onto the pilot's chest, stick rattling like a jackhammer in his grip, as the scene beyond the canopy tore by in a blur, only to suddenly give way to the silky smooth glide of 0G. It was sweet. It was fluid. And it was perfect. Take all that away, and you've risked screwing the pilot's entire sense of rhythm coming off the line, a potentially fatal thing, under the wrong circumstances. But then again, Lee thought while seeing his wife boarding her own Mako in chute 11, Yankee pinstriped helmet in hand. He was kidding himself if he thought that static drops were his only stressor today. God, please be with her, he prayed. Be with all of them. "Daredevil, this is Flight," the Kenix's comm officer said, through the static in Lee's helmet. "Sir, do you copy?" "Daredevil copies, Flight." Lee turned his attention to the instrument's dash before him to begin his systems checkoff. "Sir, you and Northern Star have an incoming message on a private channel. the comm officer said. It's from the Praetorian. Thinking it would be Ryan or Catal, Lee blinked when Hamish's IDC appeared on his screen. Hey, Hamish, what's up? Hamish and Link, the Scot amended. This is a party line. Hey, boys, Mac said. What up, everybody? Link said, his tone utterly devoid of its usual color. Given everything that's transpired today, Hamish said, nay to mention all else to come, I thought it might behoove us to take a moment for ourselves, just us, and clear the air before our launch window. Thanks for checking in, brother, Lee said, grateful for his friend's thoughtfulness, but in no way surprised by it. That was Hamish, always had been. You seen Anders or any of Danny's guys? Zeke dropped by shortly after the word came down to make sure we were all right. He's a good man, that one. He and Regan took the news pretty hard. Yeah, that kid idolized Danny. Lee dropped his eyes. He was a MIM, Gen 5, wasn't he? Gen 4, Hamish said. He knew everything there was to know about the Renegades, even requested assignment to Danny's unit straight out of basic. Hey, Link, how's Layla? Mac asked. She doing okay? She's hanging in, but this isn't exactly her first rodeo either. Lest we forget, she's been in this war for a hell of a lot longer than any of us, so she knows what it means to lose people. Our kids, though? Link heaved a sigh. Man, I am not looking forward to that talk. You guys know Danny was an uncle to them, and Madison an aunt. I mean, it was like frickin' Christmas any time they came over to our house. Yeah, I could see that being a tough spot, Mac agreed. Hamish, how are you holding up? The Scot grunted. Ask me when this is all over and I've had the chance to kick back a scotch or 6 with my lads. Copy that, Lee said, stressing both words. Damn straight, Link added. There with bells on, Mac said. A long pause followed while Lee and probably everyone else waited for the fifth and final voice of their crew to chime in. But he never did. All right, everybody, Lee said after clearing his throat. We all know who's here and who ain't. Does it suck? Bet your ass, but we can't hang on it right now. We've got a whole bunch of folks out here counting on us, and as much as I wish like crazy we could be anywhere but here, here's where we are. So let's do this, finish it right, and get our collective butts back to the bar so we can salute our friends. He broke off. Our family, the way they deserve. Ruah? Ruah! The group shouted fervently. Kenneck's flight, this is Daredevil, Lee said, seeing his last squad leader report in. Kaima Artificial Horizon has been authenticated and uploaded to all wings. Drop status is green. The clock is yours. Chapter 28. Engaged. Shaking off the final bit of disorientation from his first deep space drop in months, Lee looped his Mako hard to port. Then into point ahead of a standard V formation with Mac and the rest of 13th Squad. Soul Squadron, as they were known around the fleet. Daredevil, this is Northern Star, Mac's voice called over the comm. Drop sequence complete. 1-3 reports green status across the board and standing by. Copy that, Star. Lee switched to a Kennex-wide all-hands channel. Squad leaders, Soul Squadron reports drop success and a green board. All crews, sound off. Daredevil, this is Railhawk, Hicks announced. 1-6 shows full green and standing by. Soraya here, Daredevil, Lindsay called. 2-9 reports green status and standing by. Once Jonesy and the others had checked in, Lee turned his gaze to the giant white sphere ahead. It was Kaima 4, and at present it was defended by no less than 3 dozen ships, all staggered into a loose orbital blockade atop the planet's northern hemisphere. Not too bad, Lee told himself, having expected more, but he was by no means free of butterflies. Part of him wondered if his grandfather hadn't felt the same way prior to his role as a pilot in the Battle of Britain. Panning the ASC deployment from left to right in his display, Lee spied 4 ship clusters in zones 3 through 9, cruisers and destroyers respectively, with the first wave of carriers including the Gerhardt, the Gentry, and the Triton some 200 clicks behind them in zones 12 and 13. From there, each layer of force, zones 14 through the rear of the fleet in zone 42, came in much the same way, with the Praetorian quarterbacking the entire operation from the fleet's epicenter. Today, however, it was flanked by the AS Harkins. Lee sat back in his seat and marveled as he took the new ship in. Towering in at a mountainous 28 decks, the Harkins was every bit the colossus that Lee had heard. eclipsing her Horizon-class predecessors in nearly every area, from body mass to hull density. Add in her 25% payload increase with a 35% boost in heavy ordnance, and most agreed that the Harkins was in a league of her own, where brute strength and power were concerned. Plus, Lee thought she had Vincent E. Ryan for a commander, and that would have boded well for any ship. "All wings," Catal announced on a fleet-wide channel. "Initial scopes report 62 bogies. Repeat, 62 bogies inbound from the planet's surface and closing on our ships in Zone 8. ETA, 30 seconds. Lee glanced at the planet ahead, the major continents of which appeared encased in ice, then back to his instruments, which chirped to life with the pending threat. "Hobson, Davis, and Page crews," Catal went on. "You're on deck for first contact with Keystone and Apex in support. Dispatch the incoming Phantoms by any means necessary, then begin your descent towards Kaima 4's surface to set up for your attack run on the hub. All of the crews, you are to focus your attention on any and all fighters hailing from the blockade, and be on the lookout for more. Loras confirms that we have 16 Alasterian warships inbound and closing fast. ETA to intercept 60 seconds with an estimated total fighter count of 552. LPs, coordinate with your squad leaders for intership liaison, then brace for contact." Lee took his cue. "All right, guys, listen up," he said to his own people. "We're holding down the fort here in Zone 19, which only puts us about 3 blocks inward from the initial point of strike. That means we're front and center to catch any inbound Phantoms that might skirt the main line for a run at our center. But don't go all hog wild chasing down kills, understood? We've got a lot of real estate to cover here, and straying too far off the mark means you run the risk of leaving the Kennex exposed for a strafing assault. So know your boundaries and watch your lines. Ruah?" "Ruah," the others affirmed. "Okay, good." Lee watched as the steady chain of blue flashes began to fleck the black surrounding the blockade. His jaw set, however, upon seeing the all-too-familiar vessel leading the Alasterian formation. "Holy crap! Is that the Khmur?" Mac exploded in Lee's ear, and he didn't have to wonder why she was so worked up. Beyond its flagship status, the Khmur had also been the vessel that had ambushed the Renegades 5 years ago and taken her hostage. "Daredevil, this is Jester," Link called from the Keystone in Zone 7. "Is that what I think it is?" "Yeah, Jester, looks like," Lee said. "I guess Masterson figured he'd see the Kaima personally, undermanned or not." "Please, let me make the kill shot on that bridge," Mac hissed. "Please, just get behind me, and I swear to you, Top, I'll put him down." "Easy, Star," Lee said. "I'm totally with you guys, Lee," Link echoed. "Say the word, and me and Layla are headed your way." Lee glanced at his display. "I appreciate it, Jester, but the last place I want to see you is in a court-martial, which is exactly where you and your wife are headed if you break ranks to our zone. We've got this clear? Just stay your course to the surface and KO that hub. We'll check in with you once this is all over." A grunt sounded as the line disconnected, and Lee couldn't help smiling. Once a renegade, always a renegade. Seeing the first wave of Phantoms begin to spew from the Khmur's fire bay, Lee tightened his grip on the stick and keyed the Kennex-wide channel. "Okay, everyone, we own these guys, 4-1 out there, but that's still no excuse to get cocky. The man himself, Mr. Alec Masterson, has elected to join us here this fine morning, and I aim to see he bears witness to a first-class ass-whipping for his travels. Ruah?" "Ruah!" the Kennex's 40 pilots agreed. Lee cracked his neck and waited while the early streams of blue drive wash began to rain down toward him. "Okay, people, contact on my mark. And break!" Studying the main viewer beneath the dim red lighting of the Khmur's bridge, Masterson sat in calm silence while the rest of his senior officers scrambled to contain what they perceived as a quickly unraveling situation. And why wouldn't they? 52 Alasterian ships against an Oran armada of almost 4 times that number? Of course, those were hopeless odds, to anyone who didn't know the real score anyway. For the briefest of moments, Masterson's thoughts flickered back to Kimmy, and he knew he had to give her credit. None of this would have been possible without her heads up, not that he'd told anyone about it. No one Alasterian, anyway. "Oh, my dear Kimmy," Masterson mused in his mind, "between your ear and our intelligence and your insatiable need to gossip, you really have been the perfect mark." Perhaps he'd call on her later if there was time. For now, however, he had a performance to give. "Helm," Masterson ordered, mindful to project the proper amount of resolve so as not to reveal his plan. Swing us around 35 degrees to starboard and land an attack vector along these coordinates. He entered the numbers into the terminal on his chair arm, then shot a trust-me look to Briggs, who seemed unusually frazzled at tactical. Sir, the helmsman said, that course puts us into a head-on offensive with the ASC's ships in Zone 8. We'll have little or no support there. Excuse me, sir, the Commur's comm officer interrupted. Colonel Reardon just relayed in to say that the Lanciter and others are being detained in Krenza province. Apparently, they're under attack from the ASC's Fallon and Findal forces. What about our bases on Iglaya and Luzon? Masterson asked in faux distress. Tapped out, sir, the comm officer said. Farlin, too. All three systems have spared all of the aid they can without compromising their own security. Plus, our forces in Leadington province are simply too far out to do us any good. As it stands, Commandant, we're it. Lieutenant Ovius cursed aloud at the science station.
Slaring Orans! It looks like they knew right where to hit us, sir, as well as how and when.
Masterson shot to his feet and roared in disgust. Damn it! This is why I told the Chancellor we needed extra ships in this region. But did he listen? Of course not. He never listens. And why is that? Because in his infinite wisdom, the arrogant old fool believes he never has to. He jerked away and turned his back to the crew, as if considering something. A decision. Brothers, if you ever wanted to know why we're losing this war, why our enemies are always one step ahead of us, then remember this day, when it wasn't technology that beat us, but rather a nightmarish lack of foresight on the part of our leader. Masterson let his last statement resonate for a moment, then shifted his look from anger to one of stone-faced defiance. Well, I, for one, refuse to let this happen. By gods, I brought our people a weapon, and whether the Chancellor likes it or not, I intend to use it to save our people. No one protested, and waiting not a second longer, Masterson reached for his chair's comm pad to dial up a long-range channel. Lee sliced his Mako through another pack of phantoms, Mac still tight on his wing, and dove hard into a 90-degree pitchback in time to clear out with Hicks, who then tore off with 16th Squad for an attack run on a destroyer. Lee headed back toward the main scrum and reconnected with Sol Squadron.
Hey, Soraya, how's it looking over there in 19.5? You guys faring okay?
Hanging tough, Top, Lindsay responded. I don't mind saying that 19.3 and 19.4 got a little shady, but we may do. Copy that. Lee swept past the wreckage of a cruiser.
How fast can you burn it to zone 19.6?
Pretty quick with some more support. Done, Lee said. Axe Grinder, Lita, Moonshot, round up your people, then circle back behind Soria and the 2-9 for support. We've got a gap opening in 19.6, and I want it closed out before it gets any wider. Yes, sir, the three pilots acknowledged. Jonesy, Railhawk, he continued. I want you to...
All ships,
the Praetorian's comm officer broke in.
We've got immediate contact in zone 21.3. Energy signatures are not Alisterian. Repeat, energy signatures are not Alisterian.
What the... Lee spun his head to face the coordinates in question and saw 5 massive flashes crease the horizon to produce 5 new ships. Long, lean, and covered in some sort of odd spiked armor, they looked menacing as death, too. Praetorian, Lee called out, watching 2 Oran destroyers and a cruiser move in to engage the lead newcomer. Have we got a beat on... Lee's jaw snapped shut when all 3 orange ships vanished in matching plumes of orange, having never even managed a shot of their own. Holy shit, Top! What are those things? Jonesy yelped. Lee was speechless. He just watched, terrified, as the spiked intruder plowed through the fiery remains of its victims and set a course for 2 more. Both reeled to evade. Neither made it. All hands! This is Catal, the Admiral erupted as his ships began falling like dominoes. Drop back to cover behind the Praetorian and prepare for an emergency jump to safety. Evac Protocol Delta 514 is hereby enacted. Execute! You heard the man, Lee shouted to his crews. Delta 514 now! Makos, fly cover back to the Kennox for all Threshers and non-C-100 personnel, then jump straight to the designated rendezvous for pickup. Threshers, cease and desist all pursuits and pair up with your Mako leaders for dust-off. Go, now! Seeing them sprint into action amid the mass hysteria surrounding them, Lee shot a glance to the Mako on his wing. Mac, you with me? Bet your ass, she cut back. What in the world are those things, Lee? No clue, but whatever they are, we've got no answers for them today. Blasting ahead through a cluster of phantoms and over the bow of a reeling Orin outcutter, Lee reset his comm to a private channel. Link, you got a copy? Yeah, Lee, but what the hell is going on up there? Link growled from somewhere inside Kaima 4's atmosphere. We were almost set up for our run on the hub when Colonel Rollins ordered us all back upstairs. Said we've been attacked by somebody. You'll see soon enough. Right now, though, just kick it in the ass so you don't miss your jump window. You got Layla's crew with you? Yeah, my 6. We're beating it like a teenager in heat back to the Keystone now. Good, Lee said. Let me know when you're aboard, and we'll see you at the rendezvous. Copy that, Link said. We should be... Heads up, Lee! Max shrieked. Spinning around, Lee peered slack-mouthed through his canopy as a massive volley of weapon fire ripped through the Praetorian's aft section, rocking the carrier hard to port in a violent spray of orange that crippled her where she hung. Admiral! Lee screamed in horror. But before he could finish, the A.S. Harkins swung hard to intercept. And just like that, the clash of ship titans ignited in a seismic staccato of thunder, fire, and steel. Ryan, what in blazes are you doing? Gatal barked through the pandemonium of his bridge behind him. Buying you time, sir, Ryan shouted over the firestorm. Can you move? Engineering report, Gatal demanded. Another explosion filled Lee's helmet speakers. His eyes bulged, though, when the voice of a panting Scot filled the line. That last shot took the main reactor offline, Hamish said between breaths. Chief Wyatt thinks he can get it back into play, but that's just the start of our problem, sir. We lost every bit of our caldracite reserves in that blast. That leaves us with the residuals in the coils, and once those are gone, we're out. Is it enough for a jump? Gatal rattled off. Aye, maybe one, but we'll be stuck on sublight from then on and most likely with a broken back given our structural damage. Lee cringed in his seat as another barrage slammed hard against the Harkins hull, rocking her back. Still, God bless her and her crew, they kept at it. Chief, what's the word? Ryan yelled. We need a minute, Hamish stressed. You don't have one, Lunley, Ryan roared. Our armor is down to zilch here, and when it goes, you're going to be in one hell of a... All right, we should be good, Wyatt cut in. She's patched up as good as I can make her, Admiral, so call the ball. Wyatt's voice was extremely labored. Something was wrong. Sir, go, Ryan ordered. You can figure out what happened here later, but for now, just get our people out of here. Lee's display flashed the evac ready marker beside the Kennex's icon. They were good to go. Vince, what's your status? Gatal countered. Are you coming? Right behind you, sir. Now go! Mac, you good? Lee asked, spinning up his drive. You think? All crews, Gatal ordered. Hyperspace jump in 3, 2, 1. Jump! Chapter 29. Betrayed. Lucius Zaire tossed his tablet onto the desk of his private study and sat back in his chair, lost in thought. He hadn't bothered reading the entire report. He didn't need to. The story of Masterson's heroic triumph over the surprise Orn incursion of Kaima 4, with the help of his new friends, the Kagorians, of course, was already in full circulation, thanks to the Commandant's always reliable and desperately predictable friends at the Uriel Sun. No bother. Zaire rose from his seat and trudged to the armoire across the room which held his private stash of Smithson's straight table whiskey. Soon enough, none of this would be his problem. Did that worry him? Indeed, it did, for so many reasons. He knew what the future held for the Alistarian people under a Masterson-led regime, and that was a frightening prospect. Still, as long as he was being honest with himself, Zaire also recognized the wave of relief that he felt at the thought of handing in his crown, even though he was fairly sure of what his own future held afterward. Someone knocked at the door. "Chancellor," a voice called from the other side. And so it begins. Zaire didn't bother answering. Instead, he poured himself a finger of whiskey, eyed its beautiful golden color through the contours of the crystal tumbler, then fired it back in a single shot, allowing all of those glorious flavors, from caramel to cherry and oak, to saturate the walls of his palate before tapering off their burn with that classic cinnamon finish. Not too bad. "Chancellor, sir," the voice repeated. Zaire poured himself another shot and stared fondly at the bottle. Smithson's was hardly the best whiskey on the market. On the contrary, it was economy level, at best, Still, a man's brand was his brand. And when there was as much history between it and its consumer as existed between Zaire and Smithson's, well, one didn't mess with a good thing. "Chancellor Zaire, sir!" The voice persisted, the knock now a firm, full-fisted pound. "I'm going to have to ask you to open this door." Zaire smacked his lips, taking in that last blast of charcoal-filtered flavor, then recorked the bottle and replaced it on his desk. "Hope to see you soon, old friend." He started for the door. "Gentlemen," Zaire said to the pair of escort guards outside. They'd probably be his captors shortly. "How can I help you?" "Sir, Parliament has called an emergency session," the lead guard said. He was a handsome man, Zaire observed, tall and lean. Though, by the look of him, dark rumpled hair and sandbagged eyes, he could have definitely benefited from a good night's sleep. "Might I offer you a drink, Captain?" Zaire said, after inspecting the man's rank on his sleeve. Apparently the captain hadn't expected that either, because his brow pulled tight in surprise. "Sir?" "A drink." Zaire pointed over his shoulder to the bottle. "Sadly, I must confess that it's far from premium stuff. However, years of experience have taught me that it does do rather nicely in a pinch. And I am in a bit of a pinch here, aren't I, Captain?" Zaire hadn't intended that last part as a question, and the captain must have picked up on that, because he didn't respond for at least 5 seconds. The other guard cleared his throat. "Sir, you're being summoned to the palace at once," Captain said. "We have to go." "Summoned, you say?" Zaire said. "Aye, this sounds urgent." "It is, sir," the captain said. "In point of fact, the commandant says it's a matter of the utmost imperial importance." Zaire couldn't help chuckling as his eyes flicked past the sidearm next to his coat. With a bit of luck and some help from the last of his supporters here in his home, he probably could have used it to escape and flee to a ship. But Zaire figured Masterson's propaganda machine would have enjoyed a field day afterward, and he couldn't have that. Not as long as there was still a chance he could find a way to help his people. Plus, whoever this captain was, he didn't seem like a bad fellow. He was just a man doing his job, and he didn't deserve to die for that. "Well then," Zaire grabbed his coat but left the gun. "Who am I to keep the great commandant waiting? Shall we?" A few minutes later, the three of them descended the steps in front of the Alcazar's main drive, where an imperial transport hovered over the cobblestones. A man in formal dress, presumably the pilot, was waiting there. He stepped aside to allow Zaire aboard. The captain entered through the passenger opening up front, and the short guard took another vehicle in the Chancellery convoy. Seeing the captain close his door, Zaire spotted a flash of ink under his left forearm. "That's an interesting tattoo you have there, Captain," Zaire said once they'd exited the main gate and departed the premises. The captain acknowledged him with a look, but nothing more. "Ardison, correct?" Zaire pressed. "The Alistirian god of wisdom, was it?" "Temperance, sir," the captain said. "Oh, yes, forgive me," Zaire said, hoping he didn't seem too disingenuous, but ultimately not really caring. "This may come as a bit of a surprise to a spiritual man such as yourself, but I never really placed much faith in the gods, if you'll pardon the pun." The captain snorted. "Why is that?" Zaire threw him a lopsided smile. "I guess you might say I was never very comfortable with the notion of making radical life decisions for myself, much less the Empire as a whole, on the promise of beings who would offer me power over my enemies in exchange for my blind obedience." The captain swiveled around in his seat, and Zaire could plainly see in the man's face that he'd taken the point. There was something else there, though, something deeper in the captain's tired eyes that said he knew more about what was happening than Zaire had expected. "Why are you letting him do this?" Captain asked. Zaire lifted his shoulders. "Letting who do what?" "You can drop the coy act, sir," the captain spat, sliding into the rear compartment and raising the privacy barrier to exclude the pilot from their conversation. "If you want to lay down the cards, then fine. Let's lay down the cards. You know what this session's about just as well as I do. Masterson is going to try and force you out. And considering everything that's happened in the last few hours, much less the last 5 years, you've got to know that Parliament is more than likely planning to back him." Zaire turned his gaze to Uriel's sprawling skyline outside. He'd always found the city quite lovely at this time of night. "Let me ask you this, Captain," he said, feeling the transport bear slightly to port and seeing the lights of the parliamentary palace appear in the distance. "What exactly would you have me do that I already haven't done or said?" "You could have given the Commandant what he needed to defend Kaima, for starters," Captain said. You're assuming that a request was made, Zaire said. One wasn't. Believe me, I'd have granted it. Furthermore, as long as we're laying our cards on the table, I would add that not only was a request for Kaima reinforcements never made preemptively, it was also never made once word of the invasion had come to light. You're saying Masterson knew Kaima was coming and didn't tell anyone? Yes, Zaire said. It's the only explanation for how the Kogorians were able to reach you in time. Hailing all the way from the Reisner Expanse, even with C-100 capability? That's preposterous. There was a quiver in the captain's voice, a reluctance. Preposterous how? Zaire asked. Well, for one, they'd have needed an active IDC to get through our net undetected. And you honestly believe that Masterson couldn't have arranged that? Just how gullible are you? The captain rubbed his face in growing frustration. Listen, I'm not saying the Commandant isn't prone to stepping into some shady areas at times, because he is. But contrary to what you or anyone else may think of him, there are lines he won't cross, and sacrificing his own people just to make a point is definitely one of them. Keep telling yourself that, Captain. Zaire reclined in his seat. And what about Vendale, too? Are you going to lay that at the Commandant's feet, too? I hate to break it to you, Chancellor, but everyone knows that it was your slurring decision to pull the Tenston and the Delafon from that part of Krenza province. That's public record. Zaire gave another shrug. Again, you're assuming that I had all of the facts. I was acting on the intel that I had. Commandant Masterson assured me that our defenses would hold without those two ships, so I pulled them from the line and reassigned them to the Ramonian talks, where I felt they were needed most. Only the line didn't hold. We lost the world, and, in a miraculous turn of events, the Uriel Sun had the inside scoop on all of it just in time for their morning edition. The captain pursed his lips. Are you seriously implying that the Commandant would— That's precisely what I'm implying. And I suppose you have proof of this? Letters to the Sun and the like? Zaire folded his arms. At the moment, no. There is no trail, but run the numbers, Captain, and you'll see the truth. The position in which the Empire now finds itself politically and militarily is exactly where Masterson has always wanted it to be, and he's played his hand perfectly to get it here. The captain sighed in weak protest, then looked away. Zaire could see in the man's scowl that he wasn't happy about what he'd heard, nor for that matter was the Chancellor sure that his escort had believed any of it. But he was thinking about it. Of that much, Zaire was fairly certain. All right, fine, the captain said, this time making full eye contact. Let's say, for the sake of discussion, that I believe you're telling the truth. What would you say if I asked you about the Alastirian frigate Pralin? Zaire felt the edges of his mouth plummet, and he returned his gaze to the window. I'd say that there are few things in my life that I regret more than what happened on that ship. But that still doesn't change the fact that it was, in every way, an accident. And I should just take your word on that. She was the mother of Masterson's child, Chancellor, and she died on that ship because of you. Zaire bit down the urge to lash out as he had with Charlotte, and didn't speak until he cooled off. I don't enjoy taking lives, Captain. That much about me, at least, has been accurately portrayed in the press. Therefore, given that fact, do you honestly believe me so vain and so hypocritical that I'd kill someone over a vendetta, but not a war? Both men looked up as the transport eased to a stop outside the parliamentary palace, and the captain readopted his previous expression of stone. Do you know, Captain, Zaire said, exiting the transport, I don't think I ever got your name. Briggs, sir. He swept the street around him with his gaze. My name is Nathan Briggs. Now it was Zaire's turn to be surprised. The Commerce XO? Well, then I'm sure you have quite the unique perspective on all this, don't you? Briggs started to say something, but stopped when his partner emerged from one of the other vehicles and headed their way. Be very careful, Captain Briggs, Zaire said before the other guard arrived. You're in a highly precarious position as Masterson's second. If you don't believe me, just ask your predecessor, Major Langella. Briggs' grim expression was unmistakable. Yes, Zaire said, reading it instantly. That's what I thought. Time to go, Captain, the short guard said, with the door in his hand. Entering the massive palace through the entrance to the North Tower, the three walked for several minutes before crossing under the main atrium and halting at the Chamber of Ministers. One more thing, Zaire said, unable to help himself. Are you, by chance, any relation to the Hammer of Santee, Kenneth Briggs?
The captain exhaled. Yeah, he was my father. What of it? Zyre gave the man a winsome smile. Gods, how did I not know that from the start? You look just like him, you know. Briggs wrinkled his nose. You knew my father? Well, of course I did. Ken and I were stationed together aboard the Valfalla prior to his transfer to the Rolstoy. He was a good soldier, your father, and an even better man, but Zyre stood up tall and adopted the same regal posture that he always wore for these sessions. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that, do I? With that, Zyre turned his back to the Khmur's XO, gave a final profane salute to the statue of his father, and entered the chamber. See you in the next life, Captain Briggs, he called back as the door closed behind him. Be sure you don't join me there too soon. Chapter 30. Fallout. Coming through! Katie lunged aside as the female orderly plowed past her, gurney in hand toward the arriving sea of persistent hands and bloodied patients that was the Praetorian's main infirmary. What do we have? A triage nurse rushed to ask. Full-thickness burns to the head and throat, the orderly said. Possible concussion and fractured sternum. The nurse shined a penlight into the soldier's eyes, then produced a syringe, which he plunged into his IV. Instantly, his face went slack. Take the sergeant to Bay 3, he said, with a scribble of his chart. I'll warn you now, you've got a bit of a wait ahead of you, but in the meantime I've given him 3 cc's of atrevenial for the pain. Tell Dr. Deemer it's all in the notes. Atrevenial pain meds, Katie noted in her mind. Deemer, trauma doctor. Got it. Yes, ma'am, the orderly said, and vanished into the crowd with her patient. For the most part, Katie still had no clue what was happening. She only knew that something had hit their ship, and hard. Now, all hell had broken loose, and if the flood of panicked people piling into the soon-to-be overwhelmed infirmary was any indication, most with severe burns, lacerations, and broken limbs, whatever it was had been bad. Really, really bad. I need a doctor now, someone screamed behind her. Katie whirled to see Chief Wyatt, limping her way as fast as he could, his right hand clutching his right thigh, while the rest of him fought to keep up with the female medic ahead of him. She was shoving a gurney drenched in blood, and Katie gasped upon seeing the mountainous figure atop the crimson sheets. Oh my God, Hamish! Katie bounded forward, grabbing someone's penlight and stethoscope on the way, and went straight to work on Hamish's injuries. Namely, the massive chunk of shrapnel protruding from his chest. What the hell happened? Once we jumped away, the caldracite injectors lining the main core manifold blew out, Wyatt said. Hamish was standing right beside them when they did. He was wincing with every word. You okay? Katie asked. You worry about my AC right now. Wyatt winced again. I told him to clear out of there the rest of our crews, Katie. I swear I did. But he wouldn't listen to me. We still had people in that section, and he wasn't leaving without them. Come on, Hamish, hang in there for me, sweetie, Katie murmured, now in her zone as she checked his vitals. How bad is it? Wyatt asked. Katie shook her head. Hard to say. His burns are serious enough as it is, particularly the ones on his face. But I won't know the extent of his internal injuries until I get in there and take a look. If this thing nicked his heart in any way, he could be in some real trouble. Ripping the stethoscope from her ears, Katie grabbed the foot of Hamish's gurney and started for the triage station. Come on, translator implant, don't fail me now. Nurse, I need an operating room, stat, and any people you can spare. I've got a significant penetrating trauma to the upper chest, presenting symptoms of a possible pneumothorax, cardiac tamponade, and aortic dissection. Tell the OR and anesthesia staff to gear up now and have the perfusionist on standby in case we need to stop his heart and put him on bypass to get this thing out. Now where can I scrub in? The triage nurse blinked in confusion, probably wondering who this stranger was barking orders at her. OR 5 is down the hall, she stammered. 2 doors on the right. You can scrub in outside. I'll have Dr. Nyland assist with Nurse Jemai and the cardiothoracic surgical team. Katie nodded, pausing just long enough to glance back at Wyatt. You sure you're good? They'll tell me in a minute. Now go. Watching her sprint off to surgery, Wyatt felt a genuine sense of relief come over him. He liked Katie. A lot. But beyond her sparkling charm, glowing wit, and a smile that Wyatt guessed could probably stop the world if she wanted it to, he also knew her to be one of the best in her field. You're in good hands, Hamish. Then, clasping what remained of his shredded right leg, the one he'd kept hidden from view so as to hold Katie's focus on his friend, Chris Wyatt doubled over where he stood and succumbed to the darkness. Northern Star, sound off,
Lee said, through rapid breaths, and all but ignoring his other pilots while searching his scopes for his wife's fighter. "Mac, come in!"
"Copy, Daredevil, I'm here," she finally responded. "All members of Soul Squadron are present and accounted for."
Lee let out his breath and began checking his display for updates from Lindsay, Jones, Hicks, and his other squad leaders. "Jester, you and Layla got a copy?" Lee spotted the keystone several kilometers off his starboard wing. "Yeah, Top, we're around," Link said. "A little charred, but here." Lee felt himself begin to relax. "What in God's name were those things, Lee?" Link asked. "They wipe out more than half our guys en route back to the keystone, and from the looks of things, they did a hell of a number on the fleet. Seriously, man, who has that kind of firepower?" "I got no idea, Link." Lee ran a quick scan of the roughly 8 dozen ships that made it out, among them the Keystone, the Hobson, the Davis, and the Gordon. Missing, however, were the Gentry, the Gerhardt, the Deckler, and, most notably, the Harkins. Lee thought for a second, then reset his system for another sweep, this time using LORAS to broaden his search. Still nothing. "Come on, Colonel, kick it in the ass and get here already." "Lee, you still with me?" Link asked. Lee jumped back to his comm. "Yeah, sorry, Link, I'm here. No, I haven't a clue what those things were. I do know this, though. Whoever they were, we'd be wise to avoid them like the plague, at least until we've had time to suss out what their stake is in all this." "I can totally get on board with that plan," Link said. Lee shifted his gaze to the motionless carrier just off his port bow, the one with the gaping, scorched hole where a third of its aft section used to be. "Hey, guys, I was just about to report in with the Admiral. Y'all want to hang on the line?" "Wouldn't mind, yeah," Mac said. "Word," Link agreed. Lee switched over to a secure channel. "Praetorian, this is Daredevil, over." No response. "Praetorian, this is Daredevil. What's your status?" This time there was a pop in the static.
"Not good, Commander,"
said Lieutenant Floyd, the ship's comm officer.
"We've got life support for the moment, which is more than I can say for some of the others, but weapons and propulsion are completely offline."
"How bad is it?" Lee asked.
"Bad,"
Floyd said.
"That last jump used everything we had for FTL. Petty Officer Marlowe thinks he can get us partial sublight, but the Admiral is actually recalling Chief's—"
"Marlowe, whoa, what?" Lee interrupted. "Where's Wyatt? For that matter, where's Hamish?" Silence fell over the comm.
"Chief Wyatt and Assistant Chief Lumley are both in the infirmary."
Lee felt a chill. "They're okay, right?" Floyd didn't answer. "They're okay, right?"
I don't know much, sir. I just know that Chief Wyatt lost a lot of blood, and they've got him in the ICU. As for the AC, he's in emergency surgery now with Doctors Summerston and Nyland."
"Summerston? What the hell is my sister doing on the Praetorian?"
"I don't know, Commander. I really don't,"
Floyd said in a rush.
"I only know that she was at the infirmary when Chief Wyatt brought Lumley in from main engineering. Right now she's leading the team to save his life."
"Damn it, Katie, you never listen." Lee took a second to cool off, then rekeyed the comm. "Thanks for the info, Floyd. Sorry if I tore your head off."
"It's okay, sir. For what it's worth, I said a prayer for your friends. Not that I think they'll need it. You guys are a pretty tough bunch, after all."
"I appreciate that," Lee said. "I know he's busy, but can the Admiral spare a minute?"
"Hold on."
A second later, Catal entered the conversation. "How's the Kennex, Commander?" "We lost portions of the 18th, 21st, and 28th Squadrons, sir, but thankfully most of my guys are present and accounted for." "Good," Catal said. "Any word from the rest of the fleet?" Lee asked. "Negative, Daredevil." There was no shortage of weight in the Admiral's voice. "According to Mr. Marlowe in engineering, it's going to take us a while to get back on our feet, so we've got time to see if anyone else makes it. But to be honest, I'm not optimistic. It's been a good half hour since the last of our ships entered the system, which tells me we may be it." "How about the Harkins?" Lee asked. "You've got to figure, sir, if there was ever a ship built to withstand a pounding like that, it was her, especially with Colonel Ryan in charge." Catal exhaled slowly. "That's true. But we both know the Colonel's stubbornness when it comes to his people, so considering how many ships were left in the system when we jumped away, you have to know he hung in to the bitter end for as many of them as he could, even if that meant—" Catal's voice trailed off, and Lee let his head fall back against his seat. In addition to being his flight instructor in mimic training, Ryan had also been a good friend and mentor over the last 5 years. The Colonel would be missed by a lot of folks. "Any sign of lifeboats?" Lee asked. "Maybe some of the Harkins crew or some of the others made it off before she went down." "I've sent a probe to find out, but I wouldn't dare send a scout back to that system," Catal said. "Not right now. knowing what could potentially be waiting for them when they got there. Besides, if I know Masterson, he's already scooped up anyone left behind and taken them prisoner. Or worse. Lee cringed, remembering the Commandant's reputation for firing on escape pods.
Sir, speaking of Masterson and his friends, Mac piped up, any chance they'd come after us out here to push the issue?
A long moment of static preceded Katal's response.
Given what we just saw, I'm sure they could, but I don't know if the Allisterians are that bold. At our present coordinates, we're a good 2 terrasects away from the border, and while Masterson would authorize that strike, I don't know that Zaire would. Not yet. It's too knee-jerk, and he's too cautious for that.
Ra, sir, Mac said. Just so we're clear, though, Star, Katal added, I don't have any intention of sticking around here any longer than I have to in order to test that theory. We're bugging out of here as soon as we're able. We got a timetable on that? Link asked. Not to sound selfish or anything, but I'm kind of psyched right now to get home to my kids. So are a lot of people, Jester, Katal said. Once all ship commanders have checked in, and we've had a chance to reorient, I plan to redeploy what's left of the fleet to our base on Oronov 3. It's an easy jump for those of our ships that still have FTL capability, and an even day's sail at sublight for those that don't. We'll figure the rest out from there. Just get your crews ready to move. Sir, if I may, Lee said, I'll handle everything on the Kennex that I can, but when the time comes to move out, I'd appreciate it if you'd allow Mac and me to stay on the Praetorian. We'd kind of like to be there when Hamish and White wake up, fair? Ditto for me and Layla, sir, Link said. Very well, Katal said. Return to your ships and connect with your COs for further instructions. I'll contact you when I know more. Praetorian out. Chapter 31. Condemned. Having managed maybe an hour's sleep, at most, on the concrete floor of his cell, Danny jerked alert the next morning at the sound of rustling, voices, and keys outside of his cell block. Madison, you awake? He asked, using just enough of volume so that she alone would hear him. Yeah, I'm here. What do you suppose we... She stopped when the brig door swung open and 2 guards entered. One of them, Danny noted, wore corporal's stripes and flecks of gray in his hair. The other, a private, appeared to be somewhere in his early 20s and carried with him a pair of shackles. Morning, guys. Nice day for a stroll, isn't it? Danny stepped away from his cell door and presented his wrists, though he leapt back to the bars when the men moved toward Madison's cell instead of his. Oh, what the hell are you doing? Neither guard responded as they reached her cage. Where are you taking her? Danny repeated, louder this time. Again, no answer, and he slammed his fists on the bar to get their attention. Hey, you bastards, I'm talking to you. I said, where are you taking her? It's okay, Danny, I'll be fine, Madison said, with as much calm as a woman in chains could manage. Really, I'm too big of a chip to harm. I'm sure they just want to talk. It was sound logic, but it slid right over Danny. He just kept after the guards. What do you want with her? Answer me, damn it! The corporal stopped at the door, while his young partner led Madison out, then stepped aside when a third guard wheeled in a monitor and flipped it on. What is this? Danny stared at what looked like a live video feed from the Allisterian Chamber of Ministers on the screen. At present, the room was only about half full, but it was filling up fast. What is this? Come on, man, why am I seeing this, and what does it have to do with the girl? The Commandant will be making an announcement shortly, the corporal said. He thought you'd want to see it. He thought all of your people would want to see it. Danny knit his brows. So what, this is some kind of mass broadcast? The guard added nothing more as he turned to go, and Danny locked eyes with Madison out in the hall, his heart thundering in his throat. I'll be fine, she mouthed back. I love you. Madison, wait, The loud, eerie creak of the door's steel pierced the air, followed by the thick, metallic clack-clack of the locking mechanism. And suddenly, Danny Tucker was very much alone. Surprisingly enough, Lucius Zaire felt little emotion upon seeing 200 sets of judging eyes indict him as he entered the Chamber of Ministers. They were all there, too. Doring, Keene, Felling, Monroe. Pretty much everyone who'd ever opposed him, all having come from far and wide to see their reviled leader finally get his due. I hope you sharpened your daggers, gentlemen, Zaire wanted to say to them. He was, however, a bit puzzled by the cameras lining the stage down front. True, it was nothing new to see Max Larson in attendance for a closed-door session of Parliament. The press always had some level of access, but rarely had that ever included live coverage. Not for something like this. Strange, Sire thought. That was when he saw Masterson already waiting for him on stage, and robed in formal dress blacks no less, complete with crimson sash, gold trim, and a midnight charcoal cloak that touched just above his ankles. "Fine day for a coronation, wouldn't you say, Commandant?" Zaire said, with a light chuckle and a healthy dose of innuendo. Masterson responded with his customary bow. "Oh, come on, Alec. Until one of us turns on that microphone, it's just you and me up here. You might at least do me the courtesy of looking me in the eye before you and your mob of sycophants stab me in the back." Masterson threw him a smug smirk. "Take a seat, Chancellor." Zaire answered in kind, then proceeded to his throne as the final gaggle of ministers filed in through the back and took their seats. "Order!" a clerk called from the front, officially opening the unscheduled meeting of Parliament. "Ministers of Parliament, I present to you the reigning Commandant of the Imperial Fleet, and the next in line for the Alasterian Chancellorship, Commandant Alec Masterson." Masterson rose from his seat and approached the podium, his triumphant expression from a moment ago now masked in patriotic conviction, with a tinge of urgency. Zaire laughed at the sight. "Ministers of Parliament," Masterson began, "I stand before you today not as commandant, or public figure, or even a soldier, but as a dedicated citizen of our great empire. An empire that I fear may stand in the twilight of its existence should we fail to change our course in the days ahead." "Hear, hear!" someone shouted from above. Masterson offered a bow of gratitude in the voice's direction. "Gentlemen, our civilization was built on the principle of strength. At the conclusion of the Beyonder War, our forefathers vowed not just to their generation, but to everyone thereafter, that our people's sovereignty would never again be compromised. In time, it was that very ideal that led them to cast off their weak Orin roots to come here, to a world, and a doctrine that would let them keep that promise. And oh, what a nation we became! For decades our fleet stood as a monument to our power, a point made evident in the rapid expansion of our borders. No one dared challenge us for fear of our reprisals. But then came Kandara, and with it the early signs that perhaps our strength, perhaps our leadership, was not what it once had been." The Commandant approached the crowd, his last statement hanging in the air, like a stench. "Kandara," he said, as if disgusted by the word. "Imagine, if you will, what our situation would look like today if we'd seized that world when we had the chance. We could have. We had the power. We had the numbers. We most certainly had the right. But did we take that initiative? Of course not. We did then what we've done for every meaningful action of our crisis since. We attacked it with fearless diplomacy." The term rolled off Masterson's tongue like vinegar. "Hear me, ministers. I, too, understand the need for an open, non-confrontational dialogue. And in those instances where said talks can achieve the same end without bloodshed, I'm all for them. However, the tongue of diplomacy is only as potent as the sword behind it. A sword, I'd add, which this Chancellor has shown time and time again that he refuses to wield. And what has that earned us? Weaker borders, dwindling resources, an increasingly despondent fleet. Most importantly, it has given the Orans time to construct a war machine unlike anything we've ever seen. A machine that would have dealt us a crippling blow in the rim yesterday, were it not for the Gregorians' aid. Theolon, Findal, Vendale II, Marlin III, all worlds thought untouchable a half-decade ago. And now, whose are they?" An audible stir swept through the room, and Zaire could feel the veil beginning to fall. "So when does it end?" Masterson stretched out his hands. "Where is the line in the sand that declares to our enemies, 'Enough'? Ministers of Parliament, this is not about the Kogorian Treaty, although I'd urge you to reconsider your decision on that as well. No, This is about nothing less than the very fate of our way of life. Sweeping systemic change must happen this day. And if I may make a suggestion, we needn't look further than our own history books to find it. We were a great nation once, a strong nation, and we can be again. But it's up to you as the governing body of this empire to craft and enforce policies that give her that strength. Masterson raised a finger. At the risk of offense, gentlemen, it's why you're here. With that, the Commandant shot a final disdainful look to Zaire, then resumed his seat. Does the Chancellor have a response? The clerk asked over the rumble of an increasingly vocal crowd. Zaire couldn't blame them. It'd been a great speech, even if the vast majority of it had been totally slurring propaganda nonsense. Well done, Commandant Masterson. Zaire rose from his throne, with mock applause. Well done indeed, I must say, for all your rags to riches. Just one of the men bravado. You've played this better than any politician I've ever seen. Truly, gentlemen, I tell you, this man was made to be one of us. Cunning, ambition, drive, the will to act. Indeed, those are the traits of fine leadership. But might they also be the traits of a tyrant? This time it was Zaire's turn to let the innuendo hang before continuing. Patriots of Alastair, I understand as well, if not better than anyone, the principles this empire was founded on. I've lived with them my entire life. Nonetheless, as leaders we must all find our own path. And while mine may have lacked the military fervor of my father, I submit to you that no one has done more for the growth and prosperity of our people than I. The education of our youth, the extension of our borders, the care of our veterans. The loss at Dulliston, someone shouted from the back. Zaire paused with a pensive stare at the floor. Yes, Dulliston, I'll confess to you, brothers, I never liked that mission from the beginning. My instincts at the time told me it was too aggressive, too fast, and in hindsight I should have listened. I would point out, however, that things might have gone differently at Dulliston had I known of the Malone Mako program. Zaire's stare locked on to Masterson. But that's neither here nor there. In the end, it was I who ordered that mission, and thus it is I who must bear the blame for its failure. And have we not been handcuffed by that failure for long enough? Mr. Felling asked plainly. Sir, you've mentioned the Malone Mako program. Well, like them or not, the Gregorians can give us Makos of our own. And a lot more, if we'll only let them. C-100 engines, armor, weaponry, they've pledged us all of it. Furthermore, their ships in orbit, the ones that saved our forces at Kaima, they've already begun allowing our contractors on board to start assessing our needs for a retrofit, and technically, we're not even their allies yet. Felling threw up his hands. Tell me, Chancellor, what more must these people do to earn our trust? Zaire folded his arms, having seen this coming from the moment he walked in. Ah, yes, our eternal saviors, the Kogorians.
They sure were at Kaima, a voice spat from one of the lower sections.
Zaire turned to see Pollux Vansant, the venerable and usually reserved minister of Revlin Province, stand from his seat. Indeed they were. Curious, though, how that timed out, wouldn't you say, Minister Vansant? I mean, Kaima 4 is what? 16, 17 parasecs from the Reisner Expanse? Which is where the Kogorians were allegedly stationed when Masterson made his call for help. And they cleared that in how long? 15 minutes? Feel free to correct my math on this, Minister, but even with C-100 power, that still seems like quite the feat. Vansant snorted a disinterest.
All I know, Chancellor, is that because of those people, Revlin Province can go on supplying the vast majority of our fleet's operations in the Rim. So, how about you regale us with your math skills on that?
Another chorus of agreeable murmurs, but Zaire stood his ground. Brothers of the Empire, heed my warning on this. No alliance comes without a price. Compromise, exchange, mutual sacrifice. These are the elements of such an arrangement. Yet the Kogorians insist that they want nothing from us except a minor's share of the Kandaran mine? When and if we seize it from the Orans. Perhaps that's all they need, said Minister Nesh of Fillmore Province. "They obviously don't need our technology."
"So why not take Kendara on their own?" Zyre insisted. "Why do they need us? I tell you, gentlemen, something is not right here."
"Enough!" Saul Doring marched to the stage. Zyre greeted the man with a scowl. "Ministers and representatives of the Empire," Doring began. "Regardless of our stance or provincial affiliation, I think we can all safely agree that we are, without question, losing our war with Aura. The Commandant is right. We have talked enough, bartered enough, bickered enough. Now the time has come for action, and by gods, I aim to see that we take it." Zyre watched the pompous old fool glance to the cameras, as if holding his words in order to keep their attention, and thus the attention of their viewers, fixed squarely upon himself. "According to Bylaw 152.9, subsection 36-B of the Imperial Charter, we, as this Empire's legislative branch, reserve the right to levy a vote of chancellery nullification should we see fit, and it's that right that I invoke here today." Doring stood up tall and proud. "Gentlemen, as a 9-term member of this great body, and a former commander in the Alastirian fleet, I hereby submit to you that Chancellor Lucius Zyre has failed our people, and as such should be removed from office. I also call for the immediate advancement of Commandant Alec Masterson to the Chancellorship, with all of the rights, privileges, and powers thereof, in the hopes that perhaps, under his leadership, we might regain our footing in the conflict with Aura." The chamber stirred with approval, and Zyre craned his neck to see Masterson's face shift like clockwork into a look of stunned surprise. "Second!" another minister shouted from the balcony. "Very well," Doring said. "A motion for nullification has been cast and seconded. All in favor?" Zyre felt a wail of sound blow past him. "Aye." "Opposed?" Silence, and then a gavel. "God," Doring commanded, "please remove Mr. Zyre from these chambers, as civilians are not authorized to be here, and remand him into custody." Zyre shook his arm free of the guard's grasp, then scowled into the nearest camera. "What I say now, I say directly to the noble people of Alastia. Your leaders, myself included, have failed you this day. Even so, I call for your fervent prayers that my colleagues' actions here are ultimately proven justified. For if they are not, and my intuitions are correct, then we are all in grave danger." Masterson watched with near glee as the guards hauled the former chancellor away for processing. He then halted his XO by the arm. "Make sure Mr. Zyre is comfortable for his trip." "His trip, sir?" Briggs asked. Masterson signaled an aide for a tablet, where he entered instructions before handing it to Briggs. The XO's eyes bulged. "Sir, are you sure about this?" "Is there a problem, Captain?" Masterson asked with glacial ease. Briggs blinked once more. "No, sir. No problem at all." "Good. Notify me when he's been secured at Fort Donner, then leave the rest to the guards. After that, I want you back on the Khmur to begin coordinating with Prala Kaiol of the Vanxis. Tell him we deploy as planned in 2 hours. "Deploy, sir?" "That's right. Deep Space Reconnaissance has confirmed that the final remains of the ASC Armada from Kaima are holed up in the Coralline system, undergoing repairs for a jump back to Aura. A jump, Captain, which I have no intention of letting them make. I want those people crushed, starting with the Praetorian. Are we clear?" "Crystal, sir," Briggs said from attention. "Excellent," Masterson said. Then, seeing Doran at the ready for the impromptu installment ceremony, he concluded, "Now, if you'll excuse me, Captain, I have a pressing matter to attend to, and I'd rather it not be delayed on account of a dead man. Dismissed." Briggs gave a bow, as was customary when acknowledging the Chancellor, then darted out of sight. Masterson strode to the center stage and allowed himself to revel in the moment as an almost unanimous Parliament leapt to its feet in thunderous ovation. He'd made it. After all of the years, and all of the planning, and all of the sacrifices, finally, Masterson had made it. "Ministers of Alastia," Doring announced. The days ahead would be magnificent, Masterson thought, full of victory and celebration, and the blood of his enemies. "It is with enormous pride and distinction that I present to you
With the Kogorians behind him, no one would stop him from restoring the Empire to its former glory. Not Aura, not Zaire, not even the collective body of power before him. A body he'd see disbanded if they got in his way. The third Chancellor of the Alasterian Empire. Clayton Zaire's son was only the beginning. Chancellor Alec Masterson. Soon they would all burn. The chamber exploded in a swirling crescendo of applause. Meanwhile, Masterson, all but floating on air, took a long, exaggerated bow, then gestured to the hall that he wanted to speak. Friends, brothers, countrymen. Masterson slid on the golden ring and took hold of the Chancellor's saber. There are no words to describe just how honored I am to be bestowed this incredible privilege. The privilege of leading you. For entirely too long, words, and mostly empty words at that, have been the hallmark of this office. But I tell you now, that ends today. The new Chancellor spun on his heels, his long midnight cloak flowing behind him, and retrieved a document from his seat which he presented to the crowd. I hold in my hand the Kogorians' projected timetable for retrofitting our fleet, the first phase of which is scheduled for completion by the end of the quarter. In the meantime, they've pledged an escort of at least 4 ships on every operation we plan moving forward. But that's only if we sign our treaty with them. Masterson's expression became one of imploring. Gentlemen, you have installed me to this most hallowed of positions because you want action, and that's exactly what I am prepared to give you. However, in the wake of Kaima 4, I think it's fair to say that I can't do that on our fleet's status quo. The ASC has simply grown too strong, and we're out of time to match their might on our own. Ratify this treaty, though, and you have my word that you'll see an Alasterian flag over their capital in 2 years' time or less. So what say you? Another swell of applause. Masterson raised his hands to the sky in triumph, all the while relishing the knowledge that Catal and his fleet were almost certainly watching this all unfold via the press. That'd been the point. The ASC needed to know that the beating they'd taken at Kaima 4 was only the beginning. And with his message now sent, Masterson meant to seal it with a mark so indelible that none of them would ever doubt the Empire's resolve again. This would not be well received, he knew. Certainly not by the Aurans, and probably not even by his own people. He'd most likely be labeled a barbarian for it. But that was all right, so long as the barbarian was the last man standing when the war ended. Masterson turned to the pair of guards at the exit beside the stage. Bring her out. Danny glared at the monitor before him, hands clenched in a cold sweat on his cage bars, as Alec Masterson gestured to the same pair of guards who'd taken Madison out earlier. Please don't be her, please don't be her, please don't be her, Danny rattled out in a thoughtless chant. Please, dear God in heaven, if you're really up there, please, please don't let it be her. But then there she was, the lone daughter of Oran President Richard Weiland, and the love of Danny's life, standing gagged, beaten, and chained next to Alastair's newest chancellor. You son of a bitch! Danny slammed his fists on the bars and began screaming at the top of his lungs. No one came. Brothers and sisters of Alastair, Masterson said, his look one of gross euphoria that could have never been forced for political end. Rather, it was a chilling, skeletal smile, a twisted mask of pure, genuine evil, worn by a man who not only embraced what he was about to do, but reveled in its righteousness. That was when Danny saw the blade. Please, no. Today is the day when our enemy ceases to hear us talk and instead feels our knife at his throat. Danny threw himself at his cage, screaming and sobbing uncontrollably as if somehow, some way, that would keep it from happening. It couldn't be happening. Over and over and over again he did it, slamming his flesh to iron and never once letting up until finally a loud, rippling crack in his shoulder sent him crumpling to one knee. Come on, baby, be okay. Tears streamed like rain down his face. Be okay, be okay. It's not that deep. You're okay. Only it was that deep, and she wasn't okay. Collapsing to the pavement, Danny watched the thin, pink line beneath Madison's chin darken to a deep violet. Her bright blue eyes dimming
to glazed, then widen to a crimson gush over her porcelain skin and blouse. In that moment, during which the air around him and time itself seemed to freeze, Daniel Tucker, lost in an inferno of rage, sorrow, and disbelief, curled into a ball and vanished into his subconscious. This wasn't happening, he thought. It couldn't be. This was all just a dream. It had to be. Surely they were in Finley Springs right now, like they'd planned. She at her conference with her stuffy peers, and he at a pool, perusing groomsmen tuxes and bachelor party locations. That was how it was supposed to go, right? For God's sake, he had the ring. But then his girlfriend's head lolled over, her thin, frail body falling limply to the stage, and it all shattered. Danny felt his entire body go numb. Though in that instant, with the sweet release of insanity beckoning, he glanced up to see that old bastard corporal, who'd left him the monitor, grab Madison's corpse by the hair, and drag her away. Danny's blood ignited. "Men and women of the Empire," Masterson said, "our civilization has lost its way in recent years, its identity. But I make this solemn vow to you. I, your Chancellor, will restore that identity. Once upon a time, people feared us. They quaked at the sight of our ships, knelt at the feet of our soldiers, because they knew without question that we would rather die than be denied our destiny. Victory or death was the way of things." He paused and stared straight into the camera. "People of Alastair, starting today, they will fear us again." "No, they won't." Denny rose to his feet and positioned himself with the bars to return his shoulder to its socket. "They are not going to fear you, Chancellor, because no one fears a dead man. And have no illusions, you murderous piece of shit. That's exactly what you are. A dead man." Part 3, Chapter 32, Delineation. "Admiral, we gotta go now," Lee said, from a private office in the Kennox's flight control room, Mac standing frazzled beside him. "Tell me something I don't know, Captain," Catal said over the comm, using Lee's new field commission. "But right now, I've got 111 ships out here, a third of which don't even have FTL capability. Trust me, we're moving as fast as we can." "Estimated time to sail?" Lee asked. "Not yet, no." "Sir, I ain't trying to pile on here, but you've got to know that borders mean crap to Masterson now that he's in charge. It's only a matter of time before he comes after us, and if those Gregorian things are with him when he does, sublight's going to be a colossal waste of time. Those ships will either jump with the rest of us, or they're dead. But a conventional sail's out of the question." "Of that I'm well aware, since the Praetorian is one of them," Catal stated, forehead wrinkling. "I've commissioned a team of engineers to try and find us some alternatives, but right now sublight is all some of us have, and that's that. If something changes, you'll be among the first to know. But bear in mind that if Masterson does come, we might need our pilots to buy us some time for evac." Lee made a face that was anything but inspired, but he still knew the job. "We'll be there, sir." "Admiral, sir?" Mac asked. "Have you by any chance been in touch with President Weiland since—" She gulped, unable to finish. "Well, since—" Catal looked away. "Yeah, I talked to him." "And?" Mac asked. "And he's a father, Mac, so— No, he's not okay. But he's also the commander-in-chief of the ASC fleet, and a former soldier under my command, which is to say, he'll dig in hard and get through it, just like the rest of us who lost people today." Lee cringed. As Weiland's former CO, Catal had known Madison since she was a toddler, so it stood to reason that he'd be hurting over her loss as much as anyone, especially considering everything else that had happened. "I'm sorry, sir," Mac shied away. "I didn't mean to—" "I know you didn't," Catal said, "and I apologize if I came across as harsh, but we're all having a pretty rough morning." "Sir, I hate to even broach this, but I've got to," Lee said. "Knowing that Madison made it off the Laren before it blew does beg the question, did anyone else? I know you're wondering about Sergeant Tuckerley, and I sympathize, but his whereabouts, if he's even alive, are nowhere near a priority right now." "I'm aware, Admiral," Lee said. "Just promise me that when we get back to Aura, it cracks the list." "Done," Catal said. "Keep me posted on the Kennox's progress, Captain.
Praetorian out. Once the channel had disconnected, Mac slumped back against the comm terminal and rubbed her temples.
Dear God, Lee, that was Madison on the screen just now. Not some faceless grunt. Madison!
I know. Lee took her hand. Believe me, I know. But right now I'm just trying to stay focused on the positive, which is that Danny is still out there.
You don't know that, Lee. Listen, I don't want to think the worst either, but consider this from the Gray's point of view. There were over 300 people on the Larn when they apparently boarded her, none of whom had any real significance that they knew of except Madison. To them, Danny was just another grunt staff sergeant, which, if anything, made him a threat. So what's the upside of taking him along, given the problems he could have caused if he'd gotten loose?
I don't know. Maybe they thought he'd be leveraged with Madison somehow. Who's to say? I just know that until I see a body, I ain't losing faith that our boy is still alive. Because that's what we do.
Mac bowed her head. You're right. I'm sorry. I was just trying to look at this thing from all angles, you know?
Lee leaned in and kissed her cheek. I know. And that's one of the things I love about you, babe. You keep me grounded. But for now, I just need you to hang in there with me, okay? She nodded, but her expression stayed glum.
I just got off the horn with Katie before coming up here to meet you.
And? Lee asked. How's Hamish?
Out of surgery, but nowhere close to being out of the woods. She said he's in really bad shape, but she seemed pretty optimistic he'd eventually pull through.
And Wyatt?
Stable, but... Mac's expression plummeted.
But what?
But apparently his leg got pretty torn up when everything went to hell in engineering, and they weren't able to save it.
Lee winced. As advanced as Arn medical science was, it still had its limits. And while Wyatt would eventually be fitted with a biotech prosthetic that would serve most of his day-to-day needs, it went without saying that the chief would still have a long road ahead of him, both physically and emotionally. Lee had interviewed way too many vets as a history researcher back home to think otherwise. We'll be there for Chris in any way we can, but for now, let's get this done so we can get back to Aura. After that, we'll find out what's next. Mac sucked in a breath, then blew it out again and stood up straight.
All right. Fair enough. Where do you need me?
Sitting alone in his cell and lost in a cauldron of emotion, Danny snapped from his trance when the door to his cell block swung open to produce the same two guards who'd taken Madison. Danny's lip curled at the sight of them, and he started to say something, but opted against it when the two men ushered in a third man. It was the newly chained and now former Chancellor Lucius Zaire, whom they shoved into the next cell over. Danny traded looks with him as the guards sealed the man's cage.
Might I ask how long I'm to be left in here? Zaire asked his jailers.
Not long, the corporal said. You're being transferred to the new colony on Vendale 2 to help rebuild the mining outfit there.
Is that so? Zaire laughed aloud.
I presume that's an order from your new chancellor, then, that I'm to be carted off in disgrace to live out the last of my days as a manual laborer in the Rim.
And you actually believe that'll happen?
Zaire chuckled again. No wonder a man your age is still in corporal's stripes. Visibly perturbed, the aging guard approached the front of Zaire's cell and slammed the butt of his stun baton against the bars. To his credit, Danny thought, the Chancellor didn't even flinch. Enjoy yourself while you can, Mr. Zaire, the gray-haired corporal spat. You ship out in an hour on the Pralin. Zaire's jovial expression darkened, as if the guard's last words had struck him somehow, but not so much that they'd been a surprise.
Oh, Alec, the Chancellor murmured. You always were a mark for symbolism, weren't you?
Then, standing upright, Zaire returned his full attention to his captors. You have my word, Corporal, that I'll be ready when the time comes. I would ask one favor of you, however.
Oh, yeah? What is that?
The corporal asked.
If they could spare a moment, please have the Pralin's engineering team look over the O2 recyclers attached to my cell and document their findings.
And tell me, Mr. Zaire, the corporal said with a lopsided grin,
why exactly would they need to do that?
Zaire's lips formed a line.
Well, in the odd event that something were to go wrong with those particular systems, I'd hate for the engineer who'd inspected them to get blamed for an episode of... He paused, as if recalling something. Accidental asphyxiation stemming from an unforeseen malfunction.
Sure, fine. The corporal waved him off. Just be ready when we come get you. Oh, and you might want to get to know your cellmate there. Per the Chancellor's orders, he'll be making the trip with you to Vendale, too. Zaire's face dimmed even further. Very well. And with that, the two guards were gone. So, Zaire turned his focus to Danny. I'm guessing by your clothes that you're not Alistarian. ASC? Danny rose from his seat in the corner, approached the bars that separated them, then blew a giant glob of spit next to the old man's shoes. I'll take that as yes. Well then, soldier, may I at least have the courtesy of your name? Danny didn't bother with a response. Instead, he turned his back on the man and sat down in his corner. You might as well tell me. Zaire took a seat of his own on the floor. We're both going to be dead in a matter of hours anyway. The absoluteness in his voice was undeniable. All right, Danny said. I'll bite. You sound pretty sure of that. Oh, I am, Zaire said flatly. Granted, I'm no psychic, so I can't give you an exact time, but yes, I'd guess sometime in the next 12 to 15 hours, once we're safely out of the system, you and I can expect to suffocate to death in the vacuum of open space. Really? That's a rather specific, albeit indirect way to off two people, don't you think? Indeed, it is. But the new Chancellor wants to send me a final message, and given that our departure is scheduled on the Praelin, I'd say he's communicated his intentions rather clearly. What's the significance of the Praelin? Danny grunted. What, did you nail his old lady in the cargo bay or something? Zaire smirked. No, not exactly. Danny waited. So are you going to spill what happened or what? It doesn't matter. Zaire leaned his head against the bars. It was a long time ago. All you need to know now is that, in a matter of hours, you and I will share our final minutes together, gasping for air. Zaire studied the ceiling. I just hate that it came to this. Masterson is a monster, of that there is no doubt, but he's a brilliant monster in that he knows exactly when, where, and how to show his true nature. Unfortunately, prior to today, the Alistarian people were never privy to that nature the way I was. Oh, shut your hole already, man, Danny groaned. I so don't want to hear this from you. Not now. You and Wallen made a deal decades ago at the Zeller Convention that clearly laid out how prisoners of war were to be treated. And Masterson has been pissing all over those regs for years, without even doing Aura the damn courtesy of calling it rain. And you senile old prick, what do you know about it? Nothing. You sit back on your throne and watch it all happen, while your bloodthirsty populace goes batshit wild with every throat that asshole cuts. Danny grimaced as soon as the words left his mouth, as if he'd been punched in the gut with a sledgehammer. And it was all he could do, not to hit his knees in fresh tears. Zaire sat upright and peered at Danny through the bars. She meant something to you, didn't she? He said in a solemn voice. Wyland's daughter. I'm so very sorry, son. Dr. Reynolds' death was... Shut your mouth! Danny erupted, stabbing his finger at the old man. You do not speak her name. Are we clear? You have no right to speak it. Let's get one thing straight right now, Chancellor, and you'd better damn well hear me on this. Madison is dead because of you. Now, you may not have been the guy with the knife. That falls on Masterson. But the fact remains that if you'd leashed that psychopath years ago, like any ruler with a pair would have, then your people could never have turned to him now, and none of this would have ever happened. Danny spat again in disgust. Jeez, how your people were ever in control of this war with an impotent putz like you in charge, I'll never know. Zaire shot to his feet. I did what I had to do, and I make no apologies for it. I will accept my part in today's events, as any leader should, but do not think for one instant that I wanted any of this, particularly with regard to the travesty that just took place on that stage. Danny rolled his eyes and stared at the wall. Why do you care, man? It's not like any of this is your problem anymore. Why do I care? Zaire asked, seemingly offended by the question. You mean... besides the fact that an innocent woman who had nothing to do with any of this was just murdered for absolutely no reason? This may come as a shock to you, soldier, but I actually like Rick Wylan. He's a strong leader and a good man, and while I may disagree with some of his ideals, just as my ancestors did with his after the Beyonder War, that doesn't mean that I don't respect him. Zaire leaned into the bars to enunciate his point. And one typically doesn't show his respect for another by slaughtering that man's only offspring. Danny launched himself at the bars, but Zaire just stood there motionless. Yes, the Chancellor said, it is true that if I'd taken a more forceful approach with Masterson prior to the start of the war, then perhaps Wylan and I could have ended things peacefully and averted this entire mess. I'll concede that.
But you have no idea the obstacles I faced, not just from Masterson, but from Parliament at large. Just to keep those talks alive as long as I did. It was absurd. Zaya rubbed his face and sighed. But, in the end, there was simply too much money and too much power to be gained from war, especially with Kandara at stake. So men like Sol During and Ralph Keene did what they had to do in order to ensure its declaration. Danny released his grip on the bars and tried to mask his amusement. So let me get this straight. You're telling me this whole thing, the entire war with Aura, happened because a small pack of corrupt, fat cat government officials pulled the wool over everyone else's eyes in order to make a back-pocket cash grab at the Calderside mine on Kandara? Zaire nodded. And when a charismatic leader like Masterson came along, a so-called man of the people who came from nothing and fought his way to the top of the Alasterian fleet, well, then they had the perfect mouthpiece. And they never had a clue what he really was, Danny guessed. Of course they did, as did I. They just didn't care. And between their own misinformation tactics and the support they received from the media who, let's face it, have enjoyed a lip-smacking love affair with Masterson ever since his victory at Falkirk, they were able to keep everyone else in the dark long enough to rally the votes and public support they needed to force this war into being. But you still had to declare it, Danny said. It was you who made it official. Please, Zaire scoffed. I never wanted this war, never wanted any part of it. By the time I made the official declaration, more than 86% of Parliament was backing it along with 90% of the populace. For me, that declaration was nothing more than a means to an end. What end? Danny snorted. Keeping my job, Zaire answered, in the hopes that Wylan and I could somehow find a compromise to end this war sooner rather than later. But then came Dulliston, and Masterson and his goons from the Ural Sun have been running my name through the mud ever since. Danny sat back in his cage and ran a weary palm over his forehead. Please. Dirty politicians, war profiteers, and a corrupt press. When the hell did I get back to Washington? You want to know the saddest part about it? Zaire asked. The Alasterian people. The real ones that you don't see on the battlefield. Most of them are well-educated, well-meaning citizens who want nothing more than safety and security for their families, just as their ancestors had wanted when they left Aura 80 years ago. Unfortunately for them, though, part of being well-educated is having all of the facts, and facts in this media climate are hard things to come by. Trust me, soldier, if the Alasterian people are guilty of anything, it's of buying the only narrative they were ever sold. That's it. Danny stared at his boots while he contemplated what had been said. At the risk of angering you even further, Zaire added, I do want you to know how terribly sorry I am about what happened to your person. She was a brilliant woman, and both our worlds are the worse for no longer having her in them. Danny shot his cellmate another cold stare, but this time he found it hard to hold. True, he'd still go to his grave thinking the old fart had no spine. But if what he'd said about guys like Keene and Doring was true, especially Keene, and Danny already knew he was a scumbag, then Zaire had definitely given him some things to think about. My name is Danny. Danny Tucker. Zaire craned his neck in Danny's direction. Lucius Zaire, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Tucker. It's Sergeant Tucker, actually. Now, to paraphrase a buddy of mine, I'd take it as a real kindness if you'd shut the hell up while I try to figure us a way out of here. Chapter 33. Exit Strategy. Racking his brain for any ideas for an escape, Danny felt his attention jerk back to the cell block entrance when, as promised an hour ago, the two guards returned. So, now we come to it. Zaire got to his feet and presented his wrists as the private approached his cage. Shortly thereafter, he and Danny were led from their cells in restraints. Come on, move it, the corporal said, with a prod of his stun baton to Danny's back. The image of Madison being dragged away by this man flashed in Danny's mind. Just so you know, I wholeheartedly plan to kill you before this ends. The corporal traded amused looks with his partner. Really? Is that supposed to be some kind of threat? Nope, Danny trudged forward. Just a promise, and I make it a point to keep those. Fine. The corporal popped an electric charge from his baton's head to make his point. Just shut up and move already. Ship's waiting. Hold on a second, a voice called from outside the door, and a second later, all 4 men looked up to see Masterson's XO stride into the room. Captain Briggs, the corporal behind Danny said with a hint of confusion. What's going on? Briggs brandished a tablet. Last-minute change in orders, straight from the new chancellor. I didn't hear anything about that. Don't know what to tell you, Corporal. Then, with an easy-handed flick of his wrist, Briggs flipped the tablet toward the corporal, who lunged to catch it, only to have his entire head wrenched sideways when the captain's fist slammed hard into his jaw. Holy crap, Captain! The private shrieked as his partner hit the floor unconscious. Are you out of your slurring mind? Briggs bent over and scooped up the corporal's stun baton, then pulled his own sidearm and aimed it at the baffled youngster. I'm sorry for this, Private, but I don't have much time here, and the Chancellor's coming with me. Now this can go down one of 2 ways. Either you turn him over and let me stun you, in which case you have my word that you'll wake up in an hour with a headache, but no recollection of where we're headed. Or there's option 2. Briggs brandished his gun. That's the one where you don't get to wake up at all. Danny wondered if he'd ever seen a man so vexed as the private was right then. If it's all the same with you, Private, Briggs added, I'd really prefer it if you just took option 1. The befuddled private considered the offer. Then, reluctantly, he eased the sidearm from his holster, placed it onto the ground, and kicked it off to the side. I appreciate that. Briggs sparked his baton, and the private joined his comrade on the floor. Captain Briggs, your timing is impeccable, Zaire said, stepping aside to let Briggs unlock his restraints. To what do we owe this little change of heart of yours? I didn't sign up for what just happened on that stage, Briggs said. Nor did I. Zaire placed a hand on the captain's shoulder. We are in your debt. Yeah, thanks a lot. Danny gave Briggs his own wrists for unlocking. I've got to tell you, I must have screamed my head off in there for hours earlier trying to get someone to come talk to me, but no one ever did. Not surprising, Briggs said with a turn of the cuff key. Cameras notwithstanding, these rooms are soundproofed. I was hoping you'd say that. Danny scooped up the corporal's sidearm and fired 2 shots into the head of each guard. What the hell are you doing? Briggs exploded. I gave those men my word. So did I, Danny said, in an even tone. You got a problem with that, Cap? Zaire regarded the men on the floor, then returned his attention to the pair before him, who were already squaring off. That's enough, gentlemen. You both have your reasons for being angry, and I understand that, but right now we don't have time for this. How can you say that, Chancellor? Briggs demanded. Those men were unarmed and innocent. Indeed, Zaire said, as was the love of this man's life when those 2 same guards dragged her away to be beaten and murdered before a live audience of millions. Danny shot the old man a dark look. Then he turned his gaze back to Briggs, whose expression began to cool. Sorry, I didn't know, the captain said. What the hell ever? Danny handed the private's sidearm to Zaire. The Chancellor's right, we need to go. Talk to me about a way out of here. Briggs studied Danny for a long moment, then reached into his shirt and produced 3 sidearm sound suppressors. The guard's pod is just 2 blocks down from here. For the time being, we ought to be clear on account of the video loop I plugged into the security feed, but that'll only buy us about 11 minutes or so. At that point, people will start wondering why your escorts haven't arrived at the release checkpoint upstairs, and that's when they'll come looking for you. Is 11 minutes enough time to clear the premises? Danny ejected the magazine from his pistol and inspected the load inside. I think so, yes, Briggs said. I've got a cargo hauler parked out back that should be nondescript enough for us to get off post and into the city. But that's not what I'm worried about. Masterson has ordered me back to the Commure, which means that sometime in the next hour, I'm probably going to be declared AWOL. And then all bets are off. All right, then. Let's move before the bolo drops. Danny slapped the mag back into his gun. I do need to make a pit stop on the way out, though. Briggs looked perplexed. What in the God's name's for? You guys took some stuff off me when you nabbed me from the Lauren, Danny said. A small box in particular. I want it back. Not even close to an option. Also not up for debate. Briggs' face tightened again. Fine. One question. How do I know I can trust you once we're outside? Danny shrugged and regarded the pair of corpses at his feet. Well, you are the asshole that got me into this mess to begin with, and I haven't killed you yet, so there's that. Briggs glowered at the ceiling. Help me hide these guys and let's go. Exiting the cell block, the trio moved as quickly and as quietly as they could through the complex's lower level toward the storage lockers, at Junction C. According to Briggs, that was where prisoner effects were kept, and rounding the corner to that section, the captain rushed the group into an adjacent utility room upon seeing 3 guards in the pod. "They'll rotate out in a second, so we'll wait 'em out here, then get your stuff," Briggs said, just above a whisper from the window. "Thanks," Danny said. "Listen, out of curiosity, you mind if I ask why you're taking me with you? I mean, him I get," he said, pointing at Zaire. "But why do you need me?" "Because I'm going to need you to get the Chancellor to Aura," Briggs said. "What?" Danny blurted. Zaire's face said he didn't understand either. "Why?" Briggs turned to the Chancellor. "Sir, you and I both know there's no place in the Empire you can hide where Masterson can't find you. If you defect to Aura, then at least you'll be safe, and maybe then, if we're lucky, you can work something out with President Wyland to stop what's coming." "Hang on, what's coming?" Danny asked. "The Kogorians," Zaire surmised. "He's pushing ahead with the treaty." "It's already done," Briggs said. "They ratified it right after they took you out." "Stupid fools," Zaire snarled. "Oh, it's far worse than that, sir," Briggs said. "The Kogorians aren't just some race of aliens here to help us. Sir, these people are—" He stopped short. "Chancellor, Kogoria was the name of the Beyonder homeworld our ancestors destroyed to end the Great War." "I'm sorry, what?" Danny burst out. "You mean Masterson cut a deal with the Beyonders?" Briggs nodded. "That's why you've got to get to Aura, sir, because it's the only way our people will ever get the truth about what's really going on here. You know better than anybody the hold Masterson has on the media, and now most of Parliament. Hell, after today, even those who do oppose him won't do so publicly for fear of the repercussions to their families." Briggs shifted back to Danny. "Tucker, I get that you don't like us, and frankly, after today, I don't blame you. If somebody had done that to the woman I loved, I'd want him and everyone associated with him dead too. But right now you've got to put that hate aside and work with us. Otherwise, a lot of other people, yours and ours, are going to suffer the same fate. Now be straight with me. Can you do that or not?" Danny felt his nerves tense. There were few things in the world that he despised more than feeling boxed into a corner, but that was exactly where he was. "All right," he agreed. "I'll help you do this, if for no other reason than out of appreciation for you getting me out of here. But cross me, or even make you think you're going to, and I swear to God, I'll dust both your asses and take this intel to Wyland myself, because at the end of the day, I don't give a shit about your people. Good enough?" "Good enough." Briggs glanced back to the window. "Guards just left on rounds. Let's move." Their business at the storage lockers concluded, the 3 found their way to a stairwell that, according to the captain, would put them out on the back side of the building. "Okay, hold up," Briggs said from the door. "The truck's about 30 meters down in an alley, but this space is on high alert. That means tons of people in the streets, so wait here, and I'll come to you. Clear?" Danny acknowledged with a look and took Briggs' spot at the door while Zaire covered the hallway behind them. "Hey, what base is this?" Danny asked, spotting the familiar generic grid of multi-purpose structures and 2-lane roadways outside, all abuzz with Allisterian troops, just like Briggs had said. "Fort Donna," Zaire said, "about 20 kilometers south of the Ural city limits." "Any idea what all the hubbub's about?" "No clue, Sergeant. To my knowledge, there were no major operations in play, except cleanup in the aftermath of Zaire broke off when a canvas-topped troop hauler skidded to a halt outside, its rear cargo flap already raised. Briggs leaned out of the driver's side window. "Come on!" Both men headed straight for the back of the truck and jumped in. "Go!" Danny said, dropping the flap and tying it down. With that, the truck rumbled out of the drive and into the open road, which would carry them off post and into the city. "Hey, Briggs, you said this base is on high alert, right?" Danny asked from his bench in the back. "Why?" The captain made eye contact with Danny in his rear view, but didn't answer. "Briggs," Danny repeated, drawing it out this time. "What aren't you telling us?" The captain's face contorted with visible unease. "It's nothing, Tucker. I'll tell you about it when we're off-world." "No," Danny said. "You'll tell me now. Otherwise, I'll find my own way home once we're into the city." Briggs exhaled. Once the treaty was ratified, Chancellor Masterson issued orders for a joint operation with the Kogorians to hunt down the last of the ASC armada that attacked us at Kaima, to wipe them out. "Whoa! What attack on Kaima?" Danny snapped upright. "What armada are you talking about?" Briggs looked to Zaire. "You didn't tell him?" "I was about to when you pulled up with the truck." "Okay, you bastards, out with it now," Danny said. "What's going on?" Briggs downshifted, then turned onto a 4-lane highway. The ASC launched a 200-ship offensive yesterday to seize control of our operations at Kaima 4 in Revlin Province. Masterson intervened with the help of the Gregorians. The Orans never stood a chance, and now what's left of their armada is holed up in the Corlin system, getting patched up for a jump back to Aura. How many ships were lost out of the 200? Danny's thoughts turned immediately to Lee and the others. Was the Praetorian among them? How about the Kennex or the Keystone? I saw the Praetorian get out myself, but she was hit pretty hard, Briggs said. No clue on the Kennex or the Keystone. All in all, though, I think they lost around 90 ships. Fighters? Danny asked. No idea, Briggs said, but a lot. Danny hunched over on his bench and ran his hands through his hair. So that's the big op everyone's been talking about, he murmured to himself. What's your plan to get us off-world, Captain? Zaire asked from the bench opposite Danny. A guy I know runs a supply freighter out of Dunn Station down at the port, Briggs said. I've booked passage for 3 of us on his ship, which ought to get us to Krenza Province. From there, we'll take a shuttle along with Sergeant Tucker's IDC across the border, then it's on to Aura. Screw that, Danny protested. If Masterson and these Kogorian people are really going after Lee and the others, then there's no way I'm riding the bench for that. Briggs' head snapped around. Lee who? A friend of mine. Don't worry about it, Danny said. The point is, if these aliens are as powerful as you say, and the ASC is that bad off, then we've got to find a way to stop this. Or, at the very least, get them a heads up it's coming, or they'll be slaughtered. Not happening, Briggs said with a left turn toward the Uriel skyline. Our first priority is getting Chancellor Zaire to Aura. My people's future depends on that. Yeah, I think I made my thoughts on your people pretty clear back in the cell block, Danny said, shoulders squared. Now you can either help me stop this or find your own means across the border. But one way or another, bro, it's happening. And tell me, bro, Briggs mocked, how exactly do you plan to do that? In case you haven't noticed, we're all of 3 men here. Even if we had a warship, which we don't, we'd still be no match for one of those Gregorian ships, much less the 4 that'll be accompanying the Khmur and her sisters. So get us on board one of the alien ships, Danny suggested. To do what? Briggs said. Stomp our feet on their hull and protest? I've done more with less. It's not that simple. The only people who've been allowed near the Gregorian vessels have been our R&D teams, and even they're being scrubbed for launch. You said it yourself, Danny said. This is a joint operation, right? Besides, you're Masterson's XO. If anybody can get us in, it's you. Briggs shook his head. Sorry, Sergeant, but I can't. It's too risky. Danny rocketed to his feet. You know what? You're a selfish piece of You said there are 4 Kogorian ships in orbit? Zaire clasped his hands in his lap. Sir? Briggs said in surprise. 4, correct? The captain wrinkled his nose. Yes, sir. For now, Masterson has 4 Beyonder ships with him, though he's expecting another 6 by week's end. And what are the odds, Captain, that you've been discovered by your peers on the Khmur? Briggs checked the dispatch display on the truck's dash. If they've put a flag out on me, it didn't go network-wide, which is a good sign. I think we're still okay for now. Good, Zaire said. Turn us toward Donna's airfield, then access the Public Information Network for the IDC on a Dr. Samuel T. Russell. Briggs's expression fell flat. Sir, you can't honestly be considering this as a... Your objection is noted, Zaire said, but the decision's made. Sergeant Tucker is right. We must stop this from happening, or at the very least warn the ASC of what's coming. Whether they're our enemies or not is irrelevant. The game has changed, Captain, and frankly, we owe them that much. Briggs' agitation was all over his face, but that didn't stop him from turning the truck around as instructed. What do we need Russell for anyway? I thought he retired when the science director had handed the C-100 program over to Miles Tarsus. He did, Zaire said, but he retained his liaison status as a civilian when he turned in his badge, which means he can still operate with governmental authority as a consultant. Trust me, if anyone can get us onto one of those ships, it's Sam. How do you know? Danny asked. Because he's a friend. Zaire looked back to Briggs. Now make the call. Chapter 34. Boarding Call. Several minutes later, the skyline of Fort Donner gradually reappeared in the truck's windshield as Danny checked his ammo in the back seat. Zaire had been right. Sam Russell, whoever he was, had come through for them in spades. Not only had he managed to cut through the red tape to get them a science shuttle off-world, but he'd also gotten them legitimate IDs. and an ironclad cover story to get them aboard a Kogorian ship. Arriving outside their designated hangar at the base's airfield, Danny, Zaire, and Briggs leapt from the truck and darted for their ship, which had already been prepped on its launch platform. In it, they found 3 envirosuits hanging in the cargo hold along with a pre-established flight plan, a fresh IDC for docking, and a handwritten note addressed to Zaire. "Good man, Sam," Zaire said with a gentle smile as he read it. "Mind if I inquire what it says?" Danny asked from the cockpit's nav chair next to Briggs. "It says safe travels, and that he and I are now even." "Even for what?" Danny asked as the shuttle's engines began to power up. "Sam and I go way back to his days on the Star Shadow project." Zaire's forehead crinkled in thought. "Several years ago, his daughter Rhea followed him into the engineering field. Only 2 weeks into her first tour, she found herself assigned to a cruiser bound for Faxus." Danny cringed. To date, the Battle of Faxus was still on record as one of the bloodiest days in the history of the war for both sides. Tens of thousands had been lost. "You got her out," Briggs surmised from the pilot's seat. "Yes," Zaire said. "As the record shows, I needed Raya's expertise with another project at home, so I had her transferred back planetside to the Science Directorate's main research facility in Ural. Now she lives outside of the city with her husband and Sam's 4 grandchildren." The old man smiled faintly, then folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. "In any event, now isn't the time for reminiscing. The Alistarian fleet is set to jump in 30 minutes, so let's get to it, gentlemen." Not long after, the blue horizon outside the forward viewport gave way to open space, then swept hard to starboard, where a cluster of ships were moored to a docking station in orbit. "I'm gonna step out on a limb here and guess that one of those is our ride." Danny pointed to a group of alien ships in the center, near 5 Alistarian cruisers. Long and lean, their hulls boasted the same strange porcupine armor he'd seen on the Larn's attacker. "What the hell kind of configuration is that anyway?" "No idea," Briggs said. "I know the hulls are made of something called metasteel, which makes them tough as nails, but that's about it. Trust me, though, if you think the outside is strange, wait till you see the interior. It's like something out of a damned horror story." "So you've been aboard one, then?" Zaire said. "Yeah, once," Briggs said with a mild shudder. "Shortly after we made first contact in the Expanse, I went aboard their flagship, the Vanxis, to oversee our transfer of the study ship they gave the Commure. I've got no clue what the interiors of their other ships look like, but all appear based on the same design, so let's hope that bodes well for our ability to get around." "What's up with all the umbilical cords?" Danny gestured to the wad of cables connecting the 4 Kogorian ships to several of their Alistarian counterparts. "I don't know how it works exactly, but it's some sort of piggyback system that allows our ships to keep up with theirs in lieu of C-100 power of our own," Briggs said. "It's how we were able to get back to Alistair from Kaima so quickly." Briggs glided their shuttle through the outer edge of docking traffic toward the 3rd alien vessel as Russell had specified in his flight plan. "Alistarian shuttle," a slow, modulated voice boomed via the ship's pre-programmed translator. "This is Kogorian vessel Axios. All Imperial personnel are being recalled at once. You are advised to alter course and return to the planet's surface." "Copy that, Axios. This is the Alistarian research shuttle Briner," Briggs responded from Russell's script. "One of our initial hazmat scans turned up a peculiar reading near your engine core to the tune of 78.2 LPMs. Now, those are relatively benign levels, especially for ionized caldrasite, but spike them any higher than 89.4, and our people could be at risk for some majorly adverse health effects without the proper precautions." "State your point." Briggs flipped the page. "My point, Axios, is that we can't know the real extent of that risk until we map your core's CST field strength through a live jump. That's why the Directorate fast-tracked this mission to bring us aboard. We need an accurate reading to track rate of exposure." "Nicely done, Sam," Zaire murmured past Danny's shoulder. A long pause of static ensued. "What do you require, Briner?" "Not much," Briggs said. "Just a small space near your reactor to set up our gear, and a few minutes to make sure everything's functioning properly. After that, the equipment can take over and we'll be out of your way. Again, the exposure scans I spoke of earlier may well be an outlying event, and if so, then we're good. But on the off chance that they're not, we need to know for the sake of our people's safety during the retrofit." Another long pause. "Understood." "Excellent," Briggs said.
Transmitting order authentication and IDC now, Axios. FYI, Director Liaison Samuel T. Russell is on standby to verify the order if you so require.
The order has already been verified, Briner, the voice said. You are clear to proceed to Bay 9 aft. Your escort will await you there.
Escort? Danny frowned. Great. We're getting a babysitter. Thank you, Axios, Briggs said. Briner is inbound. Out. Once the shuttle had entered their designated bay just behind the Axios's starboard nacelle, or at least Danny thought it was a nacelle, they rose from their seats and headed for the cargo hold to suit up. All right, Tucker, I got you on the ship, Briggs said, slapping his arms into the sleeves of his orange envirosuit and allowing the cowl and breather mask to dangle behind his neck. This is your show from here on in. So what's the plan? First things first, Danny said, from his own suit. Russell's cover story gave us an in to check out their engine room, so we take advantage of that. If nothing else, it buys us a chance to scope the layout, and if we're really lucky, maybe we find a sweet spot to use for taking it out. Zaire and Briggs agreed. All right then, Danny said. Anything I need to know about this place once we're out into the open? Yeah, Briggs said with a quick check of his O2 supply. Unless you want your kids to come out with 3 heads, don't breathe the air. Toxins? Zaire double-checked his own air reserves. Majorly so, Briggs said. Don't get me wrong, it won't hit you at first. But if the seal on your suit gets compromised in any way, hightail it back to the shuttle and find a replacement. Otherwise, you'll probably be seeing dragons in about 20 minutes. Also, watch your step out there and stay together. These people tend to keep their ships freakishly dark inside, and you'll be lost in a heartbeat if you're not careful. Any clue why that is? Danny asked. With their weird-ass fear of lights, that is? Briggs shook his head. Not officially, no. But our science officer, Lieutenant Ovius from the Commure, theorized that it had something to do with a severe photosensitivity issue on the part of their species. He couldn't be sure, though. That stands to reason, Zaire said. At the time of the Great War, the Beyonder forces were never seen outside of their armor during the Oran occupation. It wasn't until years later that our scientists got to examine one outside of its suit. And that only happened because the Beyonder soldier in question had died in an avalanche and been left in the rubble. Okay, so their air sucks and they hate light. Danny summed up. Anything else? Briggs pursed his lips. Not that I'm aware of. Cool. Danny turned to the next issue. The cart full of survey equipment before him that might as well have been alien itself. Since we're supposed to be engineers and all, I don't suppose either one of you knows how to use any of this. As it happens, Zaire said proudly. I do indeed. Someone banged on the outer hatch. Danny pulled on his hood. Showtime. Once the shuttle's boarding ramp had lowered, the trio descended into the dark hangar outside, where they were greeted by a towering bipedal figure encased in hulking black armor. A Centurion, Briggs had called it on the way in. The thing was armed with a rifle of some sort, the frame of which seemed predominantly triangular minus the hand grip, which was probably a power cell above the trigger housing. Yeah, that's going to be an issue, Danny thought, looking past the weapon to the Centurion's armor for any sign of vulnerability. A crease between the neckpiece and shoulder pauldrons, maybe, or a break in the mask's breather port. Anything that wouldn't deflect a bullet or blade if struck in just the right spot. For a split second, part of Danny wondered if this thing was even a real being at all, and not some sort of automated drone or battle mech that had been sent on behalf of its flesh and blood masters. But then the damn thing spoke. I am to escort you to our engine room, the Centurion said, in the same slow, modulated voice as before. This time, however, the speech was preceded by 3 solid seconds of incoherent digitized garble while Danny's translator implant made the sync. All other zones are restricted for authorized use only. Any violation of this accord will result in your immediate imprisonment for the duration of this voyage. Do you understand? The trio nodded. The Centurion turned to go. This way. Once inside the ship's interior, Danny quickly saw through his hood what Briggs had meant by horrific. The place was built almost entirely of steel, or metasteel, the captain had called it, in what looked like a multi-level labyrinth of near-pitch-black corridors and chambers. The composition of the metal, however, wasn't what made the scene odd. That came with the freakish organic tendrils that lined most of the major junctions, like milky white serpents from some sort of Fright Night, H.R. Geiger Art Expo.
It was all downright eerie, and Danny's skin crawled at the sight of it. Long, wet, and varying in thickness from angel hair to that of a human forearm, the fleshy biotech vines had light magenta veins which protruded through layers of translucent scales and could be seen snaking through most of the main corridors. They converged at various points into what looked like static charged relays. As for what any of it did, Danny had no clue, but he was fairly certain about the organic part, evidenced by the veins' reflexive twitching when approached, and the swamp-like humidity that seemed to sustain them. "Told you this place was strange," Briggs muttered, the light inside his suit's cowl casting his face in an ominous shade of washed-out blue. Danny acknowledged him with a look, then averted his eyes when a 3-guard security detail passed them in the hall. After that, the group continued their march for another 50 meters before exiting their current corridor into an open tube with a lift. Stepping onto the platform, Danny moved aside and allowed Zaire to board with his cart, followed by Briggs, and then a second Centurion who emerged from an adjoining tunnel. He wore a red tri-barred glyph on his chest plate, Danny saw, and their escort snapped to what looked like attention upon seeing him. "So, you're a CO," Danny thought of the newcomer. "Good to know." The senior Centurion reached for the lift's floor display and selected the top level. "And I'd bet a paycheck that you're headed for the CIC. Thanks for that." Danny's brief surge of confidence was muted, however, once the lift began to move and he found himself straight out over a chasm in an open atrium. Oh my God! There, beyond the sticky tropical haze of the ship's intra-environment, rested a sprawling honeycomb of steel chambers, platforms, and bridging catwalks or lifts, all connected by a glistening wet cornucopia of network webbing, scales, and opaque sinuous tissue. "This isn't a ship," Danny thought in grim astonishment, guessing the ship's crew to number in the thousands. "It's a damn hive." Feeling a shudder through his feet, Danny jerked back to his senses in time to see the lift begin its descent toward main engineering. Shortly after, the group stepped off ahead of their escort, who then led them down another corridor into a large room like the hangar from before. This one, however, was packed with biotech, culminating in the massive domed reactor at the heart of the chamber where a dozen or so red-scaled humanoids were busy. "So that's what you bastards look like out of armor," Danny thought, eyeing their jumpsuit-style cloth uniforms. "You are forbidden to approach the reactor," the Centurion warned. "Any attempt to access its systems in any way will be met with severe force. You are authorized to collect your measurements from there." He pointed to a small patch of open floor adjacent to the dome's pulsing red hemisphere. Briggs nodded in his hood and stepped forward. "Thank you. We'll take it from here." The guard said nothing. He simply turned and assumed his watch post in a corner near the exit. "Okay," Danny said to Briggs once the alien was out of earshot. "How long can we reasonably stand here pretending to be busy before they start getting suspicious?" 10 minutes, maybe." Briggs handed an EM counter to Zaire. 15 if we milk it." "How about these guys' armor?" Danny asked. "It's a decent bet we'll go toe-to-toe with at least one of them before this is all over." Briggs pulled a tripod from the cart and extended its legs to the floor. "No clue on the armor. I do know this. It's tough. Real tough. I saw some left over in the ruins on Kogoria, and outside of the typical environmental wear and tear, it'd barely been dented in more than a century." "Are we sure these things are even flesh and blood?" Danny asked, taking a sensor device from Zaire and mounting it to the tripod. "We've got drones on my world that we use in lieu of real troops all the time, and we're not nearly as advanced as these guys." Briggs and Zaire exchanged confused looks, and Danny silently cursed himself for the slip about Earth. "No, the armor I saw on Kogoria was nearly identical to what we've seen here," Briggs said. "And there were skeletal remains inside it. That tells me they're manned." Danny rubbed his hands together. "Good. That's what I want to hear. As long as they bleed, that means they can die." "I'm open to suggestions," Briggs grumbled past his scanner, "especially given that it was your call to come here. By the way, how's it coming with your master plan to stop this thing anyway?" Danny shot the captain a glare. "It'd be a lot further if you get your clock out of my ass so I can think." A massive pulse surged through the reactor. "What was that?" Danny asked. "I think we just jumped into hyperspace," Zaire said, with a glance at his instruments.
By my count, and based off what little I know of these ships' speed, I'd say we're looking at an hour at most until we exit our window into the Coreline system. Briggs turned back to Danny.
You were saying about that clock?
Chapter 35. Entrapment.
Chancellor, we got anything on that card of yours that might double as an explosive? Danny's pulse began to quicken.
Unfortunately, no, Zaire said. They'd have never allowed us to bring anything like that in here. Danny fired a frustrated glance to the ceiling.
Fine, screw it. If we can't blow the ship from the engine room, then maybe we can do it from the CIC. I say we make a break for it.
What? Briggs blurted.
Shh, Zaire warned. We can't even move around engineering without eyes on us, and now you want to make a run at their CIC? Good gods, Tucker, do you even know what reality is?
Danny looked back at the guard in the corner.
It's doable, if you can get me that guy's armor.
Briggs' cheeks flushed.
You're unbelievable, man. Hey, all I need is a way to get him to open his faceplate, Danny said. Then it's all gravy and gray matter from there. Just help me out.
If I may, gentlemen, I have a thought on that, Zaire said.
Oh, not you too, Briggs said. Chancellor, I understand Tucker's readiness to run off a cliff for the sake of his vendetta, and that's his right. I also get that you feel partially to blame for much of what happened here today. But please, sir, I'm begging you, let's take a breath and think about this. Zaire placed a hand on Briggs's shoulder and fished a pen-sized device from the cart's top shelf. I may not have an explosive on me, but I do have this.
What is it? Danny asked. It's a standard power-to-source ratio emitter, Zaire said.
It's designed to measure the power output of most low-level electronics, though with the proper tweaking, it can also be used to modulate that output, perhaps even to overload. Okay, Danny said, but you just told us you can't use it to blow their reactors, so what's the point? Indeed, I can't. What I can do, however, is use it to overload most any of these. Zaire pointed to the tools on the cart and waited for the others to catch on. The light issue! Briggs lit up. If Ovius's theory about their photosensitivity is correct, then they must be seeing through some sort of thermal view. That means if you blow one of these in tight enough quarters, then boom, Danny finished. You've got yourself a makeshift flashbang grenade. Nice, I like it.
Can't do it here. Briggs gave a subtle head gesture to the black-garbed alien engineers across the room and the 3 Centaurians outside.
Too much of an audience.
Agreed, Zaire said.
How about our ship in the hangar? It's isolated enough. If we can get the Centurion on board, that puts him out of view of any surveillance they've got posted up in the bay.
Leave that to me, Briggs said.
Home field advantage, Danny said. I'm always a fan. Chancellor, you're in charge of the fireworks. Captain, you're on bait duty, and I'll handle the rest. All right, let's... Hang on just a second, Tucker, Briggs said. Let's say for the sake of discussion that we do somehow manage to get this guy out of his armor. What then? This is a piece of alien biotechnology we're talking about, not just straight hardware, so there's no guarantee it'll interface with your anatomy. Good point, Danny thought. Not that it changed things. Yeah, well, far-fetched as it seems, it's still our only play. And besides, this isn't my first time climbing into tech that wasn't exactly built for someone like, well, my kind. Briggs shook his head. I've got to hand it to you, Tucker. You've got a pair of shells, that's for sure. Danny shot him a wry grin and spun for the guard. Hey, excuse me. I think we're going to need a few more things from our shuttle, so does that mean we're with you? Making their way out of engineering back to the lift, the group retraced their steps through the Kogorian House of Horrors until finally they arrived back at their designated bay, where the Alasterian shuttle still slumbered on its platform. Danny glanced at the time. 30 minutes till Zaire's deadline. We've got to do this now. Picking up the pace to cross the hangar floor, he trotted up the boarding ramp behind Briggs, who dimmed the lights to minimum from the cockpit, and ahead of Zaire, who halted at center cabin with his cart. Once everyone was set, Danny pulled his silenced pistol from a nearby compartment, held it out of sight, and signaled Briggs to do his thing. A half-second burst of starboard thrust later, the shuttle lurched hard in its moorings and restabilized on its landing struts. "Sorry!" Briggs shouted. Like clockwork, the Centaurian scampered up the boarding ramp and into the main cabin, his rifle already raised. "Our humblest apologies." Zaire held up his hands. "Our pilot is new and not quite sure of himself at the helm. It was an honest mistake, really." The Centaurian took a menacing step toward them. All ships must adhere to standard docking protocols at all times. His weapon began to lower. Failure to comply will... Sire! Danny shouted, and buried his face in his sleeve as the Chancellor flipped the switch. A muffled boom rumbled, and he jerked up to see the dazed Centaurian reeling on his heels and howling in anguish, armored hands clutching his eyes, which were now exposed. Danny put his gun to the thing's temple and tapped the trigger. "Tucker, you good?" Briggs asked from the cockpit. "I'm fine," Danny said, hovering over the alien's body, half of its cranium gone. "Chancellor?" "I'm well, Captain, thank you." "Briggs, close the hatch and get on the horn to the Kogorian officer you spoke to earlier." Danny dragged the corpse to center floor and dropped it next to Zaire. "Let him know all's well down here, otherwise we won't be alone for long." "What are the odds that no one else heard the ship move?" the Chancellor asked. "Are you kidding?" Danny surveyed the armor for any sign of a manual release. "Man, I'm not even that lucky in Vegas." Spying a tiny seam between the helmet and the shoulder pads, he shoved his fingers into the crevice and continued the search. "You don't have to do this," Zaire said. "For all you know, this suit will kill you if you try to wear it." "Maybe," Danny said, sliding from limb to limb and panel to panel with his fingers. "But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, I'm focused on finding a way into the thing so I can." He halted when he touched something small and round beneath the right deltoid plating. A button. Danny pressed it, and within seconds, all three men stood motionless against the wall as the armor's torso section split open like a black metallic onion to reveal the red-scaled humanoid inside. "Wow, I think I saw this guy in a Ghostbusters movie once," Danny joked. His sarcasm vanished abruptly, however, when the alien had been removed and he caught sight of 4 dozen hypodermic needles, each one glinting and glistening with some sort of green fluid, as they lined the cocoon where his bare back was about to lay. "Ugh, you've got to be shitting me!" "Dear gods," Zaire gasped. Danny aimed a glower at Briggs. "So you mean to tell me that at the time I was coming up with this plan, it never once occurred to you that I might want to know about the razor blade suitcase waiting to Ginsu my frickin' ass at the end of it? Really? Thanks for that." The captain's look turned rueful. "I didn't think it would come to that. Listen, Tucker, the Chancellor's right. There has to be another way to do this. We just need to find it." Danny glanced at the suit, back to Briggs, then back to the suit and swallowed. "If by some miracle we can use this thing to seize control of their CIC, then one of two things is going to happen. Either we use this ship to stop the attack before it happens, or we blow it ourselves and take out a butt-ton of their resources. Either way, it's a win-win for the ASC, which is frankly all I care about at this point." Danny nudged the suit with his foot as the needles inside it retracted, probably for reinsertion into the machine's new operator. He shivered at the thought. "This is happening, guys. Just do me a favor and fire a prayer up to your dumbass gods that this works, and I don't get sliced to ribbons in the process." Having said his piece, Danny eased himself into the armor, starting with his legs, which slid into sheaths. There were others for his arms before he was lying flat on his back in the cocoon. "Take this." Zaire handed Danny an emergency O2 canister. "I've disabled the helmet's breather port to keep the native air out, but you'll still need oxygen." Danny nodded and tucked the canister into the only free space he had left, at his side under his arm, and fed the regulator tube to his lips, which were trembling. "Okay, seal me up." Grudgingly, Briggs reached for the button under Danny's right shoulder, causing the 5 metal strips protruding from the armor's torso to collapse back down into a solid protective cover. Inside, Danny felt the limbs of the suit begin to tighten around his own, as if it were grafting itself to his body somehow. And yet, as unsettling as the whole thing was, not to mention the fright of being locked in a steel coffin, Danny still felt as if he were holding up okay, all things considered. A sudden metallic shing later, everything changed when 48 needles sprang free in a white-hot sear, then plunged themselves into his head, back, and spinal cord tissues. Until that moment, Danny Tucker had never known what pain was. Chapter 36. Imminent Threat. "Sir!" shouted the Praetorian's white-haired tactical officer from his bridge post upstairs. "What is it, McLeod?" Catal called from down front. "Admiral, sir, I know you don't want to hear this," McLeod said, "but we've got incoming." "I knew it." Catal bounded from his seat to the upper level and peered at the commander's screen. How many?
Loras pings 41 ships, sir,
McLeod said in a tense voice.
Correction, make 42, 44, 45 ships in all.
Configuration? Catal asked. McLeod licked his lips.
The original 41 register is Alisterian. The others look like those same bastards that jumped us at Kaima 4.
Damn it. Catal rubbed his face, then spun back to the comm station across the catwalk. Lieutenant Floyd, has Chief Simpson made it aboard yet?
Yes, sir, said Floyd, a petite brunette with a ponytail. He caught a shuttle over from the Bakersmith about 20 minutes ago, and he's already down in engineering. Get him on comm.
Floyd whirled in her chair and tapped a series of keystrokes into her terminal. Moments later, a man's familiar voice filled the speakers overhead, backed by the not-too-distant blur of sparking equipment, power tools, and barking personnel. Go ahead, Bridge.
Good to have you back, Chief, Catal said. I know you've got your hands full on your own ship today, but I appreciate you handing off to your AC to help us out in a jam.
No worries, Admiral, said John Simpson, the Praetorian's former assistant chief engineer. Petty Officer Beeka's a solid engineer in her own right, and she'll keep the home fires burning just fine without me. I'm only glad I was here to help.
That makes two of us, Chief, Catal said.
What's our status for FTL? Not good, Admiral. I'm trying to piggyback what's left of our drive onto that of the Kennex, but given that she's a C-100, I'm having trouble getting our systems to interface with hers.
Catal's nose crinkled in confusion.
The Praetorian is a C-100 ship, Simpson. What's the problem?
Yes and no. Our hyperdrive is a Gen 1 Esther Industries 562, built for the original Horizon-class carriers like us. Granted, the system's been retrofitted to perform at C-100 efficiency, but at a base level, it's still the stock drive. The Kennex, on the other hand, is a purebred C-100 supported by all new tech. To put it another way, sir, it's like dealing with an older and younger sibling. They don't always get along. Make them play nice, Chief. Catal signaled McLeod for a fleet-wide red alert. We've got 45 enemy ships inbound and closing fast, and 4 of them appear to be those same aliens that almost gutted us at Kaima 4. According to Loras, we're looking at just over 28 mics to intercept, which means we need to go, and go now.
I'll get everything I can out of her, sir, Simpson said. But bear in mind, even I don't know these systems like Wyatt does. Old as she is, there's a reason why the Praetorian is still the benchmark for excellence in this fleet, and that's mostly due to his work down here.
Catal's face fell. Yeah, well, Chief Wyatt has helped all he can today, Simpson. That means it's on you to get this done, Ruah?
Ruah, Admiral. Engineering out.
Once the channel had disconnected, Catal returned to his command chair down front and drummed his fingers on the seat's arm while weighing his options. Floyd, get Hastings, Mann, Baxter, and Summerston on the line at once. Things around here are about to get real hairy, and I'm going to need my 4 best LPs on point when it hits the pot.
Right away, sir,
Floyd said, then jetted back to her keyboard. Danny screamed in agony as the Kogorian armor gripped his body, the clamps inside the suit's extremities squeezing him like a vice. The needles in his back rooted themselves in his spine, sending his entire nervous system into a convulsive state of shock, while something that felt like acid shot through his veins. At its peak, the pain became so intense that Danny literally felt like he was on fire, so much so that part of him feared swallowing his own tongue. This went beyond torture. This was the stuff of nightmares. After what had seemed like hours, Danny felt the burn in his muscles begin to dull, the grip at his limbs loosening from their previous state of deathlock to that of a firm yet snug fit as his lips twitched at his O2 regulator. "Talk to me, Tucker. You alive in there?" Danny heard from somewhere in the black. It was Briggs. "Tucker, talk to me." Yeah, Danny managed in between breaths. "Yeah, Briggs. I'm in here." "Dear godson, are you even remotely okay?" Zaire asked. Danny gulped hard, then allowed himself a moment while the last of his tears ran free of his cheeks. "Do I really have to answer that?" "Can you move?" Briggs asked. "For that matter, can you even see?" Danny tried to shake his head but couldn't. It were almost as if the armor was in some sort of deactivated lockdown. "No and no," he replied. "Everything's dark and I've got no movement whatsoever in any of—" A tiny tremor rippled through his back as a hollow rumbling sound became a hum in Danny's ears. "Tucker?" Briggs asked with renewed concern. "You guys get back," Danny said. "Something's happening." A brilliant flash of light filled Danny's eyes, causing him to slam them shut. "Ah! Son of a—" "Tucker, what's going on?"
Briggs asked again as the hum built.
Will you please stop asking me that?
Danny snarled through clenched teeth. Then, feeling the pain in his eyes begin to subside, Danny cracked them ever so slightly. When they didn't burn, he opened them a bit more, then a bit more, until finally Danny found himself staring in stunned bewilderment at an entirely infrared landscape before him. Only it wasn't through any kind of HUD that he was seeing this, but rather his own flesh and blood eyes.
Okay, now that's pretty damn freaky,
Danny murmured, as one of the two multicolored faces before him leaned in for a closer look.
Tucker?
Briggs asked.
Yeah? I'm not trying to rush you or anything, but none of this works if you can't move in that thing. So can you?
Feeling a bit of sensation returning to his limbs, Danny wiggled his fingers and toes while trying not to dwell on the myriad toxins being pumped into his system through the needle network.
I think so, but give me a sec to get my bearings before I give it a try.
It took him another minute, but something soon began to dawn on Danny. This suit, for all of its massive size and heft, should have been nearly immovable by the frail alien he'd pulled out of it. That meant there had to be some sort of mental component to using it. Then, as if remembering something from a different life, Danny recalled another time when he'd worn a similar, albeit drastically smaller suit, with the same operative principles. Only on that occasion, he'd had John Reiser and Madison there to guide him.
Don't run,
Reiser had said.
Just imagine the act in your mind.
Danny felt a wave of emotion at the memory, and only a fool would have asked why.
Dear God, I wish you were here.
He thought of the girl with the fiery red hair, the one he'd practically gone to war with in those early days, only to find himself completely dazzled by her in the years that followed.
Move your ass, soldier,
Madison would have said, if she could have. Feeling fresh tears on his cheek, and not for an instant mistaking them for sweat, Danny cleared his throat and focused as the hum in his ears built toward its rebooted climax.
Don't run,
Danny told himself. Think about running. Taking a final hit of his O2, he closed his eyes, imagined himself back in his M-suit, and reached out with his mind to concentrate on one single act. Standing.
Easy there, Sergeant,
Zaire said, lunging in with a steadying hand as Danny staggered to a knee, then to his feet.
We're not in that big of a rush. Take your time.
Danny exhaled a long, hard sigh and reached to balance himself.
Thanks for the push, baby,
he told Madison in his mind.
As always.
So, Briggs said, how's it feel? Danny scanned the room with his IR vision.
Weird,
he said, flexing his fingers and hearing his voice echo in that same low, modulated baritone as before. At that point, something else hit him.
I wonder if I can...
And just like that, the faceplate of his helmet split in half, then retracted into a cowl.
Good to see you again, son,
Zaire said.
Good to be seen,
Danny said, this time in his normal voice as he wobbled about the cabin on his first few steps. A solid 60 seconds later, he was able to do so without much of an issue. The initial feeling of awkwardness, however, never truly went away. It was almost as if the armor were resisting him somehow, like it viewed him as an intruder. And the severe lag times in his arms and upper legs were definitely showing that.
Okay, so I hate to be pushy, Briggs said, but can you move or not?
Danny leaned down and looked himself over.
Yeah, I think so. Don't get me wrong, this thing isn't short of glitches, and I'm definitely not running a marathon in it. But as long as I don't push the envelope too much, I think we'll be fine. How's your air supply?
Zaire asked.
Crammed up my armpit like the head of a Louisville slugger, but it seems to be functioning since you cut out the onboard. How long is one canister good for? About 6 hours, Zaire said. You can probably stretch that to 8 if you're cautious. Just try to avoid opening your faceplate if at all possible. That way the O2 from your regulator will stay sealed inside your mask and help stave off the effects of the native air outside.
All right, then. Briggs rubbed his whiskers. As far as I can tell, that just leaves us with one last tiny problem to iron out.
Which is?
Danny asked. Well, what do we say if someone wants to know why our previously 3-man engineering team is now down to 2 and an escort?
Zaire scratched the side of his face. That's actually an excellent point. Perhaps our man fell ill due to the air and had to stay behind on the shuttle.
That's a plausible story, all right, Briggs said. But I wouldn't put it past security to come looking to make sure it's true. If that happens, they'll see the shuttle's empty. And then what? Danny pondered the problem, while his eyes drifted to the alien corpse at his feet, then to his vacated envirosuit in the corner, and finally to the cart of fully charged electrical gear on the wall to his right. I don't suppose either of you guys saw Weekend at Bernie's, did you? He got 2 blank stares in response. Yeah, didn't think so. Pulling the envirosuit's hood over the dead alien's face, Briggs hunched the corpse forward in the pilot's chair so as to rest it face down in a sickly pose on the dash. Giving a final keystroke to the controls, he retracted the shuttle's blast shield, thus exposing the cockpit view to the bay outside, and moved to the rear of the cabin where Danny was already standing. Weekend at Bernie's, huh? Briggs said, had seen the alien's shoulder twitch on cue with the timed electrical device taped to its inner right palm. Danny grinned in response. Not bad, Briggs said. Chancellor, you set? Indeed, Captain. Zaire emerged from the back with a pair of data tablets and handed one to Briggs. What's this for? The captain asked. Did you leave the shuttle's sensor systems online, as I asked? Briggs nodded. Good, Zaire said. As long as we're aboard, we should be able to access the data remotely using these tablets. I figured that might be handy when and if we do take the CIC. Nice thinking, Danny said. Will they allow us to take control of the ship's operations too? Unfortunately, no. We'll still have access to basic ops here on the shuttle, but those of the Axios we'll have to figure out on our own. At least this way, though, we'll have real-time telemetry that we can actually read to help guide us if we do. Fair enough, Danny said. Just out of curiosity, you care to tell me what else you were doing back there? Zaire looked puzzled. I beg your pardon? While you were in the back, Danny gestured in that direction. I could have sworn I heard you talking to someone. Oh, that, Zaire said. The comms system in these suits have a built-in short-range emitter that allows them to access the Alisterian buoy network. Honestly, I didn't think I'd get a signal out this far, but apparently we're still close enough to the border that I was able to send a message back to my daughter. I'm sorry, you did what? Danny protested. Take it easy, Sergeant. I used the delay command. That packet won't reach Alistair for at least 6 hours, at which time you, Captain Briggs, and I will be long gone, one way or another. Forgive me, sir, but I didn't think you were on speaking terms with her, Briggs said. She's my daughter, Captain. She needs to know I'm all right. And your wife? Briggs asked. You send her a message too? Zaire's lips made a line. Why in the gods' names would I do that? The Chancellor's face filled with relief, and the 2-time divorcee in Danny knew exactly what that meant. Crazy-ass old lady at home, huh? Sergeant, if you only knew. Zaire grabbed his toolbox. Now, come on. We have work to do. Sealing the shuttle's hatch so as to ensure that no one would question the ill crewman inside, Danny, now operating somewhere around 68% of the armor's peak efficiency, raised his Kogorian weapon and descended the ramp behind Briggs and Zaire, each of whom continued to show as multicolored blots of thermal light before him. Soon after, the group made its way back into the first round of tunnels. It was there that they passed the first of several security stations to come, this one manned by only a pair of Centaurians. They acknowledged Danny with a nod as he passed, and he threw them one in response. Sure would be nice to get a heads up on those checkpoints before we reach them, Briggs muttered once they were out of earshot. Can't see a damn thing here until I'm right on top of it. Yeah, that would be... Danny broke off when a small cluster of dots appeared in his right eye's lower field of vision and began shifting along lines in what looked like a floor plan grid. Oh, now, that's pretty sick. What? Zaire asked, a touch of alarm in his voice. Is there something in the suit making you ill? Oh, no. Sorry, Chancellor, it's a figure of speech, Danny said. I think I just inadvertently happened across some kind of HUD in this thing. How? Briggs asked. Well, I was just thinking about how nice it would be to have one, and then it magically appeared. Danny smirked and began tinkering with the grid settings, flicking from level to level and region to region with a series of eye movements, and all the while watching as the dots on each view varied in position, quantity, and color. Some of them were red, Danny saw, like the alien's skin. Others were black, like his armor. I'll be damned, he thought. Wonder if blacks are Centaurians and reds are officers. Seeing a Centaurian pass through the corridor ahead, Danny toggled back to his current level and spied a lone black dot moving in that direction. Awesome. There was something like battle telemetry, too, but it was all written in that same glyph script from earlier. Tucker, you still in there? Briggs asked. Yeah, I'm here. Danny studied his weapon. Don't suppose you've got any clue where we're headed? Briggs asked. All these odd tunnels look the same to me.
Yeah, I think so, Danny said, seeing a random light spike in his upper left field and wondering what it meant. According to this, we've got 2 more junctions to go, plus a handful of turns before we reach the lift. After that, it's up 12 levels to the top floor where I think we'll find their CIC.
Do you think? Sire asked.
Educated guess based on one of the other Centaurians from earlier, Danny said. Part of him expected another snide comment from Briggs, but it never came. Very well then, Sergeant. What precisely is your plan after we...
Zaire averted his gaze when 2 Centaurians and a Kogorian officer in black garb passed them by.
After we hit the CIC. Mind you, that's bearing in mind that neither myself nor Captain Briggs are presently in disguise. I think that would raise access issues for us, yes?
Oh, we've got enough fight at our sidearms, too, Briggs added.
That might be an issue, yeah, Danny said. But they're not looking for us either, which gives us the advantage. Couple that with my ability to see through walls in this thing, and that'll hopefully be enough to give us the drop on any resistance we might encounter if, of course, we can't avoid it. That's leaving a lot of chance, Tucker, Briggs grumbled upon reaching the lift. Especially considering that they're probably going to have a fit when one of their own, you, shows up with 2 unauthorized personnel, us, at one of the most heavily restricted portions of their ship. Danny boarded the lift behind Zaire, who pressed the top button. Have a little faith, Captain, he said, offering as much reassurance as he could, given the legion of rainbow-lit figures streaming through the honeycomb above. And while you're at it, stay frosty. That's all any of us can do right now. The platform under Danny's boots shuddered, and the low moan of something powering up rumbled in the distance. All 3 men froze. Was that what I think it was? Danny asked.
Yeah, Briggs said.
Meanwhile, the dots in Danny's HUD began to scatter. Considering that their engines are already at close to full burn, Captain added, I'd bet a small fortune that those were the weapons systems coming online. Which means they'll be dropping out of hyperspace in the next few minutes, Zaire tacked on. Gentlemen, we must go. Chapter 37. Defenseless. Once clear of the Kenix's drop zone and free to maneuver, Lee swung his Mako hard to starboard and throttled up to take point on his squad's formation. Mac on his wing as always. Like clockwork, they'd been the first fighters out, and while that was standard protocol for a single ship's LP headed into combat, Lee had a lot more on his plate to contend with today than he'd had 24 hours ago. In the wake of Kaima 4, and the loss of countless pilots, crew, and officers, Admiral Catal had been forced to reorganize what remained of the Armada's original fighter complement into 4 unified combat wings. They consisted of Alpha Wing to be commanded by Jeff Hastings of the Praetorian, Bravo Wing to be led by Vic Mann of the Gordon, Charlie Wing, led by Shannon Baxter of the Keystone, and finally Delta Wing, to be led by Lee. All told, that meant he'd now be in charge of a combined 31 squadrons heading into this fight, up from 8 a day ago, and many of those had been cobbled together piecemeal with the shell-shocked leftovers from ships like the Gerhardt, which hadn't made it out of Kaima. But hey, Lee thought, no pressure on the new guy, right? The overall ASC strategy heading into this was simple. Use their still superior numbers to try to offset the firepower of the alien ships by spreading out their smaller vessels, fighters, bombers, destroyers, and so forth, into a defensive cover net for the larger, more heavily crewed ships to jump away. As more and more of them escaped, the net would contract, thereby creating an even denser wall between the Allisterian and Oran armadas until finally, when only a handful of ASC cruisers remained, the last of the non-FTL machines would execute an emergency crash-down into their respective hangar bays for a last-second jump to safety. Lee rubbed his eyes and peered out through his canopy. Even now, hours later, he was still taken aback by the sight of his fleet in shambles. 6 heavy carriers, 9 light carriers, and 13 outcutters, plus a hodgepodge of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, all backed by a paltry 632 fighters. That was all that was left. And to think 3 days ago we actually thought we had these guys over a barrel, Lee muttered. Unreal. He exhaled, then keyed his comm to address his people. Delta Wing, this is Daredevil. You are instructed to fall in line behind your respective squad leaders to zones 32 through 45 and wait further instructions. Z-staggered 5-point spread formations are advised. Copy that, Wing Commander, said the first of Delta's squad leaders. Once the other LPs had checked in, Lee queued up a private channel for command staff only.
Blazer, this is Daredevil on final check-in. Please acknowledge.
Copy, Daredevil, said Hastings, the grizzled head of Alpha Wing and a former Ryan protege who'd now be calling the shots.
You guys in line?
Just about, sir, Lee said. We've got a couple of stragglers yet, but they ought to be up in a mic or less.
Good, Hastings said.
Bravo and Charlie Wings report.
Blazer, this is Scar, Man said. Bravo Wing is good to go.
Copy that for Charlie, sir, Layla said.
It was fitting, Lee thought, that of all the pilots he could have been paired with today, it would have been these three, his former instructors in the original Mimic project. It also wasn't lost on him that two of those original team members, Ryan and Valentino, were nowhere to be found.
Okay, everybody listen up. Hastings' tone sounded jagged and tired. We all know who's here and who isn't, but today our focus has to stay on those who are with us and getting them evac'd from this system as quickly as possible.
I'm down like Charlie Brown,
a gruff voice interjected. Lee glanced up to see an all-too-familiar SB-40 Tuscan Star Bomber fall into formation alongside Layla's Mako.
Juster, what are you doing here?
Hastings asked, with no lack of annoyance.
My understanding was you'd been assigned to the rear in support of the Rheinauer.
Sure was, Link said. But I'm not there right now, am I?
None of us likes this, Juster. But we have our orders. Now, how about you do us all a favor and obey yours without question for a change?
Copy that, Blazer. But I've got a better idea. How about you bend over, pucker up, and kiss both sides of my hairy white ass?
And here we go, Lee said to Mac on a side channel.
Link, please, Layla said. Just listen to him. No, Shannon, I will not listen to him.
Not on this, I won't, not today.
Listen, Hastings, contrary to what you or anybody else in the Cool Kids Fighter Club may think of me, I get the chain of command. And typically I've got no issue with it because I respect Shannon's place on the totem. But we've lost a hell of a lot of people in the last 24 hours, and with all due deference to Ryan and Tino, that list doesn't stop with them. Now, I had one of my best friends in the world taken from me last week, and I just watched his girl get her throat cut on interplanetary TV. Add to it that a guy who might as well be my brother is lying in an infirmary bed with a gaping hole in his chest, fighting for his life, and you'll excuse the monkey shit out of me if I'm not willing to let you run off and put my wife in a position to join that list. Not without me there to watch her back, you're not. No way, no how. Hell to the no, and go eat a dick. Court-martial me if you don't like it.
Atta boy, Short Round, Mac murmured through an audible smile. A flurry of hyperspace windows creased the horizon, and Lee shot upright in his seat.
Contact!
Someone shouted on the all-hands channel.
Multiple bogies are inbound with weapons hot.
Blazer, whatever you aim to do, you best do it now, Lee said.
Hastings uttered a curse.
Fine, Juster. You're on cover duty with Ballantyne's squad in Charlie Wing. You're Layla's problem now. The private squabble now quelled, Hastings returned his focus to his own people.
Alpha Wing, this is Blazer. Listen up.
Delta Wing, Lee ordered. First on deck. We are to engage all enemy fighters in Zone 32, while the Allenton and the Reeves jump away. After that, it's on to 33 to cover the Triton, and so on and so forth. Be advised, you are only to shift on my mark, and whatever you do, keep moving. You can take a hit from a Phantom, but open up to one of those alien ships and you're dead. Ruah!
Ruah!
151 pilots said in unison. Lee stared into his scopes and saw the front line of the enemy invasion force beginning to form some 200 clicks out. 4 Kogorian ships were on point, flanked by 8 times that number of Alisterian battleships, with all remaining ancillary vessels holding back in reserve for support. Lee cracked his neck and readied himself as the first few waves of fighters began to flood into the open. Squad leaders, on my mark, and break! Having reached the Axios's top level and skirted no fewer than 6 security details along the way, Danny led the others into an alcove just down from the CIC's main entrance and stopped. "All right, so how bad does it look?" Briggs asked, fishing his sidearm from his Enviro suit and checking the safety. Danny counted the light figures in his HUD. "Looks like 4 Centaurians between us and the CIC. Another 3 beyond the door to the main bridge, with 8 more guys who look to be in standard dress, 1 at the center of the room." "That's the Prala," Zaire said. "The what?" Danny asked. "That's their term for the ship's commander," Briggs said. "How's it going with the suit? You work out any more bugs?" Danny flexed a few of his joints, but still felt some resistance. "Not so much. I can move well enough, but I still feel like a dump truck driver in a Grand Prix in this thing." Briggs and Zaire looked confused again. "Forget it," Danny said. "Okay, here's the plan. You guys hang here while I approach the door guards. Hopefully, since I'm wearing their colors, they won't suspect that anything's up, which should give me the drop on them.
After that, all bets are off, which means I'm going to need the two of you on my 6 and in a hurry, catching any of the officers you can. I'll take the Centurions. Everybody clear?" They nodded and readied their weapons. "All right." Danny raised his. "Give me a minute to—" The lights overhead flashed from blue to red as an alert sounded throughout the ship. "So much for Bernie," Briggs growled. In the blink of an eye, Danny lumbered around the corner and drew down on his first two victims. The first never saw it coming. He just crumpled to the ground amid a shower of sparks from his throat. The second, having actually raised his weapon, got off one round before being blown against the wall from a center-mass shot to his chest. Within seconds, the hall around them filled with weapon fire, but Danny didn't let up. He just kept shooting, kept charging as the next two guards stepped forward. They opened up on him, and Danny lunged behind a corner as the ground at his feet ignited. "Bring it, you bat-faced freaks!" he snarled, checking what he thought to be his rifle's ammo charge and puffing on his regulator. His legs felt like jello under his armor, but he couldn't listen to them right now. He wouldn't listen to them. He just kept on firing, blind as his shots were, while the air around him crackled in streaks of red. Blam, blam, duck. Blam, 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 duck. Blam, blam. "Ah, damn it!" Danny stepped back to cover behind the corner, the shoulder of his armor smoking from the graze. He sucked another breath from his regulator, the air around him sizzling now. "Shit, I'm pinned." A wash of projectile shots rang out behind him, and Danny looked back to see two multicolored figures step out into the open. Briggs and Zaire. "You crazy fools," Danny thought in a gush of relief. Seeing the guards lurch in the other's direction, he seized the opening and tore around the corner, dropping both Centurions to the deck in a starburst of shrapnel and flame. "Briggs, you good?" Danny called back through the haze. "Yeah," Briggs shouted back. "Chancellor, you whole?" "I am, Sergeant," Zaire said with a cough. "Quickly, get to the door before they lock us out." Danny rushed for the command center's entrance, where he scooped up the palm of a slain Centurion and pressed it to the access panel. A blink of green light, and the doors swooshed open to reveal 3 more Centurions and 8 sets of gawking golden eyes. "Guards!" the Prolak cried out. In a flash, Danny caught sight of the raging scene outside through the chamber's forward viewport. "Oh, no, it's already started!" Not a second later, the air around him ignited once more, and Danny was on the move for the door. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots whistled past his helmet. Then he threw up his rifle in a fit of return fire, but most of it went wide due to his inability to aim. 2 shots didn't, however, and seeing the first of 3 Centurions crumple smoldering to the ground, Danny turned his head in time to see a second barreling toward him. "Oh, this is going to hurt," he thought, then squared himself to absorb the blow. The impact nearly toppled both of them to the floor, but somehow Danny managed to stay upright. And at that point, the grapple was on. A swing for a face, a missed shot to the ribs, a knee to the groin, and on it went. Another shot to the face, a parried blow to the leg, a clumsy shot to the chest, and yet neither man could free up to raise his weapon. Finally, Danny's attacker jerked its attention back to the door when 3 red-scaled heads exploded like melons via gunshot. "Get down!" Danny shouted. Briggs and Zaire dove for the deck as another volley of weapon fire peppered past them. "Okay, you bastard, I've had about enough of you!" When his hand slammed to the Centurion's throat, Danny felt his veins ignite with another rush of chemicals. The gears and servos in his mechanical grip whined as he squeezed, until finally something popped into the crumpling metal. The alien's body fell limply to the floor. "Tucker, help!" Briggs yelled from behind a station. Danny looked up to see the last Centurion advancing on the others as a cluster of bridge officers opened fire on them from down front. "Oh, hell no you don't!" Danny muttered, reaching into his armor and producing the second PSR emitter Zaire had found in his cart. He lobbed it to the center of the floor. "Flash!" A loud crash rocked the room. Danny opened his eyes to find the Centurion reeling before him, faceplate retracted, along with the last of his peers. Danny rose to his feet with Briggs and Zaire, took aim, and silenced them forever. "Clear! Clear!" Zaire followed, from 10 steps away. "Runner!" Briggs shouted. The Axios's Prala leapt from behind a bridge station and sprinted for a nearby hatch. He was cut down by Zaire's sidearm. "Room secure." The Chancellor holstered his weapon. "Briggs, check that hatch," Danny said, retracting his faceplate just long enough for a quick look around. Circular room, all one level with multiple stations before the main viewport down front, before dropping it again to protect his air supply. Any clue what he was going for? Briggs wiped the blood from the hatch's window and peered inside. I think it's an escape pod, but there's only one of them, and I doubt it holds more than one guy in Centaurian's armor. Nice, Danny snorted at the prowler's corpse before him. Way to stand by your people there, jerk-off. He turned to Zaire. Any chance you can disable the lift up here? Yes, I believe so. Good, do it, Danny said. If we can't lock down this level before their reinforcements arrive, we'll be overrun in no time. Once that's done, find something we can use to barricade ourselves in here. Perhaps I might do you one better. Zaire produced a magnetic lock from his toolbox before darting off. Sweet, Danny said. Hey, Briggs, what are the odds you can figure out how to drive this thing? The captain hurtled a corpse en route back to the front of the room and slid behind a console with his tablet. It's tough to say. At their roots, Orn and Allisterian tech are both derived from the same Beyonder source material, so there may be some similarities. Heads up, though, I might need some help in the way of navigation. No can do, bro, Danny said on his way back to a terminal in the back. He'd seen one of the officers there earlier, and he'd had a hunch it was the tactical station. Hang on. Where are you going? Briggs asked. Who, me? Danny flashed a devilish smile under his mask. I'm going to find us a way to shoot back. Chapter 38. Rogue. Heads up, Soraya, Lee shouted. You've got 3 more Phantoms inbound from your 9 o'clock high. Lindsay barreled her Mako hard to starboard, just missing a cascade of railgun fire past her canopy, then looped into a Z-back to recover. Thanks, Top, I owe you one. Don't sweat it, Lee said, plowing through 2 Phantoms of his own to regroup with the rest of the 13th Squadron. Right now, I need you to take the rest of the 2-9 and redirect for 39.7 to back up Railhawk and Jonesy. Those guys got slammed in that last wave, and they ain't got much time out there by themselves. Copy that. Lindsay kicked out at 2/3 burn and took off with the rest of her squad. How's it coming over there, Star? Lee shifted, seeing Mac spiral through a fiery cascade of her own, then slip back into formation for a head-on assault of her aggressor. A leaf on the wind, baby, Mac said on her way through a fireball. Just a leaf on the wind. You kidding me? Lee asked. Of all the Firefly lines out there, you're going with the one from the guy who dies in the frickin' cockpit. Your husband thanks you. Sorry. It's fine, whatever. The Rheinhauer and the Thorogot just jumped out, so we ought to be good to... Mayday, mayday, mayday! Panic voice cried out. This is the AS de Morland in Zone 41. We just lost aft propulsion, and we got an... The comm officer didn't even get to finish his call. Instead, Lee watched in disbelief while one of the alien vessels, fresh off its slaughter of the AS Benton, swooped in on the helpless cruiser. 2 massive volleys from its main batteries, and the de Morland was a carcass. Daredevil, what's Delta Wing's status? Hastings barked from Zone 11. We're here, sir, Lee said. The Rheinhauer and the Thorogot just got out, as did the Triton and the Valkyrie before them. The Zaxton wasn't so lucky. How about your crews? Hastings asked. We're getting torched up pretty good, Blazer, Lee said. Last count, we're down roughly 21 pilots, with the 18th, 21st, and 24th Squadrons having been hit the hardest. Everybody else is hanging in. How's Alpha Wing? About the same, Hastings said. Same with Bravo and Charlie. What's the call, sir? Lee asked. Hastings exhaled. I'd say our best bet is to double down on the Allisterian ships. If we can keep them in constant motion, maybe that'll deter the aliens from taking open shots at us for fear of hitting their allies in the crossfire. Copy that. Lee sliced past the bow of the dead Allisterian outcutter, Mac on its tail, and hammered down on another pair of Phantoms. We're closing out 39 now, and it's on to Zone 40, which shouldn't take us long since we'll only have the Williamson to worry about. Acknowledged, Hastings said. Let me know the minute you hit 42. Hurrah? Hurrah, sir. Daredevil out. What the hell's the holdup, Briggs? Danny yelled across the Axios CIC. Get off my ass, Tucker, Briggs fired back. I've got no idea what I'm doing here. I thought you said this stuff was similar to yours. I said it all shared the same origins, Briggs said, fingers racing to form various shapes over a kind of circular sensor pad, as if trying to get it to read his hands for instructions. The problem is we've got 100 years of technological evolution working against us on both sides of the fence, so excuse me if I'm a little out of sorts over how to use the dash. Figure it out already, Danny roared at the carnage outside. My guys are getting shredded out there. We've got to get them some help. A collection of shouts protested from beyond the CIC entrance. Danny spun toward them. How's it coming with that lock, Chancellor? Almost there. Zaire held the bar-shaped device in place with his left hand and keyed into it a series of commands with his right. A muffled thump followed, and the device's indicator light flashed green. Mag lock's in place. I'm still searching for barricade material, though. Keep on it, Danny ordered. I think I've got something. Briggs slid his thumb and forefinger in a rudimentary gesture forward, then whooped with excitement when the ship began tracking with his finger commands. I've got it! We're moving! Yes! Danny pumped his fist. What can you do for us? Briggs shook his head. Not much, just basic patterns, but as long as you're not asking me to chart an FTL jump, I think I can get us around well enough to maneuver in sublight. How about you? What's the word on tactical? Pretty sure we're there, Danny grinned. Now lay in a course for one of our lovely Krogorian sisters, and let's see if I'm right. Briggs spun back to his instruments and gave an emphatic tap of the terminal. Yes, sir. Watching from the bridge of the Commuer, Chancellor Masterson rose from his command chair and pointed to the Krogorian ship in his view screen. Lieutenant Melvin, report. I don't know, sir, stuttered the visibly overwhelmed tactical officer. He'd been pressed into service when the XO had gone AWOL. The Axios has yet to fire at all, sir, and now appears to be breaking ranks towards one of its own in Zone 51. So help me, Briggs, you'd better have a damn good explanation for this. Masterson turned to a science officer. Lieutenant Ovius, get me Prala Kai Ol of the Vanxis now. Moments later, the alien commander's hologram appeared beside Masterson's chair. One of your vessels has broken formation, Masterson snapped. I demand to know why. You would be wise to mind your tone, Chancellor, Kyle said in a voice that sounded every bit the warning as it was cool. Two Allisterian officers traded looks down front, earning both a glare from the new Chancellor. You are, of course, welcome to redeploy your own ships as you see fit, Prala. Masterson reined himself in. However, in the interest of coordination moving forward, an advance notice would be appreciated. We didn't order the Axios to redeploy, Kyle said. We lost contact with her shortly after our exit from hyperspace. Cause? Masterson asked. Unknown, Kyle said. We are trying to raise her now. Masterson looked to the view screen, then back to the hologram. Shall I dispatch a squad of phantoms to investigate? If they could be permitted to board, perhaps that would at least give us eyes on scene to assess the situation. At first, Kyle seemed to scoff at the notion, though for whatever reason, probably in the interests of their budding alliance, Masterson thought, the Krogorian Prala warmed to the idea. Send your fighters if you wish, and report their findings to me as soon as you have them. Vanxis out. Come on, where is it? Danny thought, armored fingers racing at the tactical controls. You sure you know what you're doing up there? Briggs asked from down front. My tablet says we'll be in range in less than 30 seconds. I'm working on it, Danny shot back. Gentlemen, we've got another problem. Zaire showed his tablet to Danny. Multiple fighters, closing fast on an intercept course, and based on their formation, they're not coming to talk. The damn fools think we're the enemy, Briggs snarled. Idiots! Can't they see we haven't fired on them yet? Can they hurt us? Danny asked. Briggs licked his lips. Hard to say. My initial thought is no, but there's a good 30 fighters there, and if they all hit us at once... Danny whirled back to Zaire. Do we have any way of communicating with them? What about the comm thing you mentioned earlier? I'm sorry, Sergeant, but no. The ASC operates on an entirely different channel system than we do, and while I could access that system from the shuttle, I can't do it from the suit comms. They're just too small. I thought you had access to shuttle ops from your tablet, Danny pressed. Basic shuttle ops, Zaire said. As in sensors, life support, and propulsion. That's it. Damn it! Danny glanced back to the door as the number of multicolored figures protesting Zaire's barricade grew in number and sound. There's gotta be a way we can... And then it hit him. Briggs, we got running lights on this tub? The captain twisted a look. I think so. Why? Can you access them? Yeah. Danny clapped his armored hands and took a hit of his regulator, his thoughts turning to Lee. Come on, bro, please be out there. I'll explain later, Briggs, but for now, I need you to do exactly as I say. Daredevil, Daredevil, Daredevil! Jonesy's voice rattled out in Lee's ears. One of those giant alien ships has altered course and is heading straight for the heart of Charlie Wing. Jonesy, ETA, Lee asked. It's got a few ships to go yet before it hits their region, but I wouldn't dawdle if I was Charlie. Lee switched his comm to a new channel. Layla, Jester, I need a copy, and I need it now. Go for Jester, Daredevil. What's up? Jester, you've got one of those Krogorian cruisers headed straight for your position. You need to bug out of there, and I mean now.
We can't, Lee, Layla said. The Ozark, the Hobson, and the Page still haven't made their jumps. If we bail out now, they'll be left completely defenseless. I've already sent 2 squads, along with a pair from the Gordon, to intercept.
Lee ground his teeth and laid in a course for the Baxter's position, then checked his scopes to find Lindsay well within range. Hey, Soraya, I want you to cover for me while I—
Wing Commander, this is Scar,
McMahon interrupted. He'd apparently opted to lead the charge on the alien ship himself.
Go ahead, Scar, Layla replied.
I've got a little bit of a head-scratcher going on out here,
Mann said.
How do you mean?
Hastings asked.
Well, my guys and I just buzzed the hell out of that weird alien ship, and it didn't even so much as flinch to stop us.
Max Mako reassumed its place on Lee's wing.
Wonder what's up with that. If that thing sneezes, it wipes those guys out. Not that I'm ungrateful, but why'd it take a pass?
Lee didn't respond.
Wait a second,
Mann said with audible confusion.
Scar?
Layla perked up.
Wing Command?
Mann's tone trailed upwards.
The running lights on the Kagorian vessel are flashing.
Flashing?
Layla said.
How?
I don't know,
Mann said.
It's some sort of pattern.
Lee rocketed upright in his seat.
How many?
Huh? Scar asked in bewilderment.
How many flashes? Lee pressed. I need a number, Scar, and a tempo.
Mann began counting them off.
2 shorts, 1 long, 1 short, and a break, Lee repeated,
all the while straining to recall whatever he could of his Morse code training from back home. Then 3, then 2. F, S, U. His eyes bulged from his head.
Oh my God, Danny!
Mac beat him out.
Shit, yeah, Link roared. All wings, all wings, all wings. This is Daredevil. The smaller Kogorian vessel is a friendly. Repeat, the smaller Kogorian vessel is a friendly. Do not engage.
Daredevil, this is Praetorian, Katal cut in. You sure about that? No sooner had the words left his lips than the spiked alien cruiser made a hard turn to starboard and unleashed a thunderous volley of fire onto the back of one of its sister ships, igniting her in flames.
Any more questions, Admiral? Lee asked.
All available ships in zones 40 through 58, Katal ordered. Redirect your efforts to fall in line with the alien vessel and render all able assistance where possible.
You heard the man.
Lee soared his Mako into a high-arching loop, then leveled out onto its new course and tore off after the pack.
Everybody find your dancing partner, and let's give our boy a hand.
Chapter 39. Identified. Danny smiled upon seeing several squadrons of Makos form up on his ship's flanks.
Attaboy, Lee.
All right, Tucker, Briggs said. You have officially kicked the hornet's nest, so what's our play?
Are you kidding me?
Danny reached for the tactical controls.
Now we take aim at anything that moves and fire at will.
Briggs stopped what he was doing and swiveled in his chair, his expression one of stone. Let's get one thing straight, Tucker. I'll put you in a position to take out as many of those Kogorian ships as you want. But I will not, under any circumstances, let you turn the space around us into a shooting gallery versus the Alisterians, just because you can. It'd be a slaughter, and I won't be part of that. Danny blinked under his mask.
Seriously? And you're just now figuring out that this might happen? Newsflash, Captain, this is combat, and oh, by the way, you're a traitor now, which means they won't hesitate to fire on you if given the chance.
That may be so, Briggs said. But just because I'm defecting doesn't make me a traitor. I'm here for my people, not to stand against them. Listen, Tucker, like it or not, most of the guys aboard those ships are just following orders. Hell, up until today, I was one of them. But things change, and while I get your issue with Masterson, I refuse to stand by and watch you take that anger out on 3,000 guys who had nothing to do with Madison's death. Are we clear on that? Danny's jaw set as the clamor outside of the CIC escalated.
The captain has a point, son.
Zaire put a hand on Danny's arm.
Most of the men on those ships don't want to be here any more than you do.
You do realize that Aura and Alistair were at war long before today, right? Danny said. A war that your side started?
I'm well aware of that, Sergeant,
Zaire said.
But there are rules to war, and honorable men like Marcus Catal and Rick Weiland understand that. Which is why we also won't intercede on our people's behalf either. We'll level the playing field and monitor ship movements via the EnviroSuit's comms, but nothing more.
Danny snatched his arm free of Zaire's grip.
Yeah, because Alec Masterson knows all about honor.
Indeed. Zaire's eyes met the ground. Nevertheless, the captain's point stands. Danny looked at Briggs, who folded his arms. Guess I don't have much choice in this, do I? The captain shook his head. Okay, fine. I won't fire on any of your brothers, with one exception. Danny drove a finger into Zaire's chest. If I get a shot on the Kimure, she's dead, and so help me God, if either of you gets in the way of that, all bets will be off between the three of us. Deal? Briggs traded looks with Zaire, who nodded. Done. Danny returned to his post. How far to the next Gregorian target? About 500 clicks to starboard, aft high, Zaire said with a glance at his tablet. Well, all right then, Danny said. Unless one of you has another ridiculous objection, I say we go get acquainted. Briggs spun into action at the helm. Heading laid in. Chancellor Masterson, sir, Lieutenant Ovius said from the Kimure's science station. That rogue Gregorian ship that just destroyed one of its own appears to be on the move again. Projected course, Masterson sneered. Ovius stared at his terminal. Looks like toward another one of its sisters. The Vanxus? No, sir, the other one. I think it's called the Vorland. Signal the Lanceter, the Zelfoy, and the Danton to intercept, as well as anyone else in range, Masterson ordered. I want that ship stopped at all costs. But, sir, how do you expect our ships to defend against it? Ovius shifted in his seat with clear unease. We can't stand up to the Gregorians any more than the ASC can. Masterson studied the Axios in his view screen. For whatever reason, they don't appear to be firing on any of our vessels. They're only attacking their own. Then, pulling up a schematic of the Axios's battle damage so far, Masterson searched for the image of any sign of vulnerability. Tell our commanders to focus their attack on the Axios's port side aft section just above its secondary maneuvering thrusters. Best case scenario, they'll disable her. Worst case, they'll slow her momentum long enough for Kaiul and his people to clean up their own slaring mess. Ovius raced to relay the message, then stopped cold. The Axios just executed an 18-degree crow roll, sir. That's one of our maneuvers. Masterson's eyes narrowed to slits at the screen. Briggs. Captain, we're about to have company, Zaire called out. Danny looked up from tactical. Chancellor, what's the count? Briggs responded. 3 Alistairian battleships, inbound from Zone 26.2, ETA 30 seconds. Good, Danny told himself. If they're coming after us, then at least they're not going after Lee and the others. Shots are away, Zaire said. A mild rumble shuddered at their feet when the shots made contact with the Axios's hull. Tucker, how are we? Briggs asked. Portside aft armor still holding at over 90%, Danny said with his best guess of the glyph meters on his screen. If that's all they've got, then we should be... Gregorian ship inbound, Zaire erupted. Shots are away! Repeat, shots are away! Brace for impact! Danny screamed. This time, the entire ship rocked hard to port as all 3 men were hurled to the deck amid a spray of sparks and equipment debris. For crying out loud! Danny growled as he picked himself up off the floor. Don't they know we've got hundreds of their own people aboard? I don't think they care. Briggs climbed back into his seat and checked the nav systems. As a matter of fact, I think they'd just as soon die as... Zaire raised a hand to silence them, then placed it to the side of his hood, where his communications earpiece was located. Colonel Reardon of the Lanceter is calling for our immediate withdrawal and surrender. They say any further actions taken by us will incur their full use of force. Great. Reardon, Briggs muttered. He's been a Masterson lapdog for years. Believe me, he won't question the order to fire on us if it comes either. He turned to Danny. How hard will we hit there anyway? The armor in that section took about a 30% hit, give or take. But it didn't cripple us. Yeah, but the next one might. Pardon my statement of the obvious, you gentlemen, Zaire cut in, but we need a new plan. Danny steepled his metal hands and thought hard as the ruckus outside continued. At best, they could take 1, maybe 2 more hits like that last one before risking hull integrity, and that was assuming that another Gregorian ship didn't enter the fray. If that happened, they were screwed. Add to that Briggs and Zaire's opposition to firing on their own, and that really complicated things. Come on, damn it. Danny rested a fist against his helmet. Then something occurred to him. There were 6 planets in the Coralline system, which meant that surely one of them had to be close. Hey, Briggs, what's our distance to the nearest planet if we were to withdraw? The captain checked his tablet. 8 billion clicks or so to Coralline 3. Why? Think they'll follow us in? Almost certainly, yeah. Good, Danny said. Lay on a course for Corlin 3 at 2/3 sublight, and let me know when we're in orbit. After that, signal our surrender. What? Briggs snapped his head around. No way do we surrender, Tucker. You swore you'd get us to... Oh, pull your thong out of your ass and relax, bro. I'm not turning you in, so just shut up and do it. While you're at it, signal those Makos to break off and return to base. I don't want them around when this goes down. When what goes down? Zaire asked. Briggs mumbled another curse, then spun back to his console. Danny turned to the Chancellor. Once we fly the white flag, I want the two of you to load up in that Prala's escape pod and punch out. Then, once you're free and clear of this ship, head straight for the ASC side of the line, and don't forget to flash the code I just used with your lights. That'll tell them you're friendly. Someone will scoop you up from there. Zaire scratched his face. That's an interesting plan, Sergeant. But what about the 4 ships holding us at gunpoint? Even if the captain and I did manage to flee this ship, one escape pod is bound to arouse suspicions. Best case scenario, they'll board us. Worst case, they'll blow us out of the stars. Trust me, Danny said. You won't be the only pod in the air when this happens. And how was that exactly? Briggs asked in a flippant voice. You got some sort of plan to force the rest of this crew off their ship? Danny shot him a glare, then returned to Zaire. You told me you've got control of the shuttle's propulsion system, right? From your tablet. That's correct. Think you could use it to overload her engines? Zaire tilted his head. To do what precisely? The shuttle bay is nowhere near their engine room, so the core won't detonate. You'll disable her, sure, but we can do that from up here. Ah, yes, Danny said. But what if all of this took place while the Axios was locked into a stable planetary orbit? Zaire's eyes flickered with understanding. Not so stable anymore, huh? You mean to dump this ship into Corlin 3's atmosphere? The Chancellor's whole expression lit up. That's brilliant! Danny tried to shrug in his armor. I don't know about that, but I figure it'll get people off the bus anyway. Outstanding, Zaire said. Now when we eject, we'll be just another tree in the forest. You got it, Danny said, and that's when you make your break for the ASC side of the line. Hearing the racket outside abruptly drop off, the group turned to see a flurry of sparks ignite atop the CIC's entrance. Cutting torch, Briggs said. Danny faced the other 2 men. We don't have much time. You guys need to get out of here. What about you? Zaire asked. You can't honestly expect us to leave you here. Hell, yes I can, Danny said. As much as I hate to say it, Briggs is right. If the Kogorians are in fact the Beyonders, and they've forged some sort of unholy alliance with Masterson to come after Aura, then that's the kind of intel that Wylan and Catal need to hear firsthand from the source, which makes you 2 the priority, not me. A cloud of sparks at the door continued to expand, this time grazing the lock. He's right, Chancellor, Briggs said. If we're to leave, it has to be now. Shortly thereafter, the Axios arrived in orbit of Corlin 3, where, as asked, Briggs locked the ship into a standard geosynchronous orbit, then headed for the hatch where Danny and Zaire were already waiting. Everyone ready? Zaire asked. Briggs and Danny nodded, and Zaire gave a single stroke of his tablet. A loud, groaning boom reverberated from below, and the 3 braced themselves against the walls to keep from being thrown down again. And there it is, Briggs said of the ensuing alarm, his face cast in the red glow of the alert lighting. Time to go, Chancellor. Chancellor? Danny extended a hand to the old man. Do me a favor. Zaire paused before taking it. Lift the mask just once more. I'd like to look into the eye of the man who helped save my life today. Danny heaved a sigh, but did as requested. A moment later, Zaire's rainbow of IR features were again replaced by the pronounced crow's feet and deep-set lines that defined his actual complexion. Thank you, Sergeant Tucker, Zaire said, at last taking Danny's hand. Thank you for everything. You had more than one opportunity to go back on your word and save yourself, but you didn't. You're a fine soldier, and any commander, Orin or Alistirian, would do well to have you at his side. If there's ever a way I can repay you. Now that you mention it, Danny said, there is something you can do for me. That suit comm of yours, is it removable? And if so, does it have vid capability? Zaire looked perplexed. Yes and yes. Why? No real reason. Mind if I hang on to it, though? You know, just in case I need to reach you guys later or whatever. Zaire shrugged and removed his hood long enough to pull the loop-shaped device from his ear and give it to Danny. Camera's on the front. The mic isn't very strong, though, so don't place it very far away from your face. Will do, Danny said. Thanks. Briggs stepped forward. So, am I to presume, since you want the Chancellor's calm, that you've got a plan for getting yourself off this thing before it burns up in the atmosphere?
Think so, Danny said. According to one of the schematics I dug out at Tactical, there's a row of escape pods a level down from here. Thought I might stroll down there and take a look.
Just a stroll, huh? Briggs asked.
Yep.
Briggs shook his head and chuckled. Like I said, man, you've got some kind of shells.
Danny threw him a lopsided smile.
Listen, Tucker, for what it's worth, Briggs said, I'm sorry as hell for getting you roped into all of this. Really, I am. If I could take it all back, I'd do it in an instant.
Danny winced at the apology, but he didn't lash out this time. Instead, he pointed to Zaire. I tell you what, get him safely to Aura so he and Wallen can hash out a plan to make Masterson's reign a short one, and we'll call it square. Fair deal?
Not hardly. Briggs extended his hand. But I will take it. The Chancellor's right, Tucker. You're a good man. Safe travels, and we'll see you back with your fleet when this is all over.
The two men entered the pod's tight quarters, and Danny waited for the hatch to seal shut around them. After a brief countdown, their tiny evac cube ejected into space alongside dozens of others like it. Hard as it was for him to admit, Danny actually found himself rooting for Briggs and Zaire to make it. Misguided as they'd been, that didn't make them bad guys, and Lord knew they'd earned the chance to try and right whatever hand they'd had in all of this. Leaving the alcove and re-emerging into the CIC, which was now eerily quiet except for the alarm, Danny dragged his heavy, armored frame across the floor and collapsed into the blood-smeared command chair. He was exhausted, absolutely exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and he wondered if there had ever been a time in his life when he'd felt this utterly exhausted. Or maybe defeated was a better word for it. For one brief instant, part of Danny actually considered keeping his butt parked right there and watching the fireworks from the front row. And why not? Hadn't he earned that? After everything that had happened? Everything he'd seen and done and given and sacrificed? After everything he'd lost, hadn't he earned the right to punch his own ticket out of it all if he so chose? Danny ran a weary palm over his face. He knew Lee would have killed him for thinking this way. So would Mac and the others, for that matter. But then again, they all had lives and families to consider. People who relied on them and cared about them. Who did he have? Noel and the 102? Assuming they weren't all KIA at Kaima, or since? So much had happened in the last half-decade, Danny thought. The vast majority of it good, thankfully. After years of circling each other, Lee and Mac had finally tied the knot. Now, not even the sky was the limit for them in their relationship or their careers. The same went for Hamish, a guy who'd been stuck behind a desk going nowhere in a Daytona motorcycle shop, only to find his place as a prodigy mechanic with Wyatt in the engineering corps. Then there was Link. Danny had to chuckle there, mostly for his friend's legendary defiance over even the notion of settling down back home. In truth, though, it had all been a front. Link had been just as miserable as any of them by the time they'd left. Miserable over his job, miserable over his career, miserable with the single life. Everything. But then had come Layla, and shortly thereafter those two beautiful little boys. Link's life had never been the same. And then, Danny supposed with a hard sigh, there was him. Closing his eyes and letting the rage wash back over him, Danny clenched his fists at his sides, teeth gritted, and allowed himself, for the first time since its occurrence, to relive in his mind that most horrifying of events, in all of its gruesome detail. The sparkle of those majestic blue eyes, the glint of the blade, the crimson stain on her blouse, and then finally, the look of pure, sadistic satisfaction on that wraith bastard's face when, in the blink of an eye, and with a flick of his wrist, he deprived a loser grunt from Miami of the one real thing he'd ever truly given a damn about. Oh, yeah, he had a reason to live, all right. And in that instant, where fear, madness, and sorrow converged into the perfect storm of hate, Danny remembered the real reason he'd asked for Zaire's calm. Moreover, he remembered the message he meant to send with it. The very personal message that would set off a chain of events, which would very much preclude him from forfeiting his life here today. He had no choice but to live. For her. Now, Danny thought, teeth bared at the 4 ships in his viewport. 3 Allisterian battleships and a Kogorian cruiser,
Now this war truly begins. He rose to his feet, not bothering to re-drop his mask, and marched back to Tactical, where he locked every weapon he could find onto his aggressors. A low metallic howl keened in the distance as the Axius dipped into the Coralline atmosphere, and Danny felt another shudder at his feet. True, he made a promise to Briggs and Zyre that he wouldn't fire on any Alistarian ships. But seeing as how they trained their guns on him first, Danny felt his actions were justified. As long as all eyes and weapons were locked on him, and not on the escape pods or the ASC, then that was just one more reason to do it. Once he'd painted all of the targets he could find, Danny produced Zyre's comm and laid it on the console top, facing him so he could look directly into the lens. Then, with one finger on the fire button and another on the comm key, he pressed both, but only released the latter.
Yeah, testing. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hopefully this damn thing is on.
Chapter 40. Dead Man's Play.
Daredevil incoming!
Mac screamed in Lee's ear, causing him to rip his stick hard to port as a trio of phantoms blistered past his starboard wing amid a spark-filled chatter of ricochets.
Damn, that was close,
he growled, once leveling out.
Railhawk Jonesy, where in the blazes are you guys? Northern Star and I are sitting ducks out here without help.
We're coming in as fast as we can, Top, Jones said. But we're swamped over here in 51.3. So, Rhea, what's your 20? Sorry, guys, but the 2-9 is locked down tighter than a drum in 41.3, Lindsay said, of her own squad. On the upside, though, I've got a clear line of sight to that last Gregorian ship, and it appears to be pretty well occupied with all of those jettisoned pods. Here's hoping it stays that way, too, until the last of our ships jump away.
Status on that? Lee asked.
22 to go, Lindsay said, and the Praetorian's one of them.
Come on, Admiral, get my sister out of there. Lee knifed in hard to pick off 2 phantoms that were diving for his squadron, then keyed his comm to a command channel.
Blazer, you got a copy? Go for Blazer. What's the word on that rogue pod you guys picked up, the one that flashed Danny's signal?
Just touched down on the Praetorian, Hastings said.
Sad to say, Daredevil, but your boy wasn't aboard. You'll never believe who was, though.
In a different place and time, Lee might have cared. But right now, his focus remained on the pod-littered horizon before him in the hopes that one more cube would break loose toward the ASC side of the line.
Lee, as much as I want to hang out here for Danny, Max said, we've got to fall back with the rest of our forces, or else we'll be stuck out here on an island by ourselves.
I know. But if he wasn't in that last pod that broke ranks toward our fleet, then that means he's got to still be out here somewhere.
I hear you, but...
Lee's fire controls screeched an alert. Man, you have got to be kidding me. Tearing back on his stick, Lee sent his Mako soaring into a full burn climb-out before looping back in toward the reeling pair of phantoms who'd almost succeeded in locking him down. He dialed up his last 2 Diamondbacks and leered at both of them through the canopy.
See ya, fellas.
Click.
Daredevil, get your people out of there now, Floyd barked on an open channel. Sensors show a massive energy buildup occurring in the planet's atmosphere where that Gregorian ship just went down. According to our scans, her core is set to go at any...
A nova-bright flash rippled out from the sphere, sending a shockwave of nearly Alaskan-sized proportions rolling through space toward them.
Lee, we have to go now, Mac yelled. Come on!
Starting to pull away so as to steer his Mako free of the danger, Lee's eyes caught sight of a single gray speck moving away from the blast. Please break right, he said, leaning forward in his seat and watching like a hawk to see which direction the craft would turn. Right toward the ASC, or left toward that last Gregorian ship. Come on, break right. A split second later, it did exactly that.
We've got another pod inbound. Swing around to...
Lee stopped short when his scopes showed the pod's evasive speed as being nowhere near that of the cresting wave behind it.
Mac, that pod's gonna eat it in about 30 seconds if we don't do something. You with me?
Hell yeah.
She split back hard to reform on his wing.
Daredevil, this is Jester. Looks like the Alistarians see it too. You've got 3 phantoms screaming to intercept. Layla and I just wrapped up with Charlie Wing and are inbound to assist.
Copy that, Jester, Lee said.
How's your cable hanging these days? Swinging free and low, brother.
Glad to hear it, Lee said.
That puts you on lasso duty. The rest of us will fly cover versus the phantoms. Me on lead. Once it's done, fall back to 51.2 for a stacked escort return vector to the Praetorian. Everybody clear.
Hoorah! They all shouted.
Lee switched back over to his command channel. Praetorian, this is Daredevil. In about 5 mics, we're going to be coming your way like a bat out of hell. You ready to jump or not?"
Wincing hard at the imaginary pins and needles that bristled through his right thigh, Wyatt stared down at the nurse who fumbled past the bandaged flesh bulb where his knee used to be. As she worked, the persistent audible mud of the Praetorian's comm flooded through the speakers over Wyatt's recovery bed, according to her request. He winced again. "I'm sorry, Chief," the nurse said, fingers racing to adjust the cybernetic leg Wyatt had been assigned. "I know this isn't comfortable, but we can't construct your permanent prosthesis until we process the data from the temp mold. Now please, stay still." A massive boom shook the floor at his steel skeletal foot, and Wyatt jerked his attention to the ceiling as a familiar voice cut through the noise.
"We've got him, Admiral, go!"
Lee shouted past the violent screeching cacophony of what sounded like an emergency crashdown on the flight deck.
"Simpson!"
Catal's voice barked back.
"Captain Summerston and his team are in with the second pod. What's our status?"
"I'm almost there, sir, but there have been a lot of changes made down here since I left,"
Wyatt's old AC responded.
"Right now, I'm hung up in the converter relay. I just need a minute." "Damn it, John, you've got to reverse the flow to—"
Wyatt slid off the side of the bed and got to his feet, nearly collapsing to the tile in the process when another surge of pain sizzled through his amputated limb.
"Whoa, hold on, Chief."
The nurse bolted upright to steady her patient.
"That's just a temp mold you've got there. It's not built for extensive movement, and besides, you're in no shape to—"
"Sorry, miss, but I have to go, and right now this thing's all I've got." Wyatt leaned up against his bed to pull on some trousers.
"Now you can either help me or get out of my way, but whatever you're doing, do it now."
"Talk to me, McLeod. What's left?" Catal called up to Tactical, his dark brown eyes fixed on the view screen as the last of the Alastairian attack force began to descend on their position.
"All wings are in, and the last of our ships just jumped away," McLeod said. "It's down to us and the Kennex, sir."
"What about them?" Catal pointed to his foes in the screen. McLeod ran the data. "Looks like 3 carriers, 6 cruisers, 9 destroyers, and the Khmur, all mostly armed and headed straight for us." "And the last Krigorian ship?" "She just came about, sir. ETA, 3 mics, maybe a little more." Catal rested his chin on his fist and studied the screen.
"Why are they taking so long to engage us?"
asked one of the other officers.
"It's Masterson," Catal said, brown eyes narrowing.
"He wants to savor the kill before taking it." Not wasting any more time, the Admiral spun on his heels and marched back to the comm panel on his command chair.
"I'll be damned if he gets it from me without a fight, though."
"Engineering, what's the holdup?" Catal's voice barked again, sending John Simpson scampering across the second-level catwalk toward the main injector assembly.
"I'm almost there, Admiral,"
said the stocky engineer, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair.
"Just a few more seconds, and I should have the mains back online."
Programming in the last of his revised settings that would hopefully slave the Praetorian's drive system to that of the Kennex, Simpson gawked when the umbilical registered yet another flat line.
"Oh, come on!"
"Hey, Chief!" a familiar voice called from a level down, and Simpson glanced past the railing to see a singularly barefooted Wyatt standing there with a bin of Spira tools. "Need a hand?"
"Enemy contact in 60 seconds, sir," McLeod announced.
"Weapons status?" Catal asked as a handful of early booms began to rumble in the distance.
"Main batteries are down to 33%. Secondary and thirds are nominally better at 42, but we've lost all slider coverage from port aft to port center, with almost nothing to starboard, save a handful of platforms along the bow."
"Armor integrity?" 46%, give or take, from bow to center mass," McLeod said. "After that, you're getting into the sections that got torched up at Kaima, which is to say they're not worth reporting." Catal exhaled through his nostrils, then rose to his full height. "Helm, signal the Kennex that we're about to move, then lay in a course for the Alastairian flagship Khmur with every peg of sublight you can give me. Tactical, stand ready with everything we've got." "Sir?" the helmsman blurted through the chorus of gasps around the bridge. "As long as we're locked in at close quarters with the Greys, the aliens can't engage," Catal said. The young man's look of shock didn't falter. "Son, we didn't have a prayer before against those alien ships, much less in the shape we're in now," Catal said. "Our only chance is to close in as tight as we possibly can to the Khmur and pray those things actually give a damn about their allies, Commander. Now do it." The helmsman nodded, and Catal returned his focus to Tactical. "Once we're in range, I want you to hit that son of a bitch square in the jaw with everything we've got. Hear me? Everything." McLeod's look tightened over the blue and yellow lights of his terminal. "Yes, sir." "Chancellor Masterson, sir," Ovius yelped over the Khmur's alert system. The Praetorian has just altered course and is heading straight for us." "What?" Masterson exclaimed. Then, turning back to his main viewer, he looked on in total disbelief as his wounded opponent, carrying what little defenses she had left, leapt into claustrophobic range and opened up full bore on his hull. "Tactical! Target their bridge and fire!" In that instant, the space around the two ships ignited in a blaze as each one laid into the other with every last kilo of ordnance it had, sending massive pillars of fire and debris spiraling into the black. As ordered, the Praetorian managed to keep the brunt of the violence focused on her forward sections where she had max protection. Meanwhile, the Kimure, still a bit dazed by the ASC flagship's surge of aggression, regained her footing in time to lock down the Praetorian's midsection and begin gutting her with its main batteries. "Admiral, sir, we've got a problem," McLeod said over the thunder. "Tell me something I don't know," Catal shot back. "Sir, 3 of those Alistirian ships have managed to carve out a wedge between us and the Kennex, and by the look of it, that Krogorian ship is lining up for a strike on her starboard nacelle." "We'll be trapped here if they do," Floyd shrieked from the comm. Catal snapped his head around to tactical. "Time! 30 seconds, sir!" "Simpson!" Catal shouted into his comm. "We're out of time!" "Stand by, Admiral, we're almost there," Wyatt said with a final tweak to the core's injector assembly. Once they threw the switch, the system would spike with energy, and if he didn't get this right, the whole thing would overload. Wyatt patted the panel in front of him. "Come on, old girl. Give me one more jump. I know you've got it in you." "Boost infusers are at full rich and online," Simpson shouted from the catwalk, the muffled boom of artillery and failing bulkheads thick in the air behind him. "How are we doing on the assembly?" "Good as it's going to be," Watt called from his station. "Umbilical levels are decent and holding strong at a steady 68%. "All right." Simpson slid down the ladder. "Nothing else to do but fire her up and see what happens." Watt keyed his comm. "Kennex, this is Praetorian, initializing countersite porting sequence. Now!" A hollow hum echoed through the tall cylindrical chamber as Wyatt looked on, heart in his throat. His display lights blinked. Then, all at once, they burst to life when the slumbering drive moaned awake. "Yeah!" Simpson howled. "Bridge, this is engineering," Wyatt shouted. "We are online and ready to roll. Now get us the hell out of here!" "All crews," Catal's voice hailed. "FTL in 3, 2, 1, jump!" Chapter 41. Deceived. The loud clack-clack of 36 A-90 assault rifles rang out in Lee's ears like a shot as he skidded to a halt on the flight deck. They belonged to the 6 security teams who were securing the alien escape pod that he'd just hauled in. Through an odd turn of events, Lee had since learned that ex-Chancellor Lucius Zaire and another man, an Alistirian captain, had been aboard the first pod, both of whom now stood zip-tied under guard off to the side. "Have they opened it yet?" Mac demanded, having sprung from her own crashed-down Mako and sprinted into the hangar behind Lee. Link and Layla were with her. "Have they found him?" "Hey, fellas," Link pointed to the guards' weapons, which were aimed at the pod. "It's okay, he's one of ours." "We don't know that for sure." Catal cut through the crowd to meet them. "Just because whoever's inside that thing flashed Sergeant Tucker's signal to get here doesn't automatically mean it's him. We're just taking precautions." Link started to say something else, but was interrupted by the loud hiss of air from the pod's decompression sequence, followed by a series of thick metallic clacks from the cube's only entry point. The door release, Lee presumed. The sequence concluded with one more clack, and Lee felt his nerves jump when the entrance peeled back from the craft, and a massive black figure encased from head to toe in heavy Krogorian armor stumbled out. "What the hell?" Link muttered in confusion. Lee shook his head. He, too, was taken aback by the sight of whatever this was. For starters, the thing was nothing short of horrifying to look at. Though, perhaps even more puzzling was its physical state upon exiting the craft. Part of the figure's right shoulder appeared to be missing, as if the plating had been sheared away from the frame somehow. Most likely by an energy weapon, Lee guessed, based on the melted steel and scorch marks surrounding the wound. Pieces of the chest piece, left gauntlet, right thigh, and even the helmet had also been torn away, while several other sections, most notably the left arm and torso, showed the same charred exterior and smoldering mesh as the shoulder. Some of them were scuffs of little significance, others were deep gashes that ripped clean through to the wearer, who was obviously bleeding. Whatever happened to this thing on its way off that ship, Lee guessed, had been brutal. He stepped toward it. "Summerston," Catal hissed. What are you doing? Lee waved him off and took another step toward the figure. Hey, Danny, he said, a tiny hint of doubt trickling through. Danny, you in there? The figure said nothing. Instead, it reached back into the pod and grabbed hold of something. Then, with an effortless heave, it sent a corpse skidding across the deck plates toward the feet of the Admiral. What the? Several voices said at once. Of mid-height and slender build, the alien's cranium was slightly elongated. Bright red skin covered in crystalline scales showed under the tattered black uniform. What is this? Catal asked. The black giant hesitated, as if unsure whether or not it wanted to speak, before finally doing so. That, Admiral, is your enemy, it said in a deep modulated voice that was every bit as creepy as Lee had anticipated. Catal regarded the body. Why have you brought him to us? And what do you want? Danny, Lee inched closer to the Centaurian. That's you, right, brother? Danny swallowed hard behind the armor's mask, not for the pain he felt over the litany of wounds covering his body, but because never in his life had he felt so utterly torn. That was his best friend standing there, and if Lee's features were any indication, tired, pale, and haggard, the last few days had been rough on him as well. There wasn't any doubt in Danny's mind that all Lee wanted, all any of them wanted, was to see their family member whole. He could give them that, too, with little more than a thought. He'd signal the suit to raise the mask, then he'd climb out to mass adoration, after which everything would be fine again. For a time, and really only for them. Danny, on the other hand, would never truly know that kind of peace again. It'd been taken from him forever back on Alistair, and the man responsible for that had to pay. Sadly, though, Danny knew that unlike before, when they'd all thrown caution to the wind to go after Mac, Lee and the others couldn't operate anymore with that kind of reckless abandon. They had too much to lose now. They had lives and responsibilities. They had families, people who relied on them to come home. People like Little Don and Frank Baxter, whose lives would never be the same if something happened to their parents. And that, Danny concluded, was why the others couldn't be part of this. Not this time. In the end, Masterson was his war now. Not Lee's, nor Mac's, not even the ASC's. It was his, and if he truly meant to fight that war in the manner and on the grounds he intended, then the burden of doing so had to fall on him and him alone. For if Madison's death had taught Danny anything, it was that a person's loved ones would always be at risk where vengeance was concerned, and never again would he have that kind of blood on his hands. Never. That was why no one in this room, not Briggs, nor Zaire, nor even Lee, could ever know that Daniel Tucker had made it off of the Axios alive. Checking his mic to make sure it was off, Danny peered across the flight deck at his friends, at his family, and allowed himself a handful of tears for what he was about to do. I love you guys. Danny? Lee persisted, his curiosity teetering on desperation. Danny, come on! The man you are referring to is dead, the Centurion responded with cold indifference. He perished aboard the Axios with the rest of my people. Lee felt his entire body freeze. That's not possible. His eyes darted from the pod to the figure to his wife, then back to the figure. Why? But how can that be? You signaled our school name with your running lights. There's no way you could have known to do that. The Centaurian gestured to Zaire and the Alistarian captain. I reached the CIC just in time to see these two men evacuate in my Prala's escape pod, and it was my intention to fire on them. However, in exchange for my not doing so, your friend gave me the code they used to penetrate your defenses. But why us? A mixture of anger and frustration began to boil in Lee's tone. Why not return to your own ship with the other pods? Because the Banksys was already out of range. Getting picked up by your people was the only option I had for surviving the blast, and now I wish to take my leave of you. Zaire and the other man traded bewildered looks in the corner of Lee's eye. Out of the question, Catal snapped. You're not going anywhere. The Centurion bellowed an ominous laugh, drenched in a digital haze. Ha 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 ha.
Admiral, you have seen the level of damage my technology is capable of inflicting on yours. Thus, I can assure you that while you may inevitably take me, especially in my current state, it won't happen until many more of your crew, starting with everyone in this room, has preceded me to the fall. He paused. Admiral, have you not lost enough lives today as it is? Catal said nothing. If you're not Danny, then why did he stay behind? Lee snarled. And why was it so damn important to him that these two men get to us? The significance of these two prisoners is not known to me, the Centaurian said. You will have to ascertain that for yourselves. As for your friend, he was mortally wounded in the battle to take my ship, so much so that by the time he'd helped these two escape, he'd lacked the ability to stand, much less move to a pod of his own. He expired shortly thereafter on the floor of the CIC. The dark figure reached into his armor and produced a small object, which he tossed onto the ground. It was round and shiny, and it rolled in a straight yet wobbly line across the deck until it stopped at Lee's boot. It was a ring. Right then and there, Lee Summerston's world collapsed. He'd seen that ring before. Once, long ago when things had gotten really bad for his friend back on Earth. Danny had been more than a year unemployed at that time, and in a fit of drunken depression one night, he'd pulled it out of a drawer and showed it to Lee and Mac. "This belonged to my mom," Danny had slurred, eyes glossed over and reeking of cheap vodka. "My dipshit old man gave it to her back in the 70s when they were just starting out. You know, during the good old days when he wasn't banging his patients. Yep, I figure this puppy right here ought to keep my wine rack stocked for at least a month. 2, if $2 Chuck's on sale. Ha 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 ha." Lee knelt down to pick up the ring and shivered, in part for the memory, though mostly for what it signified. Danny had meant to propose to Madison. Turning to face Mac, Lee could already see the tears welling in her eyes. The same went for Link and Layla, both of whom looked away. "You never answered my question from before," Catal said. "The one regarding your comrade. Why bring him to us?" "That was not my intention," the Centaurian said. "He was a coward who fired on me in the hope of seizing this pod. I killed him for it. Only I didn't have time to jettison his body before my launch from the Axis." "And the ring?" Lee managed in a weak voice, clasping it in his fingers. "Your man was holding it when he died. I'd intended it as a trophy, but in the interest of cooperation, you may keep it if you wish." "What are your terms?" Catal asked. That drew another laugh from the Centaurian. "Ha ha ha! I want nothing from you, Admiral. I only ask that you allow me to board my ship and go in peace. Do that, and no additional blood will be shed here today." Catal furrowed his brow, and Lee could see by the man's expression that he didn't like this one damn bit, but he was considering it. "Do we have an accord, Admiral?" Once clearing the launch tubes, all but numb by this point inside his armor, Danny tapped the release inside of his right shoulder plating, then steeled himself when the torso splayed open to eject him onto the deck. There he landed face first in a pool of his own sweat, blood, and vomit. Thankfully, though, the third had waited until the end to come, so he hadn't had to marinate in it like he had the others. His head felt like a cesspool of toxins, his muscles a spastic train wreck of tissue and misfired nerve endings, while his back and upper body were a shredded heap of burns and needle tracks, twitching and convulsing, with his system's attempt to regroup cold turkey from the suit's ejection sequence. And yet Danny supposed from his spastic sprawl on the soiled floor, deck plates buzzing against his cheek, it was all okay. They would all be okay. A few seconds passed, and Danny felt his muscles begin to relax. But he didn't try to get up. Not at first. Instead, he reached a clammy hand for the O2 canister on the floor beside him and took a series of long, labored, wheezing breaths from its regulator. Hurling a final mouthful of bile and green alien fluid onto the deck to his right, he mustered enough strength to pull himself into the nav seat, where he watched through bloodshot eyes as dozens of tiny gray dots vanished into the void beyond the rear viewport. They were the last of the ASC invasion force, the Praetorian among them, and thankfully, so were his friends. Danny winced again upon recalling his final moments with them.
It cut him to the core to leave them that way, to say those things to Lee. But he'd had no choice, and the further removed he got from that decision, the more Danny was good with it. Besides, it wasn't as if he'd left them with nothing. He'd brought them a fresh cadaver of their enemy to study, along with a wealth of data on the Kragorians' armor, thanks to the extra time he'd spent on the flight deck before speaking. Those scans would be priceless in the days ahead. Couple it all with the pod they had in their possession, plus the intel from Briggs and Zaire, and with any luck, the ASC wouldn't stay down in this fight for long. In the meantime, Danny would now be free to come and go as he chose, to plot and plan as he saw fit, with no backlash or repercussions to anyone save himself, just as it needed to be. Rubbing a chill from his bare shoulders, Danny sucked another gasp of the regulator, then picked up the tablet he dumped before leaving Axios. The tablet had all the sensor data. There were quite a few systems nearby, and he'd need to take refuge on one of them. Somewhere close. His air was almost completely out, and once that happened, once that last line of defense against the alien air was gone, Danny was pretty sure that his present state of nausea would pale in comparison to the psychedelic trip show that apparently came next. Furthermore, his alien craft was anything but discreet, which meant he'd need to dump it, and fast, before moving on. Danny's search ended abruptly when his eyes crossed a familiar name. Marlin 3. Ditron City, he mumbled with a touch of eagerness. Marlin 3 was barely a terrasec away, which made it totally doable. And even though Danny had never actually set foot in Detron City, he knew of its reputation as a haven for the less than economically scrupulous, smugglers, pirates, supply runners, and the like. Just the sort he'd need for his plans. Even better, he'd probably be able to flip his alien ride for a decent price when he got there. The Centurion's armor, on the other hand, Danny figured he'd keep it, for a while at least, until he figured things out. Feeling his adrenaline begin to rush with newfound purpose, Danny laid in a course and headed out, all the while thinking, damn, I need a drink. Chapter 42. Recovery. Lee jolted awake with a start the next morning, the gruesome images of Madison and Danny's deaths still swirling through his mind from last evening's nightmare. Drenched in the same cold sweat that gripped him for most of the night, Lee swung his bare legs onto the floor and tried yet again to rub his shoulders free of the chill that, after close to 12 hours, still refused to let him be. Mac? He looked around, finding an empty mattress beside him. Kitchen, she answered from beyond the door. Throwing on a t-shirt, Lee trudged into the next room of their quarters on the Kennicks and found Mac propped at their tiny dinette table with a hot mug of black coffee between her palms. How long you been up? Lee asked, pouring a cup of his own and slumping down into the seat beside her. An hour or so. Just couldn't sleep, you know? Lee nodded. I just don't get it, Lee. Mac's deep hazel eyes fixed on her mug. You think about all the stuff we've been through, all the stuff Danny alone has been through. How does it end up like this? Lee shook his head and flicked the corner of a napkin in front of him. I don't know, Mac. I really don't. Although I'm hoping Zaire and that other fella can shed some light on all this. You gonna talk to them? Yeah, later today. I'm supposed to take a shuttle down to Manning at 0800 where they're being held. After that, Wyland wants to meet with me about planning a memorial service for Danny and Madison. How's he faring through all of this? Lee stared into his coffee. About as well as the rest of us, I reckon. After my meeting with him, I've got to head back to Earth to tend to the last of Danny's affairs, which thankfully shouldn't take long. It's not like he had any next of kin to inform. And he'd pretty much closed out every other aspect of his life there. Bank accounts, real estate, that sort of thing. What about the Camaro? That thing was pretty much Danny's prized possession. Any thoughts on what you're going to do with it? Link wants it. He's going to keep it at his dad's place in Denver, so that when Don and Frank are old enough to drive, he can teach them in their Uncle Danny's ride. I'm actually kind of happy to hear that, Mac said with a flicker of a melancholy smile. Pretty sure Danny would have been too. Lee turned a thoughtful gaze to the stars outside of his living room's portholes. Yeah. A tri-toned chime rang from the comm terminal across the room, and rising from his chair, Lee crossed the floor in his bare feet to answer it. Go for Summerston. Lee, it's Katie. Hamish is up if you want to come see him. Lee turned to Mac, who was already halfway to her closet in the bedroom. On our way. Trotting down their shuttle's boarding ramp onto the deck of the Praetorian, Lee and Mac hopped the lift up to the infirmary where Link, Layla, Katie, and White were already waiting by Hamish's bedside. Hey, big man, how you feeling? Lee asked, Hamish grimaced, his dark brown eyes still heavy from the anesthesia.
The phrase "a dog's breakfast" comes to mind.
He squinted a bit when Katie checked his pupils with her penlight.
But somehow I don't think that quite does it justice.
You gave us a scare there, man, Max said with a pat of his leg. Please don't ever do that again.
Trust me, getting myself blown up whilst saving the day is officially off my bucket list. That said, to hear Wyatt and the others speak of it, I fear it wasn't enough. I mean, if I'd have only...
Hey, Hamish, Wyatt said. 43 of our guys got to go home to their families on account of you. Believe me, it was enough. Hamish sighed warily, then regarded his bandage-covered chest before looking to Katie.
So, from what I hear, I've apparently got my own personal guardian angel looking out for me. Now, isn't that a thing?
Uh-huh, she smiled back. Bet you're glad you didn't narc me out to my little brother for sticking around now, aren't you? Hamish tried to laugh, only to wince in anguish. All right, gang, visiting hours are up, Katie said, shifting back to doctor mode. Hamish has a long recovery ahead of him, and that starts with some quality rest. Everybody out. The group nodded and said their respective goodbyes before heading to the door. Hey, Chris, can you hold up a second? Katie crossed the floor of Hamish's room to meet Wyatt in the hall outside. How's the leg? Are you kidding? Wyatt laughed and pulled up his pant leg to reveal the strikingly realistic synth flesh of his custom-built prosthesis. This thing's fantastic. Hell, part of me wishes I'd lost both of my legs, so I'd never have to worry about shin splints again. Katie gave a chuckle of her own. It showed a lot of character, she thought, that he could remain so upbeat about something so serious. You know, rumor is, you just about screwed your shot to wear one of those by running out of here like a maniac yesterday on that Terminator-looking thing. Don't get me wrong, as one of the hundreds of people who benefited from that little act of heroism and insanity, I appreciate it. But Nurse Yaley says you could have fried the remaining nerve endings in your leg, which might have caused your body to reject the prosthesis. White shrugged. Simpson is, without a doubt, one of the brightest engineers in this fleet. But, in a lot of ways, every ship takes on the... He paused, as if in search of the right word. Personality, I guess, of our engineer. Tweaks, patches, adjustments, that sort of thing. They're all a reflection of those of us who work on them each and every day. Therefore, given the time constraints we were under, and the fact that John's been away for more than a year, I figured it a pretty safe bet he'd need me to get our people out of harm's way. Wyatt's look turned sideways. Honestly, it was kind of a no-brainer. Katie nodded. Hey, speaking of your people, you mind if I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. According to Dr. Dima's report, the exertion you put on your leg while pulling Hamish out of danger is what cost you the limb. Now, again, as somebody who's known the big guy for years, I'm grateful. But it's not as if he's one of yours. Wyatt looked confused. And your point is? My point is, he's from another world, Katie said. And while I get that you guys are all colleagues, buddies even, people don't typically put their own lives on the line for outsiders like that. So what gives? Wyatt didn't respond right away. He just stared back at Hamish, who'd already dozed off. A lot of people look at Lee, Hamish, and the others, and they see a group of people that we took in. And that's true, to a large extent, but for some of us, it goes way beyond that. He returned his focus to Katie. For some of us, we were the ones that they took in. You didn't know me 5 years ago, and to be honest, I'm kind of glad you didn't. For a lot of reasons, I wasn't exactly in the greatest of shape back then. I know about your wife and child, Katie said, not really caring if he knew that she'd been looking into him. I read about them on the casualty report from the Faxis mission. I'm so sorry. Wyatt dropped his eyes and cleared his throat. I appreciate that. In any event, I wasn't letting a whole lot of people into my life when the renegades arrived. As a matter of fact, I'd pretty much shut everyone out, even my closest friends. But when it came to Lee and the others, that simply wasn't acceptable. They pushed me to get better, supported me at a time when that was the last thing I wanted but desperately needed. And through it all, they became way more than friends to me. They became like family. So in answer to your question as to why I'd stick my neck out for them, well, as they like to put it, that's just what family does. Kitty tucked her hands into the pockets of her lab coat and regarded Chris Wyatt with a mixture of bewilderment, intrigue, and total empathy. She'd known him for only a few days, and while that hardly made her an expert on him or his world, she completely understood his point when it came to Lee and the others' penchant for community. They'd always been that way. Always. She also knew how much they'd need that now in the wake of losing Danny, Not for a second did she doubt whether this man would be there for them either. Katie and Wyatt gazed at each other for a long moment. "Engineer-in-chief," a voice called over the infirmary speakers, snapping them out of it. Wyatt reached past Katie's shoulder for the wall terminal. "Yeah, go ahead, Simpson." "I think we're all clear down here if you want to come sign off." "On my way." Wyatt released the comm button and returned to Katie. "Listen, Simpson has to get back to the Bakersmith, which means I have to go relieve him. Will I be seeing you around?" Her thoughts suddenly filling with her son, her job, and her empty house in Seattle, Katie Summerston considered that question on every possible level. Yeah, I think you might." Chapter 43. Interrogation. "Wonder what old Noel is getting out of Zaya right now," Link said from his seat next to Lee outside of Interrogation Room 2. Lee didn't feel like answering. He just stood there, staring through the glass at the shackled Alasterian captain, sitting alone at a table on the other side. "Who exactly are you, boss? And why are you here?" Given his choice, Lee would have rather spoken to Zaire first, but Noel had pulled rank on that one. Then, once Danny's ex-CO was finished, the former chancellor would go to none other than President Weiland for interrogation. And Zaire had better damn well be glad it was happening in that order, too. Lee had caught quite a bit of the local scuttlebutt since touching down at Fort Manning's airfield a little while ago, and if half of it was true, Weiland might have just as easily torn the chancellor's face off as to speak to him 2 hours ago. Diplomacy be damned. Lee wouldn't have blamed it one bit if he'd done it either, and he wasn't even a parent yet. Still, as the interrogation schedule went for today, that left this man, this enemy captain, as his only potential source for information. "Lee, you with me?" Link snapped his fingers. Yeah, he said, breaking from his trance. "Yeah, I'm here." "Okay, good. Now that we've got that established, what's your plan with this guy? You gonna ask him about these Kogorian things or what?" "No, I'll leave the politics to the politicians. I want to know about Danny, specifically what he was doing on that ship and how he came to be there." "Okay, I dig it," Link said. "Any thoughts on what happens if he doesn't want to talk?" "Oh, he'll talk to me." Link's brow beetled as he slowly rose to his feet and started for the door. "Well, all right then. Let's go hear what he's got to say." "Not you." Lee held his friend back by the arm. "You're staying put here. I need to do this alone." "Easy, brother," Link said. "Listen, I get you wanting to go all Jack Bauer on this guy. Really, I do. Given everything these people have done to our friends, believe me, I wouldn't mind peeling a little meat off this prick either. But in spite of our smack talk to the contrary, sometimes you and I both know that's not how we operate." Lee rolled his eyes. "For crying out loud, Link. I'm not going to shiv the guy, but I do need him to know that I mean business. Got it?" Link raised his palms in surrender. "All right, fine. I just hope you know what you're doing, Top." Seeing his friend stand aside, Lee moved to the door, took a long breath, and reached for the room's access panel. Once inside the interrogation room, Lee closed the door behind him and turned to regard his subject with an icy stare. He got a wrinkled smirk back. "So, what?" the captain asked dryly. "I guess this is the part where I'm supposed to start spouting my name, rank, and serial number to you over and over and over again, right?" Lee tilted his head. "Ain't much of a conversation, but it's a start." The captain gave a snort of amusement. "I'm Captain Nathan Briggs, loyal soldier to the Alasterian Empire, and executive officer of the warship Khmur." "The Khmur?" Lee failed to conceal his surprise. "You're Masterson's XO?" "That's the rumor," Briggs said. "At least, it used to be before I became a traitor and everything." Lee pulled up a chair opposite Briggs and took a seat. "I'm going to take it from your sarcasm that this was your choice." Briggs made a face as if to suggest that Lee couldn't have asked a stupider question. "Of course I'm here by choice. Someone had to get Chancellor Zaire out of Uriel and off of Alastair. Otherwise, he'd have been dead by the end of the day." Lee furrowed an eyebrow. "Why do you care? I mean, isn't the great Commandant Masterson supposed to be some kind of military messiah to you people?" Briggs gave another snort. "Depends. On what?" "On whether or not you believe everything you read in the press," Briggs said with a smirk. "Then again, to those of us who've actually served with him, we know he's just as fallible as the rest of us. The only difference is, for better or for worse, he's 10 times as committed to what he wants." Which was the case with Zaire's job, Lee surmised. Briggs offered mocking applause. "Nicely done, ASC. You come up with that on your own, or did your cronies at CIB help you out? You've got a massive leak there, by the way." "And you know this how?"
Masterson was always on cue with you guys, somehow. It was like he knew where you were going to be before you got there. Lee scoffed. I guess that's why he failed to hold Vendale 2 in more than a dozen other worlds in the last 2 years, right? Briggs leaned in. He wanted you to take those worlds because it made Zyre look weak to his own people. Don't you get it? This was all a power play from the start, so he could seize control of the Chancellery and kickstart his alliance with the Kogorians. Lee exhaled to the ceiling in frustration. He hadn't come here to discuss Alasterian politics. Tell me about the ASC soldier who was with you on the Axios. Who? Tucker? Hell of a good man. But I suspect you already knew that. So what else do you need to know? Lee shot a surprised look to Link through the mirrored glass on his right. How did it come to be that he and Madison Reynolds ended up in Alasterian custody? The Alasterian captain leaned back in his seat and let his eyes meet the floor. Is that genuine guilt? It's my fault they were there, Briggs said. I led the boarding party onto the Lauren to catch him, but I swear to the gods I had no clue she'd be there. Wait a second. Danny was the target? Lee blurted. Why? Briggs ran a hand through his hair while the other dangled in chains beside it. Listen, ASC, it's an absurdly long story, and frankly, I'd just as soon not get into it because it doesn't change anything. What you need to know is that your man was a bona fide hero, period. In spite of everything that happened to him and everything he lost, he still had the presence of mind to see the bigger picture and help me get Zyre off-world. And because of that, our people now have a chance to stop what's coming with Masterson and the Kogorians. Yeah, I get it, Lee said. The Kogorians, right. We know who they are already. Back to Danny. Trust me, friend. Briggs's look turned to stone. You really don't. These aren't just any people, okay? They're not some random race of aliens that we just so happen to cross paths with while out on the rim. And they're certainly not your run-of-the-mill first contact. These are the very same beings that came within a smidge of wiping our people, yours and mine, off the face of this very planet more than a century ago. What? Lee asked, not following at first, but then slowly it began to come back to him. A conversation he'd had over dinner 5 years ago with John Reiser and Noel. It had taken place in the mess hall of the AS Milky Way during their first trip to Aura, and it involved Reiser telling them in rather grim fashion of a race of beings who'd attempted genocide against the Auran people, only to be warded off by some sort of doomsday weapon that the Aurans didn't like talking about. It was that event that had later led to the Alasterian secession under Clayton Zyre. Lee rubbed his eyes. Wait, you mean the Kogorians are... Briggs slammed his shackles on the table. The gods damn Beyonders! Yes! And Masterson just cut a deal with them. He's been planning it for years, but he never had the right opportunity to push the agenda until you gave it to him with your attack on Kaima 4. That's what I've been trying to tell you. That's what Tucker knew, and he gave his life to get us here to warn you. Lee rocketed from his chair, his head spinning like a top with everything Briggs had just unloaded on him. Captain Summerson, Link's voice announced through the intercom. Can I speak to you in the observation suite, please? Briggs' head all but snapped from his shoulders. Wait, your name's Summerston? As in Lee Summerston? Now the Alasterian captain had Lee's undivided attention. Maybe. Reckon it depends on who's asking. Briggs blinked. You're him. You're the one from the Myrick security feed. The one he's after. I'm what? Lee said, now completely lost. The one that who is after? Briggs blinked again. You really don't know, do you? Exasperated, Lee made a dismissive gesture with his hand, then allowed it to fall to his side. Apparently not. Briggs slumped back into his chair and stared, dumbfounded at his inquisitor. You'll probably want to keep that seat. Believe it or not, this all started about 5 years ago. Epilogue. Back in the Imperial Alcazar, Chancellor Alec Masterson leaned forward at the desk of Zyre's personal study, his study, and switched off the hologram that connected him with the Vanxis. He had no idea why, but for whatever reason, this morning's briefing had left him with an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. He respected Kyol. Of that there was little doubt, and he had no reason to think that the Kogorian Prala had been anything but forthright with him. Still, There was something about the alien commander that gave Masterson pause. He just couldn't put a finger on what that was. Leaning back into the soft leather cushions of his new chair, Masterson picked up his tablet and saw the Darren Reese inbox containing a new message. It was an Orin CIB report from one of his contacts on Marlin 3. Interesting. He swiped it open to examine the header. Deputy Director of Orin CIB Field Office found dead. Below that, the subheader read, Detron City investigators have ruled out foul play. Toxicology results are pending. Oh, my dear Kimmy, Masterson clicked his tongue. You never could mind your pills, could you? Skimming the report before swiping it free of the home screen, Masterson returned the device to his desktop and began to ponder the girl's end. It'd been several weeks since last he'd spoken with her, and while Masterson was fairly confident that this alone wouldn't have driven Kimmy back to her pharmacological demons, he was pretty sure that it, in conjunction with her assembling the pieces of his identity, probably would have. Such a pity, Masterson mused, lamenting her loss in some ways, though by no means upset that he'd never again have to sleep with the pig. A tritone chimed from his desk terminal, and Masterson inspected it to see the commuer's IDC. He tapped the respond key. Yes? Pardon my intrusion, Chancellor, Commander Ovius said. But we just received an encrypted transmission from Minister Vansant of Revelin Province. He asked that we send it directly to you. Masterson raised his eyebrow. Did he say what this was about? Not exactly, sir. He only mentioned that it contained a video message meant specifically for you. Apparently his engineers in the Kaima system dug it out of a buoy during repairs, and after viewing the first few seconds of it, they sent it directly to Vansant, who passed it on to us. What kind of video message? He didn't tell us that either, sir, Ovius said. He only added that the file originated from somewhere in the Corlin system and was time-stamped 3 days ago. During the battle with the Praetorian, Masterson thought. Send it through to me at once. Transmitting now. After a few seconds, the inbox alert on Masterson's tablet chimed, and he began toggling through the messages inside until he found the one he was looking for. He opened it. Masterson's entire body wrenched upright when a familiar face filled his screen. Subspace Buoy Relay 11-382.6. Spec feed 098.26. Time index 1526 hours. Video transmission begins. Yeah, testing. 1, 2, Danny Tucker said. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hopefully this damn thing is on. Okay, so this message is for the great Alec Masterson, a.k.a. the new chancellor of your piece-of-shit little empire. The grand poobah, as it were. Danny leaned off camera and spat onto the floor. So, I know we met the other day in my cell and shared some words, but honestly, bro, I kind of feel like you got to do all the talking, which frankly struck me as a bit unfair. So, while I've got a minute here with the mic to myself, he panned around the room to show the slaughtered bridge crew and then smiled into the camera. Yeah, I did that, but I digress. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, introductions. So, as you know, my name is Danny Tucker. Hi. And 5 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be a part of the raiding party that hit Myrick 4, and subsequently removed your whack-job dipshit child from this universe. He scratched his stubble with his armored fingers. You know, I really wish I could say I'm sorry about that, condolences and so forth, but I just can't. Truth is, it was our pleasure to smoke your kid, and it was beautiful too. I mean, the way his head exploded when Lee took that shot, it was like something out of a frickin' Gallagher sketch. Like, bwah! Chunks of flesh flying everywhere, blood and gray matter spattering the walls. Plus, somewhere along the way, I'm pretty sure he shat himself. How epic is that? Seriously, I've been doing this for a while now, and I've never seen that happen. It was amazing. Danny waggled a finger. Let that be a lesson to you, Alec. Always encourage your kids not to grow up into evil, sadistic, would-be rapist bastards. Otherwise, they too might end up with a .45 caliber round in the brain pan, and not much else. That's free, by the way. Okay, moving on. Danny shifted in his seat. Now, I know you've been quite the busy little beaver the last few years trying to track us down, you know, retribution for Junior's demise and all. And I also know that, at the end of the day, you're really after Lee, since he was the actual trigger man. Where you went wrong, though, was in attacking the Lauren to get him through me, which... Danny's cocky smile faltered. Well, you know where that led us, now don't you? You should know, Alec, that Madison Reynolds was far more than a diplomat to me, or the daughter of Aura's president. She was gentle and kind
and brilliant, and without a doubt, the most incredible person I've ever had the honor of knowing. She was also an innocent, which is to say that, unlike your Dick Tard's son who willfully stepped into the line of fire, Madison had nothing to do with your stupid-ass war. She wasn't enlisted. She was just a scientist. And the woman I loved. Danny leaned into the camera, his eyes dark and cold, his expression now totally devoid of anything resembling humor. We have a saying back home where I come from. It's nothing fancy, don't get me wrong. It's not Shakespeare or anything. It simply says, I know where you live. I find that quite appropriate, given our particular set of circumstances. See, you've spent the last 5 years trying to figure out who we are so you could exact your revenge for Junior. I, on the other hand, know exactly who you are, and as the saying goes, I also know where you live. So, he said, clapping his hands and rubbing them together, where does that leave us? And moreover, what do I want you to do with all of this information? Well, that's easy, Alec. I want you to run. Run off to your little red-skinned goblin friends and tell them you need a place to hole up, because trust me, asshole, you do. And just so we're clear, it'll be me who comes for you. Not Staff Sergeant Tucker of the ASC's 102nd Infantry, mind you. Just plain old Danny Tucker, FSU grad and pissed-off ex-cop from Miami Springs, Florida, by way of Pinellas County. And I've got nothing left to lose. Just the way you made me. You wanted to throw out the rule book? Well, that's just fine and dandy with me, Chico, 'cause that's my kind of game. So go on. Run. But know this. When I find you, and I will find you, I'm going to hurt you. And in the end, when you have no more blood left to spill on my boots, then, and only then, will I consider sending you to your son. With that, Danny leaned back from the camera and tipped a mock salute. See you soon, bitch. Video transmission ends. Acknowledgements and about the author. To my beloved wife, none of this would be possible without you, to say nothing of your endless patience and understanding during all of those late nights when I'm holed up in my office instead of spending time with you. Your support means everything to me. To my beta readers, Ziggy, Lindsay, and Rhett, your insights and notes continue to be an invaluable source of information throughout the editing process. These books simply wouldn't be the same without you. To Allie Fields, CCRN, DNP of the Florida State University College of Medicine, Katie Summerston is downright amazing in a crisis, and that's entirely due to your resuscitation science notes for Chapter 30. Thank you for helping me bring this character to life, and for giving her the requisite credibility to resonate with readers. To Zachary Kaminsky, Ph.D. of the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Thanks to you, I finally grasped the nuances between the epigenetics and epigenomics research fields, as those pertain to human life in other galaxies, that is. Truly, it was a pleasure. To the God who built a universe far grander than that in these pages, thank you for your wonderful gift of community. Help us to always recognize how to be there for each other, just as you were there for us. Galatians 6:2. To my awesome readers, you guys waited 2 long years for me to crank this story out, and I sincerely hope it was worth the wait. Thank you so much for your devotion to this series, and know that I'm already hard at work on the last installment of the saga. Finally, and lest I forget, Ruah! And go Knowles. About the author. As a graduate of Florida State University, he's written in a number of arenas over the years, ranging from public health to news and sports. When it comes to his fictional work, however, he's a firm believer that nothing shapes an author's writing like experience. That's why he credits his tenures in radio, law enforcement, sports management, and the military for much of his thematic inspiration, plus the legion of family and friends who've stood with him along the way. Beyond writing, he's an avid fan of audiobooks and sports, though it's also not uncommon to find him at a concert, love music, a movie, or somewhere out by a grill. At present, he resides in Raleigh, North Carolina with his incredible wife and son and their 2 dogs, but he'll always be a Florida boy at heart. For more information about Ian J. Malone, visit him online at www.ianjmalone.com or sign up for his free email newsletter. You can also follow him on Facebook, Twitter, at Ian J. Malone, WordPress, Goodreads, or Google+. Hashtag Mako Saga. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please feel free to rate it on Amazon, Audible, or iTunes, or anywhere else audiobooks are sold. Reviews are always greatly appreciated. Red Sky Dawning was edited by Red Adept Editing, www.redadeptediting.com, with cover design from Streetlight Graphics, www.streetlightgraphics.com. Other sci-fi indie authors you may enjoy: Chris Kennedy, author of the Theogony series and Can't Look Back; Thomas A. Mays, author of A Sword into Darkness and Remo. This has been Red Sky Dawning, The Mako Saga, Book 2. Written by Ian J. Malone. Narrated by Andrew B. Werlin. Copyright 2015 by Sharkflight Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2015 by Sharkflight Publishing, LLC and ABW Voiceovers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.